FanDuel.org. Feeding America. 200 food banks strong.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Back for Wilson, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out.
Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7, The Fan.
Joel Klein catches a 7 o'clock train after his evening CPR class at the American Red Cross.
Ron Garrett is on the same train. He's had a rough day and doesn't feel like himself. Until he feels the sudden tightness in his chest, Ron never thought he'd actually have a heart attack.
Until Joel is administering CPR, he never thought he'd actually save a life.
When you train with the Red Cross, you change a life.
Starting with your own.
Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or visit redcross.org to learn about life-changing opportunities in your area.
In 1977, in Johannesburg, South Africa, an 8-year-old boy picked up the game of golf from his father. By the age of 9, he was already outplaying him. The odds of that same boy then making it to the US and European Pro Golf Tours? 1 in 7 million. The odds of the Big Easy winning the Open Championship once and the US Open Championship twice? 1 in 780 million. The odds of this professional golfer having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 110. Ernie Els encourages you to learn the signs of autism at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Autism Speaks. It's time to listen. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Hello and welcome to today's lottery drawing. Good luck. And here's today's winning numbers. First one up, it's not yours. Second one, not yours. And another number that's not yours. Okay, this is one number that's yours. It's a 5, but you don't get any money for that. And the final number is not yours.
Yep, so chances are you're not going to hit the lottery anytime soon. Don't get us wrong, the lottery can be fun every now and then. Just please don't rely on it for your future savings. How about this? Brew your own coffee at home instead of buying that latte every day. Brown bag it to work instead of ordering in. Ride your bike instead of buying all that gas. These changes alone can save you thousands a year. Thousands. Small changes today, big bucks tomorrow. Feed that piggy bank. Go to feedthepig.org for more free ideas on how to save. Feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Imagine 1 out of 4 children in America is hungry right now. Now imagine helping. Since 1975, Hungerthon and Why Hunger have counted on you to help those in need. Go to hungerthon.org to find out how you can make a difference.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
Young driving, gets under the basket, and it's scored!
WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Trae Young, his first three, ends up on the deck and one.
That was filthy.
Oh, Trae Young put on a show.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Hi, professional skateboarder Tony Hawk here with Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck to remind you to get moving every day.
Because when you get moving an hour a day,
you'll have the energy to skate through anything.
Nice play on words, Doc.
That's how I roll, Bugs. So whether you like to work the half pipe,
now that's catching air,
kick the soccer ball around, or dance in your room,
just move it your way.
For an hour a day.
The way you like to move, as long as you're moving.
Carve out some time every day and get active. Because it's time to do a 180 on what you think exercise is.
Because it can be whatever you want it to be. So be a player.
Be a player.
Get up and play an hour a day, Doc. Check out how to be a player at letsmove.gov.
Head online to get tips on great ways to get moving every day.
At www.letsmove.gov. Let's hear that one more time, Doc. That's www.letsmove.gov. A message from the Ad Council and HHS.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A
good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. In 2026, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, March 18th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Yeah, hello.
And look who's back. It's Jason William Bishop.
What's up? Thanks for running the three-man weave yesterday.
Of course.
Ran the three-man weave yesterday. Today, we're going to run our three-man weave with guests, at least scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, will join us at 7. We can talk to him about the infusion of the prospects playing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to ask him if Cole Hudson makes his debut tonight for the Washington Capitals. I'm not sure he's going to tell us, but we can ask him.
At 9 o'clock, I think this was EB's favorite signing in free agency. Leo Chanel's going to join us. The linebacker is off the charts athletically.
Yeah. I tend to like offensive guys, but what he does on defense is very important, something this team needs.
It's so funny. I did a call on Grant and Danny, and, we're always honest. I mean, I didn't know who the guy was a month ago, but you see the clips and you read about him, and it's just like, man, I can't wait to see.
Sure.
Can't wait to see what he can do here in Washington. I mean, I'm super excited about it. It's like a low risk signing. I mean, they gave decent money, but it's not like they gave him $100 million. So I just can't wait.
Guy can tackle, and he's a super freak athletically. So he's scheduled to join us at 9, and at 9:45, coming off their first ever NCAA tournament win, the head coach of Howard, Kenny Blakeney, will join us at 9:45.
Representing Howard. Look, did you guys watch the Bison last night?
Look at you. I watched some of the Bison, yes.
Yeah, I mean, game ended late for me. I mean,
they beat UMBC.
UMBC, had control for a lot of the game, and UMBC made a run at the end. Had a shot to tie it at the buzzer, but Armstrong missed it. But great win for Coach Blakeney, Coach Balanis, and the boys over there.
Congratulations!
It's a really good. It's a fun team to watch because they play really fast, and these transfers he got in from the portal.
Anytime you
very
do something
productive
like that, where it's like the first in school history.
Oh yeah.
I hope that registers with people.
Oh, yeah. And
this is in school history.
This is 3 out of 4 years he's been to the tournament.
Oh, that's great.
Winning the MEAC.
That's very cool.
Yeah, the breakthrough.
He's going to get plucked at some point.
Our College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Yeah. I got to tell you, I enjoyed the hell out of the World Baseball Classic, at least the last couple of rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to its conclusion last night. There was some drama at the end in the 8th inning. Bryce Harper hits a 2-run home run. Believe the Americans only had 1 hit before the home run.
2. I think they had 2.
Yeah, they ended up with 3. So
okay, so they had 2 before Bryce's home run.
Yeah.
Hits the 2-run home run to tie it in the 8th. But then in the 9th inning, the Venezuelans get a runner on base. The Venezuelans then steal second, which was a replay that looked just super tight. It went to the replay, and
yeah, but he looked like he was in.
It kind of did, but I don't know.
I thought he was
Usually when you tag high, they will give the stolen base to the runner, but it was a bang play.
Yeah, it was. But I thought
and so then Eugenio Suarez comes to the plate, gets a double, drives him in, and ultimately the Americans go down 1-2-3 in the 9th.
3-2. Yeah, lose 3-2.
And they lose 3-2. So the Venezuelans win the World Baseball Classic. And man, it was emotional for the Venezuelans that were in the crowd and obviously the players on the field.
Yeah, I didn't see the post game, but I read that a lot of those guys when they were playing their anthem or their
they were
song,
screaming their anthem.
They were crying. The players were crying.
Yeah.
That's how much it meant to them.
I honestly feel like it meant more to them than it did the Americans. The Americans were pumped. I mean, when Bryce hit the homer and he's pointing to the flag and everything, I mean, obviously the Americans wanted to win. Yeah. But it seemed like it was next level stuff for the Venezuelans. I was happy for him. Part of me, honestly, happy for him.
I grew up with...
My boy Garrett Whitlock got the loss, Red Sox relief pitcher.
Took an L.
Yeah, he took the L.
He was, man, he had a rough night last night.
Yeah.
I imagine he probably couldn't go to sleep.
I grew up with... I'm Puerto Rican, but one of my mom's best friends was Venezuelan, and Venezuela has been through a lot because it is a super rich country in resources, and it just has gone to hell basically in the last couple of decades. And so I'm sure there's just an immense amount of pride for all the Venezuelans that are here in this country, and then obviously those that are there.
Yeah.
Well, on the American
country of
side,
about 35 million people.
Yeah. Nolan McLean's going to be a problem for the Nats and the rest of the NL East for a while. watching that dude
Yeah.
pitch. I mean, that dude is impressive.
Yeah, but they just couldn't get any hits, man. I mean, Aaron Judge, he was in position.
It was like a game 7
a few times. Yeah, it really was.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of those players have acknowledged that playing in the World Baseball Classic for them was bigger than playing in the World Series, and a bunch of them have played in the World Series.
Yeah. I was going to say. I mean, they're really good players on both rosters, but certainly Venezuela.
I mean, I find that hard to believe that
It might be.
They said it.
It might be for them because
you
they're
don't
playing in the
believe
country.
that?
Yeah.
No, but I would say from the fans' perspective, like an American fan's perspective, I would disagree.
Okay,
For
but I'm saying
them-
the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying the Venezuelan players like Salvador Perez and
I
like
would
these guys
understand
that have been in the league for a long time
Yeah.
to represent their country to make it all the way to the final.
I understand
and then
that.
to win it
Yeah.
was bigger for them. It'd just be like, I'm just so sure some
That may be
Americans.
the case for them, but as a fan,
Yeah,
I always prioritize your professional sport over you playing for your country. Like to me, it's a bigger accomplishment if you win a World Series than you win a World Baseball Classic,
right?
Or you win a Stanley Cup instead of winning gold for your country.
Gold medal.
But that's just me. That's my fan
I don't know,
perspective.
but
I
the
think
players,
the players, I'm
they
sure
act-
have a different
they
perspective.
react differently because you saw how they reacted
Sure.
after the gold medal game.
I'm just telling you, as a fan, I would never prioritize the World Baseball Classic over the World Series.
Yeah.
I get that
It's
from
always
your
gonna come in
perspective,
second.
but I think for especially foreign countries, for players that play professionally here, like I'm going to give you a hypothetical, but Paul Gasol, Hall of Fame player, played for the Lakers. Most people remember him playing for the Lakers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had he won an Olympic gold medal, I think it might mean more to him than winning the NBA championship.
Possibly.
For his country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those if not all of the players in the gold medal game for the U.S. hockey team said that. They said this is
Right.
bigger because of what it meant for the country. They take more pride in that, representing the flag.
How long has the World Baseball Classic been around?
Not very long.
It's like the early 2000s, I want to say.
2006. I
Six,
believe.
yeah.
I heard Tim Kirchin talking about it.
20
He's,
years.
Great
But
perspective.
there's only been about 6 or 7
I think
of them
by
played.
the time we're dead, it'll be massive.
Well, Kirchin,
Yeah, I mean, it's new. It's new.
It's just grown every time.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. I was riveted to it, and I found myself thinking where, EB and I had partial season tickets to the Orioles years and years ago. And I would say back then, baseball was my number one sport. But over the years, my interest in baseball waned. But this might have reignited it a little bit. Might have
getting
reignited
you
it.
back in.
Like I'll follow the Nationals. Look, Nationals, I think opening day's in a week.
March 26th, I believe.
26 or 27.
Did they figure out the broadcast stuff on that yet? Like for us? Like,
Yeah,
what do
you
we-
got to go use the app.
Nats Television.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
but
on.
thought
I don't
they
know
were
if it's
gonna
on
have- They were going to
DirecTV.
have it on
some
providers.
cable
providers.
networks.
Yes, on some providers.
Yeah, I haven't
seen
that.
an
They announced
update.
that yet?
I haven't seen an update on.
It's not going to be just
DirecTV
the
anyway.
app. It's going to be on some providers.
Yeah, it is. Just not sure which ones.
By the way, the special thing that we have, mine doesn't work anymore. I don't know what's going on. Can't update it.
Uh-oh, that's
Can't-
trouble.
It's dead.
Did your stick run out of
Yeah.
fire?
Yeah.
No, it just says can't connect to whatever,
That's
and it's
problem.
Dunsky.
Can I have it? I'm banking maybe user error.
Well, I would like maybe the guy that's listening can maybe tell me a fix
Help.
or something.
Help you out.
Give me
I don't know
something
what
to
else
fix the
user error that
glitch.
could be. I've updated all the little things inside it, and it's connected to the Wi-Fi. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't work.
DeRosa's getting a ton of heat today. I mean, he made some decisions pregame and during the game that were very questionable. I mean, as Valdez and I were texting last night, you don't play Gunnar Henderson, who's been the star, probably the MVP of the team in the championship game.
And he played him in the game before
where he was the
over
hero.
Bregman.
And Bregman is a good defensive third baseman, but he can't hit the ball out of the infield. And he showed it again last night, how terrible he was. He went 0 for 3.
And he did pinch hit Gunner in the ninth.
They did.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh sat the bench. They started Will Smith again because Will's a better defensive catcher. Will Smith went 0 for 3.
Yeah, 0 for 3,
Had big shots, opportunities to score runs, did nothing. And then I think maybe the biggest thing is that they brought in Whitlock in the ninth, and you had Mason Miller there ready to go. It wasn't a save situation. It was a hold situation. And what does Whitlock do? Throws a wild pitch. runners advance, game over.
Is it safe to say DeRosa will not be the skipper the next time the WBC rolls around?
No chance.
It's probably not going to happen.
I mean, you also have to remember he's not a manager.
Right.
I mean, he's an analyst. He's an in-studio analyst.
I agree with some of those things. I found it curious that Gunnar Henderson didn't start.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the guys had chances and just didn't hit.
Yeah.
In particular, Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge, you would expect, who's the best hitter in the game, not just power-wise. I mean, they showed the graphic a couple times. The gap between Aaron Judge and everybody else is huge. He's the best hitter by far, and he just didn't deliver. And at least twice, I think, he struck out just looking.
Yeah. Look, it's baseball. I mean, and the other guys they were playing against are good players.
Yeah.
I can see why DeRosa's getting heat because they lost, but he's not a manager. So he's going to get questioned
when they brought in the submariner throwing 72.
I did too.
You like gimmicky pitchers.
I was like 72, baby.
Comes from down low. Basically throwing like a riser.
I mean, dude.
Billy Beane would have definitely put him on his roster of misfits in Moneyball.
I couldn't believe it.
But I tell you, I thought it was awesome. The theater too, like when they walked in and Aaron Judge has the flag and they just did everything right. And I ended up staying up to watch the celebration, like all that stuff, like you said, when they're doing the national anthem, those Venezuelans were like screaming their national anthem.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it meant a lot to them. There's no doubt about it. I was happy for him, to be honest with you. And I turned it off immediately after it was over. And I don't care. I'm not staying up for the Super Bowl,
at 11?
the Masters, the live shot of Jesus Incarnation. I'm going to bed tonight, like no later than 9 p.m. I don't care what's on television. Doesn't matter. Going to bed 9.
You're not going to watch the Caps and Sens?
Be a live orgy with everybody's wives in it.
You can catch a period and a half of the Caps, then go to bed.
Nope.
You can be in bed by 9.
Did you get into all your the bracket pools and the survivor pools? Did you guys get into any?
No, I didn't get a chance.
I did
I'll do
one
today.
single solitary bracket.
I'll violate Valdez's
keeping it simple.
Well, Exhibit A was last night because Howard counts that as their first tournament win for their school. And if they're counting the playing game as a tournament win in terms of their records and everything, it should count towards people's bracket.
He's a stickler.
It should, but if somebody sends you an invitation, it says nothing counts until Thursday.
They don't know ball.
That's the rule.
They don't know ball.
Non-ball knower.
Yeah, don't know
It's
ball.
definitely a tournament win.
Yeah,
definitely.
I know, but I'm saying that's why the argument for having to fill out the playing games is crucial for everyone's brackets.
The argument is infallible. It just gives you only a day to do it. You know, day and a half, whatever.
You got to do your research.
You got to be on top of it.
Phone number you want to touch with us
do it.
throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. As I mentioned, we got Coach Carberry from the Capitals joining us at 7. The newest linebacker for the Washington Commanders, Leo Chanel, at 9. And Kenny Blakeney coming off the win by Howard at 9:45. He's their head coach. That's all right here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. Right now, FanDuel's dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. You use them on your bracket picks, money line spreads, totals, game props, even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Your max bonus is $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for March happiness. Make the ultimate Euro step to Lindsay Volvo, where Danny and his starting lineup make sure you always enjoy the home court advantage. Looking for a steal? We have low APR offers that'll make you want to pick and roll out in a new Volvo. Power forward with the ultimate two-way player in our Volvos that travel on both gas and electric, with offers that'll make you want to sign that Volvo rookie deal. Make it in before the buzzer, or your deal just may fade away. We're posted up in the center of Alexandria, or LindsayVolvoCars.com, baby. DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/minihoopsmania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
It's taco night at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 large Hass avocados for $3 with Prime through March 24th. Make a Mexican-inspired dish topped with fresh and creamy avocados. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Nats fans, how do you show your natitude? It starts with a closet refresh with a vintage batting practice pullover.
It's gone! James Wood does it! What a moment!
Join us as the Nats host the St. Louis Cardinals on Tuesday, April 7th, and get a free pullover to add to your Nats wardrobe. Get your tickets now at nationals.com/promos.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. With over 20 years of unparalleled reputation, Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders. From start to finish, we offer a full spectrum of supply and install interior trim carpentry services with precision and expertise. At Ace Trim, we pride ourselves on ensuring cost effectiveness without compromising quality. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Clear and cold, temperature in the mid-20s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Tournament time is here, and there's no better place to watch the game than MGM National Harbor.
Head to Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor, where B. Mitch and Finley and Grant and Danny will be broadcasting live for the first round game.
And if you really want to feel every shot and every buzzer beater,
take it next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge. Grab your crew, lock in your seat, and ride every game all the way to the final.
Tap opens at 11 both days, so get there early.
This is your tournament headquarters.
Only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Welcome back on a Game Show Wednesday. Going to give you a chance to win some Dave Matthews Band tickets later in the program. Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals, joins us at 7. One of the big stories in the NFL offseason has been Max Crosby and where he would end up. And it seemed like he was going to end up here in Baltimore. They made a trade, at least in the tampering period, before anything became official. Max Crosby was traded to the Baltimore Ravens for 2 first-round picks.
Yep.
That deal, of course, was nullified. The Ravens backed out of it, citing some problems with Max Crosby's knee and his health. And Max Crosby spoke about this, not that happy about what happened.
Like, before I left, I wanted to see the head coach just chop it up, talk football, talk ball. Like, he's a defensive guy. Never met him before like that, so I wanted to chop it up. So I didn't get to meet with him till the end of the day. I didn't get to see the GM at all. I thought I was going to see him when I first got there. I didn't see him for 5 hours.
So he didn't come out. The whole time you're testing or doing your physical, everyone's talking about
Never.
the GM never came once out to see you.
And I don't know why. I'm not going to speculate. I didn't see him one time. I even asked the girl. I was like, "Where's Eric at?" Like, I want to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, he just made the trade. Like, I didn't see him for 5 hours. So I go and do my thing. At the end, they're like, "Yeah, I'll take you up." Joe was like, "I'll take you up and you go see the head coach, whatever, just before you leave." I was like, "Hell yeah!" I was like, "That's what I want to say what's up to him." So I went back up and I dap him up, and they could just tell like the energy was a little bit off. And the GM was standing in like the hall, like in the room next to me to the right. And that was the first time I seen him. And, I'm just in my head, like, this is a whirlwind. Like, I'm so excited, like fired up. You know what I mean? Like, this is a new opportunity, whatever. And you could just tell the energy was off. Like, I dapped him up. He had like a blank face.
No, that's kind of riveting. It was a riveting interview.
Weird energy there.
Yeah. I saw like 2 or 3 clips. Didn't see the whole thing. I just saw 2 or 3 clips that were posted, maybe 10 minutes of it. A riveting interview.
Like, you would think if DaCosta pulls off this trade, he's going to be there like when he gets off the plane or once he walks into the facility. There's going to be a big hug. It's going to be on Ravens social media. Doesn't sound like any of that happened.
A lot of people are accusing the Ravens of not living up to the bargain, that they just had buyer's remorse and they got out of it. What would you rather have? Trey Hendrickson and the 2 first-round picks, which they ended up, or Max Crosby? And I know that they're trying to spin it like they wanted both, and they could have had both. Would you rather have Max Crosby? Now, in some statistics, Trey Hendrickson is better over the last couple of years. Trey Hendrickson has had more sacks, for example, but Max Crosby apparently is better against the run, and I do believe he has more pressures overall.
I'd probably rather have Hendrickson and not have gone through the embarrassing dog and pony show that transpired by bringing Crosby in, announcing the deal.
They don't
and
care,
then.
Though. You know what I mean?
But it's kind of
it looks bad.
It's like egg on your face for the organization.
It does.
It doesn't look great.
It does. I agree, but they don't care.
Yeah, but unless it's legitimate that they really are concerned about the knee,
right?
Well, if you saw the interview,
if it was just buyer's remorse and they said, "Man, what are we doing? We can get Trey and keep our ones." That's a little different.
They just said that one of their doctors had some concerns about it,
right?
And they wanted to do some more research and whatever. So who knows?
I think I'd rather keep the ones.
I think all things being equal, you want the ones and the guy.
Now, if they wouldn't have gotten Trey,
Crosby is a better player.
Yeah,
for sure. But
they got a good player. They got a good one.
The only way I would not want it is if for some reason like he's broken. If Hendrickson,
right,
then I would say you probably screwed up. But as long as Hendrickson, if he does anything that approximates what he did prior to last year, then I think it's a good deal for them.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad for Max. He seemed like he was genuinely thrilled to be there.
Right.
And it just wasn't going to happen.
And now that makes us for a super awkward year for him with the Raiders. Now he's just like in limbo.
Yeah, because he'd been saying he wants out. Yeah.
He knows the team wants to, deal him. He wants to be away from the team.
I thought they've had like some sort of strange reconciliation where they understand and they're like back on the same page now.
Yeah.
You know? It was like a weird thing, which I didn't
I'm
expect.
sure over time it'll be fine.
I think he put it out on social media like, I guess I'm a Raider. I'm fired up.
Yeah.
Paraphrasing.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't sound that genuine, but
okay. I mean, at the end
Well,
of
he
the
also
day,
knows he's going to an inferior team.
I saw some theories that
Going
they
back to an
thought
inferior
the
team.
Ravens would suffer in the future with agents, and
Maybe.
you saw like anonymous GMs taking shots.
maybe. I bet. I mean, at the end of the day, if they show you the money, you probably 99 times out of 100, you're probably going to go. The guy I think won't do that is Ayuk, but that'll be tested. But I think 99 times out of 100, if you have the most money or whatever, the best circumstance, the guys are going to come. The Ravens have historically been a great franchise.
But clearly Crosby could read the room if he's getting bad vibes from Minter and didn't even talk to DaCosta. He knew something was up.
yeah, he knew something was amiss.
I will say, defending the Ravens, he was complaining that he took a direct flight into D.C. That some people were saying in the comments that unless they flew him in a private plane, that it was like only Southwest and some others, and they're not going to fly him Southwest, right? Because there's no real first class.
Yeah, he's going to fly United.
You have to fly into D.C. and then drive into Baltimore. I don't know if I can't confirm that, but that's what some guys say. I fly from Vegas to Baltimore all the time, and
you can fly into Baltimore.
The only way to fly into Baltimore is with
Southwest
and one other one. It was like Spirit or something. I don't know.
Okay.
And
definitely not flying.
they're not
going to
fly him that way.
No.
So to defend the Ravens, the only thing they could have done is their own private plane. Which
I wonder why they didn't do that.
Well,
Although I guess
they probably knew.
I guess
pull out of it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
They wanted to see how he'd handle leg space.
Yeah,
with his bad knee.
But I would defend.
It was a test. It was their final test.
Apparently,
let's see how he gets off the plane.
Valdez is telling me they flew him home private.
They did fly him home private.
Yeah.
So he came over on United, flew home.
You figure
private.
if you're really into the guy, you fly him in private, and then you don't have to fly him home.
I mean, I don't know. You've done that before, but I've done it several times where you fly 5 hours someplace, 4 hours, and then for whatever reason, you have a 2-hour drive afterwards. You want to eat a bullet. Of course, it's the last thing you want to do is hop in a car for another hours
hour
after you've just been on the plane
hour and a half.
Do you think it's possible or even likely that they thought Hendrickson was going to land elsewhere, so they rushed the Crosby deal?
No idea.
Signed the Crosby deal, and then
once they realized he was available,
then like in the time between them actually having him in the building and when they're signing him in the tampering period, all of a sudden Hendrickson shows interest, and they close the Hendrickson deal, or they know that they're going to close the Hendrickson deal, and then they figure out a way to back out.
I'm just going to go with the fact that the one doctor that they trust looked at the knee, did the test, and just didn't feel great. And
what was also riveting,
I'm just going to go with that.
I have no idea what to believe. What is riveting, though, I do believe Max, that he immediately said he called his surgeon, who he says is like a buddy. Like, I go to his house.
Yeah.
Like, he's done all my surgeries. In his opinion, he said he's the best in the league. He called him right away, and he said, because he said when they were saying they had some questions about his knee, he says on the down low, deep inside, I'm kind of privately going, what are they finding?
Right.
Like, what, am I screwed? And then he called his doctor right away, and his doctor, to his credit, or whatever, believe it or not, said, no, your knee is exactly where it's supposed to be 9 weeks in. You're going to be in training camp, and you're going to be fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the Raven doctor didn't see it that way.
Right.
But the doctor he trusts
Neil
reassured him
Atrosh
that you're just fine, and that made him feel
By
a
the
lot
way,
better.
shouldn't the I don't know how all this works internally. Shouldn't the Ravens doctor fly out to where he is, conduct his inspection of his knee, and then if there's an issue, call back to Baltimore and say, "Look, I don't know if I love what I'm seeing here."
I know that's what they do before they sign things.
I think the
they
player
send
usually
medicals,
I think
and
they
then you
usually
do it
come
in
to the
person.
facility.
Yeah.
You send the medicals, and then you do an in-person to see.
Maybe different teams do it differently, but
True.
I'd read that most of the time the prospect comes to the facility, and that's where they examine them.
I mean, if I'm plunking down $30 million on a guy, I want my doctor looking at him before I agree to anything.
Well, that's why they have that window where they can actually get out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really break any rules because
I'm not saying they broke any rules. I'm just, I'm just thinking out loud. Like, why wasn't this brought up before he flies into your facility?
Matt, are you
flies across the
Matt?
country?
I know you're a little biased, but are you with me when you believe that the doctor just looked at it and said he's not ready to go? It's not worth the $30 million a year.
I
or
think,
are you thinking something different now?
Well, they
Which
shouldn't
one-
weigh in on whether he's worth $30 million.
Well, you know what I mean.
I think all things being equal, if his knee wasn't basically hanging on by a string, I would want Max Crosby over Trey Hendrickson, especially in the short 3-year window that the team currently has.
Even giving up the 2 picks? Because it's not like just a trade. It's
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I could go into it, but there's a possibility Lamar Jackson's not on this team after 2027. So your window is basically now. But JP always talks about Occam's razor and how the simplest explanation is usually the most correct, and going down this wormhole of theorizing and this conspiracy theory that they backed out is a little more far-fetched than just going, hey, we're worried about his knee. I don't know if we really want to do this, if it's really worth the risk.
The only counter to that, and I think that you're probably right, but the only counter is that they did know he had the procedure. I mean, I knew it.
I know.
We all knew it.
But my guess is their doctor told them saying, "Hey, I don't know if he's going to be ready by camp, or you know what, he may play this year, but you know we're seeing stuff that this could be a lingering issue where you know maybe he plays this year, but the next year that he's here, or you know the second and third year that he's here, he's going to be missing. He's going to be missing a lot of games because it's bone on bone.
Yeah, it's always.
I'm more angry that no one is mad at the Raiders for trying to sell a lemon. Everyone's mad at the Ravens, but no one's mad at the Raiders.
That's if the Ravens doctor's correct over Max's doctor.
Yeah, it's differing opinions from different doctors.
I mean? I've never rooted for someone to shred their knee more during training camp than Max Crosby.
Well, you're actively rooting for that.
Yes, to prove that the Ravens doctors are right.
Okay.
Well,
I am kind of loving the. At first, I didn't, but now I'm loving the vitriol that NFL fans have for the Ravens.
Right. The Ravens have become villains.
Oh, I love being the villain.
Right.
Yeah, they're the Cowboys now.
I'm drinking all of the tears. It's awesome. I love it. I never thought I would love being a heel this much.
Okay.
Well,
you're embracing being.
I'm embracing it. It's oh God,
the heel turn feels good.
It feels so good. Having everyone hate you.
Sure. Embrace it.
Yeah.
Drink it in.
And just you know, giving a head nod to your purple brethren.
Right.
It's backs against the wall.
It's intoxicating.
It is. I've never.
You better hope Trey Hendrickson doesn't re-injure his knee in week 4.
Yeah.
And he's out for the year. Hope that doesn't happen.
Be bitter when people are running right.
But I mean, his
Trey
doctor, Crosby's doctor, did say he's on pace to recover based on when the surgery was and where his rehab is. He said, look, he's not 100%, but he's on pace to be there.
He just had surgery 9 weeks ago, but he's perfect and he'll be ready for training camp.
Yeah,
and you never know how rehab's going to go. Different timelines for different people. Like right in the NBA, you know, Jason Tatum is back and nobody thought he'd be back from his torn Achilles.
Right.
By the way, he's looked pretty good. Celtics probably the favorite to come out of the East now that Jason Tatum is back. And it wasn't exactly at the same time because Tatum was hurt in an earlier round. But Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers tore his Achilles as well. Not back.
He's done, yeah.
Totally.
Now his happened a couple weeks later, and the Pacers are in no rush to bring him back because
Tatum
congratulations to the Wizards, by the way, 13 losses in a row.
The Pacers have lost 14.
Unfortunately, the Pacers have lost 14 in a row.
And they're battling.
Yeah, but
for the bottom slot.
Remember when the Kings had the worst record for as long as they did?
Yep.
And then they went on a little win streak, and they've got more wins than both the Pacers and the
But just to defend
Wizards.
Halliburton, beyond the timelines being slightly different, I mean, Tatum is back in world record time. No one's ever come back at that. So it's unfair to hold Halliburton.
Yeah, I'm saying
that
my point is that there's different timelines for different people.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so
well, I mean, it's not like those two injuries could have been identical. You know, they could have been different, slightly different.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
They probably weren't the exact same injury.
And maybe Max Crosby, his doctor, obviously has a bias to say everything went great from my surgery. His doctor might be minimizing something, some sort of complication.
Possible, but if you remember to the Ravens, they didn't say all their doctors had a concern. They said one of our doctors.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Be interesting to see what happens. I know this. When Max Crosby's on the field, he's a force. But so is Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah. I would have liked to have had any one of those guys, but I kind of like where we ended up.
I would have been size for both.
The only downside is the Ravens don't play the Raiders in the regular season. That would be appointment TV, I would think, after all the drama.
They'll lock that up for next year. That might be like an opening day thing, opening weekend
Could
thing.
be.
Right.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, is there a new issue with self-driving cars?
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Hey, it's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out last summer, I called Dan Foley from Foley Mechanical because this isn't some franchise or giant corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call centers, no nonsense. Dan runs a tight ship, and it shows in the work they do. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day, and I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking his guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't want to touch that, but they know how. Foley Mechanical is legit. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality work from a company you can trust like I did, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley, the owner. Tell him Bish sent you.
The sun is out, the birds are chirping, and the open road is calling. Bring on the spring at the Honda Spring Event and take that road trip you've been dreaming of. Now is the time to check out the Honda Civic and HR-V from Honda, the 2025 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand.
Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by seven-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
For years, you've heard it all over the radio and TV. You sang along to it in your car, laughed about it with your friends. If it's not stuck in your head, what are you even doing with your life? Coming this spring, you'll hear a new Easterns classic everywhere. The new go-go jingle of Easterns Auto. Any car, any way, for everyone. Visit Easterns.com.
Final days, no extension. This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. You must schedule your free consultation by then to save. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, and Provia doors all buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% financing for 1 full year. Save now at thewindowman.com or visit their Fairfax showroom by March 31st. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform. or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Big guest lineup today. Don't sleep on it. Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Caps, will join us in just about 20 minutes. Leo Chanel, Commanders linebacker, scheduled for 9 a.m. And Kenny Blakeney, Howard's basketball head coach, who got their first NCAA tournament win in program history last night in the first four. He will join us at 9:45.
That UMBC game that ended about 8:40-ish, maybe a little bit later. They do the post-game press stuff. You know, who knows what time they get out of there. Took a charter flight from Dayton to Buffalo, where they're playing Michigan tomorrow night at 7:10. Landed at 1 a.m., all right? By the time you get your bags and get to the bus and get to the hotel, probably do 2. So they probably got to sleep around 2 or 2:30. So it's a long night. Worth it. But a long night for Howard, and they're just going to probably sleep in. So hopefully,
they deserve it.
Hopefully, Coach Blake will give us a call at 9:40.
So I saw this article. It was in the New York Times about self-driving cars, and in particular, the autonomous taxis. And it was referencing they're in San Francisco, they're in other cities, and they've been successful for 3 or 4 years, right? But there was something that has happened a couple of times that maybe is a huge red flag.
Okay. Yep.
Because the programming was not necessarily ready for this in the way that humans would respond.
Okay.
So there were people that were using the autonomous taxis, the self-driving cars, that does not have a driver. You're just a passenger. And then the cars were attacked for whatever reason.
Attacked by what? By who?
One time it was like vandals.
Okay.
And if you were driving the car, and there were people outside the car hammering the car.
Okay.
Or trying to get the car, you would speed away.
Now, I have a question.
Generally, yes.
Are they doing it because they're targeting it? They know it's an autonomous vehicle.
The 2 incidents that I read about in the article, they were different. I think maybe in one of the incidents they might have been targeting like anger towards autonomous cars.
We'll also know you're more of a sitting duck because it doesn't know how to respond.
But the larger point was that the unexpected hazard, people are worried about the car during these attacks. That the programming was they're going to lock the car down so you can't get out of the car to run away.
Right.
And
I guess
waiting for police to show
So
up.
the car just freezes instead of fleeing.
It's a big problem.
Yeah,
big problem.
That's
you
an
got to
issue.
figure that out. You have to have a way to override
That's a huge issue. Like the car isn't self-aware enough to get itself out of danger. From the
You're
sound of what
essentially
you're saying.
trapped.
So you're just trapped in
during
there.
an attack.
What if I decide I want to get out of here? You can't.
Right, you're locked down.
in the car.
You're powerless.
So I have to figure that out.
So the one in one of the instances, the guy said that the attacker didn't appear to be on drugs or impaired, but seemed to be overtaken by extreme anger at the self-driving car.
Okay. So he was so upset that there was an autonomous vehicle that he just attacked it.
And then the computer, I guess.
People do that. I don't recommend it, but people do that, Cakes.
The computer inside the car.
Those people are wacky.
I guess makes a judgment.
Right.
And its judgment was it wasn't safe to get out of the car and run away, so it just locked the doors and essentially waited for help.
Well, it worked out. The guy wasn't harmed inside.
No, they called 911 eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually, the person didn't get inside the vehicle.
Right. But what if the person had gotten inside the vehicle? Then
Shouldn't there be a
that's an
way
issue.
to take over the driving aspect?
Yes.
I'm surprised there's
like
not.
a big red button and say, I get it.
Yeah.
I was napping in the back
Right,
seat.
and turn it off.
Now I
Yeah.
need to take over.
You just turn it off.
Yeah, but how much
Bail
you're in the
on
back
computer
seat?
mode.
You had a wheel.
I don't even know.
there?
Are you in the back seat or you in the side seat? I've never been in one.
I would
As
imagine
a
Most of those
taxi.
things you're in the back seat unless you have multiple passengers, right? The other part of it is a lot of these. I mean, I don't know a lot, but there are definitely a percentage of these that have no steering wheels.
Right. They said the car's
Ain't nobody
software.
driving that thing.
Then you're really boned. Then you got nothing.
Then you got to pull Jack Bauer 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to pull a
Jack
Jack Bauer like when he's steering the plane with the.
Right, with the cable.
It just tells
Yeah.
me more and more that if I am ever in a vehicle that I'm not driving, I'm just going to have somebody else driving me. I'm not going to have a dumb computer driving me around.
I'm with you.
So it said
I'm gonna have
here-
an Uber driver or like like a limo driver.
And that's even rare for me.
yeah. But I would rather somebody else drive me instead of
A computer.
car.
Nobody.
Yeah, just a computer driving me.
Yeah, I agree.
No, thank you. I know that's going to be the norm in about 20
I know
or 30
that
years.
the percentages are that you'll get wherever you're going safely, but I just don't trust it.
Right.
I just don't trust it.
completely with
I
you.
used to be 100% that way. I have grown more open to the idea. I feel like the technology is pretty good.
But you like to, and you like to
and I
snooze and,
don't
sleep.
like
and
to drive.
I know you don't like to
It
drive.
doesn't thrill me at all.
Yeah.
So in the incident that the New York Times is describing, the crazy dude who may or may not have been on drugs punched the car's windows and tried to lift up the vehicle. He then yelled that he wanted to kill the guy inside and the other two passengers for giving money to a robot.
I'm going to argue that he was probably on drugs if he tried to lift the vehicle
or
himself.
he just has a lot of robot venom.
Yeah, he's got a lot of.
So he's bitter that they gave money to the robot.
You know, I'd like to ask this person: does he attack the self-checkout kiosks at his local grocery store? Does he have
I don't know.
venom towards those too? Because those aren't piloted by a human.
But according to the company, the reason that the car didn't drive away is because there were other people nearby, standing nearby.
Right, it didn't want to mow somebody down while it's trying to flee.
During the incident.
Right. See, that's a problem.
Listen, I don't think anybody should attack anybody over something like this, obviously, ever. But I can understand the bitterness at robots taking over our society.
Yeah.
I understand that perspective. So
I understand that too, but it doesn't give somebody license to just attack people that are riding in a driverless vehicle.
Absolutely not. Does not justify it. But I will say I understand the frustration. We don't want to be surrounded by robots.
No.
You know, luckily I think we'll be dead, but our kids will be.
And but
They'll be
you have
surrounded by
control.
robots.
I mean,
Yeah.
the people have control. Don't get into a car like that.
Yeah, I know, but this is just the beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg.
I know.
You're going to go to McDonald's and you're going to have a robot serve you your burger, and then I mean, it's just what's going to happen. And,
Well, I mean, most McDonald's, when you walk in now, there's just a kiosk. I mean, a human taking your order is generally secondary at a McDonald's now.
I don't necessarily think it's
Like,
great
they're
for
there,
society,
but
it is what it is.
Well, that's why I just do the drive-throughs
for the most
because you're always
part-
going to get a person at the drive-through.
For now.
For now.
For now
you are.
Yeah.
For now, but it could change very quickly.
Yeah, in about
I just
I mean,
saw
I don't see
something.
why- they have the technology; they could probably do it within a year or two.
I'm sure they could.
In some of the airports now,
Yeah.
they're starting to have kiosks of. I hesitate to call it restaurants, but like fast food places.
Sure.
And the rationale is actually pretty good. It's like for off hours. You know, like a lot of times restaurants after 8 p.m. in airports are closed. And so the story that I saw was like about In-N-Out Burger or White Tavern or one of those places.
White Castle.
White Castle, yeah, that's not that prominent here, that they were having kiosks.
I mean, I'm not trying to eliminate anybody's job, but is there anybody more worthless than the person that just takes your credit card and or money at the first window at a McDonald's. I mean, I
actually think they're highly skilled because they're usually talking to somebody at the same time that they're dealing with you.
They are multitasking.
I'm actually pretty impressed with those
like
people.
The actual money
They're talking to the
exchange
people
part,
behind you.
Yes.
Yeah, but the part about like taking your money or like processing your credit card, like that's easily replaceable by like
Understood.
a computer interface.
Here's the part that I think that you're missing is that we're designed for human interaction.
Understood.
Yeah. And we shouldn't be. We probably shouldn't live in a situation where all we're doing is on our phones and we're interacting with robots. That's probably not the way it's supposed to be. That's all.
Generally, no. Yeah. But sometimes I want less human interaction. I mean, I'm just being
sometimes,
honest.
sure, you can choose it, but it's being chosen for us.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's very irritating to a percentage of people.
Right.
I'm not going to say what the percentage is because I don't know. But, we thrive on human
we're not going to
interaction.
ever be in a situation where we go to a restaurant, we're sitting at a table with our families, and a robot comes up and takes the order.
I'm pretty sure
that's never going to happen.
Pretty sure that's
I think
the
you're
case.
wrong.
Okay,
In
I'll bet
20
you any
years-
amount of money.
In 20
I'll
years,
bet you any amount of money.
it's
A robot's
assumed-
not going to just walk up. It's not going to happen.
20 years?
This is not.
I think you're wrong. I will bet you $20 for 20 years.
All right, 20 bucks.
Well, I'll
Have
tell you
seen
this.
the video? Hold on. Let me
I'm
finish
not
my
tipping the
thought.
robot 25%.
Have you
Right.
seen the video where they were showing the robot to Kyrie Irving and whenever I don't know what team
Right,
he was
blew
on.
his mind.
No.
I don't know if he was on the Mavs. I don't know where the hell he
No,
was.
some of these robots are absurd.
They had this robot out in the parking lot. It's a
Yeah.
viral video. I'm sure
Yeah.
you've seen it.
I haven't
And
seen
they're
it.
like, "Go ahead, you can do whatever you want to it." And Kyrie said, "Really?" And it was like, it's like really an adept robot that could do anything. And they said, "Go ahead, you can do anything." He said, "I can do anything." He said, "Yeah." Kyrie went up there and shoved it, and he just smashed it back. And then they were kind of stunned
Right.
that he did that, but he did neutralize it. He did neutralize.
He neutralized it.
Yeah, it kind of.
Well, I just don't think we'll ever get to that point.
He basically broke it. But it was, a pretty adept robot.
Now, according to Waymo, the company that has these self-driving cars, its data has shown a 90% decrease in serious injury or worse crashes for its cars compared with the average human driver over the same distance.
Still doesn't make me want to hop into the back of one. You can give me all the stats you want.
I'm not doing
Give
it.
me a
But
human
you
driver.
would feel, even though you didn't have anything to do with it, you would feel bad if you were a passenger in a self-driving car and you mowed down some kid, chasing
Absolutely.
after a rolling soccer ball in the street.
Yeah, but I'd feel just as bad as if I was driving.
Well, you would.
You'd
I
probably
think you
feel
would
worse.
think maybe you could have. We would say, "Oh, maybe I could have avoided it." I think that thought would cross your mind.
By the
Whether or
way,
not you could have, I don't know. I think the thought would cross your
On a
mind.
quick side note, Jason Bateman definitely cosplays as a sex robot in DTF St. Louis.
You love that show.
I'm just going to put that out there. In the
Is that the one that keeps pushing?
in the
that
most recent episode.
Valdez came in and had a heart-to-heart and wanted to quietly tell you that he's not enjoying it?
I mean,
Is that the show?
Yes.
He's watched all 3 episodes.
I've watched
For
all
somebody
3
who's not enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
He
just
came
point
in
that
there.
out.
He didn't want to have this conversation on air, but he kind of quietly said, "Cakes, I've been watching it."
You're pushing something that's not top notch.
Well, they're also explaining some sex act that I couldn't figure
It's
out.
very it's very the kinky
Amazon?
kinky sex is keeping
Come on, most
me
people
around.
know the Amazon.
I couldn't figure it
Yeah,
out.
you're well-versed
There's
at
a lot
all
of
in-
sex fetish through the first 3 episodes.
It makes me question a lot of things about Cakes that he's enjoying this show. So
Oh,
much.
have you watched it too?
Well, I told you yesterday I watched 5 minutes of it,
Oh,
and
you said
Jason
5
Bateman
minutes,
was laying on a bed and something was being inserted.
I'm not a,
And I
look,
was out. I
I'm
said
not,
that's enough
I'm
for
not
me.
a Puritan over here, okay? I'm not a apparently
What do
you're
you think-
approved.
Hey,
Cakes,
what's going on over
Cakes
there?
might be a
Comes to that, I
What do you
am
think's going
approved.
on behind that big tree?
Yeah, hey, Cakes might be a freak.
I'm,
Yeah, what are you doing with Amy?
I'm enjoying the show.
Are you
That's all.
watching it with the wife?
She's watching
Yeah.
it with me.
Hey, has Amy ever said powerhouse to you?
No, she hasn't. No. It's a very weird bit.
Has Amy ever said,
It's powerhouse.
"This is too much"?
Powerhouse.
When you're watching this and Drab is even seeing something
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
making him
Yeah.
say, "Hey, this is maybe a little much for me." Has Amy ever said, "This is a little too much for me"?
Nope.
No.
Not yet.
She likes it.
Not yet. I mean, the season's only 3. It's
You
only
mean, you mean
3
it's not
episodes
too
in.
much? It's not too much when he's looking at Playgirl.
It's a little bit weird with my wife sitting 2 feet behind me when the
Yeah.
female character is powerhousing Jason Bateman.
Why is your wife behind you?
Because she's on the bed and I'm sitting in my Archie Bunker chair.
Is it
watching
is it weird? Is it weird when they're showing the dude's Peyronie's disease?
It's a little weird. there's a lot of curvature there.
Is that when you have a hook?
Maybe she's seen it before. Maybe she's seen it before.
Like a big hook. like absurd hook.
I have a funny story about that, but I don't want to talk about it.
There's a lot happening.
All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears. We'll talk some Puck. Capitals head coach Spencer Carberry joins us here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Team USA had the best closer on the planet sitting in their bullpen in the ninth inning. And that's before we talk about Aaron Judge going 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, or the fact that the most star-studded roster in World Baseball Classic history could only scratch out 3 hits. Add it up, and it's an all-time collapse. I'm John Love.
All right, guys. What if selling your home actually felt simple? Less uncertainty, serious buyers walking through the door, more money in your pocket when it's all said and done. That's exactly what Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams bring to the table. The average home sold by Reynolds and Power Home Team sells 3 times faster than homes listed with a typical real estate agent. What does that mean? Well, how about fewer days keeping your house perfectly clean, fewer last-minute showings, less disruption overall? Even better, their sellers can net 4.2% more on the final sales price. For many homeowners, that could translate into over $30,000 more at closing. That's more money in your pocket. Isn't that what it's all about? They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell for whatever reason, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah just going to buy it themselves at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You literally have nothing to lose. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/minihoopsmania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Honda Spring is in full swing at the all-new Landmark Honda in Alexandria. New 26 Honda HR-V LX, just $199 a month. New 26 Honda Accord front-wheel drive LX, only $269 per month. Shop LandmarkHonda.com. See dealer for complete details.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training
See you later.
are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
By the time the 8th inning rolled around, the U.S. trailed 2-0 and had been held scoreless in 17 of their previous 18 innings. Then Bryce Harper came through with a 2-run homer, tied it up 2-2. Top of the 8th, Eugenio Suarez doubled, put Venezuela on top 3-2. That's where it stayed, your final score last night in the WBC Championship. Team USA's offense struggled all tournament, but it was really on display last night. Outside of Harper's home run, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. And over in the NBA, the Wizards were extremely shorthanded. They ended up losing to the Pistons 130-117. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Everybody here ain't from here, but we're here doing our thing. Letting go.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. That is the foursome coming up at 9 o'clock. Leo Chanel's going to join us. He's the new linebacker for the Washington Commanders. We'll also check in with Kenny Blakeney, head coach at Howard. They get their first win in the school's history in the NCAA tournament. He'll join us at 9:45. But right now, Caps head coach Spencer Carberry joins us, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit cfaortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Morning, guys.
Coach Carbs, let's go back to the game against the Bruins this past weekend. Is that the longest shootout you can remember being a part of? 9 rounds in that Bruins game this weekend. Like, were you and the coaches like, who are we going to send out next? Like, who's going to be out on the ice next to take a shot for the Caps? It was getting to that point.
That's one of the longer ones. I've been a part of a few longer ones as a player and as a coach, but that 9 is pretty deep.
I mean, it was like edge of your seat, like exciting. I thought, like who's gonna break through first. I felt bad for that a goalie had to take a loss after the performances that both Swayman and LT put forward there.
Yeah, you could tell when you were watching that go down, Swayman and LT, like the confidence, like on each shot, you were just like, there is no way. Where is this guy going to go, and where is he going to be able to shoot? Because they just looked so dialed in. So every time our guys went down or their guys went down, there was not a lot of net. You could tell both guys felt really good about their game and were confident.
You've talked about this in the past with us, but I want you to kind of reiterate how much time is spent preparing for a shootout. I don't think it's something you practice very often, right?
We do it a fair amount. Some guys like to practice it. Some guys don't. Even like really good shooters, some guys like they know their move, they know their path, and they don't want to overthink it or get in their own head about it, and they just go down and they execute their moves. Some guys like to practice it a lot. So our goalie coach works with a lot of guys. So Nick Dowd, actually, funny story, the move that he used, where did we win that game where he got the winner? In Detroit. Okay. Mm-hmm. So Nick Dowd has never really been a shooter in the shootout. Okay.
so he started working on a move with our goalie coach, Scott Murray, and he kind of perfected this move that he was working on at the end of practices. He would keep working on it, and he got really good at it, really confident. He would go down, and sure enough, Scott Murray was beating the table and saying, we're struggling with shootouts, as you guys know. So we're trying to find different shooters who can potentially score. Well, Nick Dowd isn't your typical guy you pick, fourth line center, doesn't score a ton, but Scotty Murray was beating the table for him and saying, you got to use Nick Dowd, try Nick Dowd. We used him in Detroit, and he executed his move perfectly, and we won the game.
So this week, at least for me, it went viral. There was a behind-the-back shot in the KHL. Is that something that most guys can do? Like, how freaky is that to see a behind-the-back shot?
You don't see it often because did you see the post game from the coach? He's like, that was a great shot, but don't ever do that again. I think it's just, there's some guys that'll try some pretty creative stuff. Like Sonny Milano was one of those guys that, would do some risky, bat the puck up, pick the puck up. Mm-hmm. But you got to be careful about doing those when the game's on the line and there's 2 points at stake, because if it doesn't work, there could, it's 2 points, right? So it's a 1 point difference.
So, Coach Carb's big news for the Caps over the past few days is that Cole Hudson signs. He's 19 years old, fresh off his second season at BU. He's a youngster. You haven't committed to starting him tonight against the Ottawa Senators. I'm going to read from Tariq El-Bashir's quote. This makes me think you might be putting him in sooner rather than later. Your quote was, no sense in putting the restrictor plates on. Like, let's go. And look, this is a perfect opportunity, Coach. I mean, it is game day. If you would like to announce that Cole Hudson is active tonight, you're welcome to do that on this show and give us an exclusive.
We have a sort of checklist that we go through as a staff. So we meet at 7:30. So in 22 minutes, we'll finalize the lineup, and it'll be no different this morning. Just based on and it's not trying to be dramatic or keep anything from the media. The reason we do that is just based on someone getting sick overnight, someone waking up and they can't. So now you've committed to a lineup and said, hey, these guys are going, this guy is not. And now all of a sudden that changes. So we always just make that final decision, 7:30 a game day. And then when players come in, they see the lineup and we go from there.
Ovi hasn't scored as much of late. What have you seen from his game?
He's been solid. I know the goals haven't been going in. We haven't scored at a high clip with our whole group. I think the power play has really affected him negatively, with us just not being productive on the power play at all. So I think that just bleeds into his game when he's not getting opportunities or scoring on the power play, which I don't think he's scored in a long, long time on the PP. I think it affects his whole game. So we're trying to work through that. We're trying to problem solve that. Cole coming in will give us a different look as well with someone on the back end that can potentially give us a shot in the arm and a boost of energy there. So we'll just continue to work with it, and hopefully our power play can get going, and that'll help O as well.
What a great teammate Pierre-Luc Dubois is. I mean, last year he offered up his home to Leno when he got the call up late in the season. He's doing the same thing with Cole Hudson, offering to let him stay there until he finds his own way. And I saw a quote from Hudson basically saying he's going stir crazy living in the hotel that he's been in for as long as he's been in town. I mean, is Pierre-Luc Dubois, is he going to go into the hospitality industry when he's done playing? Because it seems like he could run like a bed and breakfast.
He might need to think about that, because this young man has a young child at home as well. Now, last year it was just him and Maddie there. So now with a young family, that is significantly more challenging, but maybe they use that to their strength and Cole does some babysitting.
Yeah, and talk about the support system that Cole is going to have. You know, in not only in the locker room, I saw that Carly basically reached out to him after he had been traded to Anaheim about his call-up, basically saying, if you need any advice or need to talk, just give me a call whenever. And I saw that he was also on the phone with his older brother who plays for Montreal for like 3 hours, talking to him about what to expect, now that he's up with the big club. So he's got a really good support network helping him as he's come up from BU.
Yeah, he really does, and he's part of a very successful hockey family, and his other brother plays as well. He's got two other brothers played at BU with him, I believe is in Edmonton's organization. So you've got the family dynamic. His brother it's in Montreal, that's a very similar defenseman to him, having just gone through breaking into the NHL from college. So there's all the family ties to lean on, and then you also have the great leadership, like you just mentioned, with John and the rest of the guys that are in this organization currently, that are just the Dubois, Ryan Leonards, Tom Wilson, that are just going to help him. Our whole D-core, Matt Roy, who he's probably going to play with, Marty Fayarby, Sandine Chicky. He's got so many resources and so many people that are willing to help him and want to see him reach his full potential.
Coach, has there been a team, let's kind of just stick to the Eastern Conference, a team that has surprised you this year?
I
know Carolina's always very good, but
yeah,
has there been a team that's kind of surprised you? Man, they're better than I thought they were going to be.
I don't know if there's a team that surprised me. I would say early on, we played a team a couple times, and I felt like right away, I go, they are a lot better than they have been the last couple of years, and I feel like were really, really good, and just their whole lineup was the Tampa Bay Lightning. And I know that they've been good for a long time, but the last couple of years they've taken a step back. They've lost in the first round 3 years in a row, twice in a row to Florida, and I just felt like playing them early on. I was really, really impressed with the additions that they made, and it looked like they had sort of recommitted themselves, and yeah, they were playing really well.
Hey, Coach, big one in the playoff chase tonight as Ottawa's here in D.C. Caps are 3 points behind the Sens in the wild card chase. The Sens have 2 games in hand, which is not great. They come in hot. They've won 5 of their last 6. And this guy's not a household name, and forgive my German if it's bad here, but Tim Stützle, that dude's a handful.
Nice.
Is that pretty
Nice.
good? Is that solid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really good.
He's got 30 goals and 40 assists this season. I mean, he's just one of a bunch of guys you're going to have to keep tabs on tonight.
Yeah, they're playing at a really, really high level. Feel like in the second half of the year they've really picked it up, and they're forward groups, so they're 4 lines of forwards. They can go up against anybody in the National Hockey League. Extremely deep. They have a familiar face in Lars Eller as their 4th line centerman, and with Stützle and Brady Tkachuk, as you guys probably remember from Team USA and the gold medal at the Olympics. So a really, really deep team, and going to need our best tonight. And it's going to be a desperate team, like you said.
All right, Coach. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks,
Coach.
buddy.
That's Spencer Carberry, Capitals head coach, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. I'd been used to checking the wild card standings. I shouldn't even check them anymore.
No.
Because I was used to seeing them 7 points back. I think they're 8 points back now.
It's very slim, their chances.
Yeah.
Why would you just sort of torture yourself?
It's just trying to stay informed.
And I feel like it's a lock.
They're out.
It's a lock that Cole Hudson is going to make his debut tonight.
Sounds like it. If that's what he said.
I mean, you don't say, let's not put the restricted plates on the kid, let's go, and then sit him with 14 games left. Like, you get him out there, see what he has. I would think.
He's a second-round pick.
Yes.
Defenseman.
Yep. 19 years old.
Exciting if you're watching the Capitals tonight.
Yep.
Hopefully you will see that youth movement.
And he's wearing a silly number, EB. 44.
Oh, okay.
Wearing Rigo's number.
Nice.
Silly one. It's going to look good.
And they drafted him when?
2024.
A couple years ago?
Yep.
Right.
It seems like
all right, good.
Are there any iconic hockey guys that wear that number? Doesn't really jump out at you.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But I saw that yesterday. I was like, it looks pretty good on the Cap sweater.
That could be a
You'll
special
probably
number.
see it tonight.
Yeah.
Let's hope you see it tonight.
I think
famous hockey players, number 44. How about Bobby Orr?
That's a pretty big one.
There you go. We missed him.
How about Paul Coffey?
Another big name.
Great one, but that's like kind of before my time, to be honest with you.
Well, they're definitely before our time.
I mean, Bobby Orr, I definitely think I had a hockey card of him.
You probably did at some point.
Yeah.
1,000 Craig Worthingtons and 1 Bobby Orr in your collection.
I think I had
Where are the Craig Worthington cards?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't still have them.
I know
do
where
you?
they should be.
Are they in the garage?
They should be in a landfill, but they're not.
Yeah.
No, they're not in the garage. Actually, most of my collection is in a big giant closet.
Oh, you still have it. You still have it all.
What would I do with it?
I don't know.
Give it away? I put a lot of heart and soul into it.
I don't know.
It's a family heirloom at this point.
I feel like I should go through there, though, and just cash out some of them. Some of the few remaining ones that have value.
You should.
Get like a new wedge. Or
Hold up.
something.
I need to check on this Bobby Orr thing. AI might suck. I just put what number, what hockey players famous wore number 44, and it came up Bobby Orr. Yeah, it might be a AI hallucination.
Yeah.
We need a hockey guru to fill us in, because then I saw somewhere else.
He might have worn. Was he on multiple teams? He might have worn 44.
I see
for one
4.
Team.
Yeah, that's what I see. 4.
Yeah, I see Bobby Orr.
I'm
4.
just telling you what. I don't even know which one I have, Gemini or whatever.
If you're using Google, I think it's Gemini. I think.
Yeah, I think that's wrong because every picture I'm looking at, he's got number 4, not 44.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll have to check. Maybe Paul Coffey. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Gemini stinks.
Has Bobby Orr ever won 44?
I'm going to guess it's a no.
Not in these picks.
Usually these guys stick with one number throughout their career.
No, he never wore 44 during his NHL career. He wore 4 his entire career.
Right.
He briefly wore 27 in training camp in 1966. So there you go. This is the last one. The greatest NHL player for each jersey. Did you see that?
What did Dale Hunter wear?
32?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I mean, it's one of the 4 Caps numbers that's been retired.
Okay,
I
so
should
here
know
you go.
that.
There hasn't really been an iconic. The greatest one is Chris Pronger. Isn't he most known for fighting? Wasn't that guy?
He's like a Hall of Fame level defenseman.
Okay.
He's a pretty good player.
Okay. And then a couple other guys.
Yeah.
That I've barely heard of. I thought Pronger was he was a goon.
Not a goon.
Okay.
I'm sure he could fight, but he was not known for being a goon primarily.
Okay. Gotcha.
We opened the show talking about Venezuela taking down the United States in the World Baseball Classic. Is the WBC becoming more important than the World Series? We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Swinging to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for Titleist's limited time loyalty rewarded promotion when you special order any 3 of these: the Titleist Pro V1s, the Pro V1X, or the Pro V1X Left Dash, or AVX dozen golf balls. And you'll get another dozen for free. So you can golf with more speed and short game control than ever before with the #1 ball in golf. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet from my guys at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get peace of mind for life with Ted Britt for life. That's powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia state inspections, and so much more. Some great deals to tell you about now. Do a little electric like I do. 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $11,500 off and no payments for 90 days. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt? $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months, and no payments for 90 days. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today. Enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Everyone's talking brackets, buzzer beaters, and game winners. Well, here's yours. It's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where now, when you stop by the dealership, they'll dish you the rock and let you shoot your shot for some silly savings. Knock it down and score $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned vehicle. Do what I'm doing. Run with my guy Josh Cochran and the 1 seed at Buyer Subaru. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online now at buyersubaru.com.
Final days, no extension. This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. You must schedule your free consultation by then to save. Ultrex Windows, Monterey Ray storm windows, and Provia doors all buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% financing for 1 full year. Save now at thewindowman.com or visit their Fairfax showroom by March 31st. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
JP Finley for my team over at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy, like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. And Oarsman Ford of Alexandria has a great selection of quality, certified used vehicles. Plus, they offer free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Go check out my guy Lee Brooks and take it from your pal JP Finley. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. Let's ride together.
Tournament time is here, and there's no better place to watch the game than MGM National Harbor.
Head to Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor, where B. Mitch and Finley and Grant and Danny will be broadcasting live for the first round game.
And if you really want to feel every shot and every buzzer beater,
take it next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge. Grab your crew, lock in your seat, and ride every game all the way to the final.
Tap opens at 11 both days, so get there early.
This is your tournament headquarters.
Only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, up to 40 days a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm on tilt. Can't find my water cup. I put it in my locker. I know nobody went into my locker to steal it.
Well, it's just a paper cup, or
no, it's just a little tumbler.
Can't you just get a paper cup and just do something?
I guess so. Got to find the paper cup.
Yeah.
You probably left it. Did you leave it in the break room?
I've been looking all over. Like sometimes I'll leave it in the studio after the show.
Well,
I was not here.
I was tweaking
That's
yesterday
probably what
because
happened.
I actually lost something of value. Now, I mean, it's not a ton. It's not like losing my phone or my wallet, but I lost my earbuds yesterday. I don't know how I lost them. I know how I lost them. One, I'm absent-minded. Two, they're in the world's smallest container. They're not the Apple earbuds. They're just Sony $50 jobbers, but still, I lost them somehow in between the gym at Norbeck and the locker room at Norbeck. They disappeared. I don't know where they went, and it was driving me crazy.
And you went back to the gym? Because I leave them in the treadmill all the time.
I went back twice.
So you checked all the cup holders and everything?
Checked everywhere.
I lose things like that, but I always say to my wife, it's temporary because it always reappears. It always ends up in a pocket of something that I hadn't considered.
I checked my pockets 100 times.
Do you have an air tag to track them?
No, of course I don't. Of course I don't have an air tag.
Well,
They're gone.
Doesn't Valdez did like find my AirPods or whatever?
Yeah, I don't have the Apple. I'm not in that ecosystem because I have a Samsung.
You're a Samsung, right. Okay, I forgot.
So they're gone, and I already ordered a new pair.
Oh, you did?
I went on Amazon last night, and I ordered that they'll be at my house.
Wait a second, you definitely had them in the weight room.
100%.
Because you were listening to music.
Yes.
All right, so you're exercising.
Yeah.
Then you go to the locker room.
Yes.
And when do you realize you lost them?
I went in the locker room. Here's my critical mistake. Because I'm weighing myself, I have to have everything out of my pockets. Everything. AirPods, lip balm, keys, all of it. I put it down on the counter. Went over, weighed myself. Came back, thought I put everything in my pockets. I put the dumb lip balms in. Apparently I didn't put my earbuds in.
You think somebody took them?
I don't know if
maybe they turned them in.
I don't know.
But it doesn't matter. You already ordered new ones.
I'm flummoxed. I was tweaking hard.
I would have asked.
I was not happy.
Turned them in.
I did ask.
Oh, okay.
I did my due diligence. They're gone. They vanished into the ether.
Well, that's what I'm doing with my Tumblr.
What time was that?
I don't know. It was yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
We just missed our
2:30. I don't know.
I was there at the exact same time. I was actually hitting balls when it was 32 degrees. Just working on a short game. It's freezing. I'm a maniac. But I'm terrible, so I want to practice.
It's just terrible.
So then I went into, eventually went in to get a sauna. Did you jump in the sauna?
Did not jump in the sauna.
And here's it was the awkward deal where I walked in and there was already a gentleman in there,
right.
and, naked. He had a towel, whatever. But I sit down and it's like 4:05, and it was just a miracle. I always bring my phone in. I know a lot of people don't. I don't get a signal in there though.
Yeah.
I had to call Grant and Danny at 4:15
from the sauna.
Well, I'm butt naked. Yeah. I'm sweating.
Yeah, sure.
And then I realized I don't even get it. Even if I wanted to and do a call here, I don't even get a signal here. I had to run out of there.
Yeah.
Put clothes on, all sweaty.
You had to do the blitz.
I had to go do the blitz. So I'm dredged because you can't walk around the club in your towel. I don't get a signal in the locker room.
Yeah.
I had to put on my clothes, butt sweaty, and then go into an office area.
Sure.
And make the call, and then immediately get those stinky clothes off and get back in the sauna.
Right.
But at least I didn't lose my AirPods.
Yeah. Bad day.
I'm
Yesterday's
sorry.
a bad day.
How much do AirPods cost?
They were like $50. I mean, nothing outrageous, but still, it's $50 out of my pocket that
Hey.
I didn't have to spend.
Join us right now to give us a little take from a Venezuelan is one of our colleagues from El Zol, Patricia de Lima.
Very good.
Big day.
Patricia.
She was watching. Were you locked in,
sure
Patricia?
she was.
I was so locked in.
Yeah, what did it feel like as you were watching it unfold? Did you feel comfortable the whole time?
Did you cry?
I cried. I'm shaking. I'm still in shock. I can't believe it. It's just like living a dream for sure. ¡Viva Venezuela! Somos campeones del mundo for the first time ever.
Did you get nervous when Bryce hit the 2-run homer to tie it up?
Oh, my Lord. I was like, Bryce, I used to love you. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to us, please. It was crazy. I was like, oh, my Lord, this game is starting over again. It's like the first inning. And then, boom, that little ball just made my night, made my day, made the history of Venezuela. You know, for us, this is really like more than baseball. It's part of our identity. I mean, baseball is part of our DNA. We grow like smelling baseball. So this is everything to us. It's hope, it's unity, it's pride. Millions of Venezuelans around the world just listening to the name of your country for something positive. When the whole world before was everything you hear Venezuela was something negative about Venezuela. Now, for the first time in a really, really long time, it's like, oh my God, we're breathing again.
Were you familiar with most of the players on the team before watching the WBC?
What some of them?
Yeah.
With some of them.
Yeah. Like
yes, of
Acuna.
course.
I mean, some really good players. I mean, Acuna's a stud.
Yeah.
And Oreyes is a stud. Torres is a stud. All those guys are really good.
Abreu.
Yep.
Salvador Perez. I mean, yeah, and Miguel Cabrera, Joel Santana. I mean, I think the whole team and the management, they all did an amazing job, and they were so united. You know, like I think it's the first time that I see the team so united from the get-go, and they gave everything to God. And they sure did.
Have you been following this in previous years, or is this the first year you really got into it?
It's the first year that I really, really got into it because we've never made it so long.
Right.
So far.
Right. I wonder what percentage of, I'm sure it's a high percentage, like a World Cup thing. What percentage of TV, like what was a rating in Venezuela?
Oh, I'm sure everybody was.
Every TV is available.
Did you talk
to
share or greater?
Yeah, were you talking, Patricia? Were you talking to your family, friends, or back in Venezuela about?
Yeah, you know what? I was on the phone with them, and all I could hear was fireworks. It was crazy. It was like Christmas in Venezuela. Everybody on the streets, everybody celebrating. Like honestly, like fireworks. It was like New Year's for us.
What percentage of the guys on Venezuela are big leaguers currently? What percentage?
I would say all of them.
All of them?
Guys?
Pretty close, yeah.
So
I think pretty close.
So they're pretty much all doing very, very well. What is the financial reward for winning the WBC? Does anybody know?
I have no clue. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Did you guys know?
You should get sent a check, Patricia. They should send you a check.
I hope so.
Cut you in.
You know what? Let me look for it.
Yeah.
Let me see what they get.
Yep.
Right.
Because I was thinking about it yesterday, and my cousin in Venezuela said that probably they're going to get a car and a house, like each of them.
Right.
But I'm not really sure. Now I'm looking at it. They are, of course, a lot of money for the staff and the players. The whole team is going to get $14 million.
It's not about the money, though. Those guys would do it for free. You know,
No, but
it's
the money
pride,
matters.
and you can speak on this, Patricia. And it's hard to do this in a minute. And I know you got to go, but Venezuela is a super rich country in resources, but it's a different country now than it was 30 years ago.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, well, as you said, I think these guys will do it for free. I think any Venezuela will do this for free. But the economy there for Venezuelans, like regular workers, is still bad. It's still horrible. There's no middle class right now. You're either rich or poor. Like you're struggling to eat. So yeah, we were billionaires. I mean, I think it's crazy how much money do we have in resources, but the real Venezuelans, we don't get anything from those resources, so we just have to get out and hustle.
All right,
terrible.
Patricia, well, we know you got to run. Congratulations.
Congrats.
I know you're very proud of
Thank
Venezuela
you, guys.
winning.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
You should
Viva
be proud.
Venezuela!
Patricia De Lima.
I'm reading here that each player got about $113,000.
I just wondered if it was like, life-changing money or anything.
No.
Those guys are already making millions.
Yeah, they're
and
making
millions.
so much dough in the majors.
Yeah. Yeah, good for them. I was happy for them. I was rooting for the United States, obviously, but I can't say I was crestfallen. You could kind of see it coming.
But when Bryce Harper hits the home run in the eighth
maybe
inning,
have a chance here.
You feel like there's momentum
for sure,
and they just seized it right back. And they made a note of this in the broadcast. The manager went for it. You know, he brought out his reliever. He didn't save his reliever for a lead. He's like, we're going to put him out here now for an inning, and then they delivered.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it was like Game 7. You just use whoever you want at whatever point in the game that it's critical, right? It's a Game 7. You've got to pull everybody, and obviously DeRosa's getting criticized because he didn't use Miller, but
This guy's got a hit,
Every
though.
losing manager gets
Whitlock.
criticized.
Whitlock is a good pitcher.
I'm team DeRosa.
He hadn't given up a run.
Yeah, Whitlock is a good pitcher. He didn't have it last night.
The broadcasters were saying that they were like stunned at one point. They're like, "This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The Americans don't have any runs.
I mean, he's throwing against major
They've
leaguers.
got like 2 hits.
Yeah.
I think it was the 6th or 7th inning, and they were like, you couldn't
see-
write this script that the Americans would not have a run.
You could see the American team was kind of stunned and bewildered. Just they had they had stressful looks, in the dugout in the 6th, 7th inning before the Bryce bomb.
Yeah,
and then after when they gave up the run.
Yeah.
You could just see the stress.
Because they have to live with it for 3 years. It's not like this is an every year event.
Yeah.
Put this up as the Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside.
For the players, I would never argue with them. Whatever they say is what they say, what they feel. For the fans, for me, as an American, it's not.
Yeah, I would agree.
Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Again, use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. I'll say this as a fan. I would rather watch the World Baseball Classic 100 times out of 100 than a World Series that was the St. Louis Cardinals against the Toronto Blue Jays, or pick 2 other random teams. Now, I watched Game 7 last year. I enjoyed the drama of the Dodgers pulling it out last year. That was great. But, pick 2 random teams that are not the home teams. It's not the Nationals.
Yeah.
It's not the Orioles. If it was, I don't know, the Milwaukee Brewers against the Chicago White Sox, what would you rather watch? I'd rather watch the World Baseball Classic. The emotions, the atmosphere.
I think the emotions are pretty similar in the World Series.
Those particular teams, I might agree with you. As a whole, since these players grew up here and they were watching the World Series as kids, I'd find it hard to believe that they'd rather win the WBC than a World Series.
Because much more history at the World Series than WBC.
I know Aaron Judge said that, but he hadn't won a World Series yet. If he won a World Series, that might be a little different.
Cakes, what would you rather watch? And, this baseball Cakes. Put your baseball cap on.
Yep.
Would you rather watch World Series? Now, it's a little different because this is a 1-game elimination.
If it's not a
if
World
it's Angels
Series-
versus Padres, I'm giving you 2 teams.
Yeah.
Angels against the Padres.
Right.
Or the World Baseball Classic.
I would give a slight lean to the World Baseball Classic because I literally couldn't care less about the Angels or the Padres, even though I have attended a Padres game in person. I did that this past year.
You're a Padres fan.
Yeah, big Pods guy. Cakes. So, yeah, I'd give a slight nod there to 2 teams I literally couldn't care less about to the World Baseball Classic.
And it's different because, like you said, it's a one-and-doner, and it's not a best of 7.
Now, if I was Venezuelan or if I was Dominican, I would put more value in what my country was doing. But I'm just a regular old American, whatever. I didn't have a super incredible sense of pride watching the game last night. I mean, I thought it was interesting.
I thought it was cool. The Americans showed up in the hockey jerseys.
Yeah.
And, they just won the gold medal in hockey. They're wearing their jerseys. And then the entrance was awesome, the national anthem and all that stuff.
For me, I felt maybe more patriotic watching like the hockey. I don't know why. Maybe just more traditional. I'm just programmed that way.
Yeah,
I would agree. One, I mean, it was cool. I mean, when Bryce hit the bomb, I was pumped. And when he's pointing to the flag, I mean, that was cool.
Yeah.
You could tell it meant something to him. And no doubt, I wouldn't deny that it didn't mean something to them. There's no doubt.
Oh, yeah, they wanted to win.
100%. And I think they felt like, who was it? Skeen said it. The most important jersey he's ever worn is the one that says USA on it. I get it.
800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in, and you can vote on our poll at Junks Radio. Remember, we got Leo Schnell, the new Commanders linebacker, scheduled to join us at 9 o'clock. Kenny Blakeney, head coach at Howard, joins us at 9:45 here on the Junkies. Hey, but let me tell you about Red Wings. Did you know your trade worker's favorite boot brand now makes apparel for the job site? Red Wing now features hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and pocket and graphic t-shirts for both men and women. This apparel features premium yarn, enhanced stitching, easy functionality, and a clean fit designed to eliminate
Ash Apparel today to see the new collection. Red Wing, work apparel done right.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right.
We are football. Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Looking for a good edge? BMW of Fairfax has a limited number of I-Series courtesy vehicles with a few miles on them. In golf, I'll take strokes. On a parlay, plus money. Same idea here. Lease an i4 from $349 a month or iX from $499. Visit BMWFairfax.com.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard Heating and Cooling Unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. It's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
Matt Valdez from the Junkies here. Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Visit my friends over at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. At Ted Britt Ford, they don't play games. The buying experience is simple, seamless, and comfortable. I'm the newest customer at Ted Britt Ford and just purchased my Ford Bronco Sport. The sales staff cares about your needs and budget and will find the perfect ride for you. Check out their inventory at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax off 50 where I got mine, or in Chantilly, and they're a click away at tedbritt.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty.
There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Find premium protein options for Mexican-style meals at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off 8 to 12 count responsibly farmed colossal easy peel white shrimp with Prime through March 24th. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Leo Chanel, the new Commanders linebacker, scheduled to join us at 9 a.m. You don't want to miss that. Super freak athletically. Great tackler, if you look at some of the metrics. So he will join us at 9. Speaking of the Commanders, we spent a little time talking about Brandon Ayuk. And it's all speculation whether he's going to be here in Washington, if they trade for him, if he gets released by the 49ers. We don't know what's going to play out. Some people believe he's going to end up here in Washington.
I think it seems like it's almost a consensus around the country.
Certainty?
That
there's a connection. Yeah.
That if he was left to his own devices, that's where he wants to be. Like it's almost like a consensus.
But he's been silent.
Well, I would think he would want to be wherever he can make the most money.
I think he's an exception because he's already proven that money is not the most important thing to him. By all the money he's blown. I think he's an exception. I think most people that fall into that.
Well, I mean, he did hold out because he didn't have a contract.
Right, but then
he wanted to get paid.
But it's all speculation. Nobody knows. He's not saying anything.
Right.
We have limited information on him. But this is from Rigo's Rag. Grant Cohn of Sports Illustrated explains why Brandon Ayuk walked last year. He returned to the team, but he was never cleared from his injury. The reporter hinted that the Niners didn't want him to play, and he left after that. This is the quote. Brandon Ayuk didn't quit on the 49ers. They voided his guarantees, and he still returned to the team from July to October because he wanted to play. They never cleared him. They didn't want him to play. When that was clear, he left. He's not the bad guy. This according to Grant Cohn from Sports Illustrated.
It's very similar to what I saw that. Yes, I saw that entire explanation. It's very similar to what I read from the other reporter that covers the 49ers. That there's kind of, blame on both sides. That, he wanted to play. He was doing his own rehab, though. That pissed them off. So each thing kind of pissed each other off. And then they weren't prepared to play him yet. And they shut him down, essentially. And that's when he finally gave up.
The part that I find weird is the teammates not really knowing what's going on with him.
Well, if you listen,
I saw an interview with George Kittle.
Yes. Yeah, saw some of that.
And
too.
Kittle said that Ayuk sent him a text when Kittle got hurt, but essentially he didn't really know what was going on with Ayuk. He was like, he was working out, and then all of a sudden he was gone.
But I think that's often happens. It doesn't always. But that when you're injured, you're like doing your own thing, especially when you're long-term injured.
But it's that lack of communication with, you would think, some of his boys. Like, you would think that, he's working out at home, or he's good, he just wanted to be away from the team. Like, all of them seem to not know anything.
Well, part of it's out of sight, out of mind. Like, they're in the midst of training for the season and or in the season.
Yeah.
They're busy. They don't necessarily have time to,
reminds me of
repair connections with Brandon Ayuk.
It reminds me of the comic that did the great bit where he said, I played golf with my buddy, my buddy Tom. And my wife goes, how's he doing? He's going through the divorce. He goes, I don't know.
I love that bit.
What do you mean you don't know?
It's a great bit. And
he goes,
just don't talk about it.
He goes, I don't know. Is the lawyer? Like, you talk to the wife at all? Like, is he frustrated? Is he sleeping? He got a new driver. I know
that's
that.
all he knew.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's what guys do. So I kind of, they're doing his own thing. He's doing their own thing.
Like my wife will, if I play tennis with Mikey Botts, she'd be like, "How's Mikey doing?" I'm like, "He's fine."
Yeah, how do I know?
And she'll ask another, a follow-up. I'm like, "I don't know."
Then talk about it.
I don't know.
I've had to train my wife. Stop asking me. I don't. It's not that I don't care. It just doesn't come up.
Right.
I need to bring this up. I just noticed it, so it took me 2 hours.
Yeah.
His headphones are the world's biggest.
We had those yesterday.
You can.
They are so big.
Are they that
Are they-
big?
are they-
that
they look
off-putting?
pretty freaking big.
I noticed they were
Put
new
the size
yesterday.
of his headphones next to EB's.
Well, I mean, I have the
just
world's
take yours.
smallest.
Take
I
yours
mean,
off.
mine are $10.
Okay, but
look, I'll be honest.
Do you have the
full
world's
disclosure-
largest ears?
No, my
Are they
ears.
your
I think are
son's gaming headphones?
I think my ears are just normal size.
Right.
I have normal, average ears. So my headphones broke.
Yeah.
I didn't want to super glue them, so it was either order new headphones or look in my office, and stuffed in the back of like a drawer was a brand new set of headphones still in the box. And I said, well, I'm definitely using these.
Was that a Top Flight brand? One Audio?
I have no idea. These could be.
It's not audio. It's audio.
I didn't even buy them. I just found them. I just stumbled upon them.
They're
I said,
probably like gamer headphones.
these are my new jams.
Yeah.
They're
and this
huge.
This is what I'm wearing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys joking on me when I wore the
They are pretty
earbuds for
freaking big.
years.
I did want to comment on them yesterday. Not that they were big, but
Yeah.
that I noticed that you had a new
Different
set.
ones.
I needed to break out a new set, and this
Right.
is them.
Right.
And will be for the
Do they
time
sound
going-
good?
They sound fine.
They sound fine, right?
I know that I need to still crank it up to like 7 out of 10, which is not great. Like halfway, I can barely hear anything. I need it a little past halfway. Actually, a decent amount past halfway.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great.
But back to Ayuk.
I mean, we've worn headphones for 30 years.
I know. It's taking its
not,
toll.
It's not good.
Back to Ayuk. I think it's unknown. He could be a good guy, and the 49ers were just jerks to him.
I'm not.
I could see Kyle Shanahan being prickly.
Sure.
For sure.
And John Lynch, you think when they're combined, they can't be a united force against
Yeah, but there's got to be a
player?
reason.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm not claiming he's a good guy, bad guy. I have no idea what kind of guy he is. He could be some days good, some days bad. I'm some days good, some
He
days
fell
bad.
out of favor with them for
But
whatever
I
reason.
think he also was frustrated with them. He wanted to play. They were holding him back. He was going through the warm-ups. He wanted to do his own rehab. They wanted him to use the team doctors.
Right.
So there was just a frustration on both sides. I think if I remember correctly, I'm just speaking off the top of my head here, but if I remember correctly, when he ultimately did sign his extension, didn't they say it was one of those deals? It was almost similar to the McLaurin deal where he held out a lot of, didn't actually get anything much out of it either.
Right.
So he took the deal because he wanted
was still
more
the
money,
best deal
but
on
It
paper.
was still the best deal he could get. But he didn't really win that much in his negotiation. So my guess is he probably was still a little bit of lingering bitterness there. Like there could be a million things.
All I know is this is the new Terry McLaurin holdout story here in Washington. This is the new. We're going to have an update on this basically
Until it ends.
every day until there's some sort of resolution.
Well,
whether he's here or he signs with another team.
I am convinced. And they say that and I don't know if this is true or not, but that the 49ers really, some people speculate they really don't want him to go to Washington.
Right.
They know he's going to play again somewhere, but they really don't want to reward the way it went down.
That's what I said on Monday. Maybe they just are. They haven't released him because they know that he wants to go there, so they're holding out to see if another team will give him a trade, even if it's a 7th rounder.
Of course, and they'll do
take
everything in their power within reason to not just make it super easy for him to sign with
I
Washington.
mean, if the Cleveland Browns say, "All right, we'll give you a 7th rounder," gone. He's going to the Cleveland Browns.
100%. He has no control over that. No control. But if it gets to a point where he has control, this is where we differ, Jason. If the Browns offered him $10 million and the Redskins offered him $5 million, I'm telling you he's taking the $5 million. And he's in the 0.01%.
We'll see.
1-800-636-1067 is the number you want to chime in. We got Leo Chanel, Commanders linebacker, joining us at 9. Kenny Blakeney, head coach at Howard, joins us at 9:45 here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The march for Arch is officially on. The Dolphins dumped Tua, traded Waddle, signed Malik Willis. The Cardinals cut Kyler Murray and handed the keys to Jacoby Brissett and the Jets. Geno Smith, really? They're all racing to the bottom for Arch Manning in the 2027 draft. Tanking in the NBA? Welcome to tanking in the NFL before the season even starts. I'm John Lund.
Legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. And we've seen a lot of those recently. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. Trajan Wealth, retirement planning built on trust. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game than MGM National Harbor. Feel the energy at Tap Sports Bar with mouth-watering game day bites. Or take your experience to the next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge, where every shot and every buzzer beater feels even bigger. Grab your crew, find your seat, and cheer on your team all the way to the final. Your tournament headquarters is waiting, only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here. Learn more at mgmnationalharbor.com. Must be 21. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mpgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everyone's talking brackets, buzzer beaters, and game winners. Well, here's yours. It's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where now, when you stop by the dealership, they'll dish you the rock and let you shoot your shot for some silly savings. Knock it down and score $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned vehicle. Do what I'm doing. Run with my guy Josh Cochran and the 1 seed at Buyer Subaru. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online now at buyersubaru.com.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin's shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Back for Wilson, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The U.S. didn't put a run on the board last night until the 8th inning when Bryce Harper smacked a 2-run homer to even up the score in the WBC championship. But then in the 9th number 16 seed Howard finished the night with a check mark next to their name, outlasting UMBC 86-83. The Bison are now headed to Buffalo, New York, where they'll face number 1 seed Michigan on Thursday. From the Crop Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A
good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. That is the foursome in an hour. We got Leo Chanel from the Commanders scheduled to join us. He's their new linebacker. It's funny, EB was talking about being on Grant and Danny's Blitz yesterday and panicking because he was in the sauna.
Well,
you don't want to miss the segment.
Didn't have a signal.
I've missed the segment once where
that's
they call me. It's like
humiliating.
It's 11:30, and I said, "Can you do this?"
You know why it's humiliating? Because you're letting a fellow host down.
You're right, and we've been there a million times where guests have flaked on you.
Yeah.
But and I've told like Clary would call me up and I'd say, "Hey, dude, I'm doing carpool till I get home like at 4."
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, can you do 4:15?" I was like, "Just remind me." And then sometimes it just
Full
you forget.
disclosure, I flaked once too.
Oh, you did?
I just spaced. I agreed to it early in the day, and I did put a reminder on my phone.
Yeah.
And then 4:15 comes and goes, and then I looked down at my.
Where were you?
I don't know. I just
living life.
You usually have your phone right there.
I think
he doesn't answer his phone. He never answers.
I forgot.
That's true.
But usually they call you, so I'll admit I've forgotten, but they call me.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, whoa! Okay, I'm ready. Sure.
Yeah, but that one time that I'd say I flaked, I didn't have my phone with me. And then all of a sudden, because I'm just running around at home, I get home, my kid's getting home from school. It's 15 minutes till the scheduled appearance. Next thing I know, I check my phone and it's 4:30, and I missed the bit. But anyway, I heard EB's bit, and the premise really of his Commander segment was the global view of free agency.
You actually heard the call?
Yeah.
Oh, you were listening? Okay.
Yeah, they did the same bit. There's a new show, 30 years.
Yeah.
Every time that I've ever done the Junkies Blitz,
right.
I know.
Danny does the whole thing.
What was his global view of free agency?
Well, he can talk about it right now. Like,
I don't remember what I said.
Oh.
Well, just I think overall, you think you're optimistic, right?
Yeah, I think
you said BB plus.
Yeah, but I also think too that it was kind of, and I had said this to Jason before, and maybe Jason ended up being more right than me. But that Jason's like, I expect them. I don't think it. Maybe it happened. I expect them couple major signings. Whatever. They're gonna be big spenders. And obviously, in the first day, it was slow developing. They did sign Odafe, whatever you say.
Owe.
And by the way,
I'm gonna struggle with his name for 4 years.
I know.
Just go Owe.
Yeah.
He's not. He might not be a household name, but
he was a top 5 guy in pay.
He was a top 10 free agent.
Yeah.
So I was right on him.
Yeah, right. But anyway,
they were after some other big names. They
just didn't land them.
They just
which
didn't
you can't blame them.
Yeah.
But I had the first 2 years globally, sort of in free agency, they took a very cautious, I would say, safe approach. Signed some veterans, 1 and 2 year deals, very low guarantees. Let's just figure out sort of where we are. This year, a little bit more aggressive, a lot more sort of name quality, like starter guys. I mean, if you look at the list of guys they signed, I think it's pretty safe to say at least 5 of them are going to be starters.
Well, they had to.
At least.
They had so many holes to plug, and they had so much money to spend.
Probably more.
Sure.
Made sense.
But they met, in my opinion, because I wasn't one of these persons that thought, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but that, Josh Harris, he just walks on water, and Adam Peters, he walks on water, just because he's not Dan Snyder and whoever, and Bruce Allen or something. Like you got to show me. And Adam Peters in the first 2 years was solid, but I didn't know if he was up to it. And I thought it's a long way of saying I think he passed the test. I thought he was up to the challenge for free agency. It was a big.
Well, that's what
as Cake said, there's so many needs.
That's what a 5-12 season does.
But
it makes you
desperate. Makes you desperate to fill the holes.
You got to pluck
and to upgrade.
You got to pluck guys and fill holes.
But
because
I thought he did a good job.
I think he did too.
On paper,
based on paper. Yeah,
on paper,
I would
they
agree.
could beat the 6 Marshawn Lattimores.
Yeah,
because I like that one too.
Now's kind of the quiet time, right? The dust is settling on free agency, and I thought that was an interesting question and answer. And we can throw it out to callers as the dust has settled. What do you think about the free agency? Like, there have been some minor moves too, like they re-signed Jeremy McNichols, right? So you might have thought, okay, but you might have thought before free agency, we talked about some of these names. I know Breece Hall was franchised, but there were like some top running backs.
Kenny Walker went to Kansas City.
There were some top running backs where Commanders fans were like, well, maybe we'll get Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a letdown that you don't get the top guy, but as the dust settles, you've added Rashad White, who catches balls out of the backfield. You bring in Jerome Ford. You re-sign Jeremy McNichols. So kind of as we go through all of it, I want to hear perspective. 800-636-1067. Are you kind of with EB that maybe you didn't get the big names you wanted, but it's pretty good?
I thought
I would say it's pretty good. It's not great.
Very good. Did I say B+? I said B+.
I think so. I didn't do a transcript. I was driving around.
What I'm feeling today at 8:07 a.m. on March 18th is B+. I might feel something different in an hour, but what I'm feeling right in this moment was B+.
The thing that I wonder about is, like, on defense, Jason, they didn't get any superstars. You know what I mean? Owe maybe is going to be that guy, but Owe might just be another. And this isn't necessarily bad, but Owe might be another Brian Arakpo or Ryan Kerrigan.
Yeah, but
Ryan Kerrigan was really good.
Those guys
but we need those guys.
They'll give you 10 or 12 sacks.
We need those guys.
You need that.
I know.
But there's not the premier guy.
I'd love a guy that gives me 20 sacks, but
they didn't
outside of Crosby and Hendrickson, like, they weren't really in on those guys.
Those were the superstars.
But
they didn't get those guys.
Maybe instead of Max Crosby, you got Chanel and Oahu or whatever you guys say.
Owe. Why are you struggling?
Because I don't like the way it's spelled. Owe.
It's easy to pronounce. Okay. O-W-E-H.
Yeah.
Owe.
I'll struggle with it.
At some point, you'll get it right. But I think that they plucked enough guys and they filled enough holes where I would give the defensive free agency grade. I'd probably give it a B+ or an A. Offensively, I'm still iffy. Running back room got better.
It's an upgrade.
All right, running back room did get better. They needed a tight end. They got a tight end, but the receivers are still there. I mean, unless they're going to go out and draft a Tate, I don't think they got that much better.
To me, that's the biggest hole clearly on the offense is wide receiver, and I'd say on the defensive side, it's still secondary.
But see, 1-800-636-1067. They wanted to get the center, Linderbaum. They whiffed.
They wanted Pierce.
Yeah,
maybe a B+ is too kind.
I can't think you could say they whiffed. They said that we think that's fiscally irresponsible.
Okay, but
they center $27 million. They didn't want him.
Okay,
but they didn't want to pay the absorbent price.
Yeah,
is that whiffing, or is that just saying we're going to back out here because it's too expensive?
Adam Peters probably said, "I'm willing to pay him 20, maybe 22 and a half, but I'm not going to pay $27 million."
The one you can say they whiffed on.
Okay, you can quibble with my language.
The one you can say they whiffed
quibble
on
with my language, but they didn't address the position. They wanted to address the position.
Yet.
They went after the top free agent, and then they didn't address it. And you can say yet, but we're talking about as the dust settles, where are we at with free agency, right? So center. They wanted to address wide receiver. They went after Alec Pierce. They went after Dobbs. Didn't get them.
But they still have backup plans.
I understand they have backup plans, but I think you need to take a look at that perspective.
But it doesn't mean that your backup plan might be just as fine.
And what I would say about the defensive players, I don't think any of them have made the Pro Bowl.
Okay, that's fine, but they
may be good players.
But they're a better unit. They're a better unit than they were last year.
They're upgraded and more
it's a better defense.
They're younger, too. Across the board, they got younger, which had to be a major emphasis for this team.
They got younger and faster.
The front office.
They got younger and faster.
They couldn't just bubblegum it with 31 and 32-year-olds. You needed to get younger, and they did.
I thought it was interesting when Danny asked me, do you think they could go from, did they actually get to a good defense with all of the moves? And I said, well, what do you consider good? And he said, like top 13, and I think that's a stretch. I think it's hard to go from 32 to 13. And I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I wouldn't bank on it.
I think they'd be happy if they were top half of the league.
Yeah, I
if they
said
got to
17.
that level, top 15
17.
or 16, like they'd be happy.
But if they go from 32 to 16 and their quarterback stays on the field, they're a better team.
Right.
They are a better team because they're going to.
That's the key.
It's another thing, again, just brilliance for me. They're going to force punts in a league that never punts anymore. They're going to create turnovers for a team that never really created turnovers before. They're not going to lead the league in any of that stuff, but they didn't do any of it last year.
If those guys produce, because the negative Nellies would say that guy Robertson, who was the corner that they signed from Detroit, had awful Pro Football Focus statistics.
Yeah, but do you know what he did do? He created, I think, 6 turnovers himself. Caused 6 turnovers himself. And they were asking, I'm totally buying in, they were asking a third corner to cover ones, every third corner in the league.
I've heard the explanation.
Yeah. You don't believe that? Every third corner
I don't know.
in the league over an extended period of time is going to struggle against ones.
I'm going to buy that he was miscast in that role.
Right. But in his role as a third corner, now that's where he's a dog. That's where he stands out. There's tiers. There's levels to this game.
Let's go to the
Ball
phones.
knowers know.
1-800-636-1067. Look, I listened to your
my
5-minute interview, and I generally agreed with you.
Right.
And you guys rarely agree with each other.
We agree, actually.
I'd give it a B or B plus.
Yeah. I wouldn't be crazy to
give
give
it a solid B.
Are you with me on this? Is your favorite Chanel? We're supposed to have Chanel. You never know, guys. Can never know what'll happen. Supposed to have Chanel at 9.
Mm-hmm.
He by far is the one that gives me the most blood flow. He's the one that I'm by far the most excited about.
Overall, or just on the defense? Because
Chig
Chig gets my loins a stirring.
Oh, Chig does?
I guess, okay, I could limit it to defense. You can make the argument for Chig on offense.
I think Owe was the best one. That's why they gave him almost $100 million.
Yeah, he was the top guy.
You
for
hate
me,
his name.
I don't like his name. I just like Chanel's, just his raw athleticism and just the value. I just think it's just an unbelievable home run.
If you told me he was a 3-time Pro Bowler, I'd probably be more excited. And maybe that's a very unsophisticated way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, who name all the quarterbacks that have been Pro Bowlers lately? Right?
Yeah, I don't really care about the Pro Bowls.
Justin Fields just make the Pro Bowl?
But generally speaking, if you're a linebacker who's made the Pro Bowl versus one that's never made the Pro Bowl, the guy that's made the Pro Bowl
he's
better.
good. You know he's good. He's a good player.
Yeah, I mean,
just because if he's not first team All Pro, that's okay. He's still a good player.
Yeah, right.
We thought that about Marshawn Lattimore.
No, he just happened to be shot. Marshawn Lattimore was one of the best.
Yeah.
He just happened to get.
Yeah, he was.
He was washed.
He was one of the best at his position.
Yeah, he was over. All right, let's go to Elijah at DC. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Elijah, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? You just kind of made my point towards the end. I like that they went for the traits instead of the big names, because how many times you can get settled thinking, oh, we got this guy, or we got this guy, but you don't know how this name is going to fit in this system. So getting guys who present the traits that you think are necessary for your scheme is better for overall where we're headed. So I'm looking at B plus, maybe even A minus. When you talk about adding the scheme with the guys, for the coaches, what they're going to add, I think they also needed guys that they think that they can mold as well. So you just need the traits. That's how you trust yourself. You say, man, if you can give me a guy who can do this, if you can give me a guy who can do this, I don't care what his name is. I'm going to make it happen. Right. So that's how you trust in yourself as a coach. So I think Chig is going to really help them offensively. And I think Leo is going to be the Frankie Louvu of 2024.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to compare him to Louvu.
Is going to, oh, man, it's going to be outrageous.
Because not in the sense that they're the same player. Hold on for a second. Not in the sense that they're the same player, but that like Louvu was maybe an underappreciated around the league, or at least for fans. And then he comes in there, he's put in a role where he can thrive, and then you're like, wow, we really got something. Now, I think league personnel guys knew we had something, but the fans, we didn't realize it and I think that's kind of what's going to happen with Chanel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to hear y'all talk to London Fletcher about him. Just out of curiosity, if y'all could pick his brain, what he thinks about Leo coming in, what he can bring from that inside linebacker position, that game speed. That's what I want to see. We haven't seen a certain type of game speed since him or like a Zach Brown for like 10 seconds. So appreciate y'all, man. Peace.
All right, thank you, Elijah. Appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Rick in D.C. Rick, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Look, it's no denying that, they got a few pieces that they can plug in on defense. And, of course, they looking at OA to be the guy or whatever. But basically they still don't have no real alien on defense that's going to keep any defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator up at night. That's just the way you look at it. Now, but here's the main factor. You got your franchise quarterback who's going into his almost third or fourth year here, and
year 3.
You really haven't put anything around him. You've given him bargain basement stuff to work with. You got bargain basement running backs. You got bargain basement receivers, except for McLaurin, who has a lot of who gets open and makes a lot of tough catches simply by his grit that he has, or whatever. But when you look at their offense, they have nobody on the other side. Yeah, you brought back Yami Brown. Whoopee! See where that really gets you. Okay, you brought Jefferson back. You brought Jefferson from the whatever. See what he gets you.
Right, he's a journeyman.
You got Ayuk out there. You know the 49ers want a little something for him. Go ahead and offer him a 6 or 7 round pick for next year.
He used the term.
They might turn that down.
He used the term bargain basement, and this is kind of what I was getting to, right? So you said your favorite signing cakes is Chig. Well,
correct.
Before free agency, and this is just one rankings, the guys that we were talking about at tight end that got you most excited, and some of these guys just weren't available, franchised, whatever. Kyle Pitts was number 1. And then you went down the list. Isaiah Likely was another.
Kind of liked him. Size of the division rival.
Njoku, who I think is still out there, was rated above Chig. So,
but you have to remember,
I'm not saying that it's not an upgrade to what they had.
That's exactly
This is PFF. This is PFF.
Okay. Right. Well,
I said it depends on the rankings, but they didn't get the number.
They're not the Bible.
I agree, but I'm just using one.
Right.
Point is that on many lists, you could go through each of the positions where they have addressed holes. There's no doubt they addressed holes, but they didn't get the top guy.
I don't think
they didn't get the top receiver. They didn't get the top tight end. They didn't get the top running back.
On Adam Peters' board, maybe Chig was the top guy.
If you ask Logan Paulson, Chig is the top guy.
Yeah. So and it's fit for the offense.
Exactly
it's not just like whatever ranking you see on the internet. Like I tend to dismiss those.
You have to look
at
but
this you personally
this list I'm looking
wanted
at,
them to get Isaiah Likely.
Correct.
Well, maybe they didn't want to give $40 million for 3 years.
But now, in hindsight, be honest, who would you rather have right now?
Why would that change?
I still might prefer Likely, but I think Chig's a great fit for the offense and what they want to do. I think he's going to be a great outlet for Jaden in his offense.
I think I've just learned a lot more about these guys as we've acquired them. I've learned a lot more. Like, I didn't know anything about Leo Chanel 3 weeks ago.
And look, Chig didn't have eye-popping numbers in Tennessee, but look at who was throwing him the ball over the last 4 years. He's got a massive upgrade in quarterback, so his numbers should take off. I would think if he stays healthy.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about Alec Pierce.
Right.
I mean, it's a factor.
If he gets an expanded role and plays with a better quarterback,
you get a better quarterback, his number's going to go up.
The difference is they didn't give Chig game-breaking money. You know what I mean?
No.
So
he got $10 million less than Likely got.
Right.
The list that I'm looking at, he's the third. He was the third tight end in free agency, behind Pitts and Likely. So he's top 45 overall. That's a pretty good get.
Solid signing,
right?
And he's got very little competition from tight ends in the room that actually catch football.
Until these guys start sucking, you're not going to knock me off my B+ grade.
I'm pretty much there too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that a counter perspective might be it's not like they got any of the top guys. And they did, you could quibble with the language, they whiffed on some of the guys they were going after in free agency.
The only one I would say they whiffed on, would be Pierce because he took less allegedly.
Well, what about Dobbs? Just guys you targeted that you didn't get.
At that position, you're right. You're right at that position.
Money,
aren't those whiffs?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're whiffs.
Because they could have come back and said, no, he's going to take more. And they're like, okay, that's where we step out. We'll give him 11, but we don't want to give him 14. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's a whiff. You're making a responsible decision. I don't consider them whiffing on Linderbaum.
Okay, fair.
You call it a near miss. Near miss sounds better than a whiff.
They wanted to get arguably the best center in the game. They went after him. They decided it wasn't worth the cost. Is that a whiff? I don't know.
Okay. They wanted to go to the prom with this girl, they did not go to the prom with that girl.
They might have taken an 8, not a 10.
Right.
I think they got a 10 with Owe.
I hope
based on where he was on all these lists.
I don't know.
All right. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
Because JP's saying they didn't get any top guys. If you looked at all the free agent list, Oweh was a top 10 player. On this list, he's 7.
The only question I have about Oweh is why did he go the 6 or 7 games, whatever, where he was unproductive with the Ravens before they moved on? I mean, I know he had productive moments before, but he seems to be maybe a little mercurial. Maybe there's a little up and downness to his game.
Well,
I don't know.
Obviously the Commanders felt like he was worth $100 million.
Because he went from, maybe I misheard this, Valdez. I know we got to go break. Did the Ravens give him up for a 7th rounder?
No, they traded for Alohi Gilman to go play aside Kyle Hamilton, and Kyle Hamilton can go play in the box.
Okay.
We do have Leo Chanel, who gets iced for, scheduled to join us at 9 o'clock, the newest linebacker for the Washington Commanders. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
We all know someone who would do anything to avoid home repairs. They say, I could probably do that, and they probably shouldn't, or they hire a handyman who isn't so handy after all. That's where Crop Metcalf comes in. With certified experts and proactive memberships, they make it easy to keep your home happy and healthy with regular maintenance and worry-free repairs. So do every overconfident DIYer or avoidant homeowner a favor this year. Tell them to leave it to the experts. Book with Crop Metcalf and save $90 on an HVAC precision tune-up.
My team over at Autism, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria has a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, each backed with the Autism Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras, plus a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. And they offer free Virginia state inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, B. Mitch. Autism, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Alexandria. Let's ride together.
Nats fans, add to your Nats player bobblehead collection all season long.
C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run.
Saturday, May 30th, grab a C.J. Abrams baseball card bobblehead.
Dalen Lyles smashes a line drive home run.
Snag Dalen Lyles' first Major League bobble on Saturday, June 13th.
James Wood does it!
And James Wood's Bobblehead Day, presented by Pedigree Foundation, is Saturday, August 29th. Get your tickets at nationals.com/promos.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Slam Dunk deals are here right now at Ted Bird Ford in Truck Month Sales Event. My team over at Ted Bird is going hard in the paint with 0% APR for 60 months plus $0 down payment and 0 payments for up to 90 days plus $1,000 in Truck Month cash or $1,000 on Ford accessories on select Ford trucks. You can score up to $10,250 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 HQ. Plus, again, 0% APR for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals in their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central in Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/minihoopsmania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
The business of business is relationships. The business of life is human connection. Personal relationships shape who we are. Business relationships shape how we operate. For over 20 years, Main Street Bank has forged strong relationships with the business owners that make up the DC metro area. We have helped shape them, and they have helped shape us. Main Street Bank, put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
What's up, everybody? It's B. Mitch from B. Mitch and Finley. Make sure you tune into the show today. Neil Greenberg joins us at 12 o'clock. We'll discuss the playing games from last night and also the World Baseball Classic, and we'll get you ready for tomorrow, the NCAA start. B. Mitch and Finley coming up 10 to 2.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, coming up at 9 o'clock, scheduled to join us, the newest linebacker for the Washington Commanders, Leo Chenal. But right now, time to open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right. BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience. On your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll hook you up. You check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Valdez has given me here the Oscars ratings. Just in the meantime, I wanted to see if there was overnight ratings for World Baseball Classic. I haven't been able to find them from last night's game, but the U.S.-Dominican game averaged 7.37 million viewers, which I think is pretty darn good considering it was FS1 and Fox Deportes.
Yeah.
It peaked at 8.1 million viewers. To give it some contrast and to show you how it is growing, I think, in people's minds in terms of relevance. In 2023, the previous record was 4.97 million, right?
So it almost doubled.
Yeah, I'd say, 4.97, 5 million to 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up 50%, whatever it is.
It's up a significant percentage.
I saw the attendance was way up, too.
Yeah, I'm sure. So
what was it, about 36,000, 37,000?
Stands look packed.
Yeah.
Overall, they're saying average viewership across all of the networks, Fox, FS1, FS2, etc., up around 142 to 180%.
I saw our colleague, JP Finley, tweeted, great sports night, and he had 3 TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you guys are going to be into it, because when he said great sports night, I was like, what? There's a World Baseball Classic. And on my TV, there was like a Bucks Cavaliers game or something. Like I couldn't throw that in. But on his big TV, I think he had the TGL.
He did. He did.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
That's a big sports night.
He's got a shot of Roar.
That's a big sports night.
They upset. I think they're in the finals.
World Baseball Classic, huge. TGL.
My Jupe Links are in the final, and there's a lot of scuttle about Tiger returning for the final to play.
I don't think he's going to, as he alluded to. He doesn't want to muck it up.
So wait a second. Tiger Woods hasn't played at all, but then he would show up for the finals.
No. Yes, but he's been there for everything. He's kind of like the team manager.
Yeah,
he's the team cheerleader.
He's the cheerleader. Okay. Exactly what he is.
And listen, he brings eyeballs. Even when Tiger doesn't play, he brings eyeballs. So of course, you got to be there. So, but here's what I will say.
What was his third TV, by the way? Did you saw the same tweet?
It was.
Was it the Howard game?
Yeah, it was NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it was Howard and UMBC.
That's big.
Yeah.
I thought the TGL though be on the main screen too.
Listen, I'm pro TGL. Not that it's something that's you got to watch or anything. It's just I like golf. It's great to have as in the background to keep an eye on. I wouldn't focus my whole life around it, but I like it. But this idea that like Kevin Kisner suggested that Tiger, if he's going to play in the Masters and he needs a warm-up tournament, he has to play in next week's TGL. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like an hour on the TGL
is going to get you prepped for Augusta.
It's not going to get you it's not like playing in a tournament.
Right, they get how many swings do they get in a TGL match?
We're getting carried away.
Hitting into a screen is not going to help you.
I like the TGL. I'm pro TGL. I'm all about it. I love simulator golf. I love simulators. I love technology. The other anecdote, though, is there are some questions, shenanigans on the monitor. Not only is it known to not be as accurate as the best technology out there, there's some questions of whether or not they aren't tricking it up because they're having an inordinate number of hole-in-ones.
Oh, they're fudging
they
it.
Are.
It's like a video game.
Put your tinfoil hat on.
Just to get people to watch?
It makes it interesting. I mean, if Tom Kim doesn't hit that hole-in-one, they don't advance.
That's a wormhole never going down, personally.
Yeah, I know you're not
there's too many hole-in-ones.
Speaking of,
I love golf too, but if TGL, I'll watch it if it's the only thing on.
Right.
I mean, if it's the only sporting event, which it never is.
Turn to it.
Yeah, that's the only time I watch it.
Yeah, I like it, but it's not. I don't think it's some primary must-watch thing. Typically,
but I wonder. You started off by saying here are the ratings of the World Baseball Classic, and I've already forgotten. Close to
well,
8
know
million.
what the ratings are for the TGL. No, it's different. You're talking about a random.
What do they get? Like 100,000?
No. Even now when they're down, if Tiger's there, they get 400,000 or 500,000. I think in the first year they could have peaked around 1 million. But it's
what is an average? And you probably don't have. Maybe you don't have it. What does the players get? The Players Championship.
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head. Maybe a couple million.
Yeah, probably. I would say 2-3 million.
Yeah, maybe something in that range. Now a major will get more. Like the Masters or something. But even still, there's no doubt that 7 or 8 million is a significant number for the World Baseball Classic. One other just side note, I just have to mention. I think we talked about the Hard Knocks version of the PGA Tour. It's called Chasing Sunday. They debuted it yesterday.
Okay.
Riveting. I like
riveting.
Okay, not for
Case
you.
looks so thrilled.
Listen, I love Hard Knocks, but it got boring after a while.
Mm-hmm.
This is amazing. It's the same production company. It's NFL Films. They're doing it. Same music. Liv Schreiber, the whole nine.
Liv Schreiber's a 15 out of 10.
It's just, it's so well done.
On your TV series.
But it's on YouTube. So check it out. They literally, the first episode debuted last night. I hate the name Chasing Sunday. I have to say, I hate the name.
By the way, JP, the Sunday's final round of the players got 7.1 million.
Wow.
That's very comparable to the World Baseball Classic.
They peaked at 7.1 mil.
That's pretty good. I would have guessed around what you said.
Average was 4.5 mil. So it was a lot more.
Now, that was the World Baseball Classic semis because last night was on Fox. Right. That's probably going to be way higher.
Yeah. You would think
Expect
maybe
a
double.
higher number.
Maybe double, 15 million? I don't know. I have no idea. I tried to find the number. I couldn't find it. And I asked the Gemini and all the guys. They just didn't know.
Oh, they can't find it if it's not out yet.
Right.
It's a problem.
They also said Bobby Orr wore 44.
Yeah. You never trust technology.
The TV ratings for the Oscars now. They have declined some. Still, though, overall, people are fascinated, I guess, by Hollywood relative to others. 17.8 million viewers on ABC and Hulu. It's down about 9% from the Oscars in the previous year, which did close to 20 million, which is just stunning to me. But it's a slow bleed down to 17 million.
Mm-hmm. I know I'm going to get mocked, but I really haven't watched the Oscars since Billy Crystal used to do the medleys.
Yeah, that was your guy.
I used to love it.
I liked Billy Crystal too, to be honest.
He used to do the, jump into the movies.
Well, that's when we knew all the actors and all of the movies.
It's a lot different now.
Yeah, we just don't know them.
Yeah.
I mean, Billy Crystal did make an appearance in the Oscars during the Rob Reiner tribute. He looks butt old.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He is butt old.
He looks old.
It is depressing when you see how
depressing seeing the people.
It really hits you.
Yeah, it hits you in the feels.
Yeah.
You're getting old too.
That's unfair. Jason knows who Michael B. Jordan is.
Okay,
you know who Benicio del Toro is.
All right,
you know who Sean Penn is.
I know,
you know who Leo is.
The majority of them I do not know, Matt, and I'm being honest. The majority of them I have no idea.
You might know
I've seen none of the movies.
Yeah, you might know some of the actors, the famous ones.
Yeah,
but you haven't seen the movies.
I mean, I'm being facetious when I say I don't know them. Of course, I know some.
Can you go see Weapons already? Can you help me out over here?
Your track record of advice is not good.
It's not?
No, you talk about the TV show. Both guys hate it.
Well, just because they're
I
sexually
don't think Valdez hates it because he's watched it 3 times. He's watched every episode.
I'm in it now.
Yeah, you're in. You're committed.
I gotta figure out who did it.
Yeah. I don't think Drab is sexually uptight.
I'm kidding, but I mean, there's definitely some blowback.
Yeah. Lollapalooza, they released their official 2026 lineup cakes. You're not a Lollapalooza. You're a festival guy, but you haven't done the Lollapalooza yet, have you?
What's the one you go to with your
Warp Tour, JB? Is that? I'm the old guy at Warp Tour.
He rides a skateboard into the Warp Tour.
Yeah, I'm so sure I could ride a skateboard.
So headliners include, I don't even know how to say it, Charlie XCX. How do you say her name?
That's how I would say it.
Okay, Tate McRae.
I'm not sure that would be right.
Lord, Olivia Dean, John Summit, Jenny, the Smashing Pumpkins.
Lineup. Aside from the Pumpkins, that's a terrible lineup. Those are the headliners at Lollapalooza?
They say other acts include Lil Uzi Vert. I like Lil Uzi Vert. I thought Lil Uzi Vert retired.
I know nothing about Lil Uzi Vert. Couldn't tell you one thing about that person.
I remember EB bringing him up like 5 years ago because your kid used to listen. What's his number one ditty?
No chance you can do that. That's impossible.
I mean, there are 50. How many bands are there?
I mean, it's a multi-day festival. There's probably 150 bands.
Good Lord.
I'll say this about Lil Uzi Vert. You know him, like if you're familiar with his work at all, you know him instantly when you hear him.
You know the sound.
Yeah, I can't tell you the names.
Familiar with his work.
There's something about being dead or whatever. I don't know. It resonated with me. And he just had cool beats and he's got a cool vibe to him. And he's about this tall. But a little bit shorter than Cakes, but not much.
Now I need to Google his height.
Who's Geese?
I don't know.
Freddie Gibbs. Blood Orange. Worship. I mean,
this is disrespectful. Lil Uzi Vert's 5'4". I just tower over Lil Uzi Vert.
All right,
post him up.
Lil Cakes towers over Lil Uzi Vert.
5'4".
5'4".
5'4". That towers over Stumper.
I just love how you always pick on Cakes when I'm like a quarter of an inch taller than him.
I mean,
he's the shortest straw.
Direct some of the shrapnel that way, please.
That's the shortest straw.
Hire us a short intern, please, immediately.
I saw a video. So Mick Jagger, 82, is apparently ready to step back from touring after a mugging.
Who's going to mug Mick Jagger? That's very disrespectful. He's a rock legend.
They didn't mug him. They mugged his granddaughter or his longtime partner.
Where did it happen?
Granddaughter, Cece Jackson.
Where was the mugging?
Oh my God.
That's too much bandwidth for you.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me to read deep into the article.
It wasn't in the first paragraph.
It was in the UK.
It happened in England.
And the person turned up dead at sea.
Ooh.
Hold on. The person that mugged them turned up dead? What's the story about?
All right.
What's happening here?
There was another incident. No, there was another incident. There was a mugging, and then I guess it comes on the heels of another incident where the granddaughter ended up missing or something. I don't know. Partner of the granddaughter ended up dead at sea.
Partner of the granddaughter, I believe, was found dead at sea.
Right, exactly.
Oh.
Very confusing story.
I'm confused beyond belief.
But I did see a video that went viral, Cakes, of Rod Stewart performing recently.
Rod Stewart's up there.
Rod Stewart's got to be up there with Mick Jagger.
I'm going to say Rod Stewart's like 83. I'm
Yeah.
going to put him on 83.
I'll agree with you.
Yeah.
He looks like Rod Stewart, though. Like, he looks like...
How did he sound?
I mean, probably not that great, but he just can't move. He's up there, and he's wearing the outfits he wore in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's barely moving.
He's 81.
He's barely moving.
Of course he's barely moving.
He can't move.
81.
He's got his hair all teased out.
You know who's going to be barely moving at 81? You, him, and this guy. Barely moving.
I can barely move, and I'm way
You know what? Mick Jagger, surprisingly, he's 82, right? I believe that's
Yeah,
what the article
yeah.
said.
He moves
actually,
around, yeah.
He actually moves. He moves pretty well. And he had open heart surgery like 7 or 8 years ago.
Does he have the moves like Jagger?
He probably does have the moves like Jagger, yes.
Valdez, you gave me this Dave Grohl story. I don't even know how I could do it. I didn't even know how I could do it. It's very sexual, and we have guests here.
We do have guests.
And I just don't think I can do it.
Bypass.
Yeah,
And then last but not least, Shia LaBeouf is still causing commotion. I saw an interview with Shia LaBeouf. I had to say he was somewhat likable.
You find
in
him
the interview.
charming?
I found him somewhat likable. And what did he do in the middle of it? Grabbed a beer in the middle of the interview.
Who doesn't like
won you
beer?
over?
But no, I thought it was somewhat ironic because that's been kind of the root of some of his problems. Some might argue, but I found it to be somewhat.
Why is he doing so many interviews?
I don't know. Because he keeps getting in trouble. I guess he's kind of justifying his life and giving his life story. I don't know.
Yeah.
Coming up
was
next,
interesting.
did Andy Reid make a genius move?
Tournament time is here. Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan for full coverage, expert analysis, the biggest guests, and whip-around coverage of the biggest games on your bracket. Presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Swinging to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for Titleist's limited-time loyalty rewarded promotion when you special order any of these 3, the Titleist Pro V1s, the Pro V1X, or Pro V1X Left Dash, or AVX dozen golf balls. You'll get another dozen for free. Golf with more speed and short game control than ever before with the #1 ball in golf. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom. Get there.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Don't get caught melting in the heat with an outdated AC unit. Rude Pro partners have access to 60 months of same as cash promotions on qualified equipment until April 30th. As temperatures continue to climb across the DMV, make sure you're keeping your cool and your cash with the most efficient HVAC equipment on the market. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort so you can beat the humidity without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Longer days, warmer drives, new options. At Dulles Kia in Leesburg, the spring lineup's looking better than ever. Now drive a new Kia K4 as low as $199 a month, a new K5 from $279 a month, or a new Sorrento just $369 a month. And check out the newly redesigned 2027 Telluride, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's stunning new facility. Come by Dulles Kia in beautiful downtown Leesburg or visit DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Every day can be game day when you're a Washington Capitals season ticket member. With one membership, you get year-round perks, exclusive access, and unforgettable experiences on and off the ice. Don't just watch the action. Be a part of it. Visit washcaps.com/season tickets and join Capitals Club Red 365 today.
Honda's Get, we're paying up to 120% of KBB for your trade. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade. Shop LandmarkHonda.com. See dealer for complete details.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Scheduled to join us at 9 o'clock. The new linebacker for the Washington Commanders, Leo Chenal, comes over from the Kansas City Chiefs. Stud athletically. Also, Kenny Blakeney, Jason's high school teammate at DeMatha, now head coach at Howard, will join us coming off their first ever NCAA tournament win. He's scheduled to join us at 9:45.
I just think that, whenever a school does the first thing in history, a school as old and has been around and as storied as Howard, I hope that resonates with people. It's not like it's a new university that just popped up 20 years ago.
Right.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It is.
Big deal. Get a tournament win.
And for the first time ever, I believe, in their school history, too, both the men's and women's team in the tournament same year.
Right.
So a lot of accomplishments at Howard.
A lot happening over at Howard.
Not a coincidence, our boy Pat, give him a shout out, Pat Noel, who we grew up with. He's here with his two boys to watch us do the show. He's wearing his Howard sweater right now.
Yeah, get a little pride.
There you go.
Very good.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent.
It makes everybody... sports is so great that way,
Are
right?
you a Howard grad? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're pumped. You were watching last night, all right?
Howard grad, but also our next door neighbor during senior year of college, where there were many fun parties.
Oh, yeah.
His house had funner parties than our house. Our house,
funner.
yeah, more fun.
Yeah. Well, he had a
We
cooler
could say
house.
funner.
They had like the same dumpy house.
Who? Pat?
His house was like the same dumpy house.
The one in Woodmore?
No. I'm not
You're talking about the college.
Talking about college.
Talking about the college
I'm talking
podcast.
about in high school. I'm talking about high school. He had a great house.
Yeah, he grew up in a great house.
Yeah, Trounstar house.
He had an indoor pool.
Oh, college.
He had a pool inside his house.
That's baller.
And he's probably mad that I said
First of all, if you have a pool, you're just on a different level. Indoor pool, you're sorry, you're rich.
His dad was an orthopedic surgeon.
You're just rich. You got indoor
That'll do
pool.
it. That'll
He didn't
do
grow
it.
up in the P section of Bowie.
I mean, I'm not trying to out him, but that's just way next level.
No, but it's good to have him here. So Andy Reid, some people think, has pulled off a genius move. Justin Fields was traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, he's not going to be the starting quarterback. The Kansas Chiefs, they have Patrick Mahomes. But some people believe he's going to become a chess piece, the ultimate chess piece for Andy Reid in short yardage situations. He can run wildcat.
I think that in and of itself is worth picking him up. And if Patrick Mahomes can't start the season, if he's not 100%.
You'd rather have him than Gardner Minshew?
He's startable. He's not great. We know he's not great, but he's startable if Mahomes misses the first 2 or 3 games of the year, and he can hopefully help keep you afloat. But yeah, as far as him being like a guy that you just move all over the offense, short yardage, goal line, to utilize his rushing skills, I think it's a really good move. And the Jets get him off their books. I think the Chiefs are paying like $7 of his $10 million salary that's due him this year. So,
I mean, if there's
it's probably a good move.
If there's one place you'd like to go, if you're Justin Fields, it's Kansas City.
Right.
But would you ever want, if you were a Chiefs fan, would you ever want him on a critical third down or fourth down having the ball instead of Patrick Mahomes?
If it works. If it doesn't work, no. I want Mahomes with it.
You know what I mean?
So, no,
like,
I
yes,
agree.
on paper, oh, yeah, great chess piece. But the first time it doesn't work, people can be like, how do you not have Patrick Mahomes dropping back to pass?
And I don't think Fields is going to be on the field in a huge spot in a huge game.
Right.
On a third down or a fourth down. I think it's going to be Mahomes.
But if you're on the 2-yard line and you just want to pick up some yardage with a different look, you have Fields out there maybe with Mahomes. You move him around. I don't hate that.
Yeah, if you're up 14.
Okay. But, I mean, he's going to find a way to utilize him, not just as a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
And maybe he'll be the next Sam Darnold. Like, Sam Darnold kind of changed the narratives on journeyman quarterbacks in a way, where you kind of give up on a guy when they're their fourth or fifth team and they've never really done anything. And then all of a sudden, Sam Darnold goes to Minnesota, has a great season, then ends up winning the Super Bowl in Seattle. That maybe, I know none of us feel that way in this moment, but maybe Justin Fields figures it out.
I think Justin
and
Fields
becomes a franchise quarterback.
I don't think that's ever going to be the case. I think he's
but you would have said that about Sam Darnold 3 years ago.
Yeah, but I just think Sam Darnold has always been a better passer, a pure passer than Fields, I think, could ever develop into.
The only thing I would say about I appreciate what you're saying and generally agree with you. The only thing that gives me pause with Fields is because he has had moments, right?
So the Commanders, he did.
When you have moments,
look like a Hall of Famer.
It shows that it might be in you if you get the right coaching and the right people around you, system, etc. You might be able to make that happen a little more often. Because he's obviously an elite athlete. And he's had moments where he's had great games passing the football. But it's rare.
I think he's now entering the realm of a backup that if you need him to play for 2 or 3 games, you can live with it, but you don't want him as your starter.
I agree with that.
Whereas Darnold came into Minnesota and he was basically anointed the starter. Had a great year, then he moves on to Seattle.
But they could coach him up where he could be pretty darn serviceable while Mahomes is rehabbing.
Possibly.
Yeah.
And it could get more out of him than you would, say, Marcus Mariota, who went 1-9 here, and everybody loves him, but didn't win any games.
Well, I'm not going to put losing a bunch of games on Mariota. I mean, he was on a team with a horrific defense.
He didn't win any games.
Which didn't help him.
No, he didn't.
I'm
not sure.
He's a nice guy that was just fine.
I'm not sure there's many backups
I
who
would
would have
put
won.
Marcus Mariota and Justin Fields kind of in the same bucket right now.
Except that I think Fields has a much higher ceiling on any given Sunday.
Maybe a little. I don't know if it's much higher.
I don't know, man.
Do you know in the last 2 seasons...
He's been a pretty poor passer.
Yeah, but in the last 2 seasons, passing-wise, 12 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions.
Fields?
Yeah. He actually takes care of the ball. Now, like in Pittsburgh, that was kind of an emphasis, right? Don't make any mistakes, and they run. And he certainly didn't put up many gaudy stats. But all I'm saying is, 3 years ago, I think you would have regarded Sam Darnold just like you regard Justin Fields right now.
Here's what I regard Justin Fields as: a really good fantasy football quarterback, a not very good real-life NFL quarterback. It's kind of what he is. He'll gain a bunch of yards rushing, which is nice to pad your stats. He's never going to be an above-average passer in the league.
Yeah, I'd agree. But what if they got him to average? Because I'd say he's below average right now. If they get him to average...
He got to average, and then he still has the rushing skills?
Yeah, then you might have something that you can work with. Yeah, that's all. I'm not saying this guy's going to turn into a god.
Right.
But
did he run for over 1,000 yards his second season?
I think he did.
Dude, he's a elite athlete. The elite of the elite, especially at that position. That position, he's top 2 or 3.
His second season in the league, let's see, he ran for 1-1-4-3, so 1143 and 8 scores.
He was on a godlike fantasy football run for like 10 weeks.
Yeah,
like if you had him on your team, you were winning weekly pots.
Coming up next, scheduled to join us, the new linebacker for the Washington Commanders, Leo Chanel, here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Lakers are red hot and social media is buzzing. Are they actually contenders? LA has spent the better part of the last couple of years straddling the line between contender and catastrophe. And every time you think they've crossed over, they remind you which side they're really on. If you're betting on implosion over championship, you're probably right. I'm John Lund.
My team over at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. Featuring up to $1,500 in extras, and Oarsman Ford of Alexandria has a great selection of quality, certified used vehicles. Plus, they offer free Virginia state inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, B. Mitch. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. Let's ride together.
Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No surprise breakdowns, no stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Our expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. No DIY disasters. No taking your chances on some guy with a 2-star review. Just year-round peace of mind. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with Crop Metcalf membership starting at just $15 a month.
Matt Valdez from the Junkies here. Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Visit my friends over at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. At Ted Britt Ford, they don't play games. The buying experience is simple, seamless, and comfortable. I'm the newest customer at Ted Britt Ford and just purchased my Ford Bronco Sport. The sales staff cares about your needs and budget and will find the perfect ride for you. Check out their inventory at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax off 50 where I got mine, or in Chantilly, and they're a click away at tedbritt.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
Young driving, gets under the basket, and it's scored!
WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Trae Young, his first 3 ends up on the deck and one.
That was filthy.
Oh, Trae Young put on a show.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds & Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Bryce Harris had 19 points and 14 rebounds, and he sank a turnaround jumper with 13 seconds remaining that sent Howard to its first NCAA tournament victory in program history. 86-83 was your final score over UMBC in the first 4. The Bison led for all but the first minute and a half of the game, and they took a 13-point lead in the first half. What's up next? Howard faces number 1 seed Michigan tomorrow. Bilal Coulibaly, Trae Young, and Juju Reese joined the already very long list of players out with injuries. Wizards fall to the Pistons last night, 130-117. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Fish Cakes, EB, and JP. A key word which we've learned over the years is scheduled.
It's very important.
And the phrase scheduled to join us. Leo Chanel, hopefully we will have him on here in the next few moments, but we've got our buddy Pat and his kids watching us do the show, and I know at least Zach is interested in what we do, and he's read my book and all this stuff, and I told him, I was like, probably 50-50. Sometimes guys are 50-50.
Oh, I guess?
When we say Spencer Carberry is coming on,
we know
lock
he's
it
on.
up.
Yeah.
But when it's somebody that we've never had on the show before, you never know.
Especially when he's new in town.
Might be up to an agent, up to PR, who knows. So hopefully we will catch Leo Chanel from the Washington Commanders. What was the athletic score that you brought up, Cakes?
His relative athletic score, which is a relatively new stat over the last 5 to 10 years, 9.99 on a scale of 10.
And how do they come up with it? Like, are there different events?
They have a
because this could be a bit.
They have a composite size grade, speed, explosion, and agility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We should find out our relative athletic score.
It's terrible now.
I mean, we're
it's
56.
humiliating.
But you'd have some size.
I could do all the size. I got more size than I've ever had.
I'd venture to believe Cakes and I would be the lowest because size is part of it.
I mean,
Jason would probably get the highest.
Whenever my athletic peak was, if there ever was one, I was probably a 2 on this. Out of 10.
Speaking of Leo, and this is from his Wikipedia page. Guess how many brothers and sisters he has?
Leo Chanel.
Well, the way you're framing it, I'm going to say a lot, so I'll go.
I'm shocked.
11.
15.
Wow.
He's one of 16. Now, it's on the wiki page, but it's probably accurate.
Are they all like sort of like biological?
Oh, it doesn't say.
You know what I'm saying?
Could have some half.
Adoptive thing.
At what number are you amazed?
16.
When like you know somebody that's had a bunch of kids.
More than 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a new,
I would say my level of I'd say over 6. Like,
6 is.
I mean, look, that's all a lot.
6 is a lot. There's a new dad on my kid's soccer team, and you get to know people, and he's talking about his kids. He's like, how many kids do you have? 6. And all the same mom.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
6 is a lot.
So we had 4, right?
Yeah.
4. My siblings.
Right.
Yeah.
And I always thought I would like to have 4. And honestly, in a perfect world, I would. But you just get exhausted. I listen to a guy now who has 8. Right? He's a very Catholic guy. So I assume without I'm just making an assumption. It's kind of a Catholic thing that they just, whatever God gives them, they take. And,
no, it's true.
He doesn't have any right. It's the greatest thing ever. And I can't argue with it. But I know just having, like right now, I'm going through my 3rd kid. I was telling during the break, a lot of people being very nice to me lately, say, hey, man, congratulations. You got a 2nd kid going to Cornell, playing volleyball and all. That's just amazing. And I'm like, yeah, it really is cool. I'm so stressed out. It's the most stressed out I've ever been in my life. Can you imagine, just because of the cost associated with such a school, can you imagine having 8?
No.
Impossible.
And
we make a good living. Can you imagine being a normal human, making a normal wages or better than normal?
Yeah. Well,
and
student loans.
Yeah, I mean, you're really saddling your kids with a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just all taking on too much these days. Because I had a student loan when I was in college.
Yeah.
Most of mine was paid for, but I had a student loan. But now most parents, I think, those that I'm in my friend zones, we all try to pay for our kids' colleges.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe we're taking on
If
too
we
much.
can. If
I
we
should
can.
just give it to her. Screw it.
Pass the debt to
Take
her.
away all, yeah. What am I doing?
She's
Why
going to
am I
Ivy League. Eventually, she should theoretically
worry
get some
about it.
high-paid job.
I'll be dead.
Yeah, but you're not expecting that. Like, even if they did get a high-paying job, you're not expecting them to like pay you back. For
No.
No, my
sending your
point
kid
is,
to school.
is that if you know they're going to get a high-paying job down the road, they can deal with the student loan
It'll saddle
because they're going to
them.
be making bank
If you took
when they work for Goldman Sachs.
If you took a $400,000 loan, I don't care who you work for.
Right.
You could work for Elon Musk and be his highest paid guy. It's going to take you decades to pay off those student
not
loans.
easy to escape those
The
loans.
loans are so burdensome. That very much so.
There's a neighbor down the street who has 6 kids. Now, he works for a big company. He works for a big accounting firm.
Yeah.
6 kids. He said, I'm maxing you out at college tuition. You got to go in-state.
Yeah.
And he makes a good living. Yeah. But if you go out of state, Tennessee, Georgia, Auburn, you're paying the extra cost.
I know a lot of people do that.
I don't
A lot of
think,
people do that.
that's outrageous.
Yeah. I mean,
It's fair. The parents pay it. You know, it's whatever works for you.
now he's been lucky because his 2 oldest, Hokies.
Okay, keep it.
So
in
he's
state.
keeping it in state. And I think that the next one's going to
I told you, I probably shouldn't say that. I told my daughter, if she picked another school that offered her a scholarship, I would buy her a Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and that apparently, I've said this before. For some reason,
You're basically buying her 2 Broncos.
Girls like Broncos.
I guess so.
I don't know why.
I don't know.
These
Yeah,
new
but
Broncos.
usually when they get locked into
So does
school, 'cause
Valdez.
I did the same thing.
Right.
I did the same thing when Kelsey got into NYU. She
Yeah.
got into University of Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, I basically made her write a legal brief, why NYU over Maryland. And ultimately, I wasn't going to say, hey, you have to go to Maryland.
I'm with you.
But she tripled, maybe even quadrupled the cost. And I said, what's your favorite car? Land Rover? We can get a Land Rover when you go to
Of course.
Maryland.
You try that. But I
they're
agree
not
with
gonna
you.
do
In my philosophy of parenting, you can't force I mean, you can, but if you force a kid to go to school just because you want him to go there.
Well, the rest of your life, you're going to hear it. I wanted to go to fill in the blank school,
I mean, it's just
and
gonna
you made me
backfire.
go here.
Ultimately, probably going to backfire. Yeah. You got to let them, in my opinion, choose.
Jason, I saw this article, thought about you yesterday.
Yeah.
It was St. Patrick's Day. I don't know how you celebrated St. Patrick's Day.
I wasn't feeling great yesterday, so I didn't celebrate it at all.
I didn't wear green one moment of the
not
day.
one stitch of green over there.
Right. So the article was about the Irish goodbye.
I'm king of those.
Here's what the article says. You might need a
I
little
might,
I'm the
luck
king.
I might be the prince. If you're the
Yeah.
king, I might be the prince.
you're
of
pretty
the
good at
Irish
it,
to
too.
pull it off, but slipping out of a party or leaving a bar without saying goodbye isn't always rude, according to etiquette experts.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So here's where they say it's rude versus not rude. And I don't know where you draw the line, but they say if it is a large gathering, the Irish goodbye is perfectly okay.
Sure. That makes sense.
course.
If there's 50, 75
What are you
people
going to do?
there,
Say goodbye to 75 people? You'll be
you
there an
can
extra
just-
2 hours.
You can just slink out. And
what
you're
if
good.
it's 20?
I think if it's
Slink.
20, I think it's 20 people, you probably at least want to say goodbye to the hosts.
How
And
about a
then maybe
dinner
way out.
party, 4 couples, and maybe kids are there?
Oh, you can't Irish goodbye.
Oh,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't.
That's absurd.
Then
You do one general
You're an
goodbye.
alien. You
JP,
can't do
you
that.
Hey guys, see you later. You just do one.
That's perfect.
General goodbye, and you're
Yeah.
out.
But
I would
you had,
maybe even
you
been
had
a
a New
little
Year's
more
party a
than
couple
that.
years ago. I mean, I don't know if I said goodbye to you or Jess. I think I just
Rolled
realized
out?
it was time to go, and we left
Where did you see?
JP's house. Like he had a New Year's Eve party.
Yeah,
a
it's like
couple years
70
ago.
people.
I don't know that I went up to JP. It was like, "Thanks for having us. We had a really great time." Shook his hand. I
What
probably
you
just,
can do is roll out, shoot the text. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Had to roll out.
I don't know that I did that.
But
I
I'm
think I
saying
just-
that you can do that.
Of course.
The etiquette expert says you don't want to create a domino effect where everybody else is leaving,
Right. You're
and
a
then
party
be
member.
disruptive.
Problem-
So, like,
it's a
if you don't
problem.
do the Irish goodbye, let's just use my party as an example. So, I don't know how many people. If it's like 50 to 70 people,
Yeah.
right. If you then go say goodbye to everybody.
Right.
Let's say you're the first, and Cakes is often the first to leave a party.
Very often.
He's definitely early
Yeah.
in the leaving a party. Then that's signaling to everybody else, I guess it's time to
No,
go.
it's also
when maybe it's not really time to go. So that's where you pull the Irish goodbye.
Here's the bigger problem. If I go seek out you and Jess to say goodbye, then I have to work my way to you and then work my way away from you to the front door and then say goodbye to 25 people on the way out.
Yeah.
And
instead of just sneaking out without telling anybody goodbye.
I'm generally not going to do that.
I'm with you on that.
I think, though, you did bring up a good point. I think saying goodbye to the host, at least pull him aside, say, hey, we're going to have to run out of here. I just want to thank you for everything.
Courteous.
That's the polite thing to do, and then just duck out. You don't have to worry about the other people.
No, of course not.
But I have said to people in big parties, I'm going to my car for something. I'll be right back.
Okay. Do they all know that's code for something? Or
No.
They're expecting
They
you to,
expected me to come back.
They actually are dumb enough to think you're coming back.
And I was accurate. I went to my car.
Yeah.
I just
you didn't lie
come
to
back.
them.
Yeah.
You didn't lie.
I started it.
It's a very good point.
Yeah. I think you often Irish goodbye because you don't even want to be there in the first place. I think that's often...
Yeah, you're probably pretty accurate on that.
Yeah, because when you're Irish goodbying, you're hoping that you get a little credit for being there longer, too.
Right.
Because it'd take an hour for them to figure out where'd Bish go.
Right.
So when we did, and you stayed.
Irish goodbye.
You stayed for 2 hours for our happy hour at Par City.
Mm-hmm.
Do you say goodbye to anyone, or do you just roll out at 6:01? I lingered a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes, and I went to that guy's restaurant.
I said goodbye to the owner.
Oh, no, I think he leaves at 6 o'clock in 1 second.
Right.
I don't think it's 6:01.
Well, hold on.
I'll say at that
Cakes and
we
I
left right around the same time.
Cakes and I walked out at the exact same time.
I think it was around 6:05, maybe even
Then,
6:07,
you know what?
6:08.
For some reason, he lost his watch, or it wasn't set correctly.
Oh,
I don't think
I
so.
left 5 minutes too late.
Yeah. I've never seen Jason linger.
But don't you like at an appearance like that? Now you're talking to people throughout.
Yeah.
It was a social event, but do you feel like, okay, you got to say goodbye to the owner who had us out there?
I said goodbye to him.
Michelle, who's the salesperson who set that up.
Mm-hmm. Didn't say goodbye to any of you.
And then maybe the promo person who helped us
I
out.
said goodbye to Cakes. We walked out at the same time.
Valdez, who got on the mic.
I told Valdez he did a great job with
Jason
the prices.
Jones on me because I paid for parking. He's like, "You're big stupid. There's parking right here.
Free parking. He paid $25.
Paid 21, but still, it's a lot. What are you gonna do?
But no, I said goodbye to the people I thought I should say goodbye to.
Right.
I like it's something that I've added to my repertoire, I would say, over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just to slide out.
Yeah, I think Jason's been a grizzled veteran, been doing it his whole life.
Yeah.
It's something that I've added.
Hall of Famer.
So let's say you have you're going to all these volleyball tournaments. I'm sure you have team dinners. Will you slide out, or do you feel like you got to say goodbye?
You got to settle the bill.
Yeah.
That's really kind of a group. But I might be the first one to stand up and put my jacket on. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't take your jacket off today.
I'm actually, it's not often the case, but like this group, I really like all the parents. But there is a time where it's time to go home.
Yeah, of course.
You know, we've been here a long time. It can only
somebody orders an extra drink or three. Come on, what are we doing here?
You know, I'm full.
You know what I did recently? So we had a big team dinner in Richmond, and one of the dads told me to come sit at the bar with him. So I go sit at the bar, and I order my food there at the bar. So I had a separate bill. Now, the way that they settled the bill, which was 4 figures because it was 2 teams, so it was maybe 50 to 60 people, and they had a back room, is they charge per person. One person flipped the whole bill, put it on, and said, Venmo me.
Yeah. We often
and it was
do that.
$21 per person.
Right. Standard.
Now, she had told me, she's like, you just have to pay for Isabella because you and Jess ordered at the bar, but I paid for all 3. Because I feel like even though she knew it, I would have got scorned if I only paid for the one person.
Yeah, I think you always just want
So
to
I probably double paid.
I think sometimes you don't want to be obnoxious about that. Like, I think it's embarrassing. Like, it is what it is.
He's got to suck it up and pay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to stand up and go, oh, it was just me. It was just me. It's not
Well,
my
no,
daughter.
it's like I ordered my food separate from the big bill.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think you have to be the bigger person.
That's what I did.
I think that's
Sucked it up. I took the L. I took a $42 L.
You take the L.
A $42 L.
I think that's what
But
you
I
do.
didn't think that Leo Chanel would Irish goodbye us.
He didn't say an Irish hi.
Yeah, it's true.
Behind
he
the
didn't
scenes,
Irish hello or goodbye us.
I think the PR department is
They're
efforting it.
They're working on it.
They're working on it. How about your boy Kenny Blakeney?
Well, he's good, but he's going to be at 9:40. So if they're going to do Leo at 9:40, then we're going to have to flip flop him. So we'll have to let
and
producers have to let me know.
We'll give you a chance to win some tickets to go see Dave Matthews Band next. It is Game Show Wednesday. You can call in now, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. You can use them on your bracket picks, money line spreads, totals, game props, even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Your max bonus is $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, do you know about Virginia Lottery Rewards? It's the greatest thing ever! I earn points for playing the lottery like I always do. Play any lottery game, and you earn points. Look, why just listen to me yap about it? Log in or sign up today at valottery.com/rewards and start earning rewards just like that. Honestly, how did I ever play without it? Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. 888-532-3500. The Virginia Lottery.
John Fogerty, Steve Winwood, Star Wars in Concert, a Jerry Garcia celebration with the National Symphony Orchestra, and many more will be at Wolf Trap this summer. Tickets for over 60 summer concerts go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at wolftrap.org.
Find your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on all Siete items with Prime through March 24th. From savory tortilla chips to bold seasonings, get everything you need for a Mexican-inspired meal. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
It's time for March happiness. Make the ultimate Euro step to Lindsay Volvo, where Danny and his starting lineup make sure you always enjoy the home court advantage. Looking for a steal? We have low APR offers that'll make you want to pick and roll out in a new Volvo. Power forward with the ultimate two-way player in our Volvos that travel on both gas and electric, with offers that'll make you want to sign that Volvo rookie deal. Make it in before the buzzer, or your deal just may fade away. We're posted up in the center of Alexandria, or LindsayVolvoCars.com, baby.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals in their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash.
Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
What's up, guys? It's Grant and Danny for our friends at Quo. I have a buddy who has a small business, and he was complaining to me about being super busy. He's coaching a youth sports team. He was missing calls, and he's missing out on money because of it. And I said, dude, Quo is the way to go. QUO, Quo. Missed calls are missed money. You've got to make sure that wherever you are available to answer the phone and work with your team, and Quo will help you to do that.
So I always tell people it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works wherever you are. We are all so busy, right from the app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems. Quo makes response times faster than ever. Your team can share one business number for calls and texts, creating seamless collaboration so nothing is missed and customers never have to repeat themselves.
Keep your existing number. That is the best thing about Quo. Right there on your phone, your calls come in. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan. FAN. QUO.com/fan.
If you don't build your dream, someone will hire you to build theirs. For over 20 years, Main Street Bank has had the pleasure of helping entrepreneurs from all walks of life start and grow their dreams. From business to personal, let us help you dream big. Main Street Bank. Put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
What's up, everybody? It's B. Mitch from B. Mitch and Finley. Make sure you tune into the show today. Neil Greenberg joins us at 12 o'clock. We'll discuss the playing games from last night and also the World Baseball Classic, and we'll get you ready for tomorrow, the NCAA start. B. Mitch and Finley coming up 10 to 2.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The sun and the air.
So, Vinny's hammering me. I gotta enter his pool. All right, will you?
What kind of a pool is it?
So I gotta just pick. You guys can do it if you want. I don't care if you do, but just why don't you help me?
Is it
I just gotta pick 6 teams, and you get points based on seeds, right? So if you're a 1 seed, you don't get as many points. Like they double it. They multiply your seed basically.
For every win.
Yeah,
when you advance.
That's basically a rough way of doing it, right?
Right.
So the lower your seed is, that goes farther, you get more points than if you just pick
So you
one
want low
seed.
seeds going to make a run.
Yeah.
If you can figure that
I
out,
just think
thread
I
that
need
needle.
6 teams. Just give me a couple. Give me a couple.
I mean, I kind of like
Arkansas.
I kind of like Arkansas. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to go to a Final Four, but they're a 4 seed. So if they win a couple games, you
like as a 4 seed. Drab, do you have any that you like that are like what's Gonzaga? What's Gonzaga's seed?
3.
They're a 3. Do you like Gonzaga can win a couple games?
I don't know. They played DeBonsta in the second game, and Gonzaga's without their best player or second best player.
So no,
it's not a ringing endorsement.
No,
I wouldn't be thrilled with that.
Valdez, you got a favorite that's maybe a lower seed that could go?
Iowa State. People are high on Iowa State. Illinois. People are high on Illinois.
They're 2s and 3s.
There's 2s and 3s. I like TCU.
What are they?
I think they're a 9.
Yeah.
Really?
You get a couple wins out of them.
They beat Ohio State. You get 9 points.
Doing work.
They played Duke after that.
Yeah, but like I said, but TCU's knocked off some big boys this season.
Can you win a pool like this if you pick 1s and 2s and 3s?
If they all go to the Final Four.
If they all advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you could get wiped out by a 9 seed, win 2 games. I mean, that'd wipe out with the other teams.
True.
You know what I mean?
So they get as many points, whatever their seed is. That's the amount of points they get. The points
I guess, but then it changes every round.
Oh, so the points double if they keep advancing? Is that what you said?
Let me see. I could look into it, but I mean,
so
you
if
can
Duke wins, they only get what, 6 points? How many games? 1,
Yes.
2, 3.
I think so.
Oh, okay. All right. So you get the amount of points based on your seed.
Why don't you take St. John's? They've won.
I actually like St. John's.
They're a
watched
5
them.
seed. They just won the Big East. They won 1 billion games in a row. I think they've, I don't know, like 19 to 20 or something.
Right. I do. I'm going to take St. John's. I'm going to take St. John's 100%.
But I'm guessing other people are going to take them too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mostly just want to just have a somewhat of a.
I mean, you could take VCU as 11, and if they beat Carolina, you get 11 points.
Why would I think they would beat Carolina?
I mean, VCU is a good team, and Carolina's without their best player.
Caleb Wilson out.
It could happen. I mean,
A lot of people are picking VCU to.
I don't know if a lot of people are. I'm just saying, if you
one
want
of their upsets,
if you want to get a lot of points in one game, there you go.
I just have Adam screaming about them, and it just
11s and 12s win every year.
Why don't you let Grok pick your team?
Believe me, I've texted my son 3 times to let his personal assistant Claude help me.
Right.
And he keeps saying, yeah, 1 second.
Hey, it's Claude. I'm ready to pick 6 teams for you, Eric Bickle.
And he's never getting back to me.
That's so disheartening to hear.
Hey, the purist.
I know.
I've done it my whole life. I mean, I've done the brackets.
I know.
It's not a thrill for me anymore.
But you just went on.
What's
you just went on a rant today about how you don't want like the AI and robots taking over, and then you're asking Grok or Claude to fill out your bracket.
I'm not saying there's not a use for it. I'm just saying I don't necessarily want them delivering my sandwich.
Yeah.
What if they make a silly?
Like I'm not against Google. I'm not against asking for information.
Oh, speaking of sandwiches, I got news that a McDonald's that's close to my house, not the closest, but it's 10 to 12 minutes away, is closing.
Because?
You know what's coming in its place?
Oh, you seem excited.
I feel like it's an upgrade.
What?
The place for meats. We have the meats.
Arby's.
Oh, what's it replacing?
And McDonald's.
That McDonald's right there?
No, Ricky, I said not the one closest to where I live. It's like in Durwood.
The one on Muncaster?
Yes.
I never frequent that
That's
area.
a nubby plaza / mall.
It's fine. They're taking the golden arches, throwing them out the
Well, hold
window.
on.
They're putting an Arby's in.
I'm asking a serious question.
Yeah.
How often does the king... I mean, McDonald's is the king of fast food restaurants. I don't care what anybody says. How often are they cast aside?
That's why I feel like
Not
it's
often.
newsworthy. Like it doesn't
That's
happen a lot.
newsworthy.
Like you have a McDonald's, you're generally keeping that blicky open forever.
Yeah, but there's
I mean, so
another
you're essentially
McDonald's.
saying the McDonald's failed.
No, but McDonald's.
They gave up.
There's a McDonald's 2 miles away from that on Shady Grove.
True, they're everywhere, and it's just a
Say
numbers
maybe just
game.
made a decision
Maybe
like
it's
we've oversaturated
but
McDonald's.
I feel like that's a massive upgrade because I don't know where the closest Arby's is to me right now.
When they
and
took
now
away
one's close.
the Arby's on Rockville Pike, that hurt.
Devastating
really?
day.
That hurt.
Soul crushing day.
and I think that was replaced by McDonald's.
I think you're right. Or
Did they?
Popeyes, maybe.
No, I think it's a Mickey D's.
I'm surprised that McDonald's closed down.
I'm kind of surprised by it too.
I mean,
point.
they're cheap.
How many
They're good.
times? Yeah, I mean, it's a staple. Everyone.
I know. I just
has-
never see them close down.
Everyone has something that they like on the menu.
By the way, you mentioned that's like a nubby little strip plaza. I'm pretty sure.
I think across the street is Alito.
there is a Lido across the street. It's a Lido / Rita's combo,
Right.
in one building. But that strip plaza years ago had a shady massage parlor.
Oh, it did.
That got busted. Oh yeah.
Did they
Busted.
publish all the names like Bob Kraft? Did they publish all the names in a local paper?
I don't know if they shamed
all the guys
I don't
that
know
they
if they
arrested.
shamed the people that went there, but
Right.
I'm 99% sure that there was a shady massage parlor there that got busted.
Right.
Could you imagine
you were getting
if you
enhanced
knew somebody
massages.
whose name showed up on one of those
Oh,
lists?
it's
They'd have to
devastating.
move, right?
You would think, yeah.
Yeah.
If somebody in your circle of friends was on the name
Yeah.
of a
Dude,
massage
it's like there was-
parlor
What do you mean
list.
if it was one of my... Okay, what would I have to do? Like stop being friends with them?
No, but I'm saying, what do you think they would do? Well, let's just say it was your name.
Same thing
When
recently.
you have to move?
Like within the last
I'm gonna
week,
give you-
some dude got busted for being a peeping Tom.
Oh, I saw that.
Like somewhere in
saw that.
Virginia.
Yeah, the
And-
drones caught him.
And was he busted by a drone? Is that how he was busted?
I think he was busted
But
by.
in the news report,
Taking over
they
everything.
definitely give you his name. It's like 35. I'm sure I can look it up. Like 35-year-old, fill in the name. Like that's
All right, can I give
super
you-
embarrassing. If
can I
you
give
get
you a
busted for
scenario?
being a peeping Tom,
Well, he's the loser.
you have to move or change the name.
So there
That
was
guy's a loser.
There was a recent time where I had some alone time.
Okay. Yes.
And I thought, if they ever hacked my camera,
right,
and for ransom, and they tried to blackmail me, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to pay.
He's not paying.
I'm not paying.
Right.
And I've already had the conversation in my brain. Like I would have to talk to my kids and everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is.
Right.
It's the kids.
Right. You're saying there's going to be some disturbing video coming out.
I
of your
said,
dad.
listen,
just ignore it.
It's ridiculous what's happening in this country. Everything's blackmail.
Yeah.
I've been blackmailed, and I was doing something that I shouldn't be ashamed of, but I am ashamed. I mean,
Yeah.
it's an embarrassing thing.
Sure.
I'll tell them what it was.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let them put it out there.
Right. I'm not paying them.
I'm not going to pay 1 penny.
0.03
I'm not going to let
bitcoins.
anybody blackmail me.
Right. It's not
So
gonna
just
happen.
put it out there. And I think that's honorable. Because imagine Because it does happen. That's why you have those little switches. That's why people put tape over their cameras. If you paid them once, they got you forever.
Yeah.
They got you forever.
They got you by the Bozak, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just have come to grips that that's a possibility. That could happen in my life.
Sure. It probably will.
It could happen to all of you.
Sure.
Maybe not Lurch, but to everybody else. Yeah. Would you do the same? Or would you be susceptible to the blackmail? You're
I think it would be tough.
I mean, literally.
So the blackmail.
You look as bad as you could look.
Right.
As humiliating as you could look. I think I'm going to say release it.
Yeah.
Release the Jeffrey Toobin.
That would be tough. That would be tough.
Well, what would you do?
It would be tough, but you just have to go with the media cycle. It's going to be gone in 15
What's
minutes.
the price though? Like if it was $100, you'd pay off $100.
What would the blackmail price?
They're going to keep coming to you forever. It's not going to be 100. It's going to be in the thousands. It's going to be 10,000, 100,000. It's going to be significant. Nobody's going to bribe you for $100. Yeah. Nobody's doing that.
What low rent?
I'm just wondering
what was going to do that.
What would you do, Draft? I mean,
I don't know if I'm worried about my camera, but like if my Chat GPT conversations were hacked, I'd go to the 10th floor, jump off the building.
You would.
100%.
You would not allow that to be.
I couldn't live with people knowing what I ask AI and the conversations and what runs through my brain.
Is that true?
A lot of weird questions.
Yeah. Like criminal things or just perverted?
Anything that goes through this brain goes into the Chat GPT.
The latter.
Yeah.
Really?
It's all your inner thoughts.
You
It's your
got to stop
diary.
doing that.
So your brain is just a conduit and it goes right through Chat
like
GPT.
if I have
That's a digital record.
Yeah, I know. I'm cooked.
You're cooked.
Yeah, it's a diary. It's an online diary.
Yeah, you got it. What are you doing?
Plus, it will also show how stupid I am.
Can you give us one example of an
how do you
embarrassing
spell
thing?
definitely?
Okay, maybe we all do that.
Right.
Well, whatever. I just how pathetic I am. What a loser I am.
Do you ask ChatGPT like how to murder someone or something like that? You don't do that.
No. Just like whatever's going on in your life. I don't know what else to say.
I'd ask ChatGPT, what did I do with my earbuds yesterday?
This is an after show conversation.
Some people have full conversations though with, I told you, my wife will be talking to,
of course,
what does she call it? Bailey or whoever the heck she's talking to. I'm like, who are you talking to? I think she's on the phone.
I try
and
to
she's
keep
ChatGPT.
I try to keep those to an absolute minimum.
No.
My kid got me an Amazon Echo. It's right next to my bed. I literally ask it 2 questions.
Weather?
One, the first by a lot. What's the price of Bitcoin?
Okay.
2, what's the weather?
Right.
Right.
That's
the only
basically it.
That's
That's
it.
basically all I ask my Amazon Echo. I ask
Could I
it now,
come within
those 2
20,000
questions.
of the price of Bitcoin? I don't know.
You should.
Go ahead. Take a guess.
I've seen it recently in the news. Is it
Okay.
65,000?
You came
Yeah,
within
you're
20K.
definitely
Yeah,
Yesterday it was like
74.
74-ish, somewhere
Okay, that's
around
close.
there.
No, I told you the Claude is one of the big ones, I think, that people are using. And my son has his own dedicated machine. And he says he daps it up. He says, great job. He says, thank you. And then you, the way it's explained to me is you can hone it, right? And so it learns what you like. So there are fascinating aspects to it. It learns what you like. It learns what you're looking for. And it just really, it keeps getting smarter and smarter and smarter and catered to you. And especially if you give it tasks and it likes you do that. Okay, so the next time it asks you to do that, it's going to do that task like that.
I don't think I'd use Claude just because it's a bad name. Claude is just a weird old school name.
All right, let's go to the phones. We'll play Fact or Fiction, your chance to win some tickets to go see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live.
All right, let's go to Danny in Olney. Danny, you going to hit up the new Arby's?
Probably, yes. Good morning, boys.
Who
What's up?
doesn't like Arby's?
Everybody loves
They have
Arby's.
something for everyone.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. All right.
Great shakes. Great
They literally have great menu. Yeah.
Fact or Fiction, Stefan Diggs is reuniting with his former team, the Minnesota Vikings. Breaking news earlier today, Stefan Diggs back with the Vikings. Is that fact or fiction?
I don't know. Fiction?
It is fiction.
Fiction.
Yeah,
Congratulations. You win 2 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band
You didn't
Sunday,
fall for
June
it.
13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. EB, you seem like your heart is set on a Brandon Ayuk Brandon Ayuk, arrival here in D.C.
My heart is not set on it. I just think it's going to happen.
Okay. If they were to sign somebody like Stephon Diggs, free agent, which would likely preempt a move for Brandon Ayuk, would you be disappointed?
No. I think Stephon Diggs still has a lot to offer. I think JP Finley put out yesterday for his listeners, I think a poll. They did Ayuk, Diggs, and who's the third?
Jennings or Debo or?
I don't think it might have been Jennings.
Because Jennings hadn't signed yet.
Yeah, it was 3 reasonable suggestions, and like sort of all of them would be good. Like if we,
I would agree based on what they have.
All of them would be good.
Yeah.
The Ayuk one just screams at me because he's in massive need, and he loves Jaden, wants to play here. It seems like he's been trying to orchestrate this for 2 years.
Peters knows him.
It just to me, it just seems like it's a no-brainer the way free agency unfolded.
Do you think the Commanders should have been in on Jalen Waddle, who was traded yesterday?
What did they end up giving up for him?
A first-round pick.
Yeah, I don't know that we're in the.
There was some swaps of picks too.
Is it this year's one?
Yeah,
the next year's one.
I mean, the Dolphins are just fire sailing everybody. That's going to be amongst the worst teams in the league next year.
It's a rebuild.
Yeah, they're starting from scratch. Mm-hmm. It's a good move for the Broncos.
But I in fact, when you said Diggs had signed with Minnesota, I had to check the headlines right away, make sure I didn't miss it.
Yeah.
Because my heart did sink a little bit just with the idea that could be a potential receiver off the market. So
that could be a plan B.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do feel like he should be in play. They may not want anything to do with him. I have no intel.
Something tells me that Debo's not going to sign for $20 million a year at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, the market for him has to be super soft.
Who would you rather have?
Anjuwan Jennings. Yep. I'm shocked he hasn't signed.
I'm surprised he hasn't signed.
Who would you rather have, Debo or Diggs?
Diggs.
Probably Diggs.
I think I'd rather have Debo.
I think it's close. I mean, I don't think there's huge separation between the two.
Debo's a little bit more versatile, I think, and I think Debo might be more well-liked on the whole, but that could be wrong. I know nobody wants.
I know a lot of chicks like Diggs.
I know that nobody wants them dating their sister.
No.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up next, Kenny Blakeney, head basketball coach at Howard. They get their first NCAA tournament win. He'll join us next here on The Fan.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the bullets with the best in one sports. Flash forward to the future. Iowa State rediscovered its earlier season mojo in the Big 12 Conference Tournament. Number 38 in offensive and number 3 in defensive efficiency since February 1st. The Cyclones have the balance, guard play, and veteran savvy to run deep. Give me the pride of Ames to reach the Elite Eight at -105. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Swing into Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for Titleist's limited time loyalty rewarded promotion. When you special order any 3, either the Titleist Pro V1, the Pro V1X, or the Pro V1X Left Dash, or AVX dozen golf balls, you'll get another dozen for free. You can golf with more speed and short game control than ever before with the #1 ball in golf. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet from my guys at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get peace of mind for life with Ted Britt for life. That's powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. Some great deals to tell you about now. Do a little electric like I do. 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $11,500 off and no payments for 90 days. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt? $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months, and no payments for 90 days. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Longer days, warmer drives, new options. At Dulles Kia in Leesburg, the spring lineup's looking better than ever. Now drive a new Kia K4 as low as $199 a month, a new K5 from $279 a month, or a new Sorrento just $369 a month. And check out the newly redesigned 2027 Telluride, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's stunning new facility. Come by Dulles Kia in beautiful downtown Leesburg or visit DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC system went down last summer, I needed a team that could handle the cold. I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, that's my guy. This isn't some big corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company, and his crew really knows their stuff, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. These guys are pros. They did a great job at my house, and Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. When the cold comes at you like a breakaway, you want the right team in net. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the show. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Kenny Blakeney, the head coach at Howard. They just pulled off their first win in the history of the school in the NCAA tournament by topping UMBC last night. Coach, congrats on the win. That's awesome.
Blake, what's up?
Happy for you.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing? What's up, junkies? What's up, Jay?
Hey,
what's up, fellas?
How tired
Doing
are you?
well.
How tired are you right now? You on adrenaline?
I just had a super extra large cup of coffee. We're up in Niagara Falls, New York right now. We played last night at 7, probably got out of there around 11:30, and we jetted straight to Niagara Falls. So it's been a whirlwind, but I am so happy for our guys, our university, and the DC community, man. It's been a lot of fun.
So last night, I'm just, I don't sleep very well, and it's middle of the night. It's about 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I texted Blake. I said, Coach, what time does your flight leave Dayton? Because I thought they were going to spend the night and leave today.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, we just landed.
Right.
I said, what? And you probably didn't get to the hotel till, 2-ish. You didn't get much sleep, but last night was unbelievable. Great game. How are your boys feeling right now?
They're awesome, man, and I love the reaction after the game in the locker room. It wasn't like you would think with our first victory in an NCAA tournament that we're jumping up and down and everybody splashing water over one another. They were certainly happy and proud of what they have done, but they were still like, we still have more games to play. So that's the part of it when I'm watching our guys and looking at their faces and trying to understand them through their body language that I really love about our team.
Yeah,
hey, Coach, it was cool too. There was a moment after the win. You were doing a press conference with your daughter, and at the end of it, your daughter grabbed the placard that had your name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Said Coach Blakely. She's like, I need to keep this as a souvenir
right.
of being here. So that was a cool little moment that you got to share this victory not only with your players and the students at Howard, also with your family too.
No, absolutely. Naomi is our daughter. She's 9, and the insight and I think the understanding where she is really cool for me to see.
Yeah.
The other day we were in a hotel and I left my bag, and she always has my back. She was like, Dad, your bag. Yesterday, just little details of which was so great to, I'm glad Melissa Kim sent that out because it was a wonderful moment, and just her awareness for the moment and where she is and being present is a fabulous thing to see.
Kenny has completely turned this program around. His first year, he was 4-29, 1-15 in conference, and now in year 7, he's 24-10, 11 conference wins, and going in the NCAA tournament. Already won a game. Done an unbelievable job. So I wanted to ask you, what was the preparation like for UMBC? Because you didn't find out who you were playing until about 6:15 on Sunday night. After you guys were at Burr, and you find out you play UMBC. How quickly were you scouting them when you found out the brackets?
Yeah, great question, Jay. I think one of the things that having experience in this 2 years ago, and understanding that we may be one of the last 4 teams with the lowest net in the tournament, we immediately set our mindset to okay, here are the teams that we may end up playing. So when we finished our MEAC tournament on Saturday, I thought because of our experience playing in Dayton, we had to be really proactive in the way we thought. So instead of coming back to DC after the game, we stayed in Norfolk because some of those clubs and bars in D.C., they're undefeated.
Uh-huh.
And our guys, after having, won the regular season championship, won the MEAC tournament, they may want to go experience some things in D.C. And, by us saying, hey, guys, we're going to be in Dayton.
Yeah.
We think we need to stay here because it's going to help us with our rest, our preparation to mentally start thinking about how we have to approach if we got to play on Tuesday. So we stayed in Norfolk, drove up on Sunday. The guys had a quick turnaround, so they had to do laundry because we were in Norfolk from basically Tuesday to Sunday.
Yep.
They had to do laundry, do anything with their academics, make sure they touch base with their teachers. And then from there, Jay, the selection show started at 6:30 or something like that, 6:30.
Yep.
We found out who we were going to play, and we immediately started to work from that point of 6:30 or 7. We stayed for the selection show because our women won the tournament and won the league, so we supported them and stayed there, and was an awesome event that was done at Burr Gymnasium for a watch party for both groups. And we went to a hotel that night, again, wanting our guys to be together, to get a great night's sleep. So the staff stayed up to about 2 or 3, watched film, and then we got on a bus at like 7 o'clock and
went to the airport. Man.
Yeah.
I can't imagine, but you guys are so fun to watch because, some of these transfers that you got in, like Cotton and obviously, Bryce Harris has been there for a while, but Gillis, fun to watch. Cedric Taylor, I'm not sure where you found him. Did he play at Morehouse before he joined you guys?
Yeah, he kicked our butts at Morehouse for 2 years.
Man, good player. I mean, you guys are just so fun to watch because you're athletic, you're long, athletic, and you play fast. And last night was just a really fun game to watch. And I know that you guys had a big lead, 14 points, I think, at one point, up 8 at the half, and then UMBC starts to come back a little bit, but you held them off. Yeah,
UMBC is such a potent, terrifically coached basketball team. Offensively, I mean, they are explosive, and some of those shots they made, man, was like,
right.
That's what March Madness is about. That's what this tournament is about. And I think Seth Davis said it last night. It was like, this is as good of a 16 versus 16, play-in game that he's ever seen before. And I love it because it introduces our university to a crowd of fans and viewers that may not know much about Howard University or our basketball program.
Coach Blakely, I want to go back. You've been coaching since you finished at Duke, where you won a national championship. So you started at James Madison under Lefty. What was it like coaching under Lefty?
It was the best experience that I could have to be a young assistant. People don't understand, like, Lefty, the human being. They may know the Lefty, the persona, but the human being of Lefty is such a warm, loving, intelligent family man. I got chill bumps and emotions talking about him right now because I was only there for about 8 months. I was the restricted earnings coach, and the restricted earnings coach at that time could only get paid $3,000, so I got paid $3,000 for the time I was there.
And Lefty
gave me, and Lefty gave me meal tickets to eat at the cafeteria with the students.
Wow.
So, but he was so kind and generous. And the thing is, like, Lefty has his undergraduate from Duke University and his master's from, like, William & Mary.
Right.
The dude's brilliant.
He's no dummy.
He is, No. So the persona and actually the heart of the man and his intellect are two different things, man. I miss that dude.
Pretty incredible mentors: Morgan Wooten, Coach K, Lefty Drizel. Just to name 3.
Hey, did Coach K text you after the win?
He absolutely did.
Yeah, sweet.
Coach has been such a incredible part of our program. He's on the pulse of everything Howard.
Yep.
And he'll send articles on things that's going on, academically, things that are going on campus, and also things that are happening with our basketball program. Coach K has been fabulous.
What time shoot around today? Real quick.
Jason, I have no idea. I just know I don't have after-school detention today, man.
Good, yeah. Stay out of there. All right, bro.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks for being available. Good luck against Michigan on Thursday night.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, guys. And, Jason, thank you so much for all your support, man.
Yes,
Love
sir.
you, bro.
You're the man. Love you. See you.
Coach Kenny Blakeney, Howard University, take on Michigan next.
I remember Mike Jones told a story. I don't know if you want to talk about it. I think he told this on the air, that when he first showed up at that job, I mean, I'm not sure he had a full rack of basketballs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where you're talking about in terms of.
Well, I saw one of the articles. He said,
kind of at the bottom.
He said he took over a team that was basically ranked 350th.
Yeah, they were 4-29 his
They
first
didn't
year.
have enough balls.
That's a show. Yeah. All right, we got to get out of here for Bish Bucks. Cake, CB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I really like the Denver Broncos trade for star Dolphins receiver Jalen Waddle. And one of the big reasons why, I'm not a huge believer in Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. Not trying to be a hater, but Nix, I think, pretty clearly not an elite option. So you need to surround Bo Nix with as many weapons as possible, and Jalen Waddle definitely represents a huge weapons upgrade for the Denver Broncos. If you're a Broncos fan, you should be fired up. I'm Nick Customs.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this,
What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
These days, it seems like everything's automated and happening way too fast, which makes it harder to know who you can trust. But when it comes to improving your outdoor living space, you do know. For over 80 years, Long Fence has been the trusted name for fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Hey, Sarah, I did it.
Did what?
It's perfect.
What's perfect?
He got Kristen an engagement ring. I knew Dominion Jewelers would be perfect. Yeah, I learned so much, and I was able to design it myself.
I told you, Dominion Jewelers is where you design the ring that says, I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
Now I just need to figure out how I'm going to pop the question.
Don't worry, I can help with that too.
Handcrafted, custom-made jewelry. Dominion Jewelers in the heart of Falls Church. We make it beautiful. You make it yours.
By appointment only.
Honda Spring is in full swing at the all-new Landmark Honda in Alexandria, and the deals are incredible. New 26 Honda HR-V LX, just $199 a month. New 26 Honda Accord front-wheel drive LX, only $269 per month. Plus, a great selection of Honda certified pre-owned deals are popping up all over the lot. Now with rates as low as 0.99%. And don't forget, we're paying up to 120% of KBB for your trade. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade. Shop landmarkhonda.com. See dealer for complete details.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash.
Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game than MGM National Harbor. Feel the energy at Tap Sports Bar with mouth-watering game day bites. Or take your experience to the next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge, where every shot and every buzzer beater feels even bigger. Grab your crew, find your seat, and cheer on your team all the way to the final. Your tournament headquarters is waiting, only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here. Learn more at MGMNationalHarbor.com. Must be 21. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the best in one sports. Flash forward to the future. Iowa State rediscovered its earlier season mojo in the Big 12 Conference Tournament. Number 38 in offensive and number 3 in defensive efficiency since February 1st. The Cyclones have the balance, guard play, and veteran savvy to run deep. Give me the Pride of Ames to reach the Elite Eight at -105. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. By the 8th inning, the U.S. trailed 2-0 and had been held scoreless in 17 of their previous 18 innings. Then Bryce Harper came through with a huge 2-run homer, tied up the ballgame 2-2, but it didn't take very long for Venezuela to strike back. Top of the ninth, Eugenio Suarez doubled, put Venezuela on top 3-2. They claimed the WBC championship. Venezuela entered this tournament as the most decorated and successful baseballing country to have never won the World Baseball Classic. Well, that changed last night. And number 16 seed Howard finished the night with a check mark next to their name. They beat UMBC 86-83. Bison head to Buffalo, New York, where they'll face number 1 seed Michigan tomorrow. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's B-Mitch and Finley.
We've got a lot to say in a short time to say, so sit down, shut up, and listen.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo. Ludicrously speedy or infectious with the slow-mo. Heard me in the 80s, JV's on the promo. And I never end the quest to get the paper on the caper.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. It's B-Mitch and Finley on a hump day. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Good, brother. What's happening?
Dude, we had some sports last night. Thank you, WB.
I was watching everything, too.
Looked like you were asleep.
No, I wasn't asleep.
The comments on the Facebook post, it wasn't just me that said it.
Well, the people on Facebook stupid. If you look closer, you see my damn eyes. You can see my eyes were open.
I knew you were awake.
And why would I post something if I were asleep?
I just thought it was funny.
That just showed that people are stupid.
All right, so yesterday was a fun, good day. We left here. I had to go by Channel 4 for a little bit. Then I went to Hunter's Hound. Had a proper Guinness. You got to have a draft Guinness. I had one. I have a question. What is the right amount of Guinness? Because at some point it's too much. Not just from like an alcohol standpoint. Like you can overdo Guinness.
You can overdo anything, Jay.
You can overdo anything. Good point. Went home. Corned beef and cabbage, hung out with the kids. They were all excited. They made like a leprechaun dance. Very good day. Get the kids to bed because this is a ball night. We had good sports last night.
Yeah.
Howard, congratulations to the Howard Bison. Yeah. The men's team won their first ever NCAA tournament game. And, you and I had somebody text us earlier in the week, and I won't divulge who, but explaining the value of that first round game for these smaller schools. Not only do they get kind of the national spotlight, right? Like anybody that wanted to watch basketball last night was watching Howard versus UMBC.
Yeah.
They also get $2 million for winning that game.
Why do you think some of these small schools play these big schools? They get paid for it. They know they're not going to win the game.
Yeah,
but in this tournament thing, you win, you move on, you get cheddar.
Right.
And some schools really need it.
It was really glad for Howard. Now, they got an uphill battle against Michigan, but we'll see what happens. That's why they play the games, right?
Yep.
Happy for Howard. I got to watch the end of that, and it got tight late. Howard was like comfortably in the lead for most of that game.
It was about at that point, they were about 9-10 points.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I look up, and it was like 2.
Right.
I'm like, what the hell?
Credit to UMBC for staying in the fight and making that a ball game down the stretch. Get the girls to bed. Come downstairs. All 3 TVs are operational last night. My hierarchy, I don't know if you agree with this. Main TV with sound, TGL. I don't care who knows. I'm a 100%. TGL mark. And then I had...
and the underdogs went on.
I know, dude. Then I had baseball on, and I had hoops on. I didn't realize I had baseball on the Spanish channel because it's on a muted television, and I didn't realize till like the 6th inning they flashed some graphic, and it was like some statistic I couldn't. Usually, it was sports. Like even if it's in Spanish, I could kind of figure out what they're saying.
Yeah,
but it was something about like quadrangles or something. Is that what they call home runs?
I don't know.
Did somebody figure out what a home run is in Spanish?
Home run.
I would guess it's home run, but when they wrote it out, it was like quadrangle or something. So I'm watching TGL. The first match was good. The second match was where the star power was.
Yeah.
And it's kind of silly, but just having Tiger out there just gives it that much more juice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's coaching. He's not even swinging a club.
He's coaching.
He's kind of just hanging out.
Well, he said he's not coaching. He's just hanging out with the Bad News Bears, basically what he said.
Right.
But when he's around, you can see his intensity. And I think that's the thing. Like, whether you're competing or not, or you're involved with it or not, the dude is intense.
Totally.
You know? And then I like Tom Kim, dog. Tom Kim hits the shots, dog.
Tom Kim's got some gangster to him. Like, you wouldn't expect it. He's like a, chubby, short dude, but he's got some gangster to him, man.
What was it? Was it Max Homer give him the little
Max Homer
sleep?
put him to sleep. But when they, I thought the way Rory came out and they birdied the first hole, Boston was a heavy favorite betting-wise.
But then when he hit it out of bounds, I was like,
totally.
Okay, here we go.
You got to wonder about Rory's health because he just looks rusty still, and he had to withdraw whatever that was 2 weeks ago from Bay Hill. Keegan Bradley stinks, and I don't know that he's right since the Ryder Cup. Like the fact that that Hideki was on that team and they went with Keegan kind of makes me question the seriousness of the endeavor.
They do a little different thing. He walked in with his little Lou Cornacek sweater on.
Yeah.
Didn't Lou Cornacek lose when he had in that sweater? When John wore the same sweater he wore?
I think he did, yeah.
Hey, there you go. If the man lost when he had on the sweater, you should have walked in with a Boston Celtics sweater or something like that.
It's also, so the TGL Championship is next Monday, I believe, at 9 o'clock. Now, it's a best of 3, so they'll play Monday and Tuesday, I think. And you got LA, who's loaded. I mean, LA is just really good. I've become a big Fleetwood guy, which I'm not sure I ever expected, but here we are. And then Jupiter. And it makes you wonder. Jupiter wasn't supposed to get into the playoffs. They got into the playoffs because Tom Kim hit a hole-in-one.
Yeah.
A walk-off hole-in-one, which is pretty damn outrageous. But now Jupiter has beaten Boston, the 1 seed. They're in the finals. It makes you wonder about momentum in sports. And then, so I'm watching all of the sports at once. So eventually we're going to get to this NC State-Texas game, which was kind of the heavy hitter of the college hoops games last night.
I missed that one.
You didn't miss much, but you did at the end. But we'll get to it. So TGL wraps up, and I'm going to baseball. Now, Venezuela was up 2-0.
Yeah.
Pretty much the whole game. White Brian's boy, Nolan McLean, on the first pitch of the game, gives up a hit. And I sent out a tweet that I thought was fairly obviously farcical, but people took it quite seriously. I said, I don't want to overreact, but this dude gave up a hit on the first pitch of the game. And all the hashtag ball knowers are like, it's the best leadoff hitter in the world, dude. Like, I get it. It's also I'm joking. Like, it's the first pitch of the game. They're going to play 9 innings. Everybody relax. But McLean never seemed settled. Venezuela, super aggressive on the base pass. I thought
they don't seem intimidated or scared at all.
Not for a second.
I saw the thing up here said Venezuela stuns the U.S. I watched the game. Didn't look like they felt like they were underdogs at all.
No way.
And the way that they pitch and the way that they hit, if you had to just look at that, take all the colors off and you look at the game, you'll believe that Venezuela was the better team.
One thing I wish they did in the World Baseball Classic coverage is when they would flash, when a batter comes up, they flash his statistics. When the pitcher's up there, they flash his statistics, kind of name, whatever. I wish they told us what team. Like, if those dudes are in the majors, tell me what team he's on. Because where does that Venezuela closer pitch?
The Chicago Cubs. He's a stud.
He's a stud.
Bro, he lets it fly.
And what is his... He has, I'm fascinated by his fashion choices. Does he run his gold chains through his button? Because it looks like he's got half a gold chain and then it disappears. Like, when I first saw that dude, I thought it's like coming off his hair. So, like, it was like a gold chain rat tail. It's a fascinating choice that clearly works for him. But Venezuela's up 2-0. The U.S. just lifeless. What was Aaron Judge's line last night? 0 for 5 with 2 Ks? Like, just lifeless. And then a dude I have not rooted for in some time. A dude Bryce. I think spends far too much time worrying about his hair and his image. Bryce Harper steps up. And, it's late in that game. Was that 7th, 8th inning when Bryce hit that homer?
7th, I think it was.
8th inning.
Just an absolute rocket, no doubt, missile launch out of Lone Bank Depot Stadium, whatever the hell the Miami Stadium's called. Just a rocket. And you're like, oh my gosh, the U.S. is back in this tie game. And I was really happy for Bryce in that moment. Clearly, it meant a lot to, you could see the U.S. players in the dugout, that everybody was in. This was not like an exhibition thing. It kind of, hockey and baseball are very different sports, but this World Baseball Classic to me seemed to achieve the level of the 4 nations last year, the hockey joint. Not the Olympics, because the Olympics are always going to be on another level. But the 4 nations last year, remember we were all kind of stunned by how serious that was? Yeah. They were all fist fighting at the first puck drop and everything. The World Baseball Classic seemed to get to that level. And you could tell both these teams truly, truly cared. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have pride. I think that's the thing about it. When you playing for your country, you have pride, bro. And that comes out in the game. So,
well, and then Venezuela just doesn't blink.
No.
Does not blink, man. And
they don't seem intimidated by nothing going on out there.
I think it was Suarez had the double that brought in the go-ahead run. Again, Venezuela aggressive on the base pass. Didn't that dude get on to first and steal second that scored? And you could see, I am not going, I actually was going to try to reach out to my dude Alberto from Telemundo because he's Venezuelan. And I was at NBC yesterday, and maybe people are unaware of this. NBC4 and Telemundo 44 all share a newsroom. Like kind of, it's not dissimilar from us in 980. Like during breaks and stuff, we're all just hanging out there, right? And I was talking with Alberto before the game, Alberto Pimentia. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And he was like, man, we're all in on this because he's Venezuelan. There's some other folks there that are from Venezuela. And he's just like, this one means a lot for us. We are very, very into it. And I told him, I was like, well, dude, I've been rooting for you guys every game but tonight. Like, I'm not rooting for you tonight. But when you saw them win and you saw the emotions that came out from that win, we don't do politics. And then you consider everything that has happened in Venezuela. Like, I think it might have meant a little more for them.
It could have. It probably did.
It was emotional, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I love the story of the skipper for Venezuela. The broadcast for World Baseball Classic I thought was very good. I thought they did a heck of a job. And I guess, is it Smoltz doing the...
Yeah, it was Smoltz.
Smoltz is like, what's my man's name? Omar, right? the skip for Venezuela's
The one, yeah.
Omar Lopez. And Smoltz is like, yeah, I've known Omar a long time. He was a bad player. Like, I guess he played about 100 games in the minors, and Smoltz said he hit like 110. But it was at that moment he realized, I'm here to be a coach. Maybe by necessity, I don't know. But that they had this family feel to that Venezuelan team. And
if you look in the stands, they were everywhere, man. It seemed like in every game they played, they overpowered when it came down to the amount of fans.
Totally.
They did, man.
It was really cool. Again, I wanted the U.S. to win. When Bryce hit that home run was an electric moment. But Venezuela took it. The bottom of the ninth for the U.S., who came up? Schwarber, Roman Anthony. Was Roman Anthony the final out? I know Schwarber struck out.
Yeah, Anthony was the final out.
Who was in the middle there? Schwarber struck out. I don't think it was Gunnar. Was it Bregman? Maybe it was Gunnar.
It was Gunnar.
I would have loved to see
and they went right at him.
Not scared.
Hey,
Palencia, not scared.
They pitch like I'm the badass. They don't pitch like I'm worried about what your power is. They pitch like you can't catch up with my power.
It's how Skeens pitched against the Dominican.
There you go.
Whenever that was 3 nights ago. He went right at him. He gave up the one shot, but he was still pretty good. I haven't decided to engage in the Skubal conversation. Skubal came to Team USA camp and pitched once. He threw like 40 pitches and then went back to Detroit. Do I have that right, Stallion? Yeah. Roughly?
He's in the contract negotiation. Say what you want. I listen, man. If he gets hurt in that game, ain't nobody gonna be paying for nothing for him. He gotta take care of himself.
I get that and agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, it would have been nice to have Skubal last night instead of the Mets prospect that threw a wild pitch to give up a run.
But the whole thing is, they're all supposed to be top-notch players, right? It's not his fault. I know the Mets guy always seemed nervous as hell to me for some reason. He seemed like he shouldn't even be there. You know, you get to a certain level in professional ranks, you don't look nervous. That dude looked like he was about to have the runs and he got to get home and he can't get out of traffic. That's what he looked like.
You know who was not nervous? Rodriguez, the Venezuelan starter. He went like almost 6 and I thought he gave up 1 hit, I think, in like whatever it was, 4 2/3, 5 innings. He was quite good. I know you guys have been all over this. Did DeRosa mess anything up last night? The U.S. manager.
Yeah, I think so, because you should have had Gunnar Henderson in the lineup over Alex Bregman. Like,
that's been throughout the tournament.
Yeah,
Gunner's been hitting nukes.
He's been hitting the crap out of the baseball. Like, he's the reason why you were in the championship game last night, hitting the game-tying home run a few days ago. Like, I get the analytics aspect. Like, Bregman had better numbers against Rodriguez over time, but like, you stick with the hot hand.
Especially in baseball.
Especially in baseball. It's like you got to ride that.
The analytics runs baseball. Okay? And every time somebody hits well against somebody, they put them in. It's not that damn manager's fault that your boy from New York didn't have a hit. And he was thinking after the first game, he stunk the rest of the way. Judge. It's not his fault. I mean, we can nitpick it. Though a lot of guys on that squad did not stand up when they were supposed to stand up. Point blank. And when you look at Venezuela, the reason they won and the reason they were there, they stood up at the right moments. And the guys that were supposed to be carrying them, Acuna and all those guys, they hit when they're supposed to. Our guy, Bryce was striking out most of the damn time. He stood up finally. So I look at it like that.
Good for Venezuela. Honestly, just good for the World Baseball Classic. I feel like that event has really emerged to something I'm going to pay attention to. It's super random. What is it, every 3 years? But I'm in. 3 years from now, I feel like, are they just going to keep playing it here, or does it move around? I know the early rounds move around.
Yeah,
Do they play it in Asia or anything?
No, so the early rounds they play in Asia, but I think like the main championship level games, they'll probably be here.
Okay, so it makes it easy TV. If they're playing in Tokyo and I got to watch at 4 a.m., I might not be in, but It's a good kind of precursor to baseball. Opening day is a week away. Congrats to Venezuela. That's how I feel. Then the nightcap, Brian, NC State, Texas, was a dog of a game. I don't. If you didn't watch, you really didn't miss much, man. Like, the refs sucked. It was the weirdest, quickest whistle in the second half, where it was like any contact was getting a whistle. The refs made the game such a slog. Then NC State must have the biggest collection of unskilled big men I've ever seen. They had big men that were able to play in the paint. They just had zero skill.
Couldn't do anything else.
So then the refs are calling everything because these dudes are hammering people, but then it impacts how they call the guards. Just, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Texas has some kid, Swain, that's supposed to be a stud, but it was the dude, I think his last name was Mark. This dude, Mark, made 2 huge plays down the stretch, including a bucket with like a minute left. No, like a second left, rather. I don't know that qualifies as a true buzzer beater, but damn, it was a hell of a shot. NC State has this kid, McDaniel, I believe is his name, who's just a straight sniper. Just a hell of a shooter. They got him McNeil, forgive me. They got him no looks. And then in the last minute, he hits 2 just bomb threes to bring NC State back into it.
The Fighting Leons couldn't do nothing?
Dude, it was like the whole game couldn't do anything. It was ugly, low scoring. But this kid hits a couple threes. You get a game late. It was a good little taste of March Madness to come. But it was, dude, the 2 teams shot 37% from the field and combined 33% from 3. They couldn't even make 3 free throws. Like, they shot 75% from the free throws. I'm giving you rough numbers. But Dickie V and Chuck on the call. I love Charles Barkley. Love him. I certainly acknowledge what Dickie V is to college hoops. That was a brutal call. I felt bad for the dude doing play-by-play because those 2 didn't give a rip about him trying to call the game. It was a tough listen.
But that's why they choose those 2 guys.
Right.
They're entertaining.
All right, busy show today. We got to talk a bunch of college hoops. Going to talk to Robert Flores from MLB Network. Talk to him about World Baseball Classic and opening day coming up. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley just getting warmed up.
The Turtles.
The Turtles?
Yes.
Shout out to the Turtles. Is there, what else is in the Turtles catalog? I'm not particularly familiar with their work.
I only know that song.
I know that one, though. All right, B. I think there's a lot of things to be excited about from the Commanders' offseason.
Yeah.
I think Oweh is the biggest free agent signing from a dollar standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chenal, Chigakonkwo, Rashad White, like
excitement.
There's something for everybody, right?
Yeah.
If you're a real football person and you love, winning from the trenches, they took care of you.
Yep.
If you're more into the fantasy side of things, the prop bets, they gave you some skill position guys to be excited about.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a pretty thorough and not necessarily exhaustive, but like they took a balanced approach to free agency and added a lot to all sides of the ball.
Yeah. They were trying to build a football team instead of build just positions.
Right. I also still want to see them sign another kicker, but that's a different conversation.
That they probably won't do, but still.
That said, I think the most important contractual move that was made over the last few weeks was getting the extension done with Laramie Tunsil, getting it done fast.
Mm-hmm. I think that signing does more than just have him sign. It changes the mindset. It makes other people inside that building go, okay, they're serious about this thing. Because we can sit and think how we wish, but I guarantee there were people wondering what the hell was going on last year with Terry. And then when this one comes up and they went and they did it quickly, I'm sure there are people that go, okay, now we're serious about some things now. And then that's just the way guys in locker rooms think. We might think they don't pay attention. They pay attention to every damn thing when it pertains to money and how you treat the ones in the room.
Agreed with that all the way. So Laramie Tunsil spoke with the media yesterday. Laramie doesn't talk a whole heck of a lot. Like, he'll be polite and you can say what's up to him. And, what do you say? Shoot the breeze with
Louise, tell Ruth the truth.
But there's not a lot of media availabilities with Laramie Tunsil. And that's something I was made aware of during the trade. Like, when I talk to people I know in Houston, they're like, he's cool, but you're not going to get many sound bites there. So when he talks, especially when he talks coming off the heels of signing a massive contract extension, it's worth paying attention to. Jeff, number two, Laramie Tunsil got asked, was there a level of surprise you were able to get this deal done so fast?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm a great player. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I guess those guys respect me in the front office, and they probably just wanted to get something done quicker than normally. They didn't want to drag the situation out and have another situation they had with Terry. Maybe they wanted to get it done fast, quicker than normal because of that situation, maybe. But I know I'm talking in circles, but that's the only thing I can really think of.
I love the awareness for Tunsil to acknowledge last year this thing was a mess.
Hey, the fact that he mentioned that says everything I need to know. Not only does he know it and was paying attention to it, it's other people in that locker room, veteran players, that were probably looking at it as well to see how this thing is going to go. Because, so many times teams say things like, he's a this, he's a that, he's a commander. And when it comes down to it, people go, is he really? Everybody was paying attention to that. And they went out and knocked it out the park by getting it done.
I agree with you. There's a small part of me that at least wants to acknowledge it was also advantageous to their cap where they were going to be aggressive and shop around.
Truthful.
So, it also helps your cap to get that deal
done. It helps
done.
your cap, but still, it's not, the concern about that is fine, but that visual says a lot.
Here's my question for you, B, because I agree with you. It does say a lot. What does it say to Terry?
I think Terry's past it. One thing about Terry's a different dude. He got his thing done. He when he finally came to camp, I think he's happy. He wants to be here. But you know what though? he's a true competitor, which right now is like, I'm going to show you. So you benefit off of what he's going to show you. But if you go with that again next year, he'll be going somewhere else in a heartbeat, which I understand. Once you show me what you think about me, I'm going to show you what I'm about and what I think about me too. And I think that's the ultimate thing. So, yes, he felt he may feel a little slighted. But I think the people inside that locker room know the dude that they battle with. And I think ultimately, if you are, hell, like I could put myself in a situation. The way they handled me when I was getting ready to when I left from here. Did I go into the tank? Hell no. I wanted to show you.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, there are other veterans. I asked Adam Peters about this in Indy. Payne's going into the last year of a deal without much guaranteed money on it. And they're like, yeah, we're going to let him play. Luvu's going into the last year of a deal without guaranteed money on it. So there are other guys that probably did notice.
Yeah.
But the NFL is a meritocracy. You know why they had to get everything done with Tunsil? Because he's excellent.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's the thing of it, it comes down to, like, the players know what players and where their ranks and what they've done for them and where they rank in this league. They don't judge everybody the same way. Okay? They're not going to judge Luvu like they do a Tunsil. But still, Luvu now has to take that to himself and try to figure it out. But a Terry who had done so much for that team, those players are looking at that as well, going, hold on now. This guy has done everything and has overly exceeded his contract, the stuff he had in front of him, and you treat him like that? The world's a difference.
Doug, the first Super Bowl you and I worked together, Minnesota, I remember we had just eaten at Ruth Chris, and there were like downtown Minnesota, probably Thursday of Super Bowl week, so it's starting to get real juicy. And there was like a limo that showed up, then there was a Suburban that showed up, and all these people coming in and out. And then there was one dude just getting in the little like Honda Civic Uber. And you're like, CJ, there's always somebody bigger, always somebody lower. Like, that's just the world, right?
That's it, brother.
I did want to at least hear this one from Tunsil on how important it was to get this done and not let it drag on. Number 3, Jeffrey, just to get the deal done well before training camp, OTAs, any of that stuff.
Absolutely. I wanted to get the deal done quicker than normal. And for sure, get more money in that bank account. Absolutely, I wanted to get it done fast. But no, on a serious note, I wanted to get something done in place. Clear my mind from that, and focus on training, focus on the team. I really wanted to see what we was going to do in free agency, and I feel like we damn sure made a splash in that aspect. But again, thank you, AP, and to the front office for getting it done quicker than normal.
I love that he want to get that money into the bank account.
Yeah. I want to get interest. I don't want you getting interest anymore.
One more that's interesting, because I think there was some, not consensus, but I think a lot of folks expected Chris Paul to make some money on the free agency market and not return. The market didn't show up for Chris Paul. He's back. Laramie Tunsil talking about Chris Paul being back. Those two manned the left side for 85% of the games last year.
I was damn happy with us signing Chris Paul back. Thank God he didn't go to another team. I know that sounds very selfish of me. But our next step is continue to build off of last season. Me and Chris developed a damn good relationship. I think it was week 3 against the Raiders when we first got our start together. Yeah. It kind of just went from there. But it's kind of playing next to somebody you really don't have to say much to. It's just kind of like everything just falls in place. Pass pro, run blocking, doesn't matter what it is. Like, it's easy playing next to him, And outside of football, just on a personal level, he's a great guy, a great human. And that's also a plus to play next to and to have in the locker room with us.
That sort of continuity, we all know there's going to be a change at center. Biotish is now a Charger. But outside of that, assuming health, like, you got 4 of your 5 guys back, and if it is Allegretti, that's a dude that's been there.
He's been there.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So I do think that is important on the offensive line to have that level of continuity. And I think Tunsil's telling the truth Hell yeah, I'm happy it got done. Am I a little surprised? Maybe, but I think they wanted it to get done.
Yeah, he's happy. He's happy that Chris, because the one thing about an offensive line, what they love is continuity, chemistry. You put a new guy there, you get to learn him in practice, training camp, but you don't know him in the game until you play in the game with him.
In the time since, I think they're also really excited that Darnell Stapleton got promoted to run in that room, because he was doing some of that last year.
When it happened, I was thrilled about that, because you watch the hands-on guys and you watch the guys who have the title. This is no knock, but last year when I watched before a game, Darnell was working the guys out, getting them ready. My man was doing all of his muscular stuff, up and down the stairs and doing his stretches and his push-ups and all that, more than he was getting them ready for the game. And then that's just a visual I caught. Every time I saw him, he was doing something to get his body right, and Darnell was doing something to get the players right. And when they made the move, I was not shocked by him, and I was thrilled that he got the chance, because that's the guy I saw the players always working with.
All right, Neil Greenberg going to join us at noon. Robert Flores in about 45 minutes. Nobody go anywhere.
rising up through the air.
Jeffrey.
Oh, boy.
I think Jeff weighs less than I do now.
I don't know, bro.
I keep it under 2 bills, but it's been tight lately. 198.6.
Yeah, I'm 199.7.
We could go have a way. Now, granted, I just ate half a bagel and a donut, so
I don't think this is the perfect time.
I also had banana pudding for breakfast. So good.
You ain't bring none in for the rest of us?
It was leftovers. It was like this much left.
What?
Well, we need to put the bat signal out.
You want my wife to make banana pudding, right?
Yes.
All right, Lauren, I guarantee she's not listening, but Lauren, Jeff would like you to make some banana pudding.
I have a number. I text her and say, we need some banana pudding. We'll pay for it.
Do it, B.
She's got like an off-site meeting today. I don't think today's the day.
Jay, we're not worried about you and all that. We're going to say your husband was supposed to tell you, but he didn't.
I will let her know.
And he's trying to say that you can't make it because he say you can't. I'm going to ask stuff to get you in trouble. Exciting
news.
Yeah.
The boys are going to do a fantasy baseball league.
I mean, y'all boys.
Yeah, everybody but B.
Yes, indeed.
That's 4 of us.
That's too much time. I don't watch every game. I damn sure ain't gonna do no.
We're going to do weekly lineups. You said it once a week. Okay,
Jay, you know I'll be in week 8. And we haven't changed nothing.
Do you want a proxy? Do you want to have a team and let somebody else run it?
They can do that.
Okay. Who would you like? So far, me, Stallion, White Brian, Jeffrey, Savannah McCann on the fan, and Beasley just texted me back. He's in.
We know he'll do it.
Who would you want Toby to be your proxy?
Yeah, Toby could be my proxy.
All right. So now we're at 7.
That's a smart guy.
We have a coveted 8th spot. I know who I think I'd like to invite.
Who?
He's a lunatic. Russell.
We don't want no lunatics in. We already got you.
So he can be like, every time I go to check I got to be on the radio, and you guys just don't let me.
Correct. Or, you know who watches a lot of baseball?
Who?
Doc.
Oh, yeah, DOC, dude.
But I also think Doc's
kind of like me.
I can see Doc fundamentally being opposed to like fantasy sports.
He's kind of like me. I understand what people do, and I do not knock people for doing it. But then you gotta stop trying to knock me because I don't want to do it.
But you're in with a proxy.
I'll let somebody else do it for me. But I would be
Toby.
playing golf and doing everything else. I don't have time to be paying attention to no fantasy.
Well,
it's once a week. You do it on your phone.
Toby's so much of a DJ, he will proxy for B and have his own team.
I don't do this.
No, you can't have a team and run another team. That's collusion, Jeff.
Yeah, insider trading, that would happen. I know Toby. Toby would do that. Toby's a winner.
Should we ask Doc?
I honestly think Toby is the most honest guy.
Toby is honest. I would have to worry about you.
Call Doc real quick. We'll take not on your cell phone, Jeff. I want to be able to take him on the air.
He might curse you out for trying to do that.
I was going to text him.
Call Doc real quick. We'll see if we can get him. We're putting him on the spot. I feel like Doc's not a big fantasy sports guy, but I also know he watches a lot of baseball. He grew up playing baseball. Yeah. I think his mom watches baseball with him.
He used to watch it with his dad all the time. I know that he tell me about that all the time.
If Doc is our 8th in this league, this is a hell of a league. And we're only going 8. I want loaded rosters. I want it. White Brian, how simple can we keep it?
A full lineup, 3 pitchers, and set a lineup every week.
I'm in. Can you set this up?
Yeah.
I prefer Yahoo for my fantasy. That's my website of choice.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. A coveted 8th spot is available. We're going to see if Doc Walker will join us. Is Russell our backup if Doc won't join us?
I guess we can do that.
Do we also need to ask if Toby will run B. Mitch's team? Or are we just assuming?
No, Toby got that.
Yeah, he got it.
I mean, young people ain't got nothing but time. All they do is live on their phone anyway.
I mean, nobody goes to more sporting events than Toby. He can handle it.
I mean, he can handle it.
He can handle it.
You know, I live off my phone.
Stallion, we have Doc Walker on the line.
Mr. Walker, how you doing, sir?
Hold on, let me pot him up. Hello, Doc.
Gentlemen, I've just been being entertained by you.
We want to talk to you about, well, they want to talk to you about something. I don't know what the answer would be. We know you are very, very fond of baseball. I know you say you and your pops used to watch it. You watch a lot of baseball. They trying to start this fantasy league that I'm getting somebody proxy to run my team, because I'm not going to be paying attention to it. Are you interested in being
understand.
one of our 8th member of our fantasy baseball league?
No, I'm not.
I kind of felt you were going to think like that, Doc.
Doc, you love baseball.
Love it to death. Love it to death.
But you're not
Love all sports. Love football, too.
You're not about fantasy?
Not make-believe. It's okay. I mean, I don't do make-believe. I'm too old for that.
All right, Doc. Well, I
tried to tell him, Doc.
I said I'm not sure he will want to play fantasy sports, but I'd love to have Doc in the league.
Doc has been a Little League All-Star. Doc has been a hand model.
Doc's played in 2 Super Bowls.
A Super Bowl champion.
A hog model.
He's a hog. Doc don't want to do no fantasy, man.
No.
Well, Doc,
I don't have to do everything.
In your steed, do you have somebody you recommend?
Would you let Rooster be your the guy who run your team?
I think Chris Russell would be perfect for it if he had the time. He's so busy.
He's a busy man.
He's America's broadcaster. So I don't know how he could squeeze it in, but if he could, I would nominate the Rooster.
All right,
we will a fantasy baseball league.
That's what we're gonna move on to then, I guess. Well, I'm saying we. Like I'm really heavily involved.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you're even involved in this.
Well, I'm not involved. I'm just. I mean, I'm a part of the show, so I guess I have to semi-be. But Toby gonna run everything.
Well, now Toby's that brother is serious. I mean, Ryan.
You can't have him. I got him.
Is Stallion involved?
He's involved, but I don't trust him at all.
Well, him and Jeff are cut from the same cloth, so be careful.
All right, we're gonna see, Doc. I appreciate your honesty and your candor, sir.
Well, you can't be everything to everybody. I realized that years ago.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, Doc.
Maybe
cool, brother.
Keep kicking ass.
We'll see if you want to join our fantasy football league this fall.
Oh yeah, hit me back.
The great, legendary Rick Doc Walker.
Be cool, brother.
Doc, big fat no on the fantasy baseball league. Well, Rooster will probably get here for his show about 40 seconds in advance, and we'll see if we can track him down for a fantasy baseball invitation. Robert Flores joins the program at 11:30.
Oh.
It's a road to nowhere.
MJ is better.
No one debates that, dog, but they're different musicians.
Hey, man, young people have to go with what's best.
That's not true.
They can't enjoy everything.
That's not true.
Here we go.
Even Prince and Mike went at it. I'm just saying.
You just say, don't bring up, and he immediately, MJ's better. Yeah, Michael Jordan is better than LeBron. You're right.
I will agree with you on that one.
All right. We're waiting. Are we waiting to see Chris Russell in person for the fantasy baseball invite?
Definitely.
Yeah. And then Drab is on deck. If Rooster can't do it, it'll be Drab. Drab understands where he is in the rotation here.
Man, you should go with Drab off the bat, man. What the hell?
We gotta.
Rooster gonna complain about everything every day.
Yeah,
and gonna run y'all crazy.
Well,
I almost said the other word.
He's gonna.
I almost say SAC. You know what I mean?
He's gonna drive White Brian crazy because White Brian is the commissioner of the league. Congratulations, White Brian.
Brian likes to be crazy.
This promotion carries no financial reward.
Brian is naturally crazy.
All right. Speaking of crazy, at least a crazy situation. I'm getting increasingly fatigued by the Brandon Ayuk discussion because so much of it is centered on nothing. It is John Lynch gave very few comments at the combine. Adam Peters said, I love him as a person, can't talk about him as a player as he's under contract with another team.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard next to nothing from Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. I think the last real video that was posted was
ice cream
when he was driving by the facility,
which is the flying.
Yeah, Stallion, look that up. See if there's Ayuk social more recently, because we know the ice cream video was fake, Keith Cohen. But we haven't heard much of even his teammates talk about him. And so for George Kittle, 49ers tight end, somebody who obviously knows Ayuk well, they've shared a locker room now for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
They're both offensive players. They're in meetings together. George Kittle, I think this is on Compton's podcast, right? On
Will
for the Boys? I believe so, yeah. So Kittle was on For the Boys, which is Will Compton and Taylor Lewan's podcast. And like one thing that I always stress in reporting, like I believe it or not, I'm actually like trained for this. I'm educated in this stuff. Like people have no idea what a source is. Like if you talk to somebody's cousin that plays video games with Rashad White, like that is not sourcing. That is not real, okay? But George Kittle, who was Brandon Ayuk's teammate for, I would say 5 years since Ayuk got in the league, that is somebody that can give you information on the person, the situation, whatever it is, right? Mm-hmm. So this is George Kittle asked about Brandon Ayuk via the For the Boys podcast.
Ayuk?
What's the deal, man?
Oh, let's see. Speak totally freely, uninhibited.
Uninhibited. No one's listening to the show.
No one's listening to the show.
Driving by stadiums at 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The last time I saw Ayuk was because he was kind of at training camp, kind of not, and then he was like in and out of the building throughout like those first couple weeks, and I started going out to like see him like in the weight room because he didn't go into the locker room or the training room anymore, so he would just go to the weight room to do his rehab.
And was this like like a holdout thing he was doing?
No, this was this past year. Like he was under contract. This was the year after. This was this past season. So there's no holdout or anything like that. And I just got there and talked to him because like didn't go to meetings or anything like that. And so I was like, I just talked to him like, hey, let him know that, hey, I'm your guy. Like, just let him know I love you. And then literally like, I started doing that call week 6. I don't really know what week it was. And then literally a week later, that story came out, like all the crazy stuff. And then I didn't see him again.
Really?
Yeah. So like, I don't like, that's not something I bring up to like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan very often. I like that's on you guys. And I just try to be there for the players if there's something going on. Cause you know, like you always want to be there for the boys, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Brandon. Like, I don't know what he's thinking about or, you know, what he's thinking. So I really have no idea.
Yeah. It's hard when you see a guy struggling and you don't know all the pieces and you just want to help.
Yeah. Like hey man, like we played together for 4 years now. Like, I love you. I love playing football with you. How can I help? And then like literally 2 days later, the article comes out and I don't see him again. So I'm just like, all right. Yeah. He did text me though after I got hurt.
Did he?
Yeah. Said thinking of you.
Good teammate.
Said thanks, dude.
Brian, you're the only one, unless Doc was here, you're the only one in this building that's been in locker rooms as a player.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen guys go through contract stuff. I've seen guys get railroaded by a team when they don't belong, when they don't deserve it. I've seen guys just have to eat it because organizationally they're getting screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen guys that are jerks. I've seen guys that aren't team guys. Being a player on the team is different. What do you hear from Kittle there?
He's confused, just like everybody else is. He's lost. Like, for me, if I had the opportunity to talk to Brandon, and you've been around me long enough, and I'm sure you heard me say this. Before walking away from it, I would say you make sure you got something else waiting for you. You get what I'm saying? I would have been like, man, get your money. Nothing you're dealing with here, and let's be real, for all the fans that want to try to act like what the 49ers were doing would be so horrible, there's nothing in this world that horrible just to walk away from that type of money. Okay? You've had ancestors and family members that dealt with less and stuck through it because they had the support. Walking away from that type of money is a different breed, okay? So, and like he said, man, if you need me, I'm here for you. He would know that. But if you just disappear, then guess what? Can't help you. Can't nobody help you. And I understand how people completely forget about everyday life and things that they do and go through just when it comes to sports. Sports is that one entity that makes us forget that we also have sense because we just want a guy to play on our team. He needs some level of help. If they only feel he could come here and play with Jaden, there's something wrong with a dude that get all this stuff in the world. You can only operate with one guy. I refuse to believe that. I think that's what you want people to believe and think because, fans, fanatical. They think outside the box sometimes. But I think Kittle's confused because I guarantee he's thinking just like me. There's no damn way I would have walked away from it.
The money is the part where this gets really confusing.
Yeah.
You see guys get mad about medicals, how a team wants medical stuff done versus how
what
they
Trent
want
was
stuff
dealing
done.
with, that's real. You told me everything was good, but this could be cancer. I would have had a problem with that. But if you just want me to show up to get my money, you would have to ask me to stop showing up. I show up so damn much. Hell, I'll be opening the door for, hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, John, how you doing, man? Let me open the door for you.
The other part that stands out to me is Kittle said he stopped coming in the locker room. Like, by and large, the coaches, the front office never in the locker room.
Yeah.
Generally, honestly, Dan Quinn's the dude I've seen in the locker room more than any other coach I've been around. But still, they're not in there very often. The locker room is the player's domain.
Yeah.
Does that stand out a little to you that he's only going in the weight room?
Because, if you just go in the weight room and leave and don't talk to, you're not communicating with a lot of your teammates. And there's something you're hiding from. Or you don't want to hear what they have to say. Because,
maybe they don't want somebody to ask them, yo, what are you doing?
Some of the players would probably be saying what I'm saying right now and asking those questions that you're stating. And the way you stop from doing that, I come in the weight room when I know you all in meetings or out at practice. I don't have to come in the locker room. He might have went in the locker room, but he knew they were out at practice.
Right.
He knew they were in a meeting.
He knows the schedule.
So if you are avoiding your teammates, there's something there. So when people say, well, he probably didn't want to deal with the stuff the 49ers were doing, every player to a man was doing it too. See, I like that. I think outside the box a little bit. So when I hear people saying something, my question, so you mean to tell me all 53, all 70 players, every coach, every front office person, all of them was doing the same thing? To believe that, you would have to be a little bit off.
And then there's some level, what I suppose what I find encouraging is that BA texted Kittle after the injury.
Yeah.
Right? So there's some level of a relationship there.
Yep, true. But I can text you I control communication when I text you.
Right.
If I call and I talk with you, you can hit me immediately with a question, and I can have. If I hang up, then I've left an impression on you. But if you text me, if I text you and then you text back later, and I never text you again, guess what? Never got it. I can use that excuse.
Sure.
So it's a different level of communication. That's why I like talking to people. Don't tell me what you were trying to say on the text. Let's talk about it. We'll figure it out.
Stallion, doing crack research here, found that Brandon Ayuk posted to Instagram yesterday. I believe it was his birthday. Yeah. Brandon Ayuk, St. Patrick's Day, baby. How about that?
Hey.
Happy birthday. You and I looked at these photos. You can follow him at Brandon Ayuk, should you choose to.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to describe them. Joey, I don't know, maybe on Monumental you could throw up these pictures via his Instagram. That may be too much to do too quick. One of them, he's holding 2 bottles, what looks to me like champagne.
Yeah.
Jeff, maybe you know. I don't know. Another one, he's holding a basketball looking at a car with a wrapper on it. Car looks nice and fast.
Bought myself a car.
Another one, he's playing pool, T-shirts on the pool table. Another one with the basketball in the same car. Another one with, what do you think that car is, B? Is that like a Bugatti?
Let me pull it up.
The purple car? I mean, just the tires, wheels, rims on that car look more expensive than my 4Runner. That looks like a very fast vehicle. I don't know if that's perhaps the one he drove by the facility. That's a nice looking car. And then another one with the basketball.
That's like a Lambo, that purple one.
Yeah. Okay. It's certainly Lambo Ferrari family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey, what, if anything, do these pictures tell you about Brandon Ayuk? Because my answer is I got nothing.
I was about to say, it's telling me that he's a regular guy to me. That's social media. It ain't telling me much.
Stallion, I think you're the same age as Brandon Ayuk. He's 28.
I'm 26 now, but
okay.
I can tell you this. He's got expensive taste. I mean, whatever that is, it's a Lamborghini. It could be a Rolls Royce. I don't know what he's got in there. It looks like it's not a Rolls Royce. Okay, see, I don't have this stuff.
The car that's under the plastic wrapping. One thing that's funny about these pictures, I wonder if he has kids or something, because in one of the photos where he's holding the basketball, there's he's in what I presume to be his garage. There's a trash can full of pool noodles in the background. You see that?
Yeah.
So I would think he's got children, or maybe he just likes to float.
Oh, it's just there when the ladies are over, they like to float on those.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes floating around in the pool. I don't know. The vehicle that is in here a few times where he's holding the basketball looks like a. Have you seen the Lambo or the Ferrari SUVs?
Lambo SUV, that's what it looks like.
Those are dope.
Yeah.
First person I ever saw with one of those was Trent Williams. And I remember I was walking out of the facility as Trent was starting that car up, and it sounded like the Batmobile.
If you open it up a little bit, you will see, I think the insert, it looks like a Ferrari.
The purple one?
The black one. If you look at the insert of the wheel.
Okay. Oh, yeah. B getting serious on his Inspector Sherlock Holmes stuff here. What, Stallion? The other thing, and Jeff, I'm going to lean on you on this. I've heard this dude's name, and I think he's a big streamer, and I think he's a big Commanders fan. Janky Rondo? Isn't that a local dude?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a local dude.
Janky Rondo posted on Brandon Ayuk's birthday post, "See you soon," in all caps.
That's him thinking he's coming here.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
That's it.
I think that's what it means, too. I'm not that dumb. Do we think Janky Rondo has any sort of insight?
No.
Well, when you're talking about sources, I mean, I think this is what we're talking about as the fans. Janky Rondo.
Right. So, the one assessment from Ryan the Stallion that I think might have some value is this is a young man with what appears to be very expensive taste. I pulled up, I don't know what the Niners were able to void, right? Because in what was his 5th year option? Because he got that, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in 2024, that was his 5th-year option on his rookie deal. So that got paid. And that was $24 million. So this is a young man that has acquired some significant wealth.
All that stuff he got, he can afford it.
So he's probably made the first-year rookie deal, you get the signing bonus. So let's call that 7, 8, 11, 13. What's 13 plus 24? 47? 37? He's accumulated some real money.
Yes.
But if you got Ferraris and Lambos and bottles of wine and all sorts of stuff, might need some more money too.
Yeah.
That was our hopefully only Brandon Ayuk discussion of the day. Nobody go anywhere. Robert Flores joins us next. And welcome in Mr. Robert Flores, MLB Network. You can give him a follow on Instagram at Real Roflo. Robert, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man.
Brian and I think most people in the country really got sucked into this World Baseball Classic. I really enjoyed it. And
it was fun.
As much as I was rooting for America last night, I'm an American. Like, I was rooting for my country. Yeah. I'm kind of happy for Venezuela, too. I'm curious how you feel about it all.
No, I feel the same way. Look, I work closely throughout the season with Mark DeRosa on our morning show, MLB Central, 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network. Shameless plug. I consider D-Row one of my closest friends, and I was gutted for him, and I was gutted for Sean Casey, who is also a colleague and a friend, and was a hitting coach for Team USA. And look, as an American, I certainly wanted the United States to win, but to see the joy and the passion that the Venezuelan players and fans and people had for the game and for the event, you feel happy for them. I mean, but that's the beauty and cruelty of sports, is that, there's going to be one team and one set of participants and players that feel great and another that feels gutted by the loss. But I thought that Al Leiter, another colleague here at MLB Network, said earlier, the team that played with the most joy, and they won this event, and that was Venezuela. I mean, they were just the better team, and in a winner-take-all knockout stage, one-game kind of format, sometimes that'll happen. If these two teams played in a 7-game series, would the United States win? I feel confident in saying that they would, but that's not the format of the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is what I saw. As I watched the game, I saw them having fun. I saw us stressing, to be honest with you. And that could be because it was on our land. We're thinking we're supposed to win. We have the people pulling. So you have a lot of pressure on you. And I think, like you said, they played freely and happy. We were stressed.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there is this notion that on paper, this should have been, I was calling this baseball's version of the 92 Dream Team. I mean, look at the MVPs, look at the All-Stars, look at the young talent. And, I mean, you know that sometimes when you're the favorite and things don't start out well, or the game's getting late and and the game is tight, or you're trailing, I imagine there is a little bit of anxiety or trepidation that can creep in. But Venezuela, they were just a better team on that one night last night. So congratulations to them.
Robert, you mentioned how close you are with Mark DeRosa, and I don't know if you noticed this, but from like the online baseball experts, who may or may not be experts, but he was getting some criticism for some of the managerial decisions. And listen, when a team that's the heavy favorite loses, there's going to be criticism of every coach. What did you think of how DeRosa handled last night and kind of throughout the tournament?
I thought he handled himself tremendously well. And I don't know if you were being ironic when you said online baseball expert.
A little bit, yes, sir.
Because, look, I think we all know social media is not real. It's best just used for cat memes or funny memes to share your food. So to go to social media expecting you're going to get any sort of expertise or nuance or any sort of informed opinion, I think you're probably looking in the wrong place. That being said, he acknowledged, him misspeaking on our network about the circumstances and the parameters going into Team Italy. But so you set that aside, and then there's the criticism of, well, how come you don't bring in Mason Miller? Well, because his parent club asked him not to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, They said, don't bring in Mason Miller unless it was a save situation. That's what the San Diego Padres asked of the manager.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got to answer to not necessarily 30 clubs, but however many other clubs were represented on his team.
Yeah.
So it's this whole baseball kind of Jenga that you're having to navigate. It is a very difficult job, and I wouldn't expect people on social media, certainly, to understand that or, to realize that. But also I think there was a lot of, I might say something here that maybe will get me in trouble, so I don't know if you guys are recording on it or
you
something.
have our full support.
But I thought the criticism that D-Row faced, and obviously I am biased and I am telling people that from the very beginning, it really made me understand why players why you be Mitch and players of various other sports, why they hate the media. We are because we're getting it. We're not always getting it right, and we're putting forth a lot of arguments that are kind of lacking in context and nuance, and in maybe some cases, some bad faith arguments are being put forward. So it was a very difficult situation, but he knew all that going in. He managed the team to a finals appearance in 2023. So it's not for everybody, but to answer your question, I thought he did fine.
Yeah, the Mason Miller stuff's really interesting. That makes so much sense, and I don't know if that was like something that was out there that people didn't know. I didn't know it, but that makes.
Yeah, I read it this morning. I read it this morning.
Yeah.
Well, dude.
So
because the club's got to have some say in
I
this.
think David Bednar was also. There were some similar. I don't know the particulars of David Bednar's situation, who had been so good for Team USA. I think that there were some parameters and sort of some uncertainty or strict guidelines, I'll say, regarding his availability. So there's just a lot that, like we in the media don't always know, and certainly fans on social media never know.
Sure. No, it's
but they think they're experts, though.
Talking with Robert Flores, host over at MLB Network. Give him a follow at Real Roflo on Instagram, at Roflo on Twitter. I grew up an Orioles fan. The Nats weren't here when I was a kid. We all rooted for the Orioles. I would have liked to see Gunnar more. I don't even know. Like, you admit you're biased with DeRosa. I'm coming with black and orange glasses on. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I hear you. And Gunnar Henderson had performed pretty well throughout this tournament. But here's the other thing. So it's always like, there's the whole flip side. Alex Bregman, who did not perform as well as he would have hoped offensively. He had 3 home runs lifetime, I believe, off Eduardo Rodriguez. So he's a right-handed batter. Obviously, Gunnar Henderson's left on left. So is it outrageous for D-Row to have Alex Bregman in his lineup, considering right-handed batter with very good history against Eduardo Rodriguez, or is he an idiot? Which is it?
Yeah. Dude, and this is what happens. Bryce Harper hits a home run. They tie it up. If they score in the bottom of the ninth, we're not talking about any of this. Like
100%.
If Kyle Schwarber hits a bomb instead of striking out, it's an entirely different conversation.
Yeah. And there was also this other conversation and chatter from the quote unquote experts on social media about, well, Tarek Skubal's not pitching, and this guy's not pitching, and this guy's not pitching, and how come they're not available, and how come he didn't use this? The pitching wasn't the problem in the semifinals or the finals, guys.
Right. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Well,
the USA offense, they had 2 solo home runs in the semifinal, and they had 1 2-run homer in the title. So is that the manager's fault? Is it the organization's fault? Is it USA Baseball's fault? So, like, whose fault is it? Is it anyone's fault, or is it just baseball?
Right. I mean, you look at, was it 2 years ago, the World Series was the Diamondbacks versus the Rangers? And, like, nobody on the earth thought that was going to happen. Baseball's a crazy game, man. It
is. And especially when you have a winner-take-all, one-game format. So it's a great event. It is I think it builds so much. It has built so much momentum over the years, and it's just a great way to kind of usher in the 2026 Major League season.
I totally agree. I mean, I knew it was coming. I saw the promotions for it. Didn't expect to kind of get swept up in it.
I was swept in it.
The Italy team was so exciting.
Yeah.
The Venezuela team, like it was the Dominican. Watching Japan lose, like there was so much that was so cool throughout the entire tournament.
No, it's a great event. 2006 was the first WBC, so we've had 2 decades of the World Baseball Classic. And I think I'm with you. It has grown and it has garnered so much momentum, and you just see it on what it means to other countries. Obviously, the United States, we've got the best talent in the world, or some of the best talent. Obviously, with all the second guessing and all the criticism that everyone gets after a loss, that just shows you that it means something to the fans, to the media, and it certainly means a great deal to the players. But for Team Italy, for Canada to reach the knockout stage for the first time in the history of this classic, so there's a lot to take away from the World Baseball Classic, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I think we just look at it, and you look at Major League Baseball, and you listen to the names. They're coming from all over the world.
Totally.
So, when you see these classes come up, you're going to see great competition. I enjoyed it from start to finish.
Me too.
Yeah, because of what it meant, and the passion comes through when you're watching on television.
100%. I mean, you saw it for Venezuela last night. I mean, those tears were real. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least sneak one in about the Nats. I think Nats fans understand what we're looking at this summer, and from a win-loss column, it's probably not going to be very pretty. What is something you would tell Nats fans to watch for and enjoy in what'll probably be a 100-loss season?
Yeah, I think James Wood, where he is, what does his ascension look like? Because I was at Nats camp along with Cliff Floyd, who was actually drafted by the Nats when they were known as the Expos back in the day. And we just both came. And he just came away just totally impressed with his approach, with his thought process, and how he approaches pitchers. And also, James talked about he needs to be better. James knows that he needs to be better, especially when it comes to pitches in the zone. He says, I got to be better at taking advantage of mistakes, and I didn't do that as much as I should. Also, I was also impressed by C.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Look, I know it's been a little bit up and down for C.J. for a variety of reasons there with the Nats, but the coaching staff could not say enough nice things about CJ and where he's at and how he's come into camp. So for me, if I'm a Nats fan, I'm kind of looking at those two guys. What are they going to look like in 2026 as we try to get this thing turned around?
I just pulled up Cliff Floyd because I remembered the numbers. And was he on that first Marlins title team?
I believe he was, 97.
Yeah. Baseball, man, you go deep in these numbers. It's crazy. Cliff Floyd played 17 years in the majors, B. Robert, I'm going to sneak this in. Please indulge me. Obviously, the AL East is heavyweights, but the Orioles make a big move to get Pete Alonso. What do you think their chances are getting back into the playoffs?
I think it depends on what the pitching looks like. Trevor Rogers looked like he had found something towards the end of last year. What is their start? Do they have enough starting pitching? I think as far as offensive power and production, I think they're going to have it. Pete Alonso does a lot for them, obviously. You can pretty much bank on it, 30 and 100 for Pete Alonso. When you look at what he has done at the big league level, what he has done in New York. So I think that there's a lot to like offensively, but what about the pitching staff? What about the bullpen? That's going to be kind of the things that I'm looking for as you're right. I mean, because that American League East, it is not going to, it is top to bottom.
Yeah.
It is nasty. So the Blue Jays are better. I think the Yankees are going to be better with Garrett Cole coming back. In fact, he makes his spring debut today. So it's a bear. That division is a huge task, but I think the Orioles can figure into it in the mix. Maybe if they don't win the division, maybe they can figure somehow prominently in the postseason picture.
We got to run here, Robert. One word answer for you, please. Can your Houston Cougars win it all?
Yes.
One word.
Yes,
Good luck, man.
All right, Robert.
That'd
Take
be
care,
cool
man.
for Kelvin Sampson.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, Robert Flores, MLB Network. Greenberg joined the program in about 10 minutes. Greenberg is he's good at picking brackets, so we're going to ask him a whole bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, though, I did want to make mention of this. There was some level of hand-wringing and pearl clutching about a flag football game, the Fanatics Flag Football Classic. One thing I don't understand with Fanatics, it seems like everybody hates their gear, but Fanatics just keeps taking over the world.
Hey.
So, like, I don't know.
You know what?
There's a
what Fanatics realize?
Contradiction somewhere. But
the people that are complaining on social media aren't the people that's buying my stuff.
But they've also somehow positioned themselves. Their tech, like their website and ordering is great. Yes. And I think that makes a huge difference when it's just easy to do.
Who deals with them? The leagues.
Right.
So if the leagues are dealing with you can't be concerned. Because you know what fans are going to do? Buy where they can get it from.
Right.
So
the Fanatics Flag Football Classic, we all remember, was originally scheduled to be played in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
If you live under a rock, there's a war going on in the Middle East now, so they moved it to Los Angeles. The game is Saturday, 4 o'clock till 8:30. It's a 3-team tournament.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be on Fox. You got Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson on the call, which is pretty legit.
I like it.
Now you've got Tom Brady and Jalen Hurts will captain one team that is coached by Sean Payton. Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels will captain the other.
Mm-hmm.
That's coached by Kyle Shanahan.
Uh-oh.
Maybe Ayuk will show up.
They're going to draw up some stuff, dog.
And then those two teams are competing against the U.S. men's national flag football team. The teams are current NFL players, former NFL players, and random celebrities is how this is written.
One of them celebrities going to get hit right in the face. One of them balls going to be thrown at him. Watch. Promise you.
What's your interest level in this?
I'm going to check it out. I like it. Listen, I've hosted like the 7-on-7 tournaments, and I went out to the one that was down in Florida. Dude, you see some hella athletes and athleticism going on. So I'm into it. And I understand how that has affected receivers and defensive backs in the league today in a positive manner.
Yeah, flag football's fun to watch.
Yeah.
The trouble here, this Saturday is the second round of the NCAA tournament. So if I am at home, and generally Saturday afternoons I'm not really at home, I'm doing kids stuff. I have no idea what my schedule is this weekend. I'm sure my wife will tell me. But generally, if I do get to sit home and watch something on Saturday in March, it's going to be college basketball. So I think that may stunt what would otherwise be a massive ratings number. I don't know why they wouldn't play this on like a Monday Night Football or something.
Hey, man, believe me, it's going to show.
Yeah, it will.
And you got 3 TVs, Jay.
It can get one.
I have one little feature on my thing.
I saw
I have like 8.
You can split it all up, right?
8 different screens. They're like the wall over at the sports book.
I think it's pretty silly to be upset about a flag football game. I understand that dude for the Patriots 25 years ago blew out his knee in a sand football game.
Running in sand is different than running on grass.
Right. But also, are you concerned that Jaden could get hurt in this game?
No.
Like, I recognize...
Listen, I understand someone could be hurt at any moment in life.
Right.
But quarterbacking in a flag game where you're basically taking a snap and throwing the football.
That's going to be like 7-on-7 for him.
I wonder, Joe Burrow, fantastic quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner, got the Bengals to a Super Bowl. I wonder if there's Bengals angst about Joe Burrow playing, because that dude's been injured far more than Jaden. Like,
I'm sure there's some level, but I don't think it's as much, because the problem is Joe holds the ball longer than most people in the league, and Joe
gets rocked.
Will run the ball too. But nobody looks at Joe and say running quarterback. Jaden has extreme athletic ability, but much rather throw the football. But he's gotten hurt and most of the time, got hurt last year in the pocket, but people just see him as a running quarterback. And he got hurt on the little run where they threw him at, and he dislocated his elbow. So he's seen as the running quarterback, not the quarterback. Joe is seen as a quarterback that happens to run. See what I'm saying? So they look at more of as apt that Jaden will get hurt, but Joe's been hurt more than Jaden.
Right. I think a lot of that is just manufactured outrage that let's play some flag football. It'll be fun. I also think the U.S. national team might kick their ass. If those dudes are professional, national level, Olympian level flag football players, they're going to be really good at it. And there are some differences to the games.
Yeah.
That was your flag football update. Coming up next, Neil Greenberg.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Columbia, and only one man tough enough to roll up to Iron Man by Ozzy Osbourne. That is our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg of the Fancy Stats Substack. What's happening, Greenberg? How you been, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you boys doing?
I thought I was going to hear from you yesterday.
Me too.
St. Patrick's Day, Green and Greenberg. I just told Ryan he don't know how to really play the bits right.
Got to play to your strengths.
Yeah, man.
Greenberg is that Irish name that everyone knows and loves.
Hey, I just heard the green. That's all it was.
All right, dude. I am now a subscriber to Fancy Stats. I think everyone should be. We all know kind of what happened at the Post and how dumb and sad it all is, but it seems like everybody's kind of landing on their feet, doing their own thing, and I'm glad to see it. This time, the floor is open to you if you want to address it, or we could just talk some sports.
Yeah, I'm just, I got a couple of things I'm working on. This is one of them. And I got to say, I am really humbled by the support I've gotten for this Substack. I never thought that, I just was skeptical, but every day I get more and more support, so I appreciate it. I'm trying to just bring the same coverage that I brought to the Washington Post here, and some stuff that maybe I wasn't able to do before, or some new stuff that I've been working on. So, yeah, I figured March Madness was the best time to really kick it off.
Love it. All right, and Stan, can I get a bracket, dog? There's a reason we want you on today, because brackets start tomorrow. There were the play-in games last night. Congratulations to Howard. NC State versus Texas set the game of basketball backwards. But that said, let's get down to it. I get the emails. I'm a subscriber. I am debating getting in a single high dollar bracket challenge, and I have not filled that bracket out yet because I want to talk to you.
No pressure. How big is the pool?
$200.
No, not dollars. How many people?
I don't know.
Because that's really the key to filling out a bracket, is the size of the pool. The smaller the pool, the more chalk that you want. The bigger the pool, the more risks that you have to take. Because let's just, use, for example, Duke. Duke's could be used on, 30% of brackets as the winner out there. You look at the top 4 seeds in general, they can account for, 60, 70% of all brackets. So if you're in a really big pool, if you have one of those as your winner, you have to really differentiate yourselves down the bracket, especially in the round of 64 and the round of 62, and you have to be right. So it really does matter how big the pool is. If it's a really large pool, you want to take some risks and perhaps stay away from most of the number 1 seeds getting to the Final Four. That includes Duke, that includes Florida, that includes Arizona. I would probably look at Michigan as to be the one that I would single there. But then you really want to take some swings, and it really does depend on the size of the bracket.
Okay. Beyond the gameplay of the brackets, let's just talk about matchups you like, matchups you don't. The East region is loaded. I mean, that is a seriously stacked region.
Yeah, obviously you have number 1 Duke, you have 2 UConn, 2 of the best programs, annually, let alone this year. I love number 11 South Florida this year. I also love St. John's from Queens. They're number 5 seed. I think that they're a little underseeded, St. John's, and I'm actually a big believer in them this year. They're my championship pick. I don't want to make any spoilers, but for a big bracket, they would be my championship pick. But yeah, the East is tough. I liked both Texas and NC State as individual teams, especially in double-digit seeds that could make some stuff happen. I was a little sad to learn that they both played each other in the first 4, but I do think that they could be dangerous. It's unfortunate that they got Gonzaga looming in the round of 32 if they make it that far, because I do think Gonzaga's tough. And, let's talk about Howard for a second. I mean, Howard, I know they had to make the play-in game, and I wouldn't pick a 16 seed to upend the number 1, but if I was, it was going to be Howard this year. I think that they have the best chance, albeit a slim chance. I'm not surprised that they won the other night, and I think that, as far as just a real Hail Mary long shot, they look pretty good from that aspect. So I think there's a couple of double-digit seeds like Missouri that I think could do pretty well in the tournament. But I expect it to be chalky like it was last year.
Do you think the injuries that Duke is dealing with will be something that hamper them in this tournament or not?
I do, yeah, and I think that's a real good reason to fade them. You filling out the bracket isn't so much as selecting teams as it is eliminating teams as well. And again, if you're a lot of people are going to have all the number one seeds, basically, but mostly because they're really good, but also because of what happened last year. Mm-hmm. So they're going to be, I think, overpicked. And starting with Duke, and the fact that you can, at least come up with a plausible case as to why they might not be as dominant in the tournament as they were during the season, injuries certainly play a role there.
It's going to be just chaos, man. What do you think of the Gators? What do you think of Florida? And then if it all breaks that way, they could end up playing Houston in Houston.
Yeah, I've loved Florida for a while. I'm actually sitting on a Florida to make the Final Four plus 900. I got that a couple months ago.
Wow.
They were not being given a lot of love despite the advanced metrics liking them quite a bit. And I think I even tweeted about it. I have to go back and look. But yeah, Florida doesn't surprise me. I am fading Houston in the Sweet 16 in favor of Illinois. That conference has underwhelmed in the tournament for years. They get a lot of wins, but not nearly as many as they should. They do get a lot of teams in the bracket, and I think a lot of the teams from that conference, Houston, Arizona, I'm actually fading, and I feel fine about it.
Interesting. So if you're fading the Big 12, you think Arizona goes down early too, huh?
Well, I mean, their path is relatively easy. I mean, LIU, then they have Villanova, and then I actually have them playing Hawaii in the Sweet 16, a 13 seed who I like as a. You
got them beating Arkansas? Seed. Not believing in Acuff?
No, I'm not. No. So the path is there, but I have them losing to number 10 Missouri, so I feel fine differentiating my bracket that way. Again, the number one seeds are probably the strongest we've ever seen. Definitely since 2011 when the field expanded to 68 teams. I mean, this is a very top heavy bracket, and I don't know if you've noticed, but you look at the odds. There aren't a lot of double digit. Usually, we see like one or two double digit seeds that are favorites, slight favorites. We're not seeing that at all this year. Advanced analytics are being more and more incorporated into how these teams are seeded. So you're getting less teams slipping through the cracks, less sleepers than we have in past years. So I think that the top seeds are going to have a pretty decent run over the first weekend or two. But then, like I said, I mean, you have to make some choices, and I'm fine with my bracket being first or last. Like I don't care about the middle area. I'm not looking to be competitive. I'm not looking to look good among my peers. I want a bracket that can win. And I'm okay taking calculated risks, even if that means it's a first weekend flameout and I come in last.
Well, we normally see 12s upset 5s. Which 12?
Actually, you see 11s upset 6 way more often.
Well, what 12 you think it upset one of these
B's
fives?
been on he's looking for his 12. He's been on this.
He's looking for 12. I like High Point.
I was looking at that.
If Northern Iowa wasn't playing St. John's, I'd probably take them. But I like Akron too. I like them. I like Texas Tech better. I think that's a tough matchup for them. But I did have Akron also circled as a double-digit seed that I was hoping would get a favorable matchup. I think Texas Tech might be a little too tough.
So if you're fading the Big 12, are you fading the SEC too? Kind of sounds like.
No. The numbers suggest the Big 12 have woefully underperformed their seed over the past, since 2011. I mean, they get a lot of teams in. They get a lot of teams that are high seeds. They don't pay dividends like some of the other conferences do. And like I said, you have to pick your spots. And I'm fine fading. What is it? 3 top 4 seeds, top 5 seeds. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with taking that stand.
Gotcha. So, what is your Final Four, Greenberg?
St. John's, Illinois, number 3 Illinois, number 10 Missouri, number 1 Michigan. And then I have St. John's beating Michigan in the final.
So you have, Michigan, St. John's. I got that. Who are the other two?
Number 3 Illinois, who I like quite a bit.
I like that guard a lot.
And number 10 Missouri. I think that they can surprise as a 10 seed.
Wow, Mizzou all the way. All the Mizzou Mafia nerds would be all out in full force.
We had a really big Missouri contingent at the Washington Post.
It's a big journalism school. I don't know.
I don't know if that's just my bias or maybe I've been brainwashed, but
so you got Missouri beating Purdue, as JP says.
That's a prime Purdue thing. That would be the Elite Eight. And Purdue loses to Mizzou.
Although if Queens was actually from Queens, the number 15 seeds, I'd pick them.
What is a player that you think could go on a run and, I guess maybe it's Mizzou you're saying. Who's the one dude you think we'll all be talking about in 10 days?
That's a good question. I mean, Lendenborg out of Michigan is really good. You have, who's the kid from Iowa State? Joshua Jefferson. He could put up a double-double at any time. He can dish the basketball as well. Boozer obviously is there with Duke.
What do you think about UVA in this tourney?
I struggle with that a little bit. I struggle with UVA. I couldn't find my way to getting them very far. I wanted to, and I just looked at where they were and who was in front of them, and it was a tough spot for me. I like VCU though. I think VCU could make a little splash, but that's about as far as I go.
VCU beating Carolina?
I have VCU beating Carolina and then losing to Illinois.
Yeah, Carolina plays great against Duke.
Right.
Other teams, they don't seem to do the same.
I think the Caleb Wilson injury just kind of sank them. Where will you have...
You just need, if it were as chalky as we were last year, those double-digit seeds winning in the first round are going to be really big because those are the ones that are less likely to be had by people picking more chalky brackets.
One team I'm not in on, and I know everybody will tell me I'm crazy because of Tom Izzo. I don't think Michigan State's all that good. They don't have a dude that's going to score. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have them losing to South Florida in the round of 32. So I'm with you there. I'm not really a big believer in what they got. Tom Izzo is another one of those guys, coaches that. I don't know. You want to believe in him in March Madness, but it never really kind of pans out as much as you like. I do like Jeremy Fears. I think that he's really good. Led the team in scoring in minutes. He can really pass the ball. He's got great vision. So I like him. I don't like the team that's around him for a deep tournament run.
I mean, dude, the East Regional here at Cap One Arena. You could easily be looking at Duke, St. John's. I mean, UConn. I mean, you could be looking at Michigan State, right? Or if St. John's isn't there, it's probably going to be Kansas. Yeah, it's just loaded.
What a great time to get the regional. I mean, this is a stacked. If it was in soccer, they maybe call it the region of death.
Yeah, the group of death, right? Last time,
there's going to be some really good basketball, and I got to tell you, I've been to a lot of Big East tournaments and at Madison Square Garden, and I mean, it is electric when you have just a packed house, just blocks of fans for both sides. It should be a really fun night. Especially considering the type of talent that could be in that building.
Dude, I remember last time the regional final was here at Cap One, and it was Duke versus Michigan State with Zion Williamson, and it was an electric atmosphere. And
every time he touched the ball, because you knew at that point that he was going to be the number one pick, and there was just so much buzz around him. It just absolutely crazy. I remember something similar with when I saw Stephon Marbury at MSG.
That's cool.
Same type of thing. You just knew he was going to be great, and every time he touched the ball, the place just went ballistic.
Playing for Georgia Tech at that point, or
high school. I actually saw him at the high school All-Star game that they had at MSG. And when I tell you that he was a man among boys, it wasn't even close. It was like that Seinfeld episode where Kramer is doing karate against the 7-year-old.
Right.
It was just everyone came to see him. It was before he left for school, and the place was packed, and every single one of them was a Starbury fan.
Well, dude, I remember the 2003 Capital Classic. They played it at Cap One, and LeBron was out there. I remember being there, watching LeBron, who at that point was already pretty famous. Chris Paul played in that game, and you could tell the kind of talent he had. I remember Kenny Ebekwe that went to Maryland was in, but watching LeBron actually as a high schooler, it is a very different feeling.
You don't forget it, and you see the talent disparaging and disparity. This is why March Madness is great. There's so many good stories, and there's so many lasting impressions, and you get to see these kids develop into the NBA, and it's just such an exciting time. One of my favorite times of the year.
All right. Speaking of development, Brian and I haven't talked Caps in a while. I saw a video popped on my Instagram last night of John Carlson in the Ducks dressing room after a win, and they gave him the Gordon Bombay jacket. And I'm happy for Carly, but man, it was just hard to watch. I just counted this up. I mean, the Caps are so far from playoff contention now. The Caps have 74 points, B. There are 9 teams with 80 or more points. That's how far away they are.
Wow.
But they're calling some kid up tonight. Should we be excited about Cole Hudson?
Yeah, I think so. This is the future. You have to start to embrace it. I mean, Carlson. Look, the Carlson trade was a shock, I think, to most people. But Hudson leaving Boston University, which is a really good hockey school. He had 80 points in 74 games during his 2 seasons at BU, most among NCAA defensemen. I did guess this is why they felt like the organization could let Carlson leave, kind of the heir apparent. I think it was funny. There was a tweet where he was born after kind of Ovechkin was in the league, which is that's nuts. So after his debut, and this is what the organization is building towards. These are the guys that are going to be, the team surrounding probably Tom Wilson as the captain once Ovechkin hangs it up. And they've got some good talent. I mean, he should be a lot of talent. I don't know how his first game's going to go, but it's a good nucleus that they're starting to have, and I applaud the organization for being very proactive with, how the retooling has been going and kind of how they're looking to make stuff happen. Once Ovechkin does leave, whether that's this year or next year. But yeah, I think there's a lot of good that's going to happen, and they're trying to make the organization competitive once the turnover happens.
Greenberg, we appreciate the time, buddy.
All right, love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
Take care.
That's our friend Neil Greenberg. Check out his Fancy Stats Substack. Give him a follow on X at @NGreenberg. I just got a text message. We got big news, big guests coming up at 1:30. It's B. Mitch and Finley. exciting news. We're giving away a $50 Paisanos gift card today. And I think this might confuse people, but this is Jeff's plan. We just played a Prince song, but when we play another Prince song, that's when we're giving away the Paisanos gift card.
The second Prince song.
So the next Prince song, caller 10 at that moment wins $50 to Paisanos.
Believe it or not, started to worry. Wondering if I had enough class.
You love Prince. You and John Walton. Also, really cool news. Gabe Taylor is going to join the program in 1 hour. Gabe Taylor playing for the DC Defenders. They just announced they got Wale playing halftime of their home opener.
All right.
Which I think is not this weekend, but the following weekend.
28? Won't be here.
Yeah, me either. But I think they have a fan fest coming up, too. So plenty of opportunities for folks that want to check out the Defenders. But Gabe Taylor, obviously the younger brother of legendary Washington Redskin Sean Taylor. Always cool to talk with Gabe. Right now, though, I wanted to check back in on this Max Crosby thing.
Yeah. Weird thing.
Yeah. Do we have audio of Crosby? Because I know he one thing that players are able to do, and I've said this with Brandon Ayuk repeatedly, right, is that, like, if he wants his version of events out, you can get him out, dude. If Brandon Ayuk said, I'm going on Shannon Sharp or whoever's podcast, like, they'd make room for him. Brandon Ayuk, you have an open invitation to join B. Mitch and Finley.
Yeah, 800-636-1067.
Max Crosby, however, does his own podcast and in turn is able to get his own message out. And this is Max Crosby talking about what happened when he was in Baltimore.
Had my MRIs, I was asking Joe, like, yo, like, can I, like, before I left, I wanted to see the head coach and just chop it up, talk football, talk ball. Like, he's a defensive guy, never met him before like that, so I wanted to chop it up. So I didn't get to meet with him till the end of the day. I didn't get to see the GM at all. I thought I was going to see him when I first got there. I didn't see him for 5 hours.
So he didn't come out the whole time you're testing or doing your physical. Everyone's talking about the GM never came once out to see you.
And I don't know why. I'm not going to speculate. I didn't see him one time. I even asked the girl. I was like, "Where's Eric at?" Like, I want to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, he just made the trade. Like, I didn't see him for 5 hours. So I go and do my thing. At the end, they're like, "Yeah, I'll take you up." Joe was like, "I'll take you up and you go see the head coach, whatever, just before you leave." I was like, "Hell yeah!" I was like, "That's what I want to say what's up to him." So I went back up and I dap him up, and they could just tell like the energy was a little bit off. And the GM was standing in like the hall, like in the room next to me to the right, and that was the first time I seen him. And I'm just in my head, like this is a whirlwind, like I'm so excited, like fired up, you know what I mean? Like this is a new opportunity, whatever. And you could just tell the energy was off. Like I dapped him up, he had like a blank face. And I'm like, okay. I'm not thinking anything of it. Maybe he's just different. I don't know him, whatever. I go into the room, they sit me down on the couch, and he's like, "Man, I don't know how to say this, but, one of our doctors has concerns with the results and whatever. And like with your knee, like some of them have, are concerned about the future and da-da-da-da-da. And, we really want you and this is what it is, but, we're just going to have to get more and more opinions."
Brian? What? That's odd.
When a player of that magnitude goes into a building, the first person you probably see is the general manager. Then he will take you to the coach. So the general manager not being there early tells me they was working on a deal. When he got on the plane to fly there, they was working on something else. Or a way to manipulate this to where he wouldn't pass no damn physical. Point blank.
It's weird, right?
Yeah, I was a free agent several times. I didn't meet the coach until after the GM talked to me. He was the first person to dap me up, talking to you, explaining the stuff around, and then it takes us to the coach and let the coach talk. But that deal and you don't see the GM, something was going on early.
That one to me is really odd.
Yeah.
And I think the Crosby situation as a whole has been really odd, but that one to me is odd.
Mm-hmm.
There's another weird part later on in the podcast. Catch this out. They flew him into D.C. And he had to drive in the middle of rush hour to Baltimore to get there late at night, and it took him 2+ hours. So I assume
they flew him into D.C.
Supposedly, they said that there is no flights into Baltimore. And again, we see it all the time. Like the Commanders, they fly out their guys on private jets.
You're trading for a guy that you're about to pay a lot of. He should have been in a private jet.
I'm surprised he didn't fly private, for sure.
So he didn't fly in a private jet. That's a problem.
Do we know it was commercial or just that it came to D.C.?
I don't know if it was commercial or not, but he said they
it's either private or commercial style.
I mean, it's commercial, I'm assuming, because he had to fly into D.C.
I don't buy that one.
That's even weirder. Like, Bisciotti is a guy I've met a few times. I'm guessing you have.
Bisciotti's cool as hell.
Bisciotti's cool as hell. All class. All. He does things the right way. You know what I mean? Dresses the right way. That's a smooth dude. You're trading for this dude to change your organization? You know what Bisciotti's got? Jets. Like, that's an easy...
With an S on the end, huh?
Dude, boats, too. But, like, that's an easy ask for DaCosta. Say, hey, Steve, can we fly Max here? So he doesn't have to fly into DCA and take the BW Parkway for 90 minutes.
That was extra time for them to think about what they was doing.
So
let's see if we can get this other deal worked out. So if we get this other deal worked out, we're gonna get them damn draft picks back. We're gonna tell him he failed his physical.
I feel like we've referenced Will Compton a lot today, but I saw this tweet from Comp and it made a lot of sense to me. If Max didn't speak on anything, team officials and big media would control the narrative and messaging of the story since they all talk with each other. Raiders had no comment. Ravens pushed concern over MRI. The media echoed and steered knee concerns. Then everyone else interprets how they want to interpret and argue over it all. The player usually has no voice and has to shut up and play. Max is a player that has a voice because he's one of the best players in the league that also has zero diva tendencies to him. There's no questioning his work ethic and will to win.
Hell yeah.
You don't have to like what he said because it shows more light on how the Ravens did bad business. And I'm assuming you don't want negative vibe with your team. God forbid he tells his side of everything.
Yeah.
Something weird happened.
Something did. Man, listen, bro. You roll in. He understands how this thing works. I want to see the GM. Because he knows that's what you see. The coach, you can see the coach all the hell you want. He doesn't work out a deal at the end. He doesn't tell you about how things are. And you don't see him till late. And then when you see him, he basically avoids you, don't talk to you.
Did you see the Laramie Tunsil video with him signing his extension? And like the whole organization was up there waiting for him? Like that's generally how this level of player gets treated.
When you get to that level, basically the whole organization is going to be showing some love.
Yeah, like at the door.
Yeah, because that's a hell of a commitment to a person like that.
And dude, even like Amik Robertson, you know what I mean? When the Commanders signed him, I bet DQ, assuming the schedule, like if DQ's in the building, he's going to the door when the dude arrives. That's not even the Oway contract, but like that's generally how it goes. And you might have to come in and then go do medical and do all sorts of stuff. But usually somebody's at the door to like dap you up, say, welcome to town. The flying into DC stuff is even more odd. Now, flights right now are kind of weird. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. But I don't know. I know this, B. Baltimore's got a private section of that airport just like DC does and Dulles does.
Yeah, totally.
So
maybe like we had to drive. Is he saying did they not send a car to pick him up?
According to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, Max Crosby flew to Washington, D.C. on Monday, March 9th as part of a blockbuster trade from the Raiders to the Ravens that ultimately collapsed. Because there were no direct flights to Baltimore at the time, the Ravens flew Crosby and his family first class to D.C., followed by a 2-hour drive to the Ravens facility in Baltimore. All right, they flew him and his family first class. Maybe the Jets weren't around. No direct flights to Baltimore.
The Jets not around for a blockbuster deal like this? I mean, The only person bigger than him in this deal would have been Lamar.
How about this?
You don't send a jet, your own jet?
Guess how he got back to Vegas?
Commercial.
They flew him private.
They flew him private to get him out of here real quick.
It's kind of my read on it. That is strange. Maybe the jet was just in use, but to fly him back privately? Like, hey, man, see you later.
Let me tell you one thing. People that own jets have what? Connects. You can get another jet to pick somebody up. We know a guy that gets jets a lot. And if they don't have a G5, we can get the Gulfstream. Or they don't have the G5, we get the Bombardier. You know, we can find the jet.
You know where they got lots of jets? Vegas.
All over the damn
If they
place.
wanted to fly him, like just because your jet's not available, the way that world works, a lot of times you are able to use someone
barter.
else's, or you're able to use NetJets and then you owe them one. Like,
yeah.
That whole thing is odd, man. Speaking of odd, Chris Russell will join us next.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth.
Generally, the phones are what? Like 15 seconds behind us?
That's because of that little delay.
Which we need sometimes. Nobody's calling. I don't think they were paying attention, Jeff. You mean to wait?
That's their fault.
Oh, they just started calling.
To be my
These people
girl,
know.
You don't have
Caller
to
number
be
10 right now. You win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. And it's bracket season. Let's be honest. Most of them don't last very long, but there is a guaranteed win. You can score 30% off any order of $30 or more at Paisanos with the promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Order now. Check them out. Paisanos.com. Not just pizza, something for everyone. Hold on. I see somebody on the line, assuming it's who I think it is, that we know well. Look at caller number 8, Jeff. You see that? Hey, we see you, caller number 8. You text us all the time, listen all the time, smoke blunts all the time. Not going to say the name, but that person would like the Paisanos.
Craig.
It's Wednesday night. It's usually a Paisanos night at NBC4 for me. We'll see. Joining us now, self-proclaimed Mr. College Basketball. Chris Russell just said he is Mr. College Basketball.
Yes.
Mr.
College Hoops.
How's your bracket looking?
How many
Bruce?
brackets have you won in the year over the years?
I've won plenty.
How many?
Give me a number.
At least 70.
70?
70, yeah.
70 what?
70
college brackets.
Games.
Like, you mean you've picked 70 games correctly?
Yeah.
Have you ever won a pool?
I asked him how many brackets he's won.
Right.
He told me like 70.
I know what you meant, and I know what he said.
I think I may have won one back in the days where I really cared about college basketball.
I won once back in the day when I was in college. I was young at my dad's bar when the Florida Gators won their first title. I won like $700. That was real money.
Attaboy. I remember back in the days before I moved to D.C., working at Sporting News Radio in Chicago, which national network, it's obviously not the same what it used to be now. Like we used to bring in Mike DeCourcy and a college coach for like 4 days, like the first 4 days of the week. And it was literally wall to wall. I mean, I was so into it. A, because I had to. B, because that's what they thought everybody wanted. We didn't have the games, but we had live programming all day long and all weekend long, and it was insane. And I don't know, maybe that experience just kind of burnt me out a little bit. But I think I have a fairly good feel for this field.
You do?
I think I got Houston winning.
The Cougs.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Kelvin Sampson's year. They can play some defense.
You like
They've been
Kelvin
so
Sampson,
close.
I
They
see.
came up just short against Florida last year. They can certainly score. They can shoot. I mean, that's the one thing I will say this real quickly, not that anybody cares about my analysis, but like teams that traditionally have sucked offensively over the years, you know, your Purdue's, your Wisconsin, your Houston's, what have you, they've actually figured out how to play and how they need to play. Yes, you could still play really good defense, but you actually have to be able to score and shoot the three ball.
Yeah.
And that's why those three programs are mostly relevant still.
Well, Houston used oil money and got a lot of good players.
That helps. That helps too.
That's what really changed it up too.
That helps too. They got a
Kelvin
lot of bugs
Sampson
down there.
actually came out and said, "We're poor. We need guys to give us more money. We can't compete." Now, maybe that's what everybody says, but
Yeah, that's how you get more money, Jay. You act like you don't have it.
Saban always said that. We
Yeah.
broke.
Yeah.
Now, Bruce, we have a different question for you.
Yes, boys.
I'm watching the clock. Don't worry.
Okay.
B. Mitch and Finland. One, we do a bracket invitational. You're invited as you yawn on television. Joey, I hope you got that full, big Chris Russell yawn.
Sorry, Joey.
Like most things Chris does, it's not small.
Guys, guns out. Look,
Yeah, you are kind of showing off the biceps.
sun's
today.
out, guns out. There ain't no sun out there though, dog.
I mean,
What's up?
let's show the best buddies shirt. That's what we got to show.
Will you
Not my
flex
guns.
for the cameras?
No.
Why not?
Come on, man. Like my grandson. He
Hold on.
flex all the time.
We should all.
want
He's
me
got
to
a
flex?
three-shot of us. Everybody waved. So we waved to the people
you want me to
that.
flex?
That's how you flex.
What
You're
do you
supposed
want
to
me
bring
to do?
it closer, Roos.
Flex
What
is
do you
when
want me to
you
do?
do this,
You bring
bro.
it in.
Whatever. I mean, what do you think? I'm like the Incredible Hulk over here? Come on.
I always thought you were. So you're invited to the B. Mitchell Finley Bracket Invitational. It's $20, American currency.
Yeah, I have $20. Can I Venmo? Not Venmo. Can I PayPal you or can I Zelle you?
That's up to B. Mitch. He's in charge of the money.
You can,
or can I bring it to your humble abode? Maybe.
I'm not gonna be there.
Okay.
Ever?
You can just Venmo to me. I'll put it in for you.
I don't have Venmo.
You have cash?
Yeah, no, I don't carry cash.
You have Cash App?
Yeah. Well, no. I have Zelle or I have PayPal. That's it.
PayPal is like the oldest
that's the oldest
man.
thing, but like people normally Zelle like 4 figures, 3 figures and higher, not $20.
B, I don't have 4 figures, man.
You're not a thousandaire, Roost?
I would have literally zero money if I didn't inherit it from my parents passing away. I mean, that's it. That's all I've got. I have made no money in radio for 30 years. It's been like 30 years since I've had an endorsement.
I see you walking here with a big gulp cup all the time.
Somebody's
Stop buying them. You might have
gulps.
some damn money.
I mean, listen, I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. I don't eat out. I don't do anything. So I go to Dunkin' Donuts a lot, and I drink a lot of diet soda.
That's eating out. Going to Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, that's $3 a day.
That's eating out.
Anyway, I'll let you.
So yes, I can
Brian
join.
sort that out.
Yes, I can join. I'll figure it out.
We have another exclusive offer for you.
Okay.
Exclusive.
I've heard about this.
We're starting a fantasy baseball league.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
The known entrants: Stallion, White Brian, Jeff, myself, Savannah McCann on the Fan, B. Mitch with Toby as his proxy, which we haven't talked to Toby about, but
it'll be all right.
We're guessing he'll say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Who was Bees, our buddy Mike Beasley.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, maybe he'll buy you a meal at MGM.
Yeah.
I feel like you could use something.
That'd be great.
And we have the coveted final spot, the 8th spot in our league.
I'm in.
Does it matter that you got in because Doc said he didn't want to do it?
I'm always happy to lift Doc's dirty laundry. Yeah, I'm always just ready to fill the spot, take up space.
Are you upset? Drab was first alternate. So if you said no, Drab got the spot.
Well, Drab's the one that told me about this, to be expecting this. So I already pre-gamed a little bit. No, I mean, listen, I am just simply honored that you guys, for whatever reason, seem to like to pick on me and have me on the show occasionally and make me late for my show. But I'll do whatever you want.
Nah, you're late because the traffic always gets you.
Well, that too. But I'll do whatever you want. What's the buy-in fee?
We have
$500.
$100?
I said $5.
Oh, $500? B.
What's the buy-in fee? I don't know.
I thought we said $250.
That's cool.
$250 expansion fee?
We're all expansion teams. It's a new league. We're like
you guys don't mess around.
Nah, man, you can't scare about no make.
You think White Brian's doing a $250?
He might do 20 cents.
Yeah. Well, the buy-in can be enough to keep us interested. $50 for the season. I'm getting some bad looks from in there.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna pay attention that much to it to put $50 on it.
30?
I do 20.
I'll do 50.
I mean, Clary's
if it's 50,
loaded.
I'm out. That's y'all.
Now that he's a big
I'm
executive producer, he's
I was
loaded.
thinking 5.
White Brian said
It sounds like
We're not doing 5.
you're not even in it, B.
I am in it.
I'll put the money up.
If we're not doing 20 or higher, I'm not even gonna let
I'm
somebody
good
be
with
my
20.
proxy.
By the way,
What do you think the buy-in should be?
I think it
Bruce?
should be at least 25 for a baseball season. I mean, at least 25.
Jeffrey,
I'm cool with 25.
25, boys.
Cool with it?
White Brian, you all right? Rose gonna let you spend 25
I
bucks?
say you gotta ask.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
See, I need
Do you
I
have
need
to
to be
ask her?
I need to tell her. Like where this
In other
$25 is going.
words, he needs to ask her.
I need to be in this.
Please don't say no.
I need to be in this to whip Toby's ass. That's just what I need because he
Toby
walks around.
Rooster Beef.
He walks around like he thinks he's the king of all, sports and knowledge and all this stuff. I mean, it's just so obnoxious. I need to kick his ass.
Okay, so we got a rivalry. Now,
To be
that
honest
means
with
you're
you-
kicking B. Mitch's
To
ass.
be honest with you,
Well, I don't want to kick B. Mitch's
Nah, when
ass.
Toby
Yes, you
walk
do.
in, we could just do it like circle. Y'all could just go at it.
You guys could wrestle.
Little Thunderdome.
I think he might.
I mean,
beat you.
I won last night. Venezuela beat Team USA. I'm of Venezuelan descent.
You are?
Sort of. My mom grew up there.
Okay.
That don't mean that you're from there. If she could have moved
I said
there,
descent, sort of.
just the lie, sort of.
I have somebody on Twitter saying they'll sponsor your fantasy baseball team.
Really?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Who's that?
Carl Grebe.
All right, Carl. That a boy.
I don't know if we can take
Carl,
sponsorship.
$5,000 buy-in,
Rooster
Carl.
trying to get an NIL deal for the Beavis and Finley fantasy baseball.
He raised the $5,000.
I'm in, baby. I'm in. I'm here to kick all your asses.
When we return, Patrick Stevens talking college hoops. first four, but to me, the Thursday is still the day.
Yeah.
All the college hoops talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Joining us now, few people, honestly, on the planet attend more college basketball games than the one and only Discourse, Mr. Patrick Stevens. Patrick, what's up, man? How are you?
I am well, fellas. How are you today?
We're good, Patrick.
We're good, dude. Let's start locally because I'm guessing you saw them in person a number of times this year. The Howard Bison win their first ever men's basketball game last night, defeating UMBC. Hell, I'm guessing you saw both those teams plenty. What do we know about Howard going into this Michigan game?
Well, what I would tell you about Howard is if you watched any of last night's game, you got a pretty good sense of it. It is an extremely connected, joyful team to watch. And you watch them and you get a real sense of a team that is so dialed into each other that the success that they've had doesn't become terribly surprising, but you're still impressed just by everything that they managed to do. I mean, they're a little undersized, and I think that's going to be a problem tomorrow night against Michigan. But they've got a number of dudes, whether it's Cam Gillis, who transferred in from Lehigh and is their point guard, Bryce Harris, who's a great story, has been a part of now 3 tournament teams, along with Osei Okoji at Howard, but a guy that last year was a senior, was the preseason conference player of the year, gets hurt against UMBC 2 minutes into a game in November, misses the rest of the season, comes back, has the season he has, the actual player of the year in the league, and then plays a huge role in beating UMBC last night to get them this victory. Alex Cotton, a guy that really is one of their top sharpshooters from outside, and Cedric Taylor has made a massive, massive difference for them as their 5-man kid out of Atlanta. So, they have a really a group that's really woven together really well. I know Kenny Blakeney at this time last year really wanted to kind of reestablish the culture that they'd had the 2 previous years, and particularly their first tournament team 3 seasons ago. And he's absolutely done that.
Speaking of Blakeney, at what point, maybe he just wants to coach at Howard forever. He's from here. I'm sure it means more to him. It's not his alma mater, but I'm sure being here means a lot to him. At what point, though, does he become interesting for bigger
other
jobs?
Schools.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, first of all, you know his alma mater is Duke, right?
I know.
Okay. So just so we're clear, I'm sure he would want that job if it was available. But I'll tell you what, he is one of the brightest people that I have come across in coaching. Just a really extremely intelligent man with a lot of different interests. And so, I could sit here and try to guess what he might want, but the fact of the matter is he's a guy that thinks differently than a lot of people, and thinks very intensively about things. And so I think that there's definitely right places that would really thrive if they hired him. He understands what he's doing. He understands people really well, and he's very, very particular about what he wants. So I think there would be, I think there should be schools that should be very, very interested in hiring him. Whether certain jobs might fit him as well as others, I think he has a much better sense of that than I do. But I do have a great deal of respect for his acumen and what he's shown at Howard, a program that had basically, for all intents and purposes, been lost in the wilderness for most of the 25 years before he arrived.
Yeah, I think a guy with his capabilities, people understand if he has success, bigger schools are going to come looking. That's something you got to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you that there is not a good history of other schools coming in and taking guys out of that league, the MEAC. Mm-hmm. And it's a real shame because there's some really good coaches in that league. I would tell you Lavelle Moten at North Carolina Central is a really good coach. Robert Jones at Norfolk State, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a call. There's only been a couple guys, and typically they've had to win a tournament game to do it. Steve Murfeld, who was the head coach at Hampton when they pulled off that upset of Iowa State 25 years ago, and then Anthony Evans, who was the Norfolk State head coach when they picked off Missouri back in, I believe, 2012. went on to Florida International. But I would agree with you that if you are a school, a rung or two up the ladder from that, you'd be crazy not to at least think about a guy like Kenny Blakeney, who has done marvelous work in reviving that program here over the last 6 or 7 years.
Speaking of reviving local programs, obviously Maryland had a really bad season. Do you think they could turn that thing around correctly next year? Do you buy it?
Well, I think anybody can turn around anything in this day and age in college basketball because, it's just a few checks away, right? Do I think that they are suddenly going to turn into a team that goes 30-3 and is a 2 seed or something like that? I think that might be a bit of a stretch. You're certainly looking at a team that clearly is investing a lot in freshmen. And in this day and age where you can go out and buy upperclassmen that have proven themselves at lower levels, there's a lot to be said about being older. And so there is a lot of work in front of Maryland to be able to get themselves, if you're talking about flipping it, that's almost going from like A to L or something like that. I mean, yeah. I think A to D at this point would be a significant enough progress given just how terrible Maryland was to watch and to endure this season.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's talk about it was brutal. Let's talk about some of the locals that are in the tournament this year. And I'm using local kind of loosely here, but go to the Commonwealth, UVA and VCU. Let's start with VCU. You think the Rams can knock off Carolina?
It's funny. I was thinking, watching them playing over the last month or two, just how remarkable it is when you basically have no margin for error and you go ahead and you win 15 out of 16 games. When we have no margin for error and you go 20-0 in quad 3 and quad 4 games this season, which sounds easy, but I promise you, winning every game you're supposed to win is hard.
Yes.
And VCU did exactly that. Now, as somebody pointed out to me, if there's one thing that Hubert Davis, since he's become the head coach at North Carolina, has done really, really well, it's win first-round games by a lot. You go back and you look at his first team, and they beat Marquette, a pretty good Marquette team in an 8-9 game. They beat them by 32. And then, the next, 2 years later, they're a 1 seed and they beat Wagner by 28, which is kind of what they're supposed to do. And then last year they get sent to the first 4 to play San Diego State, 2 11 seeds, and they win that game by 27. So I wonder if this is going to be like the best version of North Carolina, and maybe that's not the best scenario for VCU to be walking into. But it's undeniably been a really, really good season for the Rams under Phil Martelli Jr. Figuring things out after understandably having a bit of a rocky start. They were 6-4 in mid-December, but definitely were able to get rolling and a worthy A-10 champion.
Will the injury to North Carolina's basically best player hurt them in the tournament?
I think it puts a ceiling on them for sure. That's a team that maybe you were thinking about as deep into the second weekend with Caleb Wilson. Without him, I think a split this week is probably about right. I'm just pointing out that there is some history there that Carolina has done well in that first game under Hubert Davis. That said, if you're VCU, you would rather be facing Carolina without its lottery pick than with its lottery pick.
Talking with our friend Patrick Stevens here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can give Patrick a follow at D1S Course. Discourse does a hell of a job covering college basketball all over the DMV. From Richmond to Baltimore, Stevens is at it. Let's zoom out from actually, UVA. What do you think their ceiling is?
This is sort of the magic question of, how good is Virginia? And it's the question that's kind of been floating around here, particularly the last couple of weeks, because they're another team that largely went out and did what they were supposed to. You look since the start of the calendar year, and they've lost by 5 at home to Carolina. They got run at Cameron by Duke, and they played a great game in a 4-point loss at Duke on Saturday in the ACC final, and otherwise they've just rolled right along winning games. So, I think you look at the size that they have with DeRitter and Grunlow and Onyenso, who obviously had a fabulous ACC tournament, might have been the best player in the tournament with that shot blocking prowess. And so that's something that's going to be hard for teams to deal with. I would not be stunned if we're sitting here in a week talking about them as a Sweet 16 team, and after that, it just becomes maybe a little bit of a dice roll. You're in a bracket with Iowa State, who's pretty good, and Kentucky. I think Iowa State comes out of that, and I don't know if Virginia is going to be able to get past a potential game against Michigan in an Elite Eight, but they have the kind of size that might be able to deal with the Wolverines better than a lot of other teams. So I'm curious to see what Virginia looks like outside the ACC at this stage of their development.
All right. So is there anybody you really like that maybe isn't a 1, or anybody you really don't like among these high seeds?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much, as a general rule, I feel like you haven't been able to really go all that wrong in the last 15 years by saying, I don't know how much I trust these Big Ten teams at the top. But some of them are obviously going to be able to win a game or two. And I think Purdue is like that's kind of the coin toss team. Like, okay, they just won 4 in a row after kind of slogging along for the last couple months. Have they figured things out? Is Braden Smith going to be the guy that is able to get them to the promised land, or have they just set themselves up to get bounced sometime this weekend? So that's a team that I'm kind of looking at as I don't know about this. How much do you trust Kansas against the St. John's potentially in a round of 32 game is a good question. I'm not sure there's too many other teams. Nebraska's never won an NCAA tournament game.
Wow, that's crazy.
There's that variable to kind of look at in their game, and they would have to play probably an underseeded Vanderbilt if they get past that. So maybe Nebraska is a team that you have a little bit of skepticism of as well. They played really well early on, not quite as great later in the season, but it's still a program that's having an all-time type season for it.
So who's your Final Four, Stevens?
Haven't really thought about it too much. You won't believe this. I actually do not fill out a bracket. So
really,
I do not. I have not filled out a bracket in about 24 years.
Wow.
So I'll say Duke, Houston. I'll show a little bit of faith in that Purdue team, and then Michigan. I mean, I think it's really kind of those top 6. There's a little bit of separation there between them and everybody else, I think.
All right. It should be a lot of fun. I assume you'll be covering the Eastern Regional at Cap One Arena?
Yes, I will be in D.C. at least for the semis next Friday.
Who do you think you see in those games?
I think, that's sort of that loaded bracket,
It's
right?
loaded.
So, Duke, St. John's, Michigan State, and UConn, I think, get through there. Although I'll tell you what, if UCLA is fully healthy and can figure out a way to win somewhere east of the Sierra Nevadas, they'll be okay. But that's a team that's had a lot of trouble on the road the last couple of years. But if they are healthy, they're kind of an interesting variable there.
For sure. All right, Stevens, thanks for the time, dude. Enjoy the madness.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
All right, man.
Patrick Stevens, give him a follow at D1S Course. Discourse does a tremendous job. I've known Patrick a long time. I've followed Patrick a long time. You like local hoops, that is your guy. When we return, Gabe Taylor joins the program, playing for the DC Defenders, younger brother of Redskins legend Sean Taylor. Nobody go anywhere.
With the enemy, no matter how many cats I break bread with, I break who you sending me.
X gonna give it to ya.
Nothing but your life saved. That's on a light day. I'm getting down. Like it said freeze, but won't be the one ending up on his knees. Please.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network, hanging out with us on the YouTube stream, wherever you're at. We appreciate you being there. In moments, we're expected to hear from Gabe Taylor, DC Defenders, younger brother of Sean Taylor. I didn't realize the Senior Bowl does this, B. The Senior Bowl has its own Hall of Fame, folks that have been involved in the Senior Bowl.
Really?
2 guys with significant Redskins ties. Norv Turner going into the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame, and Jason Campbell going into the Senior Bowl Hall.
J. Cam.
Booger McFarland also, Harry Aganis.
So the coach
Roman
Norv
Harper.
got it because, like, the coaches that normally coach in the Senior Bowl are what? Runner-ups or something like that?
I don't know. It's changed significantly over the years. It used to be the 2 worst teams in the NFL, like the 1 and 2, the first and second overall teams picking in the draft. At other points, it was the team that lost in the Super Bowl. I know they've now turned it into kind of a showcase for minority coaching candidates. I'm guessing for Norv, maybe he went and coached when he was OC of the Cowboys. I don't know, but it seems like he was there enough that they appreciate his contribution. Campbell, I remember, played really well at the Senior Bowl, and that's probably why Washington drafted him in the first. Another thing I just noticed that I think is really cool. I don't know why this went away. I remember as a kid, you could go watch batting practice seemingly everywhere in Major League Baseball. I guess more and more teams have done away with that. The Orioles are bringing back batting practice this summer.
Where you can go check it out?
So the Orioles are allowing fans to start coming in the stadium 2.5 hours before the first pitch. Now, I guess that's only for games Monday through Thursday. What time is BP usually? Like if it's a 7 o'clock first pitch, what time is BP usually?
For the home teams, usually like around 4 p.m.
I remember when the Orioles, it was the first time Bryce Harper was playing in Camden Yards. I went up there for that. Now, I was a member of the media for it, so I didn't have to worry about getting in for BP. But I remember watching Harper take BP, and he hit the warehouse on a bounce, on a home run he hit. And I got to tell him that as he was walking by, and he was so excited about it. It was pretty cool. What is the point of getting rid of BP?
It's not even that, like, because with all the technology and data in baseball nowadays, like, they go inside the cages because they want to see the exit velo. They want to go against the traject arc machine, which is this new tech that allows you to face that hitter or that pitcher from that night. Like, if I'm going up against Clayton Kershaw tonight, I can use that pitching machine inside the dugout or inside the clubhouse there and face Clayton Kershaw's curveball 1,000,000 times if I want to.
It's just like golf, I would suspect.
Exactly. So it's just like the new way of doing it. But
Get on the track, man, instead of hitting real shots.
Yeah, so
you learn a lot more.
Yeah, guys still go out there and they want to get the feel of the game, but I mean, it's the traject arc machine has completely changed the way batting practice is.
So how many guys for batting practice aren't doing it in the cage on the field?
I mean, I would say most guys still take batting practice on the field, but it's not as like a big deal, I guess. And like there are guys who just prefer like, hey, like Shohei Ohtani, for instance. You really get to see him take BP on the field. Like we went to go see him at Camden Yards a few years ago, and he didn't take BP. Like he was inside, he was in the clubhouse, and
that was a wild night. Remember, Bryson DeChambeau came in.
I was not in the suite there.
They have a lot of stuff inside in that spark, too.
Yeah. Well, and that's like a selling point to their high value ticket people because they get to go watch BP in the cages.
Because when I did the little hitting thing over there, we were inside doing most of the stuff.
But how many cages with the whatever the trajectory thing are there?
Well, now there is at least one traject arc machine inside Nationals Park. That is new as of this season. They've got one also down in like West Palm Beach. But like, I mean, you can kind of take your turn on it. Like, they only have one, I believe, at this point.
How long does the average MLB hitter take BP? 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
Well, either way, I think it's cool. The only thing in my brain, most sport decisions are made for money. That's the reality. And if they shut, what time do the gates open before first pitch right now? An hour?
No, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Like, to me, this is just about money, of having to pay the security personnel and the ushers and all the people required to let fans into the building. The only reason you wouldn't do this is just to not have to pay them, right? But you also, presumably, I would think, are selling that many more beers and hot dogs and
But those
t-shirts.
people, those security people are probably in place already no matter what.
You wouldn't think it ups their clock a half hour or whatever?
The moment I'm in the stadium, I'm charging. I'm on the clock. It's not when the fans start walking in. It's the moment I walk in the stadium. If they still got to be there 2 hours ahead, maybe 3 hours, and you don't let them in till 1:30, they still being paid at that moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Nats do not do this. How many teams around baseball do or don't?
I would say, like, most teams at this point, like, open later for the same reasons. Like, they're just kind of saving money at this point or whatever it could be behind that.
How much money they really saving at that point?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Like, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I think we all know
We know that.
Trust me, I know. But I feel as if, like, it's something that, again, like, JP, you talked about it. Like, Brian, everyone here has gone to a baseball game. Like, as a kid, you go up wanting to go see batting practice. Like, some of my fondest memories were getting there in 2012 before Nationals postseason games and getting to see Bryce Harper hit home runs in the third deck at Nationals Park and going in to see Michael Morse hit the red porch as a kid. Like, these are moments that I think people should want to have. And again, it's kind of taken away in baseball and post-COVID trying to cut costs or whatever they're trying to do.
Michael Morse was a vibe, dude. He just hit jacks, and he was Take On Me, right? That was his walk-up song.
Yeah.
The place would get wild. It was like such a unique time to be a Nats fan at that point. But I'm looking up like his best seasons here. He hit 31 home runs in 2011. But like the way we remember the Michael Morse era versus in his 4 full seasons in Washington, he only got like the 31 home run season in 2011 was awesome. His next highest total was 18. Like, he really wasn't this power hitter we all remember him to be. Maybe he had health issues or whatever else, but that was also, I mean, were they god awful then?
Yeah.
So he was like the good guy on the terrible team.
So 2011 was kind of like this year that he broke out and hit 30 plus home runs. That was the year where they actually like started to finally actually look good. And then the next year after that, you have Bryce Harper coming up. And so he was just kind of riding that high. And obviously when he broke out, he was kind of the guy there for a little bit. Jason Worth, like you had some guys.
What
Steven
year
Strasburg.
did Riggleman quit?
2011
at Caddies.
He quit at Caddies. 2011. That is the infamous.
He
story
liked that
there.
place too, huh?
He loved Caddies.
That picture's phenomenal of him with the two young ladies taking shots.
Hey, I'm gonna stay here. I'm not going there. They don't respect me anyway.
I mean, that was a pretty big clue to how the Learners were running their operation, I would say. Usually the Nats do kind of a big song dance. Is there any new stuff at the ballpark this year to be excited about?
I mean, I think as of right now, like you get like the new food vendors and all that. I haven't really seen anything too new, but like since the home opener, we're still like 2.5 weeks away at this point. We're like 16 days away from the home opener. I think you'll probably see some new announcements of cool things, cool events. I saw some giveaways, like they have an OV bobblehead.
I saw that. That's
which
cool.
I think it is cool, but also I think just kind of goes to show the sign of the times. You're giving away another player's
another sport.
Yo,
another
outside
sport.
of
a complete sport.
Outside of Wood, obviously, Abrams, who is like bobbleheadable? Jacob Young?
Honestly, this is like a great question. Jacob Young, he was a Gold Glove finalist. We could talk about Keibert Ruiz.
I mean, you were just telling us that they sent Harry Ford down to the minors,
Yeah,
right?
they optioned Harry Ford down to the minors just now. Like
one of the few people to be excited about.
Yeah, like he's not really bobblehead material at this
If
point.
they gave away a bobblehead, I don't care who it is, somebody gonna take it.
People get excited for the bobblehead.
They give a Ryan Clary bobblehead, somebody gonna take it.
They'd love
then
that.
they'll get home and say, "What the hell is this?" But they will take it.
Hold on.
Fans don't turn down free.
I'm looking it up. Nats giveaways for 2026. Let's see what gets B. Mitch excited. I think you just go old school. Yeah, all right. So is 3 is their opening day, right? Is April 3rd. April 7th, Brian, vintage batting practice pullover.
Okay.
That's sick.
April 18th, City Connect hockey jersey.
All right.
That's kind of cool. I'm looking at it right now. It's got the cherry blossoms.
Sport again.
On April 19th, kids sleeveless hoodie.
All right. Kids will love it. The kids don't care. The kids not like y'all little choicey asses.
On May 2nd, Star Wars Day with a Grogu bobblehead. I think that's Baby Yoda, right?
You think the kids gonna turn that down?
No.
Because some of the adults gonna be more happy.
On May 15th, B, they're giving away a hot dog hat. It says, bad day to be a hot dog.
I'll take the hot dog, not the hot dog
Jeff,
hat.
you want that hat?
We need to get one of those, and like whoever heard it here first at the end of the week got to wear that on Monday.
That is a good idea.
We
Some
need a
sort
hot
of
dog
like,
hat.
you know what we should do? Not the bad day to be a hot dog hat, but they have hats that look like you actually have like a Frankfurter. You have a wiener on your head.
Yeah.
We should get one of those. And whoever does the worst of the week before, Monday, 1:45, you got to wear that hat for the last segment. I have a locker now. We could store it in my locker. Stallion claims to be very organized and responsible. We can just give it to Stallion.
He's not very organized and responsible.
Very organized. I can handle that.
All right, buy a hot dog wiener hat. And the loser of the week has to start wearing it on Mondays at 1:45.
We'll get a hot dog hat.
That'll be funny. My point, Brian, about the Nats giveaways, it is not until May 30th where there's the first player-related giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's C.J. Abrams' baseball card bobblehead.
Okay.
I would say there's a non-zero chance C.J. might be traded by May 30th.
It's possible.
So, all right, then on June...
They'll change it up at that point.
On June 13th, they're giving away a Dalen Lyle bobblehead. They got Harry Potter Tank Top Day, Hawaiian Shorts Day, and then on August 29th, a James Wood bobblehead. So of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Call it 20 giveaways this season. 3 of them are specific to players.
Yep.
Does that kind of tell a story?
I'm also looking at it. They have a Marvel's Captain America one later on in the season, which is actually kind of cool.
Jeff would be into that.
Hey, I'm a Marvel fan. I don't care what you say.
I would like the Expos replica jersey. I once owned a Vlad Guerrero Expos jersey. I bought it very intoxicated in the Bronx leaving a Yankee game.
I haven't heard that name in a long time, bro.
Vladdy Sr. could rake. I loved him. Although I then spilled mustard all over the jersey I spent far too much money on. Intoxicated in the Bronx. Just a quick aside for white dudes in their 20s. If you go to a Yankee game, get on the train and get out of the Bronx rather than walking a couple blocks up the street to a bar. Because it gets dicey quick. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Rory McIlroy has announced his Masters meal. Looks banging. Maybe tomorrow we all
There you go, Rory.
come up with our own Masters meals. What would we serve? Beamish kind of serves Masters meals, though.
How about we not serve it and talk about it and we just bring it in?
Well, tomorrow we're at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor where I'm going to be eating catfish fingers.
When is the Masters this weekend?
No, the Masters is
that weekend
the
is
week
when I'm
after
saying
Easter.
we're gonna bring in the stuff before that week.
All right, I'll be in Scotland, dog.
Okay, well you won't be eating nothing. I mean, everybody else will be. You
We
be
can
in
just
Scotland.
talk about the meal, though.
No, we're gonna bring it in.
Okay, not tomorrow.
And we're gonna let you eat. What's all that stuff y'all eat in Scotland?
Haggis.
That's not good.
Tomorrow, the first game we'll be watching, noon tip-off from Greenville, South Carolina, TCU versus Ohio State. Then a little later, we get Nebraska versus Troy. Then the next tip-off will be South Florida versus Louisville. A lot of people expect that to be a good game. And then we might have one of Beamish upset specials. The fourth game to tip off in the tournament tomorrow will be High Point, Wisconsin. You call it, what is High Point's mascot? The High Point what's?
I don't know.
Falcons?
What's it called?
Pointers?
Sammy's daughter went to school at High Point.
Panthers.
Are you calling the Panthers to beat the Badgers?
I'm
B?
calling the Panthers.
All right, I like it.
To beat the Honey Badgers.
Then it's kind of cool looking at it this way. Oh, Howard's tomorrow night in Buffalo.
That's where Sammy's daughter went to school at.
Howard?
Hmm?
Howard?
At High Point.
High Point. High Point's a fancy-ass school, man. Some dude just started giving them billions. I don't know who that dude is or why, but he gave them
all that furniture down there. They can afford money.
I can't wait for the tournament. The tournament is always so much fun. If you want to come hang with us tomorrow at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, it's going to be fun. Beamish asked what time I'm going to get there. I'm going to shoot for like a 9:30 arrival.
I doubt it.
Jeff's giving me a look that he does not believe me.
Not at all.
Ain't no damn way.
What time do you think I'm getting there, Jeffrey?
45.
9:45.
That was the same thing.
9:30 and 9:45 are kind of the same thing.
No, they're not.
different.
They're 15 damn minutes different. No. That's 5 miles on
If
the
your
bike,
money
dog.
was supposed to come in at 9:30 and it came in 9:45, you'd have a problem, wouldn't you?
One of the envelopes on your wall with cash in it, the Jeff Walker financial
Stop saying
system.
it on the radio,
He
man.
said it on the radio.
Bro.
People gonna know.
Never mind. I'm not going to say that on the radio.
Don't say it to JP if you don't want it on the radio. I keep telling you
He
that.
said it out loud. He didn't say it to me in a break, and then I took it to radio.
Don't repeat it.
Stallion, what time you going to get there tomorrow?
I'll probably get there at 9 a.m.
You going to play some cards?
Yeah, you know.
He's not playing on cards.
Oh.
Tomorrow you can avoid dialing my number, please.
MG, I'll give you a call at 9 a.m.
Are you staying there, B?
Nah.
Okay. Somebody asked me about staying there. I was like, no, dude.
You know what?
I would get in a lot more trouble staying there.
I would love to.
I know a guy.
I know a guy. Know a couple guys and a girl.
I'm just saying, if you want to stay there, it's going to be an interesting couple days because we're going to be back and forth. Really excited. Should be a lot of fun. If anybody wants to come out and hang, we will be at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor for the next 2 days. Grant and Danny will be there. So you want to come out and watch the games. The only piece of advice I can offer folks, it gets packed. And they like, honestly, you should call and see if you can get a reservation.
You about to say a renovation?
Yeah, reservation.
Get a renovation. We got this, change it up.
All right, for us, though, let's make some bets.
Let's go, baby. Here first. Heard it here first. They got the same with heard it here first.
All right, everybody gather around.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
Gather around, gather around.
What they got to say was heard it here first.
Dub B, how'd we do?
You and me won. Everyone else lost.
Boom.
We're all 1-1.
We're all 1-1 going into a Wednesday night. And is the hot dog hat bet live? Is that action?
Once we get a hot dog hat.
I'm down.
Assuming we have a hot dog hat by Monday,
Yes.
then it's a thing.
It's a thing.
All right.
I'll take the Caps plus 1.5.
Caps. Action.
Just put that bad luck on the Caps. Boy, I tell you, Jeffrey screwing stuff.
I'm going to take the Pacers plus 12.5 tonight. Going up against the Blazers, they've lost like 13 straight games. Like, they got to catch one
The
eventually.
Blazers have or the Pacers?
No, the Pacers have.
I love the people that give out the why they think something gonna happen, and none of that stuff really makes sense. Just pick a team and keep moving.
Lehigh Warhawks.
God.
Lehigh? Is that? Did they make the tournament?
In the NIT.
No, they
Playing
might have won
Fergie.
the Patriot League. Are they? Is that a tourney game, a playing game?
Yeah, it's the first game tonight.
Yeah, okay. Lehigh Prairie View. He's going Lehigh, huh? What about you, B?
I don't even know, man.
GW's playing tonight against Utah Valley.
Give me the Brooklyn Nets plus 18.5.
What is the other tourney game tonight?
Miami, Ohio, SMU.
They're sneaky too, Miami, Ohio.
Give me
SMU's favored by 7.
That's a big number, huh?
They are? All right, give me Miami, Ohio plus 7.5. With this other one, too.
Give me the Mustangs. I'm taking SMU. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Robert Flores. Thank you to Patrick Stevens. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. March 18th, 2026. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. We'll get you ready for the tourney at 5 o'clock with Dale and Cuff of ESPN. We're going to continue to count down to opening day for the Nats next Thursday. C.J. Abrams is on the show at 5:45 for 8 days of Nats. And we're giving away Caps tickets. They play tonight at Capital One Arena. 4 o'clock today, a chance to win tickets to their game Friday night. Danny, what's up? How are you?
Not a great day today. Today's not a great day. I'm still salty. I mean salty from Team USA not scoring against number 5 starter Eduardo Rodriguez at all. Not threatening at all. 0 base runners at all. It's my Dylan G corollary. I can understand when Jacob deGrom at his prime shoves it on you. I get when Johan Santana is dealing and you get dealt to. I get when Max Scherzer takes a no-hitter into the 6th inning against everybody and does it to you too. When Pat Mahomes carves you up, I can deal with that. He does it to everybody. But when J.J. McCarthy looks like Peyton Manning scoring 31 points against you, when Dylan G throwing pus with his 5+ ERA shoves it and you're not competitive, the sports fan in me, I'll be 100, God willing, lying on my deathbed. And I'll think about one of those times when some just jobber, some jag, some dude that's just an afterthought when their first, second, third, fourth, all the way through their 10th or 11th choice couldn't come through, and they trotted out that number and he shoved it on a team that I care about. That is what happened last night, and I couldn't handle it.
The American lineup came up very small and did throughout the tournament, I thought.
Yeah.
They never really had the big breakout game that I was waiting
Yeah,
for.
the runs were off walks and errors.
For the most part.
Right.
It was never, that 9-run, 15-hit attack that you kind of are banking on. The Dominican Republic had a couple of those where they just mercy ruled people and they passed the baton and everybody hit a 2-run homer. We didn't get those from the United States of America in this tournament. And last night, as they lose a 3-2 final in the WBC championship game, the second consecutive World Baseball Classic where the Americans get to and lose in the final round, both of their runs, all of their offense was scored on one swing. They were down 2-0 in the 8th inning, and Bryce Harper hit a pretty legendary and epic home run that for the moment, at the time, felt like a saving swing. It felt like that homer goes down in the lore of American baseball, a heroic moment for Bryce Harper. As it turned out, it just prolonged the pain and the inevitability of a loss. But what a scene last night. What a swing. What a celebration. What an atmosphere.
Harper sends a fly ball to deep center field. Better late than never. Bryce Harper has tied the championship.
I got to say, it felt kind of good to watch a Bryce Harper home run and to be 100% in. It's been a while.
Yeah, it wasn't conflicted.
Since Bryce hit a bolt, and you could get really, really excited about it. But that felt good last night. In the end, it was short-lived that the Americans got back into the game because Venezuela comes through with a RBI knock in the top of the 9th and then put the Americans away in the bottom of the 9th. Joe Davis on the call on Fox.
Venezuela, the best in baseball.
As painful as the night was, Danny, Venezuela's celebration and joy, they were so exuberant. They were so happy. Tears were flowing. They have been through so much, not to get into the geopolitics of it all and what's going on in the world right now. But as a country, I would say 75% of the fans, it felt like in the ballpark, were Venezuelan last night. They were basically
at least noise-wise,
kids weren't going to school. They were sending people home from work to watch this game, as we were told before this contest last evening. And then you could just see the players, these grown adult, longtime Major League superstars, many of whom have World Series rings, were sobbing after the game. It was pretty amazing theater. But the story is that the American offense just laid an egg. They were 3 for 30 at the plate. Non-Bryce Harper hitters last night, 1 for 26 for Team USA with 10 strikeouts.
That doesn't butter the biscuit. I mean, that's the story of it. Now, you can go, should they have used Mason Miller or not? And that's all fine. I think that's academic to me. When you let Venezuela get away with having the 4th starter
on some, second division club run through your lineup without competitive at-bats. I mean, that's what it was. I mean, it wasn't as if there was pressure. It wasn't an escape act. It wasn't like bases loaded 3 different times and they get out of it with a double play ball or a line drive right at somebody, an Adam ball. Nothing. It was a Bryce Terang seeing eye 19 bouncer through the right side and then an ovation when he got off the mound. A few innings later, just not competitive, and that to me is the story. Now, I understand it's a little bit different. Not a little bit. It's a lot different. If this tournament was in the middle of the season where guys are stretched out and pitchers could go 70, 80, 90, 100 pitches if you wanted, and hitters had their timing and things weren't as weird, it might be a different result, but that's not what it is. I mean, it's now. Like, this is what it is. So everyone's got the same limitations, excuses, whatever. Everyone's got fielding calls from major league clubs. You're allowed to use them in the 8th, but only in the 8th against 2 lefties. You can use this guy in the 9th, but only if it's a true save situation. All these different restrictions, everybody's got them pretty much, except for the teams that don't have big leaguers. So you deal with it. And the United States didn't deal with it as well as Venezuela did. And that, to me, is the story.
Well, the other story is, and I don't know if Toby and Strobes and Darris know this history, but I brought this up to you right before the show.
Oh, that's totally true.
So Danny, back during the Nationals division series against the Chicago Cubs at Nats Park, in Game 2 of the 2017 DS, the Nats had lost Game 1. In Game 2, the Cubs had taken a 3-1 lead into the 8th inning. We were going to be flying to Wrigley Field for Games 3 and, if necessary, I guess 4 is how it was going to work. As a show, we were going to be broadcasting live from Wrigley and going to those games back when the Nats were good.
Remember that?
And made the playoffs.
Now, the playoffs come after the regular season if you're good.
But the Nationals were down 3-1. And Danny, so angry and so upset that they couldn't hit, that they couldn't score, that the game was over, turned off the playoff game. Stopped watching the Nationals playoff game out of anger and, I guess, protest, essentially, that they weren't getting hits.
Just furious rage.
What happened almost immediately thereafter was, stop me if you've heard this before, a 2-run, game-tying, 8th inning home run off the bat of Bryce Harper. Last night, Danny texting into, you were super into the game.
Yep.
You were on the text chain last night.
Yep.
You were locked in, watching sport, and you're fired up for Team USA, and then sure enough, you're like, I'm out. Can't do this anymore.
Seriously, it gets to the point where it's not good for me. Where it's one of the few things that I have left where if it's something I care deeply about, if it's that style, that's like the passcode to make me beyond rational.
So I'll never be able to relate to this.
Mad. I get so mad at this kind of phenomenon.
I get people turning off games when their team's getting blown out. I'll never really do that, probably, but I get it.
Yeah, that I can watch.
When it's a 2-run game or a 1-run game or one swing, literally, as happened, a walk or a bloop shot, 2 pitches and the game is tied, I'll never understand, especially as a Nats fan, like turning off a Nats playoff game when they're down 3-1. That was insane to me. But this is just a difference in our fandom. Like, you don't want to be angry. And so, to me, it's very odd that you would, like, invest time and energy and effort and hours all season long, and now it's the playoffs, and you're like, can't do it. But my point is, Phillies fans, if you know someone out there who's a Phillies fan, I have the answer to all of your problems.
I might be the passcode, bro.
The moment that Danny turns off the game, in a big spot, Bryce Harper's at the plate, he will tie the game. And I actually looked it up last night because I just thought it was so funny. I was like, this reminds me of that. And sure enough, it was the 8th inning.
Yep.
It was a 2-run home run. It was
trying
the
to remember.
exact same scene. And in that game, Ryan Zimmerman would go on to hit a 3-run home run thereafter. And the Nationals, in a 5-run inning, would go from down 3-1 to up 6-5. The ballpark was bedlam, and we were on to Wrigley. And the craziest part of the story was Danny shows up at the airport first thing the next morning and had no idea that they had won.
I assume they'd lost. I couldn't look at it.
I'm like, dude, how about that last night? And he's like, normal stuff. Dylan G All-Stars. Can't hit anyone. Blah, blah. And I'm like, no, but the end of the game. And you're doing your bit like, gonna get swept. And I'm like, you realize they won the game, right?
I thought it was a prank.
We're flying as a radio show to cover the division series. You're going to be breaking down Game 3. And I have to turn around and show you highlights. You're like, oh my God, they did it.
Which I couldn't believe.
The next morning.
Which I couldn't believe. Watching, again, because their first 2 games of that series, basically their starting pitching carried no hitters into the 7th inning. And they were going to lose both games. And I go, I've already seen this. I watched that Giants series. I watched this nonsense. They've just decided not this series. We won't be hitting at all. And that's why they lost the series, by the way, because they wasted a gem from Steven Strasburg in game 1. And we look at game 5 because Jose Lobaton got picked off or whatever.
That was such a great series.
Just
didn't end that well.
Be reasonable at one point when your ace is shoving it up the keisters of the Chicago Cubs. But anyway, yeah, so it was very similar to last night. I think I texted at 9:53, I can't handle it anymore. I'm too angry to watch this.
And immediately I wanted to know, where's Bryce Harper's spot in the lineup?
And he was up second.
The wheels were already churning in my head, and I'm like, no way.
Like, what if it happens?
That's the first thing I thought when the ball went into the air was like, Danny did it again.
I didn't see it. I saw the highlight once he hits the ball.
Did you know before this morning what had happened?
So he hits the ball. Toby goes Bryce in the chat, and I'm like, crap, fine. I'm in bed. I went and watched it, and I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. And then I turned it right back off because I knew.
Mark DeRosa didn't use Mason Miller in the 9th. I do need more information on this. I know what you care about is the offense and the lack of hitting, and I agree.
But it's a next question. It's fair.
His commentary after the game was that out of respect to the San Diego Padres, that's Miller's team as of last season, he's a longtime A that got traded to San Diego. He did not use him because it was a non-save situation, because the workload was piling up. It would have been a little bit of a stretch to ask him to throw, but you're trying to win a WBC title. So he went with Garrett Whitlock instead, who gives up a couple of hits and a run. Miller is the least touchable, most dominant, strikes everybody out that he's faced for a calendar year pitcher in Major League Baseball right now. And so the idea is if you pitched him in the top of the 9th inning and they don't score and you still have all the momentum and you're back in the dugout, and now you've got the pinch hitter availability of Gunnar Henderson, who should have started but didn't. You've got PCA for his second at bat. Maybe things go differently. But I just don't know, because there's a big difference to me. Did the Padres tell Mark DeRosa, hey, we only want him to pitch in a save situation, try to stay off of him? Was that a commitment that was made to the Padres so that he could be up last night and available? Hey, we're only going to use him if we're trying to get a save. Or did he just do that to be nice to the Padres, essentially on his own, to say, out of respect to the Padres, I didn't want to push it with him? He didn't really clarify that, but if it's B, not A, I'm furious. And it's, there are other things that may have been disqualifying for him to ever manage this team again, because I am now ready for a real manager. He is a very talented TV personality. I actually love him as a guest. We've had him on a bunch. He's an awesome dude. When he was a player, he played here with the Nats. I loved interviewing him. Really, really cool dude. Went to Penn, super smart guy. But in all of our other international competitions, Danny, you know what we do? We use real coaches to coach these things. So Buck Showalter or some other recent former skipper like Mike Scioscia, or I don't care, name your 90s manager, Jim Hargrove. Right. Like, call him up, get him to manage. We need a real manager to do this. Dusty Baker should be managing that team. Why not?
Yeah, you can't do any long-term damage by getting relievers up and down, over months and months and months, old Dusty style. But yeah, I think it's the we can be eliminated Ron Rivera moment, to me, was the removes all doubt that no thank you. Now, I will say other teams are using former players that don't have a ton of managerial experience, and I think that's their right to do so, because it's kind of ceremonial, it's fun, you're putting a lineup of all-stars out there, and that's that. Venezuela managed by by Pujols. But not Pujols. Dominica is managed by Pujols. That's enough of that for me. So thank you. It's fun. It's ceremonial. It's gone from ceremonial and fun to no. We actually need to have a manager. It needs to be managed properly. You know what I mean? It's gone from fun novelty. Yeah, it's gone from fun novelty act to, hey, is this thing going to catch on? The answer is yes. It's caught on. Now let's go win.
It's also such a huge deal. Let's make the rosters even better. They're really good. You're not getting the best of the best of the best, and you can't make them say yes. But hopefully, after what we just saw in this iteration, this year's roster I thought leveled up some from last time. Next year's will level up even more in terms of the yeses. Our WBC and spring training conversations on the show are brought to you by Main Street Bank. Your local bank local. Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. The boys found the 8th inning 2-run home run from Bryce Harper at Nats Park that Danny missed back in the 2017 Division Series. One of the great moments of my Nats fandom at Nats Park. Absolute chaos. Here it was.
Edwards coming set. With one out, the pitch. Swing and a long drive. Deep to right. Going. Goodbye. He has done it. He has changed the game of the night with one swing of his bat. Bang, zoom, go
I'm sure the Breaking Bad episode that night was great, though.
Yeah.
Do you have a highlight do you have a highlight of the Band of Brother episode Danny was watching at that point?
That sound of the bat, by the way, was a legit thump. You could tell that was special. Yeah, I thought you guys were pranking me the next morning at the airport. I really did.
We had to break out the video. It was incredible. One other baseball note here before we keep it moving and get back into kind of how we would normally start the show. I saw this today. The Orioles are going to be opening their gates to games to allow fans into their ballpark 2.5 hours before first pitch. They're not going to do it for every game. It's select games, but they're going to do it some this season. The Nationals need to do this. Somebody over at Nats Park, listen up here. This is such a no-brainer. It is the correct thing to do, and especially right now, where it's kind of a bring your own energy environment and a diehards only kind of access at the ballpark. Fans should be able to watch their favorite players take batting practice.
100%.
Some of my favorite memories are going to Camden Yards. I'd get in early as a season ticket holder with my 13-game plan or whatever. You'd have to flash the card on Utah Street right at the flag court. They'd let you in and you could run in. And they could do this too, where it's only season ticket holders or something, or you have to have certain accesses. But what's really, really great is that when you open it 2.5 hours early, for people that don't know, on a pregame, before a game, every single game, generally the home team takes BP first, and then the road team takes BP second. So when you get into Nats Park, when the gate opens now, the road team is a good chunk of the way through their batting practice. But the Nats have long been done hitting. And that's for most teams. What the Orioles are saying is, you want to come watch Gunnar Henderson and Jackson Holliday and Dylan Beavers and all of our young up-and-comers, Colton Cowser, come on in. And this is exactly what the Nats should be doing. Kids should be able to go into the left field bleachers and chase around balls. And me and my buddy Joe Friedman would go to these games, Danny. Mm-hmm. We would sprint from Utah Street on the flag court all the way around the ballpark behind home plate at Camden Yards to be the first people to get out to left field, and we knew to go look in certain rows because the balls would, fall down the bleachers just so that there might have already been 2 or 3 balls hit before the gates open, so we could put those balls in our bags, and then you'd go stand in left with your glove and try to catch a home run during BP. It's an amazing thing as a kid.
100%.
Enhances your love. That kind of access and engagement, to get a baseball from James Wood or Dylan Cruz, to have Cole Henry and out there throwing or running around on the left field grass and in the warning track. Here you tell him it's your birthday and he tosses you up a baseball. Like, that's something fans should be in the stands for, and it enhances interest. So when Paul Taboni talks about wanting kids to get engaged and wanting kids to want to go to the ballpark, this is the type of thing you could really easily do that would help in that, and you might even make more money. Because you fire up those grills earlier, you start the concessions earlier, you flip open the refrigerators at the bars for the beers.
And I know you got to pay people to staff it. I know that's probably the reason why they don't.
I'm sure of it.
But come on. This is the right thing to do 100%. Some of my great memories of how I fell in love with the game. I'm going early watching Cal Ripken do, on both of his knees, bare hand, just working on having his palm underneath the baseball to pick it and pick it and pick it. Watching, Jeff Rebelay take ground balls at 7 different positions. Mike Devereaux get routes off of, while batting practice is happening. Watching these guys just hitting nukes. The single greatest thing I've ever seen a hitter do is Ken Griffey Jr. hitting a ball straight away to left field, left center, center field, right field, all for home runs in one round of BP. And then reversing course and doing it again the opposite way, and his teammates from the Mariners going nuts. No one else around. Just me and a few hundred fans watching this thing, oohing and ahhing as he's one hop in the warehouse when he's going to right field and then home running it to every spot. Those kind of memories you don't get when the ballpark opens 57 minutes before or whatever. You just don't.
Lessen the lines. I do think if you open up concessions, and it doesn't have to be every section, to your point, to cut back on how many people you're paying to run the thing, but I think you'd make enough money to offset it anyway. And even if it is a small loss, even if you take a quick L here, I think the long-term vision needs to be considered. Again, I didn't bring up kids. Our guy T-Bone, Paul Taboni, did. If you want the next generation of Nats fans to be engaged and plugged in and to care and to know the players, you know what helps is that access to them during BP and just the ability, to watch them during batting practice.
Yep.
So when I saw this from the Orioles, I thought, great idea.
And it's not every game.
And the Nats should do it.
And yes, begin it with the occasional one. You do the thing where kids run the bases on Sundays or whatever the promos are. This is the kind of thing is a great, great way to engender younger fans to your product. Because again, right now, you said it very well. It's bring your own energy. It's you got to really want to be there right now for a team that might lose, 95 games
There's
again.
two types of people that are going to be at these games, right?
Yep.
The diehards that are basically keeping score with their earbuds in and Charlie and Dave's call being bellowed into their eardrums. And people that are going there with a work group or with friends, and they're going to eat and drink, and there's a baseball in the background. They may not know that C.J. Abrams is at the plate, but they'll look up every now and then and go, oh, we scored. Like, that's the two groups of people now that are at the ballpark. So take care of group one, because they're the ones keeping the lights on at this point. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Speaking of when things open, the NFL season opening game going to look and feel a little different this year. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
Join 106.7 The Fan for all the tournament action at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join
Already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So if this is what the Thursday Night Football theme sounds like, what does the Wednesday Night Football theme sound like? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The NFL season kicks off in September, and we now know, via reporting late last night, that the Wall Street Journal has confirmed the league's going to start on a Wednesday night for the first time. We've always had the traditional Thursday season opener where the Super Bowl champion team over the last several years has been able to unfurl a banner, bring their fans back to celebrate one final time, get everybody feeling themselves right before kickoff as they defend their title, normally bring a rival into the building, into the Lions' Den, and then you got to go out there and try to start 1-0 on Thursday Night Football in your title defense. Well, that's going to happen on Wednesday night this year. Thursday, there will be a Thursday Night Football game. It'll be the first ever game from Australia. There will be no Friday night game. The last 2 years we've had a Friday night game from Brazil. That's not going to happen. And then obviously no Saturday Night Football because of college football. So the week one slate will be Wednesday night in Seattle. Seahawks open up as defending champions. Thursday night in Australia. And then a gap Friday and Saturday, and we'll ramp it back up for Sunday for week one.
Interesting. So the thing that I wondered is if this would be the new norm, not that two teams are going to Australia. I don't know if we're going to do that every year. Maybe eventually we will, but I think it'll be a rotation. The next, it was in Brazil previously. There'll be a different thing on a Friday. I wondered how that would affect the opening. It sounds like they're going to move it up a day to do, or not sounds like it's what's going to happen. They're going to move it Wednesday. I don't know that that's going to be the way it is forever, though. I think we may go back to Thursdays and then go back to the Friday, which is kind of the new normal.
Well, there's reasons for what's happening. So you cannot have a game on Friday night because of the 1961 Sports Broadcasting Act that we've talked a lot about, deep enough into September where week one is this year. So I think it's the second week, meaning the second Friday of September is when that law takes hold. From that point on, this protects the sanctity, I guess, of high school football and the notion that if there's NFL games on, maybe it ends up damaging youth sports and high school football and whatever that law meant. So that was the 1961 Sports Broadcasting Act. The league has been able to skirt that with these Friday night games that were international in Brazil. And I had thought maybe there was a technicality on the fact that they weren't in the States or the time zone was different where they were playing.
Because it was always on a streaming service, those Friday night ones. And that's
correct.
I think that was the way around it.
Apparently, it was based on the fact that it was earlier in September. So when it becomes the second Friday of the month, now we're not allowed to do that anymore, I guess, during the high school football calendar, as I read it last night via Joe Flint, who did some of this reporting for the Wall Street Journal. But where are you at on a Wednesday night opener? I don't have a problem with that at all. I guess my concern would be the momentum is really good when it's Thursday, Friday, Sunday. It is this steady progression, almost like this symphony, this buildup of football. This is Wednesday, Thursday, 2 days. Now, we do have college football on Saturday, I guess, and then Sunday. So it's a small inconvenience for me, but I will accept it. We don't know who's going to be playing in Seattle on Wednesday night to kick off the season. We do know that Australia matchup on Thursday Night Football will be the San Francisco 49ers and the LA Rams. So that's got a chance to be a really, really good game. And then you get your full concoction of games on Sunday for week one.
I like it. And I was trying to figure out if I like it better or not. We'll see. I mean, I do know I like it better than fighting with one app that I've paid for and can't quit and can't figure out how to log in or out and couldn't get the thing to work. So I missed the Packers-Eagles game from a couple seasons ago on Friday night. So hopefully it's not something like that where I can just get it, even if it's something I don't pay for. I'll be able to subscribe.
Well, we don't know that yet.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. There's no broadcast partner assigned for Australia.
You could very well still get your app game that Danny Rouillet has to figure out a way to watch and somehow,
Yeah,
some way,
yeah.
is the only person in America that can't figure
Fannie
out.
Mouillet versus Peacock. It is a round 77. They've won each one, by the way. They're paying. I'm paying for it. I can't get it, so that's always a hoot. I'm sure it's simple. So, in principle, though, Wednesday, Thursday, and then a small break is just fine by me. No issues there. I mean, it's 6 1, half dozen the other in terms of it. I'm excited almost that it's a day early, to be honest with you, because we go through the long national drought of meaningful sport. Now this year we'll have World Cup and a couple other things that'll tide you over some, but not enough. We'll go through a time where it's nothing. We'll be at the All-Star break going, oh my God, can we please get to football season? A day early is just fine.
So looking up this 1961 Act to get a little more clarity on that, it prevents the NFL from broadcasting games on Friday or Saturday from the second Friday in September until the second Saturday in December. So that's why they start the Saturday games where they do, toward the very end of the season. You never see those in week 11, right? It's always weeks, used to be 16 and 17. Now it's like 16, 17, 18, occasionally, whatever it is. But the Saturday games, just like the Friday games, for this pocket of time, from week 2 of September to week 2 of December, is protected for high school football. And if somebody's going, what about Black Friday? We've talked about that too. Very different because it's an afternoon start time. Prime time is reserved for high school football on Fridays in this restriction. You could play during the day. So if the NFL wanted to do a Friday game at noon, they could do that this year. That's not what they're trying to do. Although I would imagine, I don't know, you tell me if I'm crazy, if the NFL started to have noon Friday games, it's not like anybody goes to work anymore anyway, and nobody goes to work on Friday, certainly. I just think those would still get good numbers. People would just schedule their schedules around it.
It'd be better than any other programming that's on at noon by a factor of what, 10, 20? Yeah, I mean, to your point, yes. Now, I don't know if you could do noon, but you could probably do 2 or something like that. I don't know when the cutoff is exactly, but it's something that you could do. Because to your point about the New World Order, or people don't go in, or they commute from work from home, or whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, that Black Friday game is such a fantastic idea. That, to me, is my favorite innovation the NFL has done in terms of broadcasting. 9 a.m. games are terrible and stupid, and I hate them, the international ones. But those Black Friday games where, yeah, if you did doorbusters, you're back home from Walmart or whatever the hell. If you didn't, you're just hanging out with your family, eating leftovers. Perfect.
My guess on the game for Seattle and the matchup, if I could go full Kevin Sheehan schedule prediction with you here for a second. It's obviously not the Rams or the Niners because they're busy. They're in Australia the following night to play a football game.
That's good detective work.
Heck of an ask.
It's a tough turnaround
from the
there.
league.
Yeah.
Wednesday night in Seattle will get you to Australia for the game the next day. I don't think you want to open with a terrible Cardinals team playing the Seahawks in Seattle. That doesn't do anything for anybody. So I'm going to rule out Arizona, which tells me we got a non-division matchup. They've got 2 NFC East games, Cowboys and Giants. I doubt they'd want to burn Dallas or New York as a road team in week 1. Both of those teams do really good TV numbers and oftentimes play a primetime game in the first week, whether it's Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football. So I actually think it would be the Kansas City Chiefs as a possibility, a now perennial playoff team in the LA Chargers. The Bears last year became a hot commodity around the postseason. And then the final out of division and out of conference game that they play this year, the New England Patriots visit the Seattle
Well, isn't
Seahawks.
that intriguing?
A Super Bowl rematch to kick off the season. Drake May and Sam Darnold running it back under the lights in primetime on Wednesday night. I could see that. And that would be pretty telling because I think a lot of us feel like New England probably takes a step back. You wonder if Seattle will be as good, but they're built to try to win this thing again. That would actually be a really intriguing first game, I think.
I smell what you're cooking there. Between the Chiefs, Chargers, and Patriots, maybe the Bears, kind of your outside looking in terms of the favorites for that. But that would certainly make sense. I mean, you could just say, why are we complicating this? Let's just do a Super Bowl rematch.
How are you going to do that fantasy league that always drafts during Thursday Night Football to open the season?
You're asking an amazing question.
Do you think you guys will draft during the Wednesday night game?
Yes.
I bet you do.
What?
That's the dumbest thing, that league.
It's my least favorite thing.
That's not Cakes' league, is it?
No. That one only they schedule that draft around the Grant and Danny Fantasy League draft. So I have to do that draft the same night we do ours for fun with listeners.
Like every year, no matter what.
And that's every year, no matter what. That's
funny.
like, it's haha funny. That's what's happening every
Danny
time.
has this league he's in.
Drives me crazy.
That he stays in inexplicably. I mean, this is such a non-starter that I would go, yeah, I'm not doing that. And every year, the plan, not like, oh, somebody broke their arm and can't do it.
I beg these people.
Not like, oh, we couldn't find a date that worked for everyone. Their a plan that every year they like is to draft during the season opening game. So then you're drafting players that are on the field and getting points.
You got to let the commissioner know if you want to start one of the guys that's playing that night. And like, what? It's so insane. But it's a group of. So I do it it's like a great way to stay in touch with one of my best buddies from growing up. He's in New York, and it's these finance gentlemen and ladies that make an outrageous amount of money. So the buy-in is ridiculous. I only pay what I can afford, and my buddy covers the rest. But the point is, these people are just different than regular folk, and they can't see the problem. And no matter how many times I've begged, let's do it Tuesday. What about Monday? Let's go nuts and do it the week before. They can't do it, and it drives me crazy.
Next hour on Grant. plus jerseys of all kinds of different teams and sports. Random players, not just DC.
An elaborate jersey collection. Like a vast jersey collection. More than I've ever owned in my entire life. Even like when I was a little kid and got giveaway jerseys. Like as an adult, as a grown-up now. He's got a massive collection.
So I thought it'd be fun from time to time to play a game called Who is in Toby's Bag? Who is in Toby's bag? The way the game is played, he's got a jersey right now, random jersey in his book bag. When we guess who it is, he'll take it out and put the jersey on. We don't know what player the jersey is celebrating. Who is in Toby's bag? We get to ask yes or no questions, Danny. I think 3 strikes and you're out, because otherwise we'll just be guessing constantly.
Sure, yeah.
But we'll go around the room here, around the horn, asking yes or no questions until somebody wins. We should keep a running scoreboard. We won't play this every day, but when we do, I'd like to know what the scoreboard looks like, how many points Darius and Strober and me and you have. So, does anybody have any questions on this brand new developing game before we start playing?
About rules. Not these aren't the probing questions that we're going to use to be detectives.
Yeah, this is our maiden voyage. I just want to make sure we've set ourselves up for a good launch.
Yeah, we'll go
I want to
around-
get this rocket ship into space without issue.
I'm with you. So we're going to go around asking yes or no questions. This is not one, doesn't count, but it would be something like, is this a baseball player? And he would go yes or no. That would help us narrow it down. Then you would go, is he taller than 6'5"? Whatever it is, right?
And you're eliminated after 3 guesses. Eliminated.
Not
questions, but guesses. So if you get 3 wrong, boom, you're done. All right, so without further ado, what jersey is in Toby's bag? Danny, go ahead.
I'll just use the question I thought of as an example. Is this a baseball jersey?
No.
Okay.
Is this a football jersey?
No.
Is this a basketball jersey?
Nailed it.
All right.
Strober?
Is it a center?
No.
Is this a Milwaukee Buck jersey?
No.
Is this an NBA jersey?
Yes.
Is this player a point guard?
No.
Is this a Washington Wizard?
No.
Has this player ever been a Washington Wizard?
No.
Is this jersey of a player with a Western Conference team?
Yes.
Is this an all-star jersey?
No. Let me clarify. Was this player an all-star? Or are you asking, is it an all-star
Is
game
the jersey and actually an all-star game jersey?
No.
But when I said NBA, like NBA team, not like Team USA or something like that. Got it.
Does this player currently play?
Yes.
Damn it.
Good question.
I thought I had something, all right.
That helps, Strobes.
Yep, that's a narrower. Okay, I thought I had a former jersey. I thought I had something in mind here. All right, where am I going to go? It's a current NBA player, Western Conference team. Do I like this player?
That's tough.
I don't know that we've discussed this player a lot. I feel like you would appreciate this guy's game, though.
Does this player play for the Golden State Warriors?
Currently, yes.
Bam!
Whoa.
That's big, boys.
Wow. Okay.
Currently, yes.
Is this player Kristaps Porzingis?
Can I guess? Is this player Jimmy Butler? Let's go!
That was out of order.
You can guess whenever. It's 3
I didn't
guesses.
know that.
You get
I was
3
waiting my
guesses.
turn. That's a Jimmy Butler. Is it
Jimmy
a Butler Warriors
is
jersey?
in Toby's
It is
bag.
a Jimmy Butler Timberwolves jersey.
Oh.
Which is very rare.
So it would be even harder if we play the game. They have to guess which jersey it is. But I like the idea of who's in his bag. It's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that's the right idea. Who's in his bag? I now learned that I could guess anytime. I was sitting there waiting. Oh, I got one. I got to guess. I wouldn't have got it, though, by the way. I would have guessed Steph Curry.
Yeah, I wanted to go a little off the board. And whenever we decide to do this, I've got some different jerseys, and I'll try to find my most obscure ones. And
What
see we
is
can do.
the thought process on the Marquette product, the 6'6", 230-pound, well-traveled Jimmy Butler? Why do we rep him?
I really liked this specific jersey by the T-Wolves. It was like a city edition one. If you're listening on the radio, not watching on the stream, it's like a gray.
It's really gray.
Wolves, and then the back is a little bit darker gray. And I appreciated Jimmy Butler before all the craziness that went down in Minnesota. This is what's ironic about it being a Timberwolves Minnesota Jimmy Butler jersey, but I like this jersey. Consultant for details. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 1 hour on Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock, we're giving away Caps tickets to Friday night's game. The Caps are actually at home tonight, and I am going. I'm going to take the little guy this evening.
Oh, nice.
To one of his first games of the year. I thought it'd be cool. So Cole Hudson is making his NHL debut tonight.
He's like 12 years older than your son, basically.
This is what's wild, Danny. Yeah. He's 19 years old. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking about this. He is considerably closer in age to my son than me.
Oh, yeah.
Not like a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
He is 14 years older than my son. He is 18 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
From a sheer peer standpoint, he might have more in common with me because 19 to 37 might be a more reasonable hang than 19 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
But he is closer in age to my 5-year-old kid that I'm taking to the game to see his first game tonight.
Well, I remember these before all you guys had kids, and I would go to the Nats clubhouse. We'd all go and be like, do you guys realize that player is closer? And you guys would just look at me like, it's not interesting. When you have a kid, it's the most interesting thing in the world to you. You can't stop thinking about it, right? Where, this 22, like Dylan Cruz is infinitely closer to my oldest son's age than me. Like, and it's not close. And he's been in the league a couple years. You know, like the 20-year-old kid, the 19-year-old kid. We're interviewing Eli Willits on the radio. He's almost 18. And he's 5 years older than my oldest.
I've been doing minors and majors. You guys may have heard because I accidentally said minors and majors one time.
One time.
But you may remember the bit that did happen here. But so I've been doing that show on Sirius XM since like 2006, my senior year of high school. And I was just trying to come up with a unique angle on MLB Network Radio. You had the Ripken brothers and managers at the time, and all kinds of these dignitaries in baseball. And I'm like, I'm a teenage guy. What do people care? Nobody was really talking about the minors or prospects, and I kind of carved out a niche doing that. We called it minors and majors. And the other thing was I wasn't 18 yet, and I was a minor talking about the major, so it kind of worked as a double meaning. But I bring this up to say I remember in those early conversations with the player that just got drafted out of high school or someone in college. Like, great example was in the 2007 draft, number 1 overall pick was David Price out of Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
David Price is my age. I was also a freshman, or in college at that time when David Price was coming out of Vandy. He's a couple years older than me, probably. Like, I'm interviewing him and Pedro Alvarez, who goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates that year, and these players like this guy named Gerald Buster Posey from the San Francisco Giants in the 2008 draft. These are my peers. And now I'm doing these interviews before the draft, and I'm almost 40, and these dudes are 17, 18 years old. And I'm like, so high school.
What was that like?
What's it all about now?
Right.
You guys do the thing with your poems when someone says 6'7"? Like, just such an old person.
Speaking of that, just only tangentially related, I heard a couple of the, when the kids reach a certain age, whether around 12, 13 or whatever, they start like bruhing each other and they start to mutter and you get dumber if you hear them talk. I heard a word the other day we need to run by our young people to see if anyone knows what it means.
We now have our new most resident young person ever because we've had at the time, like Ryan, but he wasn't really up on a lot of the terms.
And then he went all corporate.
Yeah, but Ben, how old are you actually? I feel like you're like 23.
I'm 22.
22.
So this is, other than Clary, the youngest person who's ever worked on our show. And Clary was only younger for a very short time. And I don't think he was not as up on everything as Strober is. Strober's like hanging out at the Metro stop.
Yeah.
And like in the Navy Yard on Saturday night with all these kids running around. You know what I mean?
He knows some stuff.
Like, he's in it. Strober is.
Here's the word. I don't think it's bad, but here's the word. Huzz.
How do you spell that?
I know.
Great question.
H-U-Z-Z.
Maybe. Huzz. I heard it 6 times.
Use it in a sentence.
Like, bruh, for real, it be like that. She's the huzz.
That's what your son said?
No, one of his compatriots did.
Compatriots. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, I'm all over it. I know all about this, actually. The huzz is like females. So if you're in a situation like, yo, I'm having a party at my house, like Mike Marr having a party at his house, all the junkies got invited, and imagine like EB goes, are the Huzz pulling up? That's like, are you having over the girls? The Huzz are girls.
Okay, so it does sound like maybe this is inappropriate. Are we trending in that direction at this point?
I don't know. I mean, they're 12. I don't know what they're doing exactly in that regard. But
HUZZ.
HU or ones. I don't know how many Z's. I don't know if it's
This
Z.
is commonly means a romantic partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, crush, or girl, woman.
Okay, it makes great sense in that context.
Does it?
Yeah, it makes great sense in that context because they were I think they were accusing one of the other compatriots of having a
Can you
crush.
stop saying compatriots?
No.
I'd like you to.
You
sound 800.
Well, now I'm oversaying it because you pointed it out. So, Compatriot 3.
Stop saying that.
I think. Well, I'm trying to tell you who I'm talking about. Compatriot 3.
Oh my God.
I think they were accusing him of having a crush. I think that was the context. That's my biggest context clue, and so Huzz makes sense in that situation.
Well,
apologies, by the way, if it's offensive. I don't know.
We'll add that to the Charlie Slows list of things that we'll get him to record for
There's a Huzz
before the 2026 start of the season. That's always my favorite thing when we have Charlie record the most recent terms, and he just sounds 300
preposterous.
Yeah, but we'll add that one to the pile. We need to get that done before the start of this year. By the way,
Jake Irvin has great drip.
Do you have any more of those? Can I just hear a couple more Chucko Chains talking about
James Wood is goated.
That's true. He is goated.
It is true, Chuck. Yeah.
Striking out is my ick.
Is my ick.
This place is lit.
That one, you could tell he's smiling. He's like laughing as he says that one.
I wish he would use that in a real call. Nats Park is alive. It is lit.
Davey understood the assignment.
A bit like base hit to center field. This place is lit.
Davey did not understand the assignment.
I thought Davey had a good grasp of the assignment. It turns out he did not.
It seems like he did very poorly on the assignment.
Yeah. Is the assignment to keep guys getting thrown out on the bases?
The new city connects a straight fire.
He got into that
He
one.
was into that one.
Charlie, you're into the fire. See, in that one, he got a little bit. That's why he was confident in it.
He knew that one.
Some of them, he's like going up at the end with a question mark.
Luis Garcia has W Riz.
I don't remember W.
W Riz. Winning, good Riz, win.
No. That's
winning
what
percentage.
you guys kept trying to push this W thing that people were doing in the chat.
Because Darius introduced us to W in the chat. Now, it didn't actually mean you were good in the chat, but it was like
Riz has never been a thing.
But W is an extra layer of productivity. It's not just your regular Riz. It's right, Darius? Right?
I mean, I've never heard that, but whatever.
That's what we're talking about.
I'll take your word
It's
for
like
it.
when you, in the reference to the chat, it's like when, I don't know, say you accomplish something and you say W's in chat.
No, I'm well aware of what that means.
Right.
W Riz is what I'm struggling
W Riz is probably...
I've never heard that said in a sentence.
I feel like that's combining two words that were unnecessary.
Yeah.
But it made it sound funny because Charlie did it.
It's a real thing.
It's a
W
real
Riz,
thing.
it means it's good Riz.
It's extra Riz.
Yeah, it's W Riz.
Isn't all Riz good Riz?
Yeah, well, of course, but there's good and there's great.
Can I get some W's in the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat right now?
No.
W's in the chat, please.
No. They're going to drop L's. L's for your brain rot
That's
knowledge.
all right.
You have L brain rot knowledge.
L's in the chat, they get blocked. W's in the chat, they're our guys.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll just block some. I got a W from Captain Todd. That's my guy. By the way, Captain Todd at spring training came up. I talked to him for a few minutes. Do you know what that guy does for a living?
He's like a boat captain.
That would not be putting it with the details that are necessary here. I think that's part of what he does.
Yeah.
He captains these trips. They go out into the water. They then put on their scuba gear, and he goes down hundreds of feet under the water to look at boat wrecks so that he can find artifacts that he then brings back up to Earth. So, like, he's the guy right now down there at the Titanic site, I guess, with his earbuds in, listening to us on Grant and Dan.
He's just poking and prodding, see if there's anything.
But he's at the Titanic site looking for the heart of the ocean.
He's like, oh, look, there's a necklace.
Is that not the coolest job in the world?
It's badass is what
He's
it is.
unearthing things from shipwrecks. He found something, I'm going to botch the date, but he said from like the 13 or 1400, like the 1400s when Christopher Columbus is sailing the ocean blue. And it's just from a ship that's down there, probably the nubbiest ship ever. It probably looks like worse than something my dad would buy now at a boats show or something. But they're just taking it across the ocean, definitely getting pummeled and dying.
W Riz.
Weird that ship crashed, by the way.
I know, right?
In
Who
the
would have
14
thought?
I would have thought that one made it all the way across. But it's just down there at the bottom.
Like, oh no, a wave. We're pummeled.
I got so many W's in the chat. It's not even funny, by the way. Holy shnikes. We're killing it in the chat today. All the W's.
So
All
many.
right. I want to get to this story from USC and Matt Leinart. You have the audio of this, Darius? Let's play this. Basically, it's the Joe Theismann thing all over again. We've talked about this professionally here in Washington. Before the Commanders, Redskins football team, burgundy and gold, whatever we're going to do, before this organization through the years actually started to retire uniforms, they just took them out of circulation. And by not retiring them, you weren't allowed to wear them. It was this very odd thing where then players would have to call Joe Theismann, 7, Sonny Jurgensen, 9, other great legends, Chris Hanberger, others like him, 55, I think he was, although I don't know if that was one of the ones out of circulation. But Sammy Ball, 33, you would have had to reach out and be like, hey, man, can I rock your jersey? It's not retired, so I'd love to wear it. And it was just a terrible spot to put Joe Theismann in.
Yep.
Obviously, he doesn't want to give number 7 to Dwayne Haskins. Like, earn it. You haven't done anything in the league yet. Why am I giving you my jersey? I earned the right for this thing to be out of circulation. Well, apparently this is becoming a big thing in college that people have started to talk about, including Matt Leinart at USC.
When I was at USC, I got my number retired. There's been multiple times where people at USC have asked me if I would unretire my jersey for some 5-star prospect. And do you want to know what I told those guys straight up? I am never going to unretire my jersey for some random dude who, by the way, now could wear number 11 and transfer after a year. The only person that will ever wear my USC number 11 would be Cole, who's not there right now. He's at SMU, or 2 of my boys if they end up going to USC and playing football. That is it.
Correct, by the way. His view on it. So at first you go, oh, come on, don't you care about the program or whatever? His point's 100% right. I'm going to unretire my jersey for a guy that's going to get more NIL next year and transfer and go to Miami or Ohio State or whatever.
That player has so little affinity for the program, for the helmet, the jersey, the number you're giving them. It's a hired gun for a couple of months. Now, I wonder, and there's no way to know this before a guy gets there, but if you're able to say, hey, this is a 3-year player that will be here trying to break every passing record, and he's going to be up there with you and Carson Palmer, winning a Heisman Trophy and becoming Mr. Trojan moving forward. Would he feel any differently? Is this just the disrespect of trying to wear a number that is retired? Don't ask me. I don't want you to wear my number. Or is it the second part that you were just getting at, Danny, which is these guys are just here, passerbys, for a few hours at a time, getting a paycheck. USC football, Matt Leinart, my number, they mean nothing to them. If somebody was really going to be in it to win it for 3 years, would he feel differently? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either, but it's also a very strange thing that a school would do that, right? Because what you should be able to do, and again, I understand it's a different world now, and this is naive, and this is, it went on for the alma mater, and let's hope they have a great rivalry game against their local foes. I mean, no, it's not. It's a different planet. I understand that. It's, as you said, it's hired gun, it's highest bidder, and everybody's transferring the moment they set foot on campus. But a school should be able to use hey, we have this retired jersey because we have something called tradition and history here. If you go around, you can see Reggie Bush's retire. Here's a bust of him from the Heisman. Here's Matt Leinart, who set every passing record you could possibly fathom and led the nation in touchdown passes 2 straight seasons here. He was great. This guy was great. This guy was great. Look at the hallowed halls here at USC or whatever football school you have. Of course, that's not the way of the world now. That's not how recruiting works. It's, we could take this money from the slush fund and give it to you, and that's that. So, but still, it should be a recruiting tool to have a retired jersey. It shouldn't be a talking point going, well, I know, Matt, we can maybe unretire it for you, buddy, because you're special.
This is almost never based on not having numbers, by the way. Running out of numbers, the inability to field the roster with the right number of players. That's not what this almost ever is. As an example, the Yankees have retired as many numbers as you could shake a stick at. They still have no problems here. I mean, this is a team where number 1 is retired, Billy Martin. Number 2 is retired, Derek Jeter. Number 3 is out of circulation, Babe Ruth. Number 4 was Lou Gehrig's. Number 5 was Joe DiMaggio's. Number 6 was Joe Torre. Number 7 was Mickey Mantle. Number 8 is Yogi Berra.
You can't get a single-digit number up there.
You cannot. Number 9 is Roger Maris. Number 10 is Phil Rizzuto. Like the lowest number you could wear for the Yankees right now is 11. And then you've got Thurman Munson, 15, Whitey Ford, 16. I think Posada, 20, doesn't get worn anymore.
Yep.
Paul O'Neill, 21. Don Mattingly, 23. Like, there's no numbers left in below 20, basically. But guess what? They figure it out. There aren't other teams that have that many numbers that you have to worry about. And so really what this is just a player wants a number. You're trying to recruit them. It's a lot easier for you to ask Matt Leinart, can this guy wear your number, than to tell a player no. And if I'm Matt Leinart, I would do the same thing. But I hate the ask. The ask is what bothers me because I think you put the players in a bad spot. Joe Theismann's way too good of a dude to say anything about it. But if you remember back then, and I hate even bringing up Dwayne Haskins now because it's tragic that he's no longer with us and he should still be playing quarterback in the league somewhere on somebody's roster. But if you remember, Washington, the moment he's drafted, has him on the phone with Theismann to see if he can wear his number. That should have never, ever happened.
It put him in a bad spot.
If you're Theismann, what do you say? I remember it. He said, no problem, sure, wear my number. Do you think you really wanted him to? There's a reverence and a respect to having your number retired, to knowing that you were the last guy to wear it. And if you say no, you get crushed. We did the topics. We took the calls. People were eviscerating Theismann because you look like a jerk or you look stuck up or entitled or like, you think that your era is better or whatever. It's a no-win situation that these teams should not put their players in. And especially in this case, they're the legends that kind of built the stadiums that you're playing in, that built the facilities that these kids in this case, are practicing in.
Yeah.
Why put them in a bad spot? I just think it's a badass.
I totally agree. The do it or don't, right? If you don't retire a jersey, then you have to have it in circulation. If you do retire the jersey, unretiring it is not what retirement means. You know what I mean? You can't undead somebody. Not to be flippant, but that's kind of what we're talking about here. If the jersey's not retired, you go, it's available to anybody. You don't do this informal, weird plucking it out where someone goes, can I have 7? Sort of. No, either yes or no, in or out, right? Wet or dry. If it's retired, you don't ask because there was supposed to be a reverence to it. There's supposed to be a ceremony. There's supposed to be sort of this time-honored thing where in 100 years, somebody walks into USC and goes, what's that? That's the jersey of Matt Leinart. That's number 11. Will never get worn again here because he was great. How different was football then? It was very different. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's part of like the history of the museum.
Now, I've always said I have a very small Hall of Fame, okay? I would have a very small collection of retired numbers as well. And if teams want to scale back the threshold necessary, the club, how big it is, how many people get the golden jacket they get to wear into retired number area of the bar, I have no problem with that either. Because I think that, most teams, it's really, really earned. There are teams that give them out a little easier maybe. Like we saw, didn't Shador Sanders' number at Colorado get retired? I know he went into like their Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Like that was one of those where it's like, what? Really?
Huh? For 2 years?
Okay. If you say so. But, I mean, that happens sometimes where it's like they turn the program around. He was the quarterback at the time. It was the most famous that program has ever been in this late era. And so if that's the honor they've decided is worthy to bestow upon him, go for it. But I would be very choosy. And if we're going to get to a point where you know that you got to ask a Matt Leinart or a Reggie Bush or whoever it is to give up their number, let's just make sure we're only retiring the best of the best of the best. You don't have to retire others. But what I would never do is do this non-retired, non-circulation thing. That no man's land, either your jersey's retired or people can wear it. So when Washington did the thing where it was like 7 numbers that couldn't be worn and everyone know it, nobody can wear 44, that's Riggins. Oh, it's retired. No, it's not actually retired. That never made any sense. Like, what logic is that? And I'm glad that was a Jason Wright fix even before this group.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in here, and I'm sure he asked the same question because he's got a background in the game and played in the league. Well, what do you mean you can't wear the number, but it's also not retired? Well, we don't retire jerseys. Why don't we? I don't know. We never have. Well, let's start. I mean, that was kind of, I'm sure,
right.
How that conversation.
Yeah, again, it's the do it or don't thing. The in between where somebody who didn't know. I mean, a player that comes out now never saw Joe Theismann play. He was born in the mid 2000s, right? A kid that gets drafted at 20, 21, 22 years old. Hey, can I have number 44? Because that was my favorite one growing up. No, why? Some guy that played here a long time ago had it. Wait, what? Either it's retired or it's not. And if it's not, then it should be available. You can't do this.
At PVI, PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Grant H. Paulson is where you can follow me.
Funny Danny on Twitter, Humorous Danny on Instagram.
Comical Danny on TikTok.
I'm something on TikTok. I haven't been on there forever.
Lighthearted Danny. Whimsical Danny.
Mildly amused on
Snapchat.
On Twitch. I don't know.
I'm looking for, what's another one? Funny, humorous.
I think that's pretty much it. That's my thesaurus exhausted right there.
Okay. That's good enough.
Bemused.
Trade in the NFL. We got a trade alert. Andy Dalton is on the move. Who knew that there was a market for Andy Dalton? 7th round pick.
Yeah.
In exchange for the red rifle, Dalton goes from the Carolina Panthers to the NFC East, the Philadelphia Eagles. He'll be a backup. He's 38. Yeah. They give up a 7th rounder. This is the only thing I find interesting about this. The only notable element of this trade is that this is a sign that the Panthers are feeling better about Bryce Young. He has been their safety net. He has been the break glass in case of emergency. When Bryce Young goes into his 3-week rut, we'll call on Andy Dalton and he'll get things fixed. If you're allowing him to leave, it means you feel better. This is kind of like me telling my mom when she would come to help my kids, like when I was super young and my wife had to go somewhere. You know what, Mom? I'm good now. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I can change the diaper.
I can do all of this. If you need to go home, you are welcome to leave. I think I can handle this on my own.
That's interesting.
That's Bryce Young and the Panthers right now. They're going, all right, Andy, thanks for the services, but he's okay now. He can fly on his own.
We're going to release him back out into the wild. I like that. I think that's a pretty good observation by you. To me, it was just the Eagles are like, Tanner McKee's not so hot. Maybe we'll look slightly different with red rifle coming out of the bullpen.
They like Tanner McKee a lot, though. The noise, by the way, on Tanner McKee died down a little bit after his start against Washington.
Yeah.
But he had to start the previous year where he lit it up. You know his nickname, by the way?
No.
The Mormon Missile.
That's pretty good.
It's what they call Tanner McKee. So you have the red rifle, you've got a missile. There's a lot of...
it's an arms race over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of artillery in that Eagles quarterback room. But he's actually, aside from the start against Washington in a small sample, like when he's played pretty well. In his career, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick. There's always been this groundswell that, like, maybe he's pretty good and no one knows it. I've never really bought into that, but it doesn't sound great for him that they're trading for Andy Dalton.
And remember, I just forgot about this. They signed Kenny Pickett. Carolina did. I forgot about that in free agency. So maybe they decided that's our Jag backup, younger, cheaper guy or whatever. We don't need the older man safety net, et cetera. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm not buying any Tanner McKee stock.
Little Hands Pickett has been all over the place.
Lil Pickett.
Before Reuben Bain's arms, there was Kenny Pickett's hands.
Yes, there were.
That was the first.
That was the measurement of all measurements.
Is his blank too small? And,
Grant.
Hands. Or arms at the
Good
combine.
Lord.
That's what I was referencing, Danny.
Was it, Grant?
Get
was
your
it?
head out of the gutter.
Was it?
Max Crosby visited the Ravens. So, quick refresher for everybody on this. The Ravens gave up 2 firsts in a trade for Max Crosby. Everyone said, holy what? They just gave up 2 1s. This team's never traded a 1 for anything. Literally, they've never traded a first-round pick in any deal. Think about how crazy that is. Then they give up 2 1s. Crosby is coming to Baltimore. Subsequently, Trey Hendrickson is not tagged. Hits the watered down, lesser version of Max Crosby, but they get to keep their 2 first-round picks. Immediately, everyone throws the foil on their heads and goes, this does not look right. Something about this smells wrong. The reason for the skepticism is based in how easily you can flunk players from a physical at any point, but how teams that want players never do. I had someone tell me that there are GMs when a player's being acquired with an injuries history that will call the doctor and say, hey, don't really care what the physical says. We want this guy. He'll be fine. Teams can do whatever they want with these physicals. So that's where some of the skepticism came from, this dubious feeling that maybe the Ravens were up to no good. But we finally got Max Crosby's thoughts on all of this, okay? He has a podcast. He talked at length about what happened with the Ravens. And so people were really curious when he got there, what were the feels and the vibes? How did it go down?
How did this all go down? I was fascinated by that, by the way.
So after listening to this, it does sound terrible for the Ravens. Now, this is just his side of the story.
Right.
I don't know if Baltimore will tell theirs. They haven't really cared that much to. But he makes it sound like they never were that interested in him. As if they knew when he came into their building already, because it was days after the trade. It wasn't like it happened. They trade for him the day before, then he flies to the building the next day. It was almost like a week later. They acquired him when we were in West Palm Beach over a weekend. It was, the middle of the next week or so, like a Wednesday, Thursday, where he's in Baltimore. So the market is established. Now you've made phone calls. Now you know what Hendrickson's getting. Now you're getting to look at everything as it plays out in free agency in the league year. And maybe they've already decided before he gets there, all right, how do we get out of this? Let's flunk his physical. And we've already talked to Hendrickson's agent. We could sign him at this number. Like, that's what people think might have happened. And this answer from Crosby will not change that. So let's listen in. This is from his podcast.
Had my MRIs, I was asking Joe, could I, before I left, I wanted to see the head coach and just chop it up, talk football, talk ball. He's a defensive guy, never met him before like that, so I wanted to chop it up. So I didn't get to meet with him till the end of the day. I didn't get to see the GM at all. I thought I was going to see him when I first got there. I didn't see him for 5 hours.
So he didn't come out the whole time you're testing or doing your physical. Everyone's talking about
Never.
The GM never came once out to see you.
And I don't know why. I'm not going to speculate. I didn't see him one time. I even asked the girl. I was like, "Where's Eric at?" I want to say, you know what I mean? He just made the trade. I didn't see him.
Let me pause this real quick. This stuns me. This is a staggering revelation. Watch any videos of the Commanders bringing in their new free agency class. This very cool, very welcoming, frankly, slightly over the top. But
it's red carpet, meet you at the plane.
It's an awesome thing that they do. It's kind of for the video, for the welcome wagon, so that you feel part of it. But it doesn't matter if you're a Dafe Owe getting $100 million or you're a Meek Robertson who basically signed an effective 1-year deal. Everybody working there, I can't imagine the emails going out we got to do this again, the 6th time today. Someone's coming up. They all go to the lobby. They all cheer and scream. You're kissing babies and walking in. And it's like the Jennifer Hudson line, Dafe always dancing in the lobby down there. They're like, Dafe, welcome to Washington. Get to the quarterback. You will get a sack because we like you. And the The Commanders, when Jerome Ford walks into the building, they're like, Jerome is here, and he will steer us to the playoffs. Time for a payoff. You have earned it. They will be sad that you're not going to burn it for them anymore, or whatever
whatever it is.
Jennifer Hudson tunnel
That's
song
the
is.
impromptu
Right.
Grant doing the Jennifer Hudson bit for Washington.
And I trade 2 GD number 1s for Max Crosby. I don't want to see the guy for 5 hours.
Well, I mean,
he walks into the building. He's in the cafeteria. He's in the locker room. And I'm just hiding from him.
He's playing hide and go seek. There are another part in the story. There's a lot of cursing on the actual
Paul
podcast.
Gets a Jennifer Hudson tunnel. And Max Crosby's wondering where the head coach is?
So he flies into D.C., then has to drive a couple hours up to the facility. And so there's no welcome wagon. That, to me, is the definitive part. That, to me, is the smoking gun that this isn't business as usual.
I just can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's so obvious to me that it was awkward. There was tension. The GM not picking you up from the airport. Tyler Biotish got cut, and Jim Harbaugh went and picked him up. Respectfully. Tyler Biotish at the airport, like it's his first day of school. Let's drive you in, bud. Here's where your locker's going to be. Jag Center. Here you are here.
Look at your parking spot. It's in the center. Do you get it? Let's attack today.
They traded 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby.
Not one.
He walks in. He's like, I wonder if I'm going to get to do the Jennifer Hudson Spirit Tunnel thing. Like, you're an edge. Toby hates you for reasons he won't say on the radio, right? Or whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
And so he's like, he walks in. It's tumbleweeds. He's just looking left. Looking right, there's nobody around. He's like, Okay, this is a weird culture. Okay. Nothing to see here. I'll just go downstairs. Maybe he's waiting for me in the training room. Maybe he's waiting for me in the jacuzzi when I get in there. Never sees him.
Do you guys hear all those crickets?
Jesse Minter doesn't want to talk to me? All right, keep playing the clip.
I didn't see him one time. I even asked the girl. I was like, "Where's Eric at?" Like, I want to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, he just made the trade. Like, I didn't see him for 5 hours. So I go and do my thing. At the end, they're like, "Yeah, I'll take you up." Joe was like, "I'll take you up and you go see the head coach, whatever, just before you leave." I was like, "Hell yeah!" I was like, "That's what I want to say what's up to him." So I went back up and I dap him up, and they could just tell like the energy was a little bit off. And the GM was standing in like the hall, like in the room next to me to the right. And that was the first time I seen him. And, I'm just in my head, like, this is a whirlwind. Like, I'm so excited, like fired up. You know what I mean? Like, this is a new opportunity, whatever. And you could just tell the energy was off. Like, I dapped him up. He had like a blank face. And I'm like, okay, I'm not thinking anything of it. Maybe he's just different. I don't know. I don't know him, whatever. Yeah. I go into the room. They sit me down on the couch and he's like, "Man, I don't know how to say this, but, one of our doctors has concerns with the results and whatever, and like with your knee, like some of them have, are concerned about the future and da-da-da-da-da. And, we really want you and this is what it is, but, we're just going to have to get more and more opinions."
Why was the experience like that? I mean, Van Jefferson steps into the building and Adam Peters does the Smee and Hook bit where he starts stomping his foot on the ground and the red carpet falls out. Dan Quinn comes running along with roses. "Oh, Van. We're like throwing roses on the ground. And this guy, 2 sacks, 2 first-round picks because he's going to get 2 sacks a game. He's in the building and a coach and a GM doesn't greet him for hours? Danny, it doesn't look good. That screams the ball was already rolling downhill.
I think there may be a place for that. This reeks of shenanigans. This is a clinic in tomfoolery. Dare I say ballyhoo. This feels like, as you said, because there's a delay, because the market went the way that it did, they are going, as they did before in 2018 with Ryan Grant, as they did before in the 90s. Now, they're not the only team to have done this, and what happened in the 90s isn't really relevant. But what happened a handful of years ago is, I think, because it's a similar group, they have stability there. This basically feels like they had buyer's remorse and found a way out of it. How else do you interpret that? Again, let's say there's a certain limited perspective because it's only from Max Crosby's side. Those facts that he was there for 5 hours, never saw the GM, that they flew into D.C. and drove 2 hours up north to Baltimore to the facility and he's just kind of wandering around hoping to speak to an adult.
What he's saying is, whether it's calculated or not, they weren't interested that I was in the building, really. Right. The GM and the head coach were weird to me. The interest in greeting me, the interactions. Again, look around the league at the greeting videos. Everyone's trying to up each other. Right. Like, "Oh, they welcomed you when you got in the building. We'll welcome you in the parking lot. We're going to drive to the airport to pick you up." It's like the videos for the schedule release now. You can't just not put out a video. You got to do something for your new free agent. This is the face of the franchise. This was the biggest move of the offseason.
This is the biggest move that this franchise, frankly, has ever made in terms of player acquisition.
But it was the single biggest move of the offseason by any team.
Right. I mean, they've never traded a first-round pick before, and then they traded 2.
He's in the building for 5 hours, and he hasn't seen Eric DaCosta, and then when he does, it's because he got brought up to the coach's office.
And the guy's lingering in the hallway with kind of like looking at the ground going,
You look over, and you accidentally see him? How weird is that?
It's incredibly weird. It's incredibly weird. It tells me what I needed to know. And this is what I suspected. Again, it's not a crime. Everyone's fine. But it's shady. You know what I mean? I think that's the only way to put it. And again, the Ravens do a lot of things well. That's a great organization. They've been really good for a long time. I would trade resumes with them in a heartbeat. That was shady business.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz comes up at 4 in 20 minutes. We'll give away Caps tickets at that time. Next, though, our double play. For the double play, little game is in the offing. I stumbled into somebody in the DC sports sphere last night. I think you guys will be fired up to hear about it. Who did I stumble into? Little guessing game next on G&D. Coming up in 15 minutes on G&D, the Beltway Blitz. We'll also give away Caps tickets to somebody right at 4 o'clock. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Nobody quite loves a guessing game like the Grant and Danny radio program.
We're a guessing game show, I think.
Let's play a guessing game. Who did I see at dinner last night? DC sports related is what I will tell you.
Yes or no questions?
Yes or no questions?
Is this an athlete?
Yes.
Currently plays for a team?
18. Yes.
Plays for one of the 4 major teams.
In DC?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a Washington Capital?
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay. Is it a defenseman?
No.
Is it a player that his that's a dumb question. I was gonna say, is it a young player? But that doesn't make any sense.
Hard to answer that.
Yeah.
They're all younger than us.
Right,
yeah. Not younger than Strobes, except for a couple of
I lose my turn now.
Let me go Jason Bateman. Want to narrow that one down, bud?
You want to take 2 here, bud?
What you got, Strobes?
Is this player a scrappy fella?
I would, again, very hard to answer that. I would say yes-ish.
Was this player a first-round pick?
Yes.
Ooh.
Is this a handsome son of a gun?
I don't love answering this, but I would say no to that.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought he might have seen Tom Wilson because his lips are filled with smile a couple times.
In his own way, he's handsome.
Okay.
But it's
what way is that?
Well, you were thinking of a different guy.
Yeah.
It's not that guy.
You're saying he's not as handsome as Tom Wilson.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
He is very
Let me
handsome
see.
in his own way, but he's not Tom Wilson.
Let me Google ugly Capitals.
There's not many of them left, but was this player on the Stanley Cup team?
He was.
Ooh.
Oh, damn it. I thought I don't know. Okay. Stanley Cup team is forward.
The 2018 Stanley Cup team, right? That's what you're referring to?
That's the only team that
That's
has
the
ever
only
won
one.
a Stanley Cup. Certainly wasn't on the 97 Cup running team.
No. Wait, what? All right.
Is he a goal scorer?
Yes.
I thought I had a clue, and I have no idea.
You saw Ovi.
Yeah, how is this so hard?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
Alex
gosh.
Ovechkin. What the hell's the matter with you people? I mean, they're all like deep diving and Ovi guy.
Ovi.
Alex Ovechkin last night. How cool is that?
First of all, very cool. That never happens.
It does not.
People see him leaving the arena in that like unique black Mercedes that's
Maybe he's just deciding at the end of the road here, he's just going to eat out every single night and do whatever he wants to do. So last night, I go to Tyson's.
Yeah.
I was trying to get to a store before it closed. Couldn't get there, right? So I'm salty. I'm texting my wife. I'm like, this place is already closed. So much traffic. Took me over an hour to leave here and get there.
Yeah.
It was awful. So I'm furious. I'm about to turn around to try to get home in time for the WBC. And I'm like telling her, I'm bummed. This has been the worst trip, but like whatever.
Sure.
She's like, well, why don't you just, she's like, you're already right there at Randy's. Like, why don't you go, get something decent, go get an appetizer or something.
get yourself a little steak.
Exactly. I don't think she wanted me to get a steak because those are expensive. I did get a steak, by the way.
Yeah.
Because Ovi was there.
Well, I mean, it's also you walk into Randy's. What are you going to do?
So I walk into Randy's, which is one of the great restaurants in America, and a great American restaurant, no less. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there's a gigantic portrait right when you walk in on the right that is Alex Ovechkin with the Stanley Cup over his head.
Hoisting it, yeah.
He has to walk right past that beautiful painting.
Like, oh, look, there's me.
So anyway, I'm like walking back, and there's no spots at the bar, but I'm standing there because someone's about to get up. And I'm like, I'll go to the bathroom. And as I'm about to go through the doors toward the back bathroom there, going back toward the back bar, walking right at me is an unmistakably large salt and pepper fella named Alex Ovechkin.
Did you say hello?
I gave him a nod. It's like
Nod of acknowledgement. Yeah,
I gave him like, Ovi, what's up? And he's
Right.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
And he kind of kept it moving.
Right.
What a moment.
That's pretty great.
What a moment. Now, there was another person that came up to me right after. Business was booming last night.
Okay.
You don't know who it was. A guy that I have not seen in years A guy, the only time that I've ever seen you interact with him, you could not have been more uncomfortable.
Larry Michael.
Larry Michael.
Yeah. As soon as you said uncomfortable, I knew.
At Sheepish Danny.
Yeah.
I mean, so Danny, for those of you that don't know, used to do a Larry Michael impression on the radio show. I don't think Larry minded it that much. Maybe he did. I don't know, but he never seemed to mind it to me. But anyway, he came up at the Super Bowl Radio Row, or maybe I actually brought him up.
You did. You thought it'd be real funny.
I thought it would be hilarious because I didn't know you were not going to say a word. Danny just stares at the ground, saying nothing the entire time.
Looked at my shoelaces and studied them.
I didn't think that was the first time I realized that's the gear of your like discomfort. Is like quiet because you're on all the time. If someone's in the room, you're putting on a show for them. You're very vocal. And then Larry came over and it was like,
I'm waiting for this to be over.
You did not want to be there. And he was so nice. He was like, hey, Danny, how you doing? And you're like,
doing great, man. How are you? And he's like, oh. Yeah, okay, man.
So I saw him last night.
That's amazing.
He came up right after, like, not there with Ovi, but it was just like within 5 minutes. He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, what a night this is in Tyson's right now.
How about this? Randy's is hopping.
Yeah. I got, my guy George sent out some meatballs. So I had to pummel some of those.
Wait, you had meatballs?
I did. I know the Paulson. And then I had to
get... Did he give you a red Solo cup also?
He did not. They have delicious, wonderful, like, meatballs on a plate.
Yeah, they're the best.
And then I ate steak.
What kind of steak did you get?
I did. I got a...
Let's look at it. Hold on.
I got a New York strip.
Yep.
I was going to get the smaller of the two strips that was like 12 ounces. But for only $4 more, I got 5 more ounces.
That's a great...
I think it was $5 more, 4 more ounces.
Value
I got
there.
16 ounces, a 1 pound New York strip. There's some of that still in the fridge, by the way.
Oh, that's a nice thing.
Because I wasn't in the mood to pummel a bunch of steak, but I'm not going to sit here and not eat a steak. And I wasn't even going to stay that long, but then Ovi's right there, and I'm like,
you're in the same place as Ovi. You got meatballs. You didn't do any of the raw bar, like the seafood tower or anything?
No.
Right.
Again, it was just me. This is not a big occasion. I was like, my hunger at 1 to 10 was like a 6, but not a 9. I just was killing some time to not get back in traffic, and then Ovi was there, and I was like, we got to hang with Ovi a little bit here. We got to see what's what.
Those the meatball, because it's like steak and burger meatballs that they do. Right? It's like prime and wagyu like mixed together. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the meatballs are very good. The calamari is fantastic, so I always get that. But last night we did a little New York strip. Ribeye is my preferred item, obviously, but that's a bigger dish. So I went smaller steak, New York strip. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. But anyway, me and my guy Ovi just hanging out last night at the restaurant. Game tonight for the Capitals.
Was it like a big group he was with, or was it like just kind of a casual?
Seemed like just family. Yeah, it was like a couple of his boys and then, a couple of his buddies or whatever.
What do you think he gets? Like when he goes to Randy's and it's like, I've earned it. You know what I mean? Like I skated a bunch of shifts. I've scored more goals than any human being ever to live.
Right.
I'd like to have a nice meal at Randy's. What does he do?
He's pummeling lots of appies and steaks. Although now that you bring this up, so you know who goes in there all the time? I've like seen just a gigantic guy who looks like he's from the Game of Thrones.
Massive, yeah.
Yeah. But his order there is insanity. He orders like 4 16-ounce steaks and he like eats them at once. Yeah. He just sits there and drops a few $100s and then leaves like 3 days a week. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, yes, I would never have gotten that.
I couldn't quite figure out why he's here all the time. But apparently he's rehabbing. Or I don't know if
this is where you do it, I suppose. You just go to the rehab place is right by Randy's. There you go.
Indeed. There's got to be something out in Tyson's where he's like here and that's where he works out and trains. And,
weird.
Yeah.
I haven't heard his name in forever. I saw a highlight of him the other day where he separated a referee from like a fracas that was happening. That's so random that you saw him because I literally saw something about him last night. I hadn't thought about him in months.
This was a little while ago, but yeah, he was in there a lot at one point in time. All right, let's Beltway Blitz next. We're going to give away Caps tickets. You get to see the guy that I saw eating his dinner last night on the ice playing hockey. This is the Fan.
College hoops. First four got underway last night. Howard beat UMBC by 3, 86-83. They advanced to the round of 64 to take on number 1 seed Michigan. Texas beat NC State by 2, 68-66. They'll take on AJ DeBonsa and BYU in the round of 64. Two more games tonight. The 16-seed matchup will be Prairie View and Lehigh. That'll tip off at 6:40. Winner of that game takes on Florida. And the 11-seed matchup will be Miami, Ohio, taking on SMU. Winner of that game takes on Tennessee. Hockey tonight, Capitals at home taking on the Senators. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Big debut for the Caps tonight. Cole Hudson making his debut. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone calls. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Dalen Cuff joins the show at 5. He's going to help us preview the NCAA tournament. So get your brackets out when you're listening to that conversation. And 8 Days of Nats continues. Our third of our 8 interviews with Nats today, C.J. Abrams at 5:45 on the Fan. It is time to give away some tickets to see the Capitals take on the New Jersey Devils on March 20th at Capital One Arena.
Caller number 10, at 800-636-1067. You've won 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals versus New Jersey, Friday, March 20th at Capital One Arena. Join the Capitals as they celebrate Women in Hockey Night. Come be part of a night that honors the incredible women who are breaking barriers, shaping the game, and inspiring the next generation. Details at thefandc.com/contest.
Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll start you off on the college hardwood. Last night, a play-in game with local flair, the UMBC Retrievers fell to the Howard Bison, 86-83 final. Howard hanging on despite getting outscored in the second half. And to break that game down, a gentleman we know well here at the Fan, our buddy Kevin DiDomenico, called Howard basketball games this year. Kevin, thanks for a few minutes. What did you make of last night's play-in game for Howard?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Yeah. It's such a, like, Kenny's done such a good job getting these guys to play as a team. And it's like, year after year, transfer after transfer. Cedric Taylor III was the big one this year. And I think last night you saw a culmination of the buy-in. And, UMBC is a very good team, but, in my opinion, Howard was better all year. They were outscoring opponents by an average of 26 points down the stretch of regular season play. So it all came together last night, but, a bit of a scare late.
Yeah, that's always how these things go. When I, turn back to the WBC and then I turn back to the Howard game, I'm going, oh my God, it's now tied. They were up, I think, 13 or 14 when I left, Kevin. First tournament program win in history for Howard. Congratulations to them, first of all. That's awesome, as you mentioned, for these kids, for the school, so many alums in our area and so many nationwide. That's a really neat thing. What does that mean for this program? Even though I know some folks may roll their eyes at it because it's the first 4 in Dayton, but it still feels like a big milestone.
It means everything, right? I mean, you think about where this program was at when Kenny took over. The MEAC is not one of the premier conferences, even in the mid-major ranks. He took over in 2019, and they were pretty much at the basement of the MEAC throughout the 2010s. And he brought them to their first tournament in 21 years in 2023. And now they're a perennial tournament team in the MEAC. They've gone to the tournament 3 of the last 4 years. So he's, they've been at the top of the conference year after year. And a contender too, like they can do it on both sides of the ball. And especially down the stretch when they got Cedric Taylor back, there was no talent. Like you were expecting this team to win by 20, 25 in conference. And I think there was an expectation in that locker room to take down UMBC, which is a very good team, last night. So I think they introduced themselves on a national scale yesterday, but they've known in that community for a while that one was coming.
Howard now gets to move on to take on Michigan in a David versus Goliath 1-against-16 matchup in the Midwest on Thursday around 7:30 East time locally. I mean, this is obviously going to be super lopsided. Everything on paper screams Michigan rolls, strength of schedule, number 2 versus number 362, net rank number 2 versus number 203. What's the formula to keep this thing close enough to see if maybe you can just make it a game and look for something crazy to happen?
Well, Howard's tallest guy in their starting lineup is 6'7", which works in the MEAC. It does not work against Michigan, that has quite the inside presence, as you guys know. So they got to cause havoc. It's got to be a chaos game. The Bison do a really good job at forcing turnovers. They're 8th in the country in forcing turnovers. I think they force turnovers on 21% of their opponent's possessions, which is an insane number. So they got to do that. They got to force turnovers. They can't get bullied inside. Got to hang in there in the first half. I think the spread is like 31.5. So listen, I like the Bison on that front. But to hang in there in the first half, yeah, you got to be able to cause some havoc and I would say control the pace of the game as much as you can. They're going to try to make it into a foot race, and you can't let them do that.
Kevin, always appreciate you, buddy. Congrats. It's got to be really, really cool to be associated with it, man. And enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Great
buddy.
show. We'll see you.
Appreciate it, man. Hit that hockey sounder, please. Our guy Mike Vogel joins us to talk about those Washington Capitals. Mike, a 19-year-old. In no way does it make me feel old in any way, shape, or form. Everything hurts. I'm sore just sitting in the chair. But a 19-year-old makes his debut tonight. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it's a unique situation for sure, especially when it's a defenseman who's doing so. But you look through the Caps room, and you wouldn't think it's as rare as all that. The Caps, by my count, I think I counted 8 or 9 different guys among the Washington room that did the same thing. Debuted as an 18 or 19-year-old in the National Hockey League. So he's got some good company. Cole Hudson does. He's got some guys that he can lean on that have been through what he's going through. His situation certainly is a little bit different. It probably more closely mirrors that of Ryan Leonard last season, coming in at the end of his NCAA season, getting a taste of the NHL and then going full-fledged with his career next year. But a much harder situation for a defenseman to walk into than a forward, as Leonard did last year. So, it's going to be an intriguing situation to see how it goes for Cole Hudson. And, in addition to the 8 or 9 guys in the Washington room that's been to it, he's actually got an older brother. He's got 2 older brothers who played in the NHL. One of them is a defenseman who won the Calder Trophy playing with the Montreal Canadiens last year. So, Cole said he spent 3 hours on the phone with his brother Lane on Monday afternoon, picking his brain on what he needs to know when he goes through it himself tonight. So, we're looking forward to this one. You talk to the guys in the room, and even they're all excited to see what the kid's all about in the NHL tonight.
Who would he skate with, and what kind of minutes would you expect from him?
Well, he's going to skate with Matt Roy to start with, and Roy, since John Carlson's departure, has seen his ice time go up, and he's seen a letter attached to his sweater, or when the team's on the road, Dylan Strome wears it for home games, so he will tonight. But I would expect Cole to come in, I would say probably somewhere in the 15-minute range, but, I think it'll be up to him, too. I think if he shows that it's just hockey, it's not a big deal to him, and he doesn't look like a deer in the headlights, I could see him getting closer to 20 minutes. I mean, that's what's been intriguing about his older brother. They're both kind of slender, let's say, for defensemen. And so I think that's the reason that both of them slipped to the second round of their respective NHL drafts. So I think having him with a guy who's got a little more physical fortitude like Matt Roy is a good starting point for Hudson. But I would say I would put it around 15 minutes, but I could see it going. I could see it going a few minutes higher too if he's holding his own out there.
So preview this one for us versus Ottawa.
Well, they're the Senators are a team that's been kind of scuffling all along, and goaltending's been one of their biggest woes. they had Linus Allmark, their main goaltender, step away from the game for close to 5 weeks, right after the Christmas break. But since he came back, I think he's 7-1-2, so he's only dropped one game of the 10 that he started since returning, and Ottawa is the third best team in the league since the Olympic break ended. So they're making a more concerted push up the Eastern Conference standings than what Washington has been able to do. The Caps are 4-4-1 since the break, so the Sens have kind of left the Caps in their dust, and this is the third of the four meetings, it's the third of the three meetings between these two teams this year. So they'll be all finished after tonight. And when you look at the way the Caps have handled or not handled, I should say, the Atlantic Division, that's probably going to be one of the things they look in the mirror at the end of the season if they don't get into the playoffs. And the odds are under 10% last time I checked. So they just have not played well against the teams in the East. They haven't beaten Boston. They haven't beaten Ottawa. They only beat Detroit once. I could go up and down the list, but they've held their own against the Metro. They've done pretty well against the Western Conference teams. The Atlantic Division is the team that's really frustrated the Washington Capitals this season, and tonight's their last crack at getting a couple of points from the Ottawa Senators.
Vogues, thank you, buddy. We will see you at the arena tonight. Much appreciated.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, buddy. Good. You got it. There's Mike Vogel, washcaps.com. So you got some hockey. You got some college hoops in the Blitz so far. By the way, all of our convo on the NCAA tournament on the Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's talk some football. And we will start off with your news of the day, beginning with a quarterback trade. Eagles landing Andy Dalton from the Panthers in exchange for a 7th-round pick. It had been previously reported that the Panthers were getting calls for Andy Dalton. The team went out and signed Kenny Pickett. He is the backup now to Bryce Young. So if you're able to get a draft pick for a guy that might be your third quarterback, why shouldn't you do that?
Yeah, here. He's sort of served his purpose there in Carolina. Looks like he's going up to Philadelphia to be the veteran in the room, right? To be that third guy holding the clipboard, earpiece in, helping look at the Microsoft Surface in between plays.
That makes sense to me. This doesn't. Help me with this one. The Miami Dolphins have apparently been telling teams over the last 2 days they are not trading Devin Achane. So they're willing to trade Jalen Waddle at wide receiver, but a more replaceable position, running back, is off the table. ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting the Dolphins telling clubs he is not available in trades at all right now. I get it. Centerpiece of your offense, going into his age 25 season, younger player. But Danny, he's a running back. You're rebuilding. He ran for 1,350 and 8 touchdowns last year. There's value. If you can get a mid-round pick for him to help this rebuild, what are you doing?
I would like to tell you I get it, and I found the secret puzzle piece, but I cannot do that because I don't like lying to people. He's a free agent after this year. Maybe you could franchise tag him or something, but I don't quite get it. He's a really good player. I like him a lot. $6 million against the cap, very affordable. Somebody would want him. A contender might pay a decent penny for him. I don't understand what they're doing in that regard.
You know what else I wonder with Miami? Did Malik Willis know that they were going to do this total rebuild? He went there. He had other options. They've subsequently traded Jalen Waddle and made other moves that were kind of curious offensively. It looks like they're punting to an extent this season.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe loading up for next year's draft class. But you just paid Malik Willis. I just wonder how transparent they were with him. We've seen teams in the past maybe not be with quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins talked a lot about that with Atlanta as an example. All right, let's localize the combo. Our buddy Michael Phillips, the Richmonder and Odyssey in Richmond. Michael, what'd you make of free agency for the Commanders?
Well, I think it was solid, right? I think that part of my question was, is Dan Quinn a good coach, or is Dan Quinn dealt a tough hand, right, with the injuries and with the roster? And I think with this group of free agents, with what they did on defense in particular, you'll be able to give Dan Quinn a fair evaluation in 2026. That doesn't mean he's going to be great. That doesn't mean he's going to stink. But at the end of next year, I believe we'll be able to say he was given the resources he needed to be successful, and we can measure whether or not he was successful.
So I want to follow up on that. We're going to have this discussion at some point in the not-too-distant future. We were going to, but news kept breaking. do they have to make the playoffs next year or close to it? Like, in other words, do they need to just show some improvement, however much that is, or do they need to have a season a lot closer to 2024?
I think in the new 17-game world, you either have a winning season or you don't, and I think that's probably the most direct correlator here to will Dan Quinn have a job or not. And so much of it rides on Jaden, right? If we're talking about the playoffs, I mean, this is truly, will Jaden be healthy for 17 games? Will he play at the level we know he's capable of? If he does, that covers up for so many things, and this is absolutely a playoff team. If he doesn't, I still think there's enough weapons here, enough talent here defensively that you shouldn't be swimming at the bottom of the sea, that I think a winning record is a fully appropriate expectation.
You feel all right about the interior of the O-line? Paul comes back, Allegretti at center?
Well, I don't feel great about center. I was really hoping they go get the Baltimore guy. I think that's a really important position, especially if we're going to talk about Jaden coming under center more. Part of Jaden's skill, from the shotgun, and this part of why he liked working with Cliff Kingsbury, he was really good at reading defenses. You think about some of those early season games in 2024, he would read the defense, make the call, make the adjustment, and usually have a successful play. Well, that isn't going to be as easy under center. You're going to lean on your O-line to see more things to help you out. I would have loved a little bit more there, but getting Tunsil locked up was obviously the important thing. I know he's not an interior guy, but he was crucial to the whole thing. You've got to make sure you've got your blind side protected.
If you had to wager the entire Phillips seafood fortune, not the Phillips art collection, which is a totally different thing. I know it's a different business and there's a lot of tax forms, but the Phillips seafood fortune that you are due to inherit, on what position or what kind of player they drafted 7, who would you wager on?
Oh, boy. I really do think it's still going to be an edge rusher, right? I'd put the crab legs on the edge rusher because that's obviously the most valuable part of the empire, but maybe like some oysters or mussels or something on linebacker because I think they may be in love with Sonny Styles. I think he fits the Adam Peters mold. They clearly need to do something at middle linebacker to prepare them for the future. You look at Leo Chenal, like his athletic traits, I think he pairs well potentially with Sonny Styles. I don't know why I keep coming back to that name, but he just feels like an Adam Peters dude.
Michael, you sound like an Adam Peters dude. Thank you, buddy.
I love football, man. I love talking football with you guys.
He's a football guy.
Football guy.
We like to knock on wood if you're with me, man. Knock on wood if you're with me.
Knock on wood if
Mike
you're with
will be
me,
good,
man.
brother. There you go. The Richmonder. Check him out. Odyssey Richmond as well. Laramie Tunsil spoke to the media yesterday about re-signing and extending his contract with the Commanders. He actually had some really funny zingers. We'll play some audio from that and react to it next on G&D. Tunsil back in the fold. This is The Fan.
What's up, guys? We got a couple nationally televised games. Danny Rouillet here for Fanatic Sportsbook and some other pro hoops on this evening. So let's take a quick gander at the latest pro basketball injury report, presented as always by Fanatic Sportsbook. So Golden State, Boston tips off tonight at 7. So Golden State has a couple players listed now as day-to-day. Quentin Post dealing with a foot injury, and LJ Cryer re-aggravated his hamstring. It's been bugging him all season long. So both players looks like are going to be game-time decisions this evening. For Boston, they will be without Nikola Vucevic, who's recovering from surgery on that right hand. He'll be off the court, it looks like, for several weeks, maybe a month. In the late game, L.A. plays Houston. L.A. forward Maxi Kleber is out and will miss extended time with that back injury. For Houston, their center, Alperen Sengun, I've never said his name right. I think I nailed it that time. Missed Monday's game and remains day-to-day with a back injury. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So, winning gets different with Fanatic Sportsbook when everything is on the line before the playoffs. And this season, you may have heard me talking about my partnership with Fanatic Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. There's no better place to bet player props than Fanatic Sportsbook, and last night proves my point. Detroit versus Washington. You guys are probably watching it, right? Detroit All-Star point guard goes down in the first quarter with an injury and does not return in the second half. So Fanatic's fair play voided all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays instantly, and let your bets play out. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some discontinued your protection for the playoffs. but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets. I got the numbers right here. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy saved a whopping 50% of same-game parlays. Don't wait for that bad beat with other sportsbooks this postseason. Bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. In the NFL, a trade today. The Eagles trading for Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton. The Panthers getting back a 2027 7th-round pick. College hoops last night, Howard beat UMBC 86-83. They advanced to the round of 64 to take on Michigan. Texas beat NC State 68-66. They'll now face BYU in the round of 64. Two more first four games tonight in Dayton. 16-seed matchup will feature Prairie View and Lehigh at 6:40. Winner will take on Florida. Then after that, the 11-seed matchup will be Miami, Ohio, taking on SMU. The winner of that game faces Tennessee. Hockey tonight, Capitals in action against the Senators at home. 7:30 puck drop, 7:15 pregame right here on The Fan. Cole Hudson set to make his hockey debut tonight for the Capitals. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At 4:45, I want to get into a mock draft done by NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah, who we had Washington taking at 7. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Laramie Tunsil extended by the Commanders minutes into the league year. That was the first thing they got done, dating back to last Monday. $30 million a year. The same guy that was the first tackle to make $20 million a year, then $25 million a year. Becomes the first guy to sign a deal with a $30 million AAV at the position. That's what he does. He kind of levels up for the rest of the tackles, represents himself, by the way, doesn't have an agent. He negotiates with Adam Peters. He's a sharp guy. He's a really unique guy, though. And if you saw any of his press conference, it was done over Zoom with reporters from his home. I mean, he's got a big personality. He's kind of funny, but he's just different. You know, the way he talks about things and thinks about things and his willingness to be playful. Like, he's just a unique cat, and I would say guy. To not have an agent, you probably need to be.
Yeah, you've got to. Again, it's not what you do professionally. You know what I mean? Like, people now take this as some sort of like slight on intelligence, where you'd say to somebody, "Hey, you should probably have an agent." It's not a knock on your acumen or your intellect or anything. They are literally professionals at this one thing. You're a professional football player. That's a totally different skill set and vocation. He couldn't do your thing. You probably can't do his thing that well, but you have to have a lot of confidence and know-how and wherewithal, and it seems like he's done very well for himself.
Here's a way to make that transition easier, too, and to make it work. Just be the best at your position, because then you always just get to say, what does the guy that at the top of the market make? Okay, then I want to make a little more than him.
Yeah, pay me a little bit more than that guy.
Give me his contract and add a $500,000.
So he's got a little Trent Williams to him in the sense that the thing in general where I go, all right, it's OTAs. I understand it's voluntary. You don't have to do the thing where you clap between each syllable. Voluntary. I'm very aware of how voluntary it is. Voluntary to be there. That's what you should do. Everyone should volunteer. Everyone's getting together. We're trying to win games. It's the most competitive league in the world. Please come together with your teammates. Everyone should do it. If you don't, you best be nasty. Trent Williams working out with running backs, beating them in the shuttle drill and the cone drill, whatever. Laramie Tunsil, superstar, works out on his own. He skips it. Not my favorite thing, but you know what? If you skip it, better be nasty. Marshawn Lattimore skipped it. Terrible. That's infuriating. Tunsil skipped it. Okay, man, you better perform, and he performs great.
I want to play a couple of the clips from his presser yesterday. We'll start with whether or not he was surprised the deal got done as fast as it did.
I don't know, maybe because I'm a great player. I don't know, maybe I don't know. I guess those guys respect me in the front office, and they probably just wanted to get something done quicker than normal. They didn't want to drag the situation out and have another situation they had with Terry. Maybe they wanted to get it done fast, quicker than normal because of that situation, maybe. But I know I'm talking in circles, but that's the only thing I can really think of, honestly.
It sounds to me like the direct question there was, are you surprised? Did you think this would be done as fast as it was?
Mm-hmm.
So you hear him say jokingly, well, I think part of the reason why is I'm really good. They don't want me to go away. They needed to pay me.
Yeah, like that's the shtick answer, but it's also very correct.
Yeah, he knows his value. He knows that when you play the year that he just did, when you play the recent sample of several years that he has, when it's time to pay you, the team doesn't ask a lot of questions. And with respect to Terry McLaurin, as good a player as he was, he's not top 5 at his position good. He's not perennial All-Pro caliber, first team All-Pro good. This is not an easy Pro Bowl player year in, year out, and one of the best in the league types. Right? He's just a very solid, very good player. Those guys exist all over the league. Laramie Tunsil, there's like one guy like him in terms of pass protection and length and what he's able to provide. But I found it really interesting that he talked about the Terry situation. It tells you that, again, he was his own negotiator. He probably felt like, based on how that went last year, it helped him. Because, at least according to his logic, Washington likely didn't want to have that happen again from an optics or just a team standpoint. They didn't want to go back through that with another of their star players. You and I said it for weeks leading up to when he got his extension. Adam Peters couldn't afford another one of those. Doesn't matter how good of a free agency he was going to have, and he had a great one, it appears. But you weren't going to be able to do that again where the best player on the team or one of them is kind of being dragged through the coals publicly as you're in this stare down to save a few million to win a negotiation. You get one of those, and you can kind of claim, well, it's an older player at a position that doesn't age, or, look, we think this is going to go badly because of the career arc here. No. When you just make that your norm, when that's just what you always do, then it becomes how you operate. So they didn't have the luxury of doing that again, and it sounds like Tunsil knew that.
You would, a shrewd negotiator would, right? That would come into it. It may not be said specifically in the room as you guys are going tete-a-tete with, I want this, and we can only give you that, and, I'll write down a number or whatever. But in the back of your mind, or the front of it, rather, like, again, this is what an agent would certainly do. It'd be like, listen, between you and I'm not leaking this. You're not going to leak it either. We both know you can't do this again. And you traded for this guy. You inherited the other, and you went through this, knockdown, drag-out fight that you won. But congrats, you won it. So what? Right? What did that net you? Right? You got the player at a more affordable deal. You can get out of it, and that's fine. You inherited this guy. You went out of your way to acquire me or my client, or however you want to view it, right? In this case, it's Tunsil talking about himself. You guys traded the picks. Can you imagine if I left? How awful that would be, where you, had a premium player at a premium position who's in the, if he's third or fourth or second or fifth, doesn't matter. He's excellent at a spot of great import. Those guys make a lot of money. I'm one of those guys. I make a lot of money. Let's go. Let's figure this out. And they did.
I like this answer, too. Wanted people to hear it. This was Laramie Tunsil on being able to get a deal done ahead of training camp and why he was excited to do that.
Absolutely. I wanted to get the deal done quicker than normal. And for sure, get more money in that bank account. Absolutely, I wanted to get it done fast. But no, on a serious note, I wanted to get something done in place. Clear my mind from that, and focus on training and focus on the team. I really wanted to see what we was going to do in free agency, and I feel like we damn sure made a splash in that aspect. But again, thank you, AP, and to the front office for getting it done quicker than normal.
Quicker than normal was his want, and it's what happened. That extension obviously freed up money, helped them a little bit in free agency too. I just thought that was a hilarious start to the answer where he's like, I wanted the money in the account, man. I wanted to open my – you do it, I do it. I think we all probably – we open our bank account, and we look at that balance. Now, we don't like what we see always. Most of us. We're like,
I bet you he enjoys his.
But he just wanted to get that money. Play his excitement when he's talking about the money into his account. I love that.
Get more money in that bank account. Absolutely. I wanted to get it done fast.
That's hilarious to me. Just being honest.
So relatable. I mean, honestly, the
first thing you think about when you get a nice promotion, you stay at your job, but you get bumped up. You're like, I want to see what that next pay stub looks like, baby. Let's just see what that number looks like.
I remember, doing a stand-up gig for, it was a little bit soul crushing, but whatever. The money was ludicrous. Again, not like this. Not one
Chris
of these.
Bridges or?
No, this is ludicrous, not ludicrous.
Okay.
So Coach Tom Sula would have trouble saying it. This was a ludicrous amount of money. Whatever.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
That is ludicrous. What I'm saying is ludicrous. Does that make any sense?
Chris Bridges.
Yeah. So
ludicrous.
I remember I did the mobile check deposit, and the next day I was like, come on.
Where are you?
Come on. And then when it hit, it was like, that's just
Show
so
me
funny.
Potato salad.
It was so funny. It's just like, oh my God, that's ridiculous. Then, of course, it went away immediately with paying for things, but still, it was a nice moment.
One other clip here from Laramie Tunsil's time with the media. He's going to have some of the guys working with him, including the kids, Josh Connolly, the tackle, and huge year loading here for Brandon Coleman. Remember, he was the left tackle. Then they go get Tunsil. He gets kicked to the right tackle. Then they draft Connerly. Now he gets kicked to left guard. Then they bench him for Chris Paul. I actually think he's going to compete with Paul and will overtake him at some point this season. That's kind of my sneaky hot Commanders take. They're going to want him on the field because of his athleticism, because they drafted him in the third round at some point. And the market for Paul just wasn't what it was supposed to be. We were told he was going to break the bank. He didn't. You still have not seen terms come out on that deal. Normally the agents are the ones that leak the terms, not the team. That tells you he did not do that well on the one-year deal. They got him back for pennies, so to speak. But regardless, Tunsil going to fun again talking about the guys joining him to work out at Auburn.
My commitment so far is Josh and Brandon, and actually we just T. Scott called me the other day, said he's gonna come down there with me. So
Okay.
but I passed the invitation to anybody who wants to come get some work. I feel like it's some good work. Me and Don have been working together for I think 11, 12 years now. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like routine, So I tell the guys, if you want to come get bigger, stronger, faster, come work with me. Just look how big my back is. You know what I mean? Just come get a big back with me.
Just a funny guy.
I love that.
He's got it's interesting. He's not a media guy necessarily. I don't mean that negatively.
Right.
But like I find him to be a bit of a mystery because he's not one of these guys that loves to be in the media, but he's got a team of people that does a lot of content. So you don't see him talking a whole lot, but there's like music, and we were joking about the thing they set my audio to, just like women dancing in the club and money fluttering from the ceiling and some NBA Jock Jams 3-pointer or whatever the rapper's name was. Who NBA
Little NBA Youngblood.
Young boy. No. NBA Young boy. That's who it was. But regardless,
right.
He's got like a content team. He's got photographers that are hired when he walks into the stadium that are like taking pictures of him. He kind of thinks about it all,
Yeah, but he's not.
I like this.
He's
guy.
not doing like the 5-minute post game though. You know what I mean? Like it gets his own deal.
He'll do the stuff you're obligated to do.
I know.
But my point is like he's doing this Zoom back home. He's not like chilling on a press conference and doing a 30-minute sit down with the beat, But he's kind of marches to the beat of his own drum. I dig the guy.
Yeah, and he again, clearly like good spirit, fun loving, refreshing honesty. I really liked. But my favorite part though is again, Max Scherzer wasn't this way. I know these are two totally different athletes, but bear with me. Like this is the thing I always said about if I was with the Nationals and I would tell all the young prospects, do you see this guy the first day that pitchers and catchers are reporting, grunting and cursing and stalking around the mound, trying to execute the perfect sinker ball? Like, do you see this guy that's a maniac do that? And he's telling people instead of actually having them show, he's going, if you'd like to be excellent, come with me. Do the thing that I do.
Come work out with your boy.
All in favor of that, yes.
And they should, absolutely.
Now, Grant, I'm trying to think. So when they did his introduction, when he came to sign his contract, it seemed like they had kind of a, I don't know, what would you call it, a spirit
Jennifer
tunnel?
Hudson.
Yeah. What would the song be for Laramie Thompson?
No. You're not getting another Jennifer Hudson spirit tunnel. Now you're just
because it was in the moment.
You're just trying to make memes out of me.
Well, it's like forcing Wayne Brady to sing on Whose Line. Right. It's like, come on.
Is this what it's like, Danny? The impressions?
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that you're asking because it tells me that you enjoyed the bit.
Thought it was a great bit.
I was in it right then. I was like, if you would have asked me right when we went to break, I'd have given you another one. I've come back down from my high of the Jennifer Hudson.
And that's what performing is. I get it.
Dallin Cuff's going to stop by to talk tournament at 5. And at 5:45, 8 Days of Nats, CJ Abrams is on the show with us. Next, though, let's look at Daniel Jeremiah's most recent mock, what he has the Commanders doing at 7. It's actually one of the few things they could do that I would find a little disappointing. We'll explain next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals at Ted Britt Ford. The Slam Dunk deals are here, right meow. The Truck Month sales event at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. So my guys over at Ted Britt are going hard in the paint with 0% APR for 60 months and 0 down payment and 0 payments for up to 90 days on a whole bunch. Plus $1,000 in Truck Month cash or $1,000 on Ford accessories on select Ford trucks. How about $10,250 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford? 0% APR, 60 months, no payments, 90 days. Plug into some electric offense just like I did. Grab a new 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $11,500 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. How about a new 2026 Ford Explorer from Ted Britt? $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months and no payments for 90 days. Ted Britt for life. What is that, Danny? Great question by you. It's a peace of mind for life. Comprehensive coverage for life. Anything less than 100,000 miles, you get it. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, and so much more. Go see my guys at Ted Britt Ford and please tell them Danny sent you.
Grant and Danny with you until 6:30 on the Fan. Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network's most recent mock draft dropped yesterday, and he had the Washington Commanders sticking and picking at number 7. They ended up with Ruben Bain, the defensive lineman from Miami. He wrote Washington was aggressive to fill needs at edge rusher in free agency. Bain has the versatility to play from the edge on early downs, slide in sub packages, making him a nice complement to Odafe Owe and Kayvon Chason. Now, even if he is a edge in a 34, and I don't think he is, but in a world where you're saying, it's a little redundant, Kayvon Chason, 1-year deal. Dorrance Armstrong, expiring contract end of the year. Charles Omenihu, 1-year deal. So it would be Odafe Owe and Ruben Bain moving forward, if you kind of see him through that light. You know how I view Ruben Bain, though? I've long thought he's more of a D-tackle type at a 34, kind of a 5-tech type player. Him, Daron Payne, he belongs more in that Payne-Kinlaw group than an Odafe Owe, Kayvon Chason class. Really good football player. I don't care that much about the arms. Everyone's going to hear that I would be disappointed if they drafted him, and they're going to think I'm overvaluing the arm thing. I think it matters, by the way, but it's not the end of the world to me. Whether he has long arms or short arms, I would still feel the same way. I just like Arvo Reese better. I like Jeremiah Love better. I like Sonny Styles better. I like David Bailey better. I like Caleb Downs better. I would rather any of those guys. And even though I've given you a little bit of a hard time at receiver, where I just don't get on board with taking a wideout at 7, I would take Carnell Tate over Ruben Bain. I'd go as far as saying, again, good football player. I'm not going to be mad. They're going to do well, and he would be helpful to them for a long time. But that would be the closest thing to disappointed for me, is if they end up with Ruben Bain at 7.
So I want to get to the bottom of this, because you felt this way, and it's not a, I think it's just an eye of the beholder thing, where you go, I don't see him as an edge, right?
Yes.
Is that the essential part of it?
If we're drilling down, from the first time I've watched him, I don't see him as a difference-making pass rusher in the NFL. I think he is more like when DJ talks about you can have him outside at the edge occasionally, but you kick him in sub packages. I think his future is more D-tackle-ish than defensive end-ish. In a 4-3, he could play some end, no doubt. But I actually think his teammate at Miami has a better chance to be the really good pass rusher of the two. Akeem Mesidor, like when I watch them. And I could just be wrong. I mean, I'm out on a limb on this. Everyone else, it's pretty easy to just say he's going to be great. I think he's going to be good. I think he's solid. Had they have released Daron Payne and not kept him on the huge price tag, great, take him. Because I think you kind of play him next to Javon Kinlaw and you put him in that rotation with Settle and Newton, and that works. I've never really looked at him and said, pass rusher. And at 7, if I'm drafting a defensive lineman, he sure as heck better be a really, really good pass rusher.
Which I get, yeah. I mean, to me, he reminds me of John Randall from years ago, played in Minnesota.
The
right?
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Now, again, that's not saying that's who he is, because if he was, he'd go 1-1. But Randall havoc, and that's kind of what it was. But this is a guy that's similar style. He's lighter than Randall was, or at least was listed. Not exactly the same body, but it's the same kind of player. Like, to me, he is here to disrupt. And if you're hung up, and I'm not saying you personally, Grant Paulson, but if one is hung up on, I just don't know what position he is, and that's what your scheme calls for, someone to be more defined than a role, this might not be the player for you. If it's really going to be this town hall type situation where there's 6 guys kind of standing up, one guy's got his hand in the dirt, 3 guys are going one way, 2 are going the other way, and this guy's saying, what do you want from me? He could help you. He could be really, really, really good.
Listen here. I mean, I have no issues with him being able to help. I think he is a really good player. I think he'd be one of their best defensive players if they drafted him next year. I mean, I think he has a chance. But do I think there's a ceiling of what you would get out of a David Bailey? Like in this mock draft, I don't think this is going to happen. But Daniel Jeremiah in his mock yesterday had David Bailey going 8 to the Saints. Washington passed on David Bailey to take Ruben Bain. That's insane to me.
No, and I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I wouldn't do that. I like Bailey. I like Bailey more.
And this is kind of, I guess, the finalization of my point on Ruben Bain is every time I simulate this or think about it, if they stick and pick at 7, there's just another guy I like more. because there's no real path, in my opinion. Just the math when you talk about Mendoza going 1, a lineman probably going to one of the teams ahead of you, if not 2. There's no math that works where Bailey, Styles, Love, Reese, Downs, or and who would be the last
Bailey.
one? I think I said him. Are all gone by the time you pick. Like one of those guys is still there. So if it's Sonny Styles or Bain, I like Styles way more. If it's Jeremiah Love or Bain, I like Love way more. If it's Reese or Bain, I like Reese way more. If it's Caleb Downs or Bain, I like Caleb Downs way more. If it is, I guess the cutoff would be like Cornell Tate, who I've been saying is a little rich at 7 for my blood. Based on the needed receiver, I like Cornell Tate way more. I would, if that's the choice, like all the guys I like on defense are gone and Jeremiah Love's gone and it's Tate or Bain, then give me Cornell Tate and fix the receiver position. I'm not saying I'm going to be upset, but I'll be over the moon with just about anything else. Like even Tate, which wouldn't be my favorite thing. It's a wide receiver. It's flashy. It's fun. Dude can go out and make plays in week 1. That's awesome. I'm going to have to talk myself into the Ruben Bain.
I smell what you're cooking there. I mean, I guess I'm the same with the exception of Love. I mean, so we're feeding out of the same trough, right? Where I prefer a number of other guys to Bain.
When you open up a mock draft and you see they took Ruben Bain, you don't have a like, oh, that's disappointing. Like that's what when I open up that mock and I'm like, let's see what I got. And I'm opening the present and let me get to it. Oh, it's Ruben Bain. My response, my reaction is like,
It's not as low as yours, but it is that means we missed on Bailey, Reese, Styles, Downs, etc. Right? I'm similar. I'm a little bit further ahead on the spectrum on you because I think I like him better than you do. But I get it because again, he's not a traditional edge. He's not a traditional D tackle. He's too small to be a true D tackle. What he is a disrupted defender that somebody smart could really find something to do with.
8 Days of Nats at 5:45 today. About an hour from now, we'll talk to C.J. Abrams on G&D. Next, Dalen Cuff covers the NCAA tournament and college hoops for ESPN. Get your brackets out. We're going to get you some answers next.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Eagles traded for Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton. Eagles getting Dalton and the Panthers getting back a 2027 7th-round pick. In college basketball, first four last night, Howard beat UMBC 86-83. They now advance to take on Michigan. Texas beat NC State by 2, 68-66. They'll take on AJ DeBonsa in BYU. 2 games tonight, 16-seed matchup, Prairie View and Lehigh. That'll tip off just after 6:30. Then Miami, Ohio will take on SMU. The winner of that game will face off against Tennessee. Hockey tonight, Capitals and Senators on home ice. 7:30 puck drop at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cole Hudson makes his NHL debut tonight for the Caps. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
This will answer that question in a hurry.
No good! Retrievers will have a chance to send it to overtime. Diggs, cross-court pass. Armstrong to go to overtime. No good! Howard wins their first ever NCAA tournament game!
Grant and Danny on the Fan with you until 6:30. The Caps play at 7:30 tonight at Capital One Arena. We'll take you up to overtime with Tobes, and then he's got you until puck drop and pregame with John Walton and his crew. We're brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murat.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Murat can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome onto the show, Dalen Cuff of ESPN. When tournament time comes around, we like to get him on the horn to break everything down. One of the great college basketball analysts you'll see on television this time of year. Is Dalen still there? Or did we lose him? Did we just lose him because the people at ESPN got his phone off?
They said, no,
Yeah, well, I apologize, Dalen, but we'll get him back on. From Turner, he'll be covering the tournament tonight. See if we can get him back on the horn there. His phone dropped out. But I want to talk to him about this bracket, Danny, because tomorrow and Friday, you and I are going to be at the MGM National Harbor. We're going to
everything in between while eating fried food. It is always such a good atmosphere both days, Thursday and Friday.
And their wings are really good.
So good.
Everything about that
Pretzel,
atmosphere
I'm
is
getting
great.
a pretzel.
They'll have all the games on screen. They'll have the volume. So come on out and watch with us. All right, so Dylan, why don't we start with the portion of the bracket? Which side of the bracket are you looking at as being the most competitive? And in terms of the top seeds, who's got the hardest road to make a deep run?
Everybody has said, not everybody, but many people have said Duke has had the hardest road because of the brand names in there. I don't think that's necessarily true. The brand names do not equal tough opponents. However, that said, I do think they have a challenging road. Primarily, their 8-9 game, I think, is the hardest 8-9 game. TCU or Ohio State. Ohio State's playing their best basketball right now. They have Bruce Thornton as an absolute stud and finally gets himself into an NCAA tournament. Never left the school, stayed there, 4-year guy. Very talented young man. But the TCU guys, they should have beat Michigan. They did beat, they blew that game at home late, early in the season. They did beat Florida. Like, they have a lot of quality wins and some talented players and really well coached with Jamie Dixon. So it's not a cakewalk. I think the other 8-9 games are all easier. And then you got Kansas potentially in the Sweet 16, maybe St. John's. I think St. John's would be better for them, honestly, because Kansas is one of the most enigmatic teams. We don't know what we're going to get. You got a team that's when they're playing defense, they're a top 10 defensive team in the country per efficiency, but they've struggled at times in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we know Darren Peterson's narrative to this point. It's funny how America caught on just after Super Bowl when he didn't play because he was sick. That this dude had been sitting out a lot of games and for various reasons, and it was strange to say the least. But he has a chance to write that narrative. The lights are the brightest, and there's big opportunities. We'll see what he can do if he looks like the potential top 3 pick and he actually logs all the minutes. So he did play 30-plus minutes the last 5 or 6 games
and has not been very efficient in those increased minutes. He was more efficient with less time on the floor. So that's a wild card, and of course they've got one of the best coaches to ever do it in Bill Self. So that presents its own unique challenge. And at the bottom of the bracket, I think they do have a UConn team that's never really hit their ceiling offensively. They're a 2 seed because their resume is outstanding in a non-league season. They had some big wins, including over Florida, BYU, and others. But I think Michigan State's probably going to come out of that bottom of that, and that's going to be an absolute battle. These two teams played early in the year up in East Lansing, and Duke got out of it with a win by a couple of points. And I think Michigan State, when they're making shots and they have an elite point guard, Jeremy Fears, it can pose some problems. I say all that to finish up with Duke is its own biggest problem right now because of the injuries, unfortunately. Well, Caleb Foster's out till the Final Four. Patrick Gumba is so important to what they do, the big center. Hopefully he's good to go and 100% healthy. But if he's not, this team is in a dangerous spot.
Well, it's funny you bring up two of the teams with the best in America that, as Wizards fans here in D.C., people have been watching their players all year long, right? When you talk about Duke and Cam Boozer is going to be a lottery pick in the first few. You mentioned the storylines out of Kansas as well. We've been talking about that throughout the year. I'd throw A.J. DeBonsta into the mix, who could go in the top two as well. I mean, when you say, do these guys have anything to prove left? Could they help themselves? I don't think you can hurt yourself any, but, I mean, is there still something they could do to, climb the board even further?
Well, I don't think Darren Peterson's going to climb the board further, but he's going to answer some questions, potentially. If the dude goes out and balls out and is not asked to be taken out of games and can produce when he plays 30-plus minutes or remains effective and efficient on the offense, you're going to have to ask some real questions about his head and his heart as it relates to playing. For all indications, good kid, more of a quiet kid that does love to play, but he hasn't shown that this year. I think his team has mishandled a lot of this. So I think he has a chance of an upside. Cameron Boozer is the National Player of the Year, bar none. It just is what it is. You know what you're getting right now. You're getting a very polished offensive product, a winner, with some questions around some of the athleticism, being able to score, and the score being as, is he have the upside potential of some of the other players? He could be a multi-year all-star. Some of the other guys, you mentioned AJ in there. Caleb Wilson was out injured for North Carolina. His motor, his work ethic, his physique, his athleticism mixed with a skill set that has a lot of talent, that has a big upside. Cam may not have as big an upside, but he's not going to prove that in this tournament. He's already proven all he can do. Let's go out and see if he can win. The only guy that I think really has something to prove is still Peterson. The other freshman, it's the best freshman class ever, and they've all been very consistent and showed out, the ones that have stayed healthy all year.
So I'm looking at a couple teams from the Big Ten, and we got to see a lot of it around here just because of Maryland, and we watch Maryland come in second to a lot of these Big Ten teams an awful lot when they matched up. But Wisconsin's good; they're kind of under the radar. But you go up and down the list, it's Michigan, it's Purdue, it's Michigan State, whom you already mentioned. So a lot of times I'm filling up my bracket here, and I'm going, "Oh, look at that Big Ten team." But then I go, yeah, but the Big Ten hasn't won it in forever, ... How much does that play in terms of analysis, and do we overrate the Big Ten just because we see so much of them? Just kind of give me your thoughts, general state of the union on that conference.
It should not impact your desire to move a Big Ten team forward, the fact that they have not won since Michigan State in 2000. Guys, they have played in 12 of those 25 national championship games. They just haven't won them. So there's teams capable of getting there. That said, the league overall, I think, has some. They don't have that many top-end contenders to win a national championship. Now, we've whittled this down in recent weeks. I think Michigan obviously is still there. I actually have them going out to Iowa State in the Elite Eight. I think that's not a great matchup for them. They have some turnover issues, obviously injury issues with L.J. Kaysen. So I like Iowa State to get to the Final Four out of that bracket. But when you look at the rest of the conference, Wisconsin has two elite guards, and Nick Boyd and John Blackwell, that have really been great, especially the last 6 weeks of the season. They won at Purdue, they won at Illinois, they won at Michigan during the year. So those guys are capable of put up a ton of points. They're probably going to play Arkansas in a Sweet 16 game. I mean, in the second round game, which is a great game. The winner of that probably getting Arizona, which is a very tough matchup for Arizona. So the Big Ten, I think, has some upshot. I mean, Wisconsin's better than we thought. I'm down on Purdue. I know we just saw them win the Big Ten tournament, but I can't forget what they did before that. They were 6-6 in the previous 12 games. Defensively, they looked like a mess. Offensively, late game, Braden Smith in multiple games was not as good as he needs to be. So I think that's where Arizona's bracket sets up well for them. I think they have the weakest 2 in Purdue, the weakest 3 in Gonzaga. So they get by that Wisconsin or Arkansas game, that 4-5 matchup. I think Arizona has a very good look to get to the Final Four. I mentioned Michigan State before. Illinois is awesome. offensively, but defensively they have some real challenges and issues. They're going to be playing Houston, I think, at Houston in a Sweet 16 game. Not easy to be doing that. But I think overall the Big Ten has been impressive this year. They have a little bit more varied styles than they have in past years. I mean, Illinois is different they're not this big bruiser. That's not what we're looking at. That's more of an old school perception. But some of their teams do lack some athleticism, especially on the wing, that when you get in some of these games with some other teams, maybe some SEC teams, a couple maybe the ACC teams, that could be problematic for them. And I think Purdue is one of those teams for sure, and UCLA where the athleticism could be an issue.
Dalen Cuff with us here on Grant and Danny. You mentioned Arizona. I want to go deep dive on them. I love this group. They're a little bit of a throwback for me. I'm in my 40s. I remember life before everyone just tried to shoot 53s a game, right? Koa Pete is like a David West, Corliss Williamson kind of a hybrid. I love him inside, and everything inside the three-point line he dominates. Burry's just so good, as is Jaden Bradley. Can they cut down the nets without sort of winning the three-point contest that now has equalized basketball?
Yeah, they absolutely can, and they've proven that they can. Since the season started, they've been the most consistent team. Remember, opening night of the season, they beat Florida in the showpiece game. And since then, guys, I think they've had the highest ceiling. They've been consistent. They can beat you in different ways. They can play up-tempo. And make a billion threes, but it is a more balanced game. I think they will need to make timely shots, which they have. And outside of really two games, it was going on the road at Fog Allen on a Monday and then losing to Texas Tech that following weekend, where they showed a little bit of wobble. Other than that, they've been consistent. They won the best league in the country in the regular season. They won the best leagues tournament, and they have all the components. So I have Arizona getting to a final. Playing Florida. I have them losing to Florida, though, in the rematch of the game we saw at the beginning of the year. I think Florida's the most improved team in the country. But Arizona, without a doubt, has been the most consistent team in the country, and I think have a good draw, as I mentioned before.
Dalen Cuff on G&D here, men's bracket. We're breaking it down ahead of tomorrow's tip-off to the NCAA tournament. We'll be out at Tap Sports Bar. Dalen's work, TNT and NBC Sports. Appreciate his time breaking down this bracket. All right, how about this question? We've had a bunch of people suggest this week that last year's chalkiness is the new wave, that this is just what's going to happen now. We had 4-1s that had happened, by the way, I think 16 times before last year. But because of all the changes in college sports, NIL, all these things, Dalen, now the fear is this is what it's going to be. That you could just assume it's Duke, Florida, Arizona, Michigan. Maybe you mix in a Houston or a UConn or something, but it's chalky. Do you think that's how this is going to be in perpetuity now, or was last year fluky?
So here's the thing, my man. We all want to have the proclamations, but we love recency bias in this country. We're obsessed with it. We struggle to look at a broader picture. Last year was the first piece of evidence that shows that the NIL, the transfer portal, has really separated the mid-majors. All your best mid-major players are moving up. There were only 5 conference players of the year that stayed at their same schools last year, guys.
Wow.
They either went to the NBA or left.
That's crazy.
That's out of 31. Yeah, it's out of 31 conferences. So guys are on the move, and people are ready to recruit them right away, and the high majors have more money, more resources, more opportunity to offer, and guys are taking it. So we see that. We also see from the NBA side, less guys are leaving when you can come back and make $1 to $2 to $3 to $1 million. They're coming back. So you're retaining more talent at the top end. It may move around, and you are taking more talent from the middle and the bottom and keeping it at the top end. So it seems evident in last year that's probably we're watching the evidence of that. That said, let's play the games this year. Let's see what actually happens. When I look at my bracket, though, to your point, I have one double-digit seed going to a Sweet 16. Last year was only the second time in the last 30 years we had no double-digit seed outside of the power conferences to get to a Sweet 16. Mine's Missouri, though. So they're in the SEC. They do not qualify for what we're talking about. So I do think we may see it, but let's see how the things play out. I think Akron could win their game. I think VCU could win their game. I think USF could win theirs as well in the first round. The question is that second round. And my bracket is rather chalky, and I do think that, at least from watching the teams this year, there does seem to be a separation. Because the last advantage those other teams used to have, the mid-majors and the smaller teams, were they had guys stayed for 2 or 3 or 4 years. So you had veteran guys that were growing up that were high-end players playing teams that were freshmen and sophomore led by very talented teams. So you had an experience advantage, you had a familiarity advantage, and you had sometimes more grown men. All that's gone. All that is different. If anything, it's the inverse now. So I think let's wait and see how it plays out this year. I'm not going to say it on April 8th either. Let's wait. Give me 3 years. If we got 3 years of a sample set, and it looks like that, then I will start to say, yes, Cinderella may be dead. But until then, let's see how it plays out. But it does look like it's a challenging spot for them.
Putting you on the spot here a little bit, Dalen, but you kind of mentioned a couple of the matchups I wanted to get to. Give me a couple of major programs in that 3, 4, 5, 6 seed range that might be vulnerable early on. I'm thinking, Alabama has a suspension. As you kind of go up and down the list, there are a couple teams that you feel might be a little bit vulnerable to either first or second round upsets. Go through a couple of those for me.
Yeah, North Carolina's on there for sure. They're playing, as I mentioned before, without Caleb Wilson. They have for a couple of weeks now. But VCU, and this is where I try not to be too biased, if anything. I've covered the A-10 closely for USA Sports this year, and I've watched VCU improve. They won 22 out of 24 games. They had Phil Martelli Jr.'s first year coaching that team. They really developed from December on and got healthy and understood their roles, and they had 10 new players. Same thing that a lot of teams are going through. But they have really good athletes. They got some high major athletes at the point, at the guard spot, at the wing spot. Lazar Djokovic, a legit 6'10", 7-foot guy that can make some plays and can shoot it a little bit. He can score. So I think he may be able to handle Henry Basar. And just for your audience thinking about this, even if you don't gamble, if you don't partake, look at the lines. Google the lines, because Vegas will tell you which games they think are going to be the closest and what upsets. So for 11-6 games over the last 10 years, 52% of those games have been won by the 11 seed. So you should be picking at least one, maybe 2 11 seeds in your bracket. Look at the odds. Maybe that helps infer. If you don't have a particular thought, look at what Vegas thinks. That's a 2.5-point line. The Carolina's favorite. So I think VCU. I like VCU to win that game. I also like Louisville. We don't know if they're going to have Michael Brown Jr., their star freshman point guard. Even when they have him, though, if they don't make shots, everything else in their game suffers. So it's a little bit hit or miss. South Florida plays fast. They can shoot the heck out of it. They've got good size in the interior as well as good guard play. Brian Hodgson is the hottest coach in the country right now. It's his first year at South Florida. He took Arkansas State to the dance last year and then moved on to USF. I think Louisville could be on upset alert. You mentioned Alabama with the injury. I don't think they're going to lose, but I really like I love Topser. They were getting 13.5 points on Sunday night, guys. I love them in that spot. They play one of the bottom 50 tempos in the country, despite their coach's name being Speedy. They play a slow tempo. They will grind you. Cruz Davis is one of the best guards in this tournament. He's CAA Player of the Year, can get to his spots and create for himself and his teammates. He also has a freshman with Preston Edmeade, who was Freshman of the Year in that league. That young man will probably be playing at one of the power conferences next year. He's a very good guard. So you have 2 good guards to kick a great late shot clock. They play a slow tempo. And if you can make Alabama play in a half-court game, it's easier to slow it to speed it up, slow it down to speed it up. If they can slow it down and play their tempo, I think they keep it within the number. Without Aiden Holloway, they lose some of their offensive punch, 17 points a game, 44% from the three-point line. Now, they have other guards, but I do think that matters, and I do think they have a chance of really staying in there. The last one I'll throw at you is, actually, I'll give you 2. Santa Clara over Kentucky. Do not look at the brand names. Santa Clara has talent. They have high major talent. They play at a quick tempo. They make shots, and they are physical as well. Kentucky's got a small margin of error. They need to be obsessed with getting into the paint, 2 feet in the paint. Sometimes they fall in love with a 3. Sometimes they're inconsistent defensively. Santa Clara, that number went from 2.5. It got bet up to 4.5 by the public. It's now down to 3.5. I like the Broncos to win that game. And I think Akron is the best team in the MAC. I've been saying it for a month and a half now. They're better than Miami of Ohio. They lost January 3rd at Miami of Ohio by 4 points and then blew out teams throughout MAC league play. Miami of Ohio was surviving as we saw it. We'll see them play tonight. We get it. Akron won their league tournament. They play Texas Tech, who has no JT Toppin, who may not have Christian Anderson at a full health. This team, John Gross is a really well-coached team. They play for each other. Johnson's an elite guard. They shoot the heck out of it, and they're able to defend, especially in the perimeter. They've been much better keeping that ball in front of them over the last month. So I think Akron can upset Texas Tech is another one to look at.
Dalen, awesome information. Wanted to get you on before the tourney. Help us with some picks, some bets, filling out the brackets. Thank you for the insight. We appreciate you.
Anytime. Be well, guys.
Yeah, be good.
See you,
There's
buddy.
Dalen Cuff on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. He'll be on the call and working some of these games for Turner Sports. All of our NCAA tournament coverage on the Fan, by the way, is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Next, we were talking about the draft last hour. Mel Kiper dropped a brand new mock draft. And at number 7, he's got the Commanders doing something better than Daniel Jeremiah does. Something that I would really, really like. We'll get into that next.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Eagles are trading for Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton. The Panthers getting back a 2027 seventh-round pick. College hoops, first four action last night. Howard beat UMBC. They'll now take on Michigan. Texas beat NC State by 2, 68-66. They'll take on BYU. 2 games tonight. 16 seed game features Prairie View and Lehigh. Winner of that game takes on Florida. Then on Miami, Ohio takes on SMU. Winner of that game faces off against Tennessee. And hot honey. Paisanos' new hot honey pizza. Sweet heat, melty cheese, and just the right kick. Take in all the tourney action and take 30% off any order of $35 or more with promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. How familiar are you with Dakota Johnson?
I know that name. Is that
actress? 50 Shades of Grey?
Not Dakota Fanning, Dakota Johnson. She has bangs.
Brunette with bangs.
Yeah. Always very flirty on when she goes on talk shows.
Very flirty. Yeah, very flirty. And in that 50 Shades series, excellent actress, by the way.
Great at acting.
Really.
Goodness gracious.
Really good at acting.
It's the acting.
She's good at acting.
Yeah.
Any hoodles. Dakota, I saw this floating around the internet, Dakota Johnson. So she sleeps. She says she has to sleep 10 hours a night to function correctly.
Oh, yeah.
10.
Mm-hmm.
And she says she prefers to sleep 14 hours. Who are these people? Who can sleep not only 14 hours? That's an asinine, ridiculous amount. I'm sure that's not a regular thing. But she said she could routinely do that, and that would be a healthy thing for her. But her norm is 10. What is your normal amount of sleep per night?
We're getting back into a point where the little fella will actually stay asleep through the night now.
Yeah, so take out of account that you have a crying baby.
Yeah, non-baby
Just
division.
Danny Rouillet, grown up, this point of his life. When do you go to bed? When do you wake up? If you have your
Generally,
drugs?
it's like a midnight to 7 type situation.
7 hours.
Yeah, it's about 7. Now, it's not what I want. What I want is 9 and change. That's what I want. I have not woken up refreshed in decades. I have not woken up feeling good in a long
You might
time.
have a sleep apnea situation.
I got a lot of things.
I guess.
I got a lot of things. I got a lot of stuff wrong.
But if you wake up and you feel like you didn't sleep, I think that's what they say the problem is.
That's one of the things, yeah.
Probably not breathing correctly.
Mhm.
You're not getting to your REM sleep.
All
or
that stuff.
Whatever this other thing is.
Yep.
But sometimes when you hear some of these first world, rich person problems, and I don't think she was complaining. She was not trying to be a victim.
You're just sharing.
But it was just sharing information where she goes, yeah, I sleep 10 hours a night. That's my norm. 10 hours?
10.
I mean, that would be midnight to 10 a.m. for me.
Uh-huh.
And if I'm lucky, I'm getting to bed. My job, but also of interest, a late night hockey game or whatever it might be. And now I'm on to let me catch an episode. Let me binge through episode 7 of whatever this is.
Yep.
The latest episode of Shrinking on Apple TV or something. But normally by, you get after 11:30, 11:45, I'm looking up going, all right, I could get to bed here soon. There's a lot of 1s and 2s in there though for me. I mean, I'm not going to go full dad or Toby on you, but there's more nights where I get to bed after 1 a.m. than before 11 p.m.
I can't imagine anymore. Now, younger me did that.
You don't?
No. I mean, hardly ever. The children, they're undefeated.
What time did you go to bed last night?
Let me see. When did I text you?
Right
guys?
after you texted
Yeah,
us. So you were punting on the WBC game?
10:07. That's not true. 10:15.
Really?
Yeah.
So you were sawing logs on the final out of that WBC game.
Well, remember, I had my 6 a.m. pickleball this morning. You got to remember that. That's a little bit atypical.
How could I have forgotten?
Well, you also didn't ask me how I played. I played terrible today.
So
I got smoked today.
6 a.m. pickleball is on Wednesdays?
Yeah.
So do you go to bed earlier on Tuesday
I
nights?
do. When I have 6 a.m. pickleball, which I probably won't have anymore.
All right. Tonight, do you have some weird sport?
No, nothing tonight.
Nothing. You're
Tomorrow
not playing badminton or anything?
No, I mean, I already played pickleball this morning.
When
And
do you
again,
play
I
your
played
pickup hoops.
That's tomorrow night.
Okay. When will you go to sleep tonight?
In the 11s, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you go to bed at the same time as your wife?
No, she used to be like, hey, I think it's a nice thing. Let's do that. She now basically, as soon as the last wipe of the kitchen happens, as she follows through, puts whatever it is in the trash, and is off to the races. She is going to bed. She's exhausted.
I get home most nights, I'll say around 7:30. I might have an hour, if I'm lucky, where the wife is also downstairs. And this is not like, there's a lot of times where I'm like, hey, don't you want to watch TV? Don't you want to talk or hang out? But then there's like the occasional time on the weekend where it's just me and the kids for an hour or two. And I'm so taxed and so exhausted and can't fathom anyone doing that. And then I realize, oh, she does this all
That's the day.
Long.
So our schedule right now, in the morning, wife leaves, goes to work, real adult, proper citizen job, real responsibility, like a real person.
Grown-up job.
Grown-up. Big girl job. I've got the baby and the other two boys to get ready for school, and I got the baby.
Mr. Mom over here.
I got it. Like the baby, I have it. We're doing the formula. We're doing the burp. We're
There's
doing
a Lone
the
Star
play
song
around.
about you.
Yeah. That probably 30 minutes of me repeating myself 274,000 times to brush your teeth, put your shoes on, brush your teeth, put your shoes on, brush your teeth, put your shoes on, brush your teeth, put your shoes on. This time, brush your teeth, put your shoes on.
Yeah.
Get ready to go. While dealing with a baby that needs baby things, I go, this has now been 10 hours, and it's not. It's 30 minutes.
So
and it's exhausting.
I could double down on this. I think my least favorite 15 minutes of the day, and the sad thing is it's generally like what I get out of in the morning, and then at night is bedtime. You could make the case for bedtime when everyone is like not the reading or the talking or the laying in the bed and playing the game, but like the after that, it's time to go. Time to go.
Time to go.
We're done here. We're done. We've been doing this for 45 minutes. Like those next 15 of I'm coming out. I need water. I need this. I need that. Like those 15 minutes could just kick rocks.
Yep.
The other 15 that
I'll get it for you, but just admit that you don't need it.
Yeah, exactly. But the worst to me is the getting ready for school. And my wife does not seem as bothered by it. Like she can handle it. But I would rather just like hide in the bathroom than have to hear where's the brush? Where's the socks? Where's the this? And it's like you have to remind and then they forget and then they're doing something else. And I mean, it is insane.
Repeating yourself used to not be a big deal. Where it's like you look up from your phone and go, oh, what'd you just say? No problem. I can say that again. But repeating the basic instruction every single day at the same general time where I'm going, okay, guys, 5-minute warning. I'm going to go brush my teeth. When I'm done, we're going to school. And it's a mystery that I might emerge in a couple minutes from the bathroom having brushed my teeth and nothing is done.
Do you think that the reason Dakota Johnson is such a good actress
is all the sleep?
Is all the sleep. That helps her to be such a great actress all the time.
Helps you memorize your lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mental acuity. Yeah.
Has to be a factor.
Sure it is.
Now, she probably eats better than me, which helps her with her actressness.
A professional team that's concerned with her
Lock,
appearance.
She doesn't just work out, but she's got a trainer named Steve and a trainer named Tim, and today's Jim's day and tomorrow's Larry's day, or whatever.
All that stuff.
So there's so much training.
Yep.
But I think the sleep has to be a factor. And
I'm
again,
sure of it.
10 hours, and she's like, oh, and it's nice if I can get 14.
Nice.
Like, how would that even work? I'm trying to even do the math on that. That would be like if you go to sleep tonight at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
And you sleep to the following like 1 o'clock or something?
That's too much. But I have those every once in a while.
Yes, but I'm saying, but you can't have a family and do that.
Of course not.
You
But
can't have a husband or children. Like I did that. It was called being single and free.
Yeah.
And Darius could do that on a Saturday maybe if he's really lucky.
Right. I'd have one of those where I'd been burning the candle, working, going out, drinking a bunch, working hard, whatever, where I would just system crash. Where I go, that's it. It's 7:15 p.m. on a Friday. I don't have to do anything tomorrow. I'm going to bed. And I would sleep for 15 hours.
Right.
But that's like one of those where your body's like screaming at you to do it. Just a random Wednesday into a Thursday, you can't do that.
What do the people say now? About how many hours we need. It used to be 8, and then I've more recently heard 7. Is that number coming down? Or is that just kind of what I've told myself to feel better about my sleep habits? I feel like if I can get 7 to 8 any given night, I've crushed it. But I'm a lucky duck if I can pull that off.
Yeah, the general range is 7 to 9 hours, is what they say. Now, I had a teammate who turned me on to this. I have no idea if this is true or not. Keep this in mind. I have no idea. I'm talking out of my tuchus. I'm just telling you what he told me. He goes, I always try for an odd number of hours.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever
Based on, I would rather get 7 and change than like just over 8 because of the REM sleep and the cycle, and they tracked it and there's some sort of study. And I went,
I'm just dismissing that as stupid.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But he's like, 9 is better than 8. 7 is pretty much as good as 8.
9 is better than 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's an hour more.
Well, yeah, but it's like 5 is better than, than 6 because of the REM cycle. Or it's like,
you're
it's
saying
close to
8
equivalent.
is better than 9?
No.
You're saying 7 would be better than 8?
No, 7 is equivalent to 8. You don't have to worry about the 8th hour. Like, in other words, like, it's not the big drop off.
What does this guy major in?
Computer engineering.
Is this a GW?
Yeah.
Is this the guy that hosts CBS News now that everybody's angry at all the time?
No, he works.
Tony DeCapolopoulos?
Yeah, my guy works. The guy I'm talking about works for the FBI, counterterrorism.
But he's not a sleep coach.
No.
All right.
Just a really smart guy.
He sounds like he's silly. I could sleep 14. Maybe I'm just jealous of her. That's where my animus is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't know how these people do it.
Well, you say that, but I don't know how anyone does anything. This is what I really mean this. Like, anyone that has kids, how are you at the practice at 4:15 p.m.?
I say this to you all the time.
How are you how is anybody able to pull anything off at any time?
No, I've asked you this a bunch because you've done a really good job like getting into shape and working out and all this stuff. I don't understand how you do it. I think I could do stuff at night after the show, maybe.
No.
But I would want my kids to be asleep because I have to go home for bedtime and do all that. But like now, part of the answer is you play 6 a.m. pickleball once a week.
That's it.
That's insane. But there's all this other stuff where you're playing pickleball at 11 a.m. and noon. Like, who are these people that can do that at that time with you?
You have to find other delinquents.
I understand that you have a weird job.
Yes.
But what grown-ups can be on a pickleball court 3 days a week at 11 a.m.?
I know.
Or drive to your house for a basketball game.
I know.
So I just don't get how you do it.
I know. You have to find other delinquents in that regard. Like, so you find people to play poker with or whatever, but you also find people to do your weird little sport with. But I'm telling you, I don't know how the working parent does anything.
Well, but
and I mean
that's
that.
my point.
Yeah.
She's an amazing actress.
She's so good
She
at
might
acting.
have kids. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm taking the under on 2 kids, though, if you're sleeping 10 hours a night. Daniel in Purcellville, how are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. I've got 5 kids. I've got my daughter just turned 11 last Monday. I got 7 about to be 8 on May 4th. I got
Star Wars
3
Day.
about to be 4 on September 30th. I got a 1-year-old, I got the youngest one's going to be 1 on June 7th.
You really need to work on
and then I
memorizing
have-
their birthdays a little better, Daniel. But it is 5 kids, and I can relate.
It's a
That's
lot,
very
man.
difficult.
I always
But,
have to do a little equation.
We're up against the clock, so what are you getting to here?
No, I'm getting to, like, it doesn't matter how much sleep you get, like, your stress level.
Yep.
Like, fluctuates depending on what's going on in your life. So,
Correct.
I've gone to multiple games, gone on 3 hours of sleep and been $1 million, but then I did nothing, had 8 hours of sleep and still been tired. So.
Oh, you get it.
100% correct.
You got that many kids, you get the drill. And by the way, relatable content, I was just droning. But if you quiz me, like rapid fire, my kids' birthdays, I'm like July 10th, July 29th. You got to move the 2. It gets very complicated very fast.
Yeah, so there's a couple I have like nice little devices for, but then there's one that's actually coming up really soon. I have to stop what I'm doing and like not listen to anybody for about a full minute and a half and think about it.
We'll get into the Kuiper mock and who he has Washington taking at 7 at the top of the hour next. 8 Days of Nats, C.J. Abrams on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. 8 days of Nats will take you up to 6:30 each and every day. A different interview with a different national. Tomorrow, pitching coach Simon Matthews. But today, for our 8 days of Nats, shortstop C.J. Abrams stops by to talk about spring training and how things have been going with a brand new staff.
It's been high vibes, Everybody's getting their work in. They're giving us everything that we need to get better. And just day by day, you can feel the good vibes and how we're getting better every day.
So you're now kind of in the veterans' corner over there.